Candidate named Su Kuan. Height 165 centimeters. Weight 50 kilograms. Punching power 90 kilograms. Speed 100 meters 13 seconds. Endurance 30 kilometers 5 hours limit. High jump, long jump 80 centimeters 190 centimeters. Written exam score 603 points excellent. Special talent none. Martial arts exam admission result not admitted. June the scorching sun blazed in the sky. In a corner of the sports field of Jiangdong one high school, Su Kuan clutched the thin report sheet in his hand so tightly that his knuckles turned white. A long sigh escaped his lips, steeped in helplessness and desolation. It had been 18 years since he transmigrated to this world of revived spiritual energy and flourishing martial arts. In this world, all other paths were considered inferior, only martial artists stood supreme. As long as one could pass the martial arts entrance exam and become a formal martial artist, it meant a leap across social classes. Unfortunately, reality had slapped him hard across the face. Kuan, what a pity. His homeroom teacher, Miss Lee, a female teacher who wore glasses, looked at the boy before her, her tone filled with regret. Your written exam score ranks in the top 10 of the entire school. Your theoretical grasp of martial arts is flawless. But your physique is simply far too frail. She pointed at the data on the report sheet. Your overall physical attributes fail to meet the standards across the board. If only you were a bit more robust, if only your punching power could reach 120 kilograms, then, with your liberal arts results, you could at least get into a second-tier martial arts college. Su Kuan let out a bitter laugh and lowered his head to glance at his skinny arms. At a height of 1.65 meters in this era, where people were generally well-developed thanks to martial arts, he truly looked malnourished. Ms. Lee frowned slightly, clearly puzzled. I know your family situation. Both your parents are registered martial artists, your household is well off, and you definitely don't eat poorly. How is it that you never seem to put on any weight? I'm baffled too, teacher, Su Kuan said with an innocent expression. Heaven knew how wronged he felt. To prepare for the martial arts exam, his daily food intake was 3 times that of his peers. Others ate 1 bowl, he would demolish an entire pot. Just last night, he had devoured 2 tomahawk steaks in one go, plus 3 large bowls of medicinal cuisine that could even enhance qi and blood. From childhood until now, all kinds of tonics, muscle-building powders, and qi and blood pills had been like candy to him. And the result? Aside from these few scrawny bones, he could not train even a shred of extra flesh anywhere on his body. Maybe, Su Kuan said in a low voice, this is what they call a constitution that can't gain weight. Ms. Lee's lips twitched. Such a constitution would have been every girl's dream in the old era, but in this age that revered strength above all, it was nothing short of a curse. Don't be discouraged, Su Kuan. Ms. Lee patted his shoulder, comforting him. Failing to enter a martial arts university isn't the end of the world. You can take this report sheet to a private martial arts academy and repeat the year. The tuition is more expensive, but the resources are better than in public schools. Work hard for another year, and you can fight for the martial arts exam again next year. Thank you, teacher. Su Kuan nodded, but he knew in his heart that repeating the year would cost a great deal of money. After saying goodbye to Ms. Lee, he left the office building with that report sheet, which was tantamount to a death sentence, held loosely in his hand, walking out in dejection. Just as he crossed the main avenue of the campus, a deafening cheer surged toward him like a tidal wave. Damn, the provincial top scorer in Jiangnan's martial arts exam actually came from our school. So awesome. I knew it had to be her. This is definitely the greatest honor in the history of Jiangdong. No. One high. Instinctively, Su Kuan looked up. At the school gate, the crowd parted on its own to form a path. Countless students stared with feverish eyes as if worshipping a deity. At the center of everyone's attention, a young girl walked forward like the moon, surrounded by stars. She was tall and slender, her skin fairer than snow. Even in a simple school uniform, she could not hide her cool, otherworldly air. No surprise, it's Yi Qingyi from Class 1, our school beauty. People nearby chattered excitedly. I heard Yi Qingyi comes from a martial arts clan, an awakened and scrayed water-type talent, and also a sword Dao talent. She even has a family inheritance technique as an additional bonus. Dual talents. My God, this is simply heaven feeding her. No. Heaven chasing after her to feed her. No wonder she became the provincial top scorer. She really is a favored child of heaven. If I could marry the school beauty, I'd die happy even if I dropped dead right away. Standing beneath the shade of a tree, Su Kuan watched that radiant girl. As if sensing something, Yi Qingyi, surrounded by the crowd, suddenly halted. Her gaze cut through layer after layer of people and landed precisely on Su Kuan. Her originally cool face blossomed at once into a brilliant smile, and she strode quickly toward him. Little Kuan. A vein throbbed on Su Kuan's forehead as he instinctively took half a step back. Don't call me little. This woman always knew where to poke, where it hurt most. At 1.65 meters standing before Yi Qingyi's 1.72 meters long legs, he seemed to shrink by an entire head in sheer presence. Utterly unconcerned about the stunned stares around them, Yi Qingyi naturally reached out to ruffle Su Kuin's hair, grinning. It's fine. No matter how you did on the exam, your big sis has got your back from now on. Anyone dares bully you, I'll cut them down with a single sword. The two of them were childhood friends, inseparable since kindergarten. Su Kuin knew she meant to comfort him, but sure enough, murderous glares shot at him from all directions in an instant. Who's that scrawny monkey? Why does he get to enjoy the school beauty's head pat kill? How can a failed candidate be worthy of the provincial top scorer? Get away from her, you bastard. Listening to the whispers and jabs around him, Su Kuin sighed. Yi Qingyi's willow brows arched sharply. She suddenly turned around, looped her arm through Su Kuin's, and shouted to everyone, what are you looking at? He's my boyfriend. I won't allow you to talk about him that way. Boom. The entire scene fell silent in an instant, followed by the sound of hearts shattering and anger surging to the heavens. Boyfriend. This loser who hadn't even passed the martial arts exam was actually the aloof school beauty's boyfriend. Feeling the almost tangible killing intent all around, Su Kuin smiled wryly. Little Annie, don't paint a target on my back like this. Little Auntie was Yi Qingyi's nickname. Now that she had become the top scorer, suitors would swarm in the future. Dragging him out like this was purely to use him as a shield, saving herself from being pestered by flies. Then I'll happily use you as a shield, Yi Qingyi said, sticking out her tongue and lowering her voice. Or could it be I really can't like you? Like my foot, we're brothers, Su Kuin said, shaking his head helplessly. Although they were close, he knew very clearly that from today onward their life paths had completely diverged. She was a phoenix soaring in the ninth heaven, about to enter a top-tier academy. He was merely a failed candidate, a mortal left behind. In the future, they might very well become strangers. To avoid being beaten up by the enraged male classmates, Su Kuin quickly found an excuse to slip away. After leaving the campus, a gloomy mood lingered stubbornly in his chest. Whatever. People are iron, food is steel. There's nothing about of binge eating can't fix. To ease his frustration, Su Kuin decided to turn grief into appetite. He dived headfirst into the snack street by the school gate. Boss 5 grilled sausages. All meat. 10 skewers of teppanyaki squid. Drench them in insanely spicy sauce. 4 deep-fried skewers. This one, and that one. Fry them all for me. Stir-fried rice cakes with double cheese. A large portion of wolf-tooth potatoes. With a fistful of meat skewers in one hand and a meat bun stuffed in his mouth, a full sugar fruit tea loaded with toppings in his other hand, Su Kuin devoured food from one end of the street to the other like a starving ghost reborn. He drained a cup of instant noodles in a single slurp and swallowed a cream cupcake in 2 bites. Bliss. The fullness of food filling his stomach finally pressed down the haze in his heart. Half an hour later, after a loud burp, Su Kuin scanned a shared bicycle and pedaled leisurely toward home. The setting sun in the west stretched his shadow long on the ground. Just as Su Kuin turned a corner on his bike, almost home. Beep. Energy reserves have reached the critical threshold. Charging complete. Activating Giant Bloodline. Su Kuin squeezed the brakes hard and almost toppled off the bike. What was that voice? Before he could react, a scalding heat surged from his abdomen, exploding outward in an instant to flood his entire body. It felt as though every cell was cheering wildly, tearing itself apart and knitting itself back together. Activation complete. That cold mechanical voice boomed again in his mind. Su Kuin's eyes widened and his heart pounded madly. A golden finger. The cheat he had waited 18 years for had finally arrived. So the reason I never gained weight no matter how much I ate and never grew taller no matter how much I nourished myself. Turns out it was all your fault. Realization struck, followed by wild joy. All that massive amount of food and tonics he had consumed over the years hadn't gone to waste. They had been siphoned off by this so-called Giant Bloodline and used as energy for its activation. Giant Bloodline. What does it do? Su Kuin asked anxiously in his heart. Whoosh. A pale blue light screen instantly appeared before his eyes. Giant Bloodline primary, awakening bloodline effect. The host's body will break through the human genetic lock and physiological limits. Energy can be obtained through eating, enabling unlimited growth and development. Gluttony. As long as sufficient energy is ingested, the body can continually grow taller and larger with no upper limit. Evolution. With every increase in size, strength, defense, endurance, chi, and blood, and all attributes will rise exponentially in tandem. Reading the words on the light screen, Su Kuin trembled with excitement, his chi and blood seeming to boil. Unlimited growth. He only had to eat to become bigger and stronger. Though he was already 19 and long past the normal growth period with this bloodline, it meant his growth phase was only just beginning. Perhaps it would last an entire lifetime. Taller, bigger, stronger. This was the unique martial path that belonged solely to him. Grr. Just as Su Kuin was immersed in joy, his stomach suddenly rumbled like thunder. An unprecedented wave of hunger, like a black hole, devoured his rationality in an instant. All those grilled sausages, fried skewers, rice cakes he had eaten at the school gate just now had been completely digested at the moment the bloodline activated. Staring at his front door only a few steps away, Soo Koo-in's eyes glinted green. Hungry, so hungry. I'm going to grow. He tossed aside the bicycle and bolted into the house like a starving wolf. Pushing open the front door, he was greeted by a rich wave of mouth-watering aromas. It was the scent of braised pork mingled with stir-fried beast liver, a fragrance that to the ravenously hungry Soo Koo-in at this moment was even more enticing than the finest cultivation pills. Dad, Mom, I'm back. After changing his shoes, Soo Koo-in walked into the living room. Around the dining table, the whole family was already seated. His father, Soo-jun, was a burly man. Even dressed in loose home clothes, the bulging muscles on his arms still revealed his formidable martial cultivation. His mother, Lee-shua, wore a gentle expression as she ladled soup. Beside her, a ponytailed girl in a high school uniform was sneaking bites of meat with her chopsticks. This was Soo Koo-in's younger sister, Soo Yun-yun. When they saw Soo Koo-in come in, 3 pairs of eyes turned toward him in unison. Bro, you're back. Soo Yun-yun's eyes lit up as she immediately put down her chopsticks, hurried over, and asked with gossipy excitement, so how was it? Your martial exam results are out, right? Did you get into a martial university? Was it Jiangnan Wudao, that first tier 1? Though Soo-jun and Lee-shua said nothing, their eyes were filled with hope. After all, every parent dreams of their child's success. Meeting his family's expectant gazes, Soo Koo-in, though mentally prepared, still felt a faint stab in his heart. He said nothing, merely shook his head calmly, then took a crumpled report card from his pocket and laid it on the table. I failed the exam. The air fell silent for a few seconds. Soo Yun-yun picked up the report card, glanced at it, and parted her lips in surprise. Ah, you really didn't pass. Soo-jun took the report card, skimmed over the physical data, and frowned slightly. But his brows soon relaxed, and not a trace of reproach appeared on his face. By this time, Soo Koo-in had no attention to spare for his disappointment. That hunger from the depths of his bloodline made his eyes practically glow green. He plopped down on a chair, grabbed bowl and chopsticks, and launched a full-on assault on the feast laid out before him. So good. Soo Koo-in picked up a large chunk of braised pork and barely chewed before swallowing it, then immediately followed with a chopstick full of stir-fried liver tips. Watching her big brother wolf down his food, then glancing at the report card, Soo Yun-yun couldn't help but complain, bro, you're really miserable. But seriously, your physique is a huge problem. Just look at you. Your arms aren't even as thick as mine, and I'm heavier than you. As she spoke, the little girl deliberately showed off her fair, slender forearms, wearing a look of exasperated frustration. I'm so jealous of your body type. You never gain weight no matter how much you eat. If I had that constitution, I'd drink 8 cups of milk tea a day. Hey, now that's no way to talk about your brother. Setting the report card down, Soo-jun looked at his son, who was eating with his head buried in his bowl, and said in a deep voice, son, don't worry. One failure doesn't mean anything. As a seasoned wilderness martial artist, Soo-jun's mindset was rock steady. Your academic results are excellent. Your physical fitness is a bit lacking, but that's an innate issue. We can still make up for it later. We may not be rich, but we've saved up a bit. We're not short of money for your cultivation. Soo-jun patted the table and said with bold assurance, I know the director of Beichun Martial Hall, one of the top 3 dojos in Jiangdong City. I've already spoken with him. Tomorrow you'll go sign up there as a repeat student. With systematic training at the hall, as long as you're willing to work hard, you'll definitely get into a martial university next year. Mouth stuffed with food, Soo Koo-in nodded vaguely. Got it, Dad. This meat is amazing. He truly was starving. After the giant bloodline awakened, it was as if a grinder had been installed in his stomach. A whole plate of braised pork vanished in 2 minutes. A plate of steamed exotic fish followed, its bones crunched and swallowed along with the flesh. Slow down, slow down. His mother Lee-shua watched in alarm and hastily poured him a glass of water, handing it over. Why are you eating like a starved ghost reborn? No one's fighting you for it, don't choke. Bro, that was the last rib. Leave me at least 1 piece. Soo Yun-yun stared at the now empty plate and let out a cry of aggrieved protest. Soo Koo-in turned a deaf ear, his chopsticks moving like afterimages as he swept through the dishes like a storm. Watching the plates empty one after another, Lee-shua felt both distressed and amused. All right, Yun-yun, stop fighting your brother over food. Look how hungry he is. I'll go cook 2 bowls of braised beef noodles for you. Mom. Soo Koo-in suddenly looked up, eyes shining. I want an extra large portion. More noodles, more meat. All right, extra large. Smiling, Lee-shua headed into the kitchen. Half an hour later, Soo Koo-in rubbed his slightly rounded belly and let out a satisfied burp. He had drained even the broth of the extra large bowl of beef noodles. This single meal amounted to 5 times his usual intake. This giant bloodline really is a bottomless pit. Back in his bedroom, Soo Koo-in sprawled on his bed in a big star shape, comfortably limp, staring blankly at the ceiling. Now that his hunger was sated, his rationality returned. That voice in my mind just now, Was that really a golden finger? Will I undergo a second growth spurt? Can I keep growing taller, endlessly bigger? The hunger he had felt was undeniably real, but that mechanical voice had not sounded again, and aside from a faint heat in his body, there seemed to be no earth-shaking changes. How am I supposed to verify whether it's real? Su-Kuan suddenly sat up, his gaze falling on a device it was a small household body data measuring device. In this era of martial cultivation, such instruments were almost standard in every home, used to monitor children's development at any time. Let's measure it. Su-Kuan sprang off the bed like a carp leaping from water and stepped onto the device. Beep. An electronic synthetic voice rang out. Height, 165, 0 centimeters. Weight, 50, 0 kilograms. Scratching his head as he looked at the numbers on the screen, Su-Kuan knew this device was highly precise. Height down to the millimeter, weight to the gram. Yet these results were, to use a cliché, not just similar, but identical to the data from his physical exam earlier that day. No change. Mildly disappointed, Su-Kuan lay back down on the bed. While growth and development are supposed to be gradual, it's not like you get taller the instant you finish a meal. Even plants don't grow that fast. He tried to reassure himself. To be safe, Su-Kuan opened the drawer of his bedside table and took out a delicate porcelain bottle. 9-flavor Remania Chi and blood pill. It was a high-grade tonic his father had bought for him at great expense, specifically to nourish his chi and blood and strengthen his bones and muscles. Since you need energy, let's add some fuel to the fire. Su-Kuan poured out a black pill the size of a longan and swallowed it in one gulp. Its medicinal power turned into a warm current, merging with the undigested energy still in his stomach. Drowsiness washed over him. Wrapped in that cozy warmth, Su-Kuan's eyelids grew heavy, and he soon drifted into a deep sleep. This sleep was unusually profound. In his dreams, Su-Kuan felt as though he had become a seed madly breaking through the soil. His entire skeleton emitted faint cracking sounds while his muscles tore, reassembled, and stretched. By the next morning, sunlight filtered through the gap in the curtains, spilling across the bed. Su-Kuan sleepily opened his eyes and stretched lazily. The moment he moved, he felt a strange unfamiliarity. That unfamiliarity came from the subtle feedback of his body. Especially, TSK, why does it feel tight down there? Frowning, Su-Kuan tugged at his underwear. He had gone to bed wearing a pair of loose cotton boxer shorts, yet now, as he woke, his thighs and waist felt noticeably constricted. They were uncomfortably tight. A certain thought flashed through his mind like lightning, and Su-Kuan instantly sobered, his heart hammering. Without even changing clothes, he bolted barefoot toward the measuring device in the corner. He took a deep breath and stood still. The few seconds of waiting felt like an eternity. Beep. The electronic voice sounded again, particularly sharp in the quiet room. Height, 166, 0 centimeters. Weight, 52, 0 kilograms. Staring at the bright red numbers on the screen, Su-Kuan froze in place, his mouth hanging open wide enough to fit an egg. In just one night, his height had increased by a full centimeter and his weight by 2 kilograms. For a 19-year-old adult male whose growth plates had long since fused, gaining not to mention a millimeter, but an entire centimeter in height would ordinarily be nearly impossible. Moreover, those 2 kilograms were definitely not fat. Looking down at his arms and calves, he saw the muscle lines there, just a shade clearer than yesterday, tighter and more powerful. Holy! Clenching his fists and feeling the surging vitality within, Su-Kuan couldn't help blurting out a crude exclamation. I really did grow. 1 centimeter in a single night. What about 10 days? A month? In that instant, Su-Kuan seemed to glimpse a future where he became a towering giant gazing down upon all beings. The growth in height is merely superficial. Strength is the essence of a martial artist. Su-Kuan directed his gaze towards a black measuring board hanging on the bedroom wall. This is an older model of a household measuring device with a maximum weight capacity of only 300 kilograms. For a true martial artist, it is merely a toy, but for the former Su-Kuan, it was an insurmountable mountain. His previous best result was a hard-fought 90 kilograms. Huff. Su-Kuan took a deep breath, adjusting his breathing as he assumed the stance of a basic boxing technique. Rooting himself to the ground, his waist aligned with his horse stance, power surged from his feet, traveling up his spine and instantly converging in his right fist. Huh. A low shout escaped him, and the wind from his punch howled. Bang! A dull thud reverberated through the bedroom as the measuring board shook violently, causing dust to fall from the walls. The numbers on the display flickered wildly before finally settling on a bright red value, 202 kilograms. Su-Kuan's pupils constricted sharply, his heart seemingly skipping a beat. 202 kilograms. He stared incredulously at his fist, his skin unblemished, merely slightly flushed. Just yesterday, I was at 90 kilograms. After just one night, having grown only 1 centimeter and gained 2 kilograms, how could my punch power have skyrocketed by over 110 kilograms? What does this even mean? 1 centimeter in height, 110 kilograms in punch power increase. This is a terrifying ratio that defies the laws of physics. In this world, the martial arts system is strict, divided into 9 major realms, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower levels. First realm, body, refinement realm, martial artist. Second realm, meridian, opening realm, martial hero. Third realm, chi si realm, master. Fourth realm, golden body realm, grandmaster. Fifth realm, transcendence realm, martial saint. Sixth realm, mountain sea realm, great saint. Seventh realm, star realm, martial emperor. Eighth realm, bright moon realm, martial sovereign. Ninth realm, great sun realm, martial god. For high school students, as long as their punch power exceeds 200 kilograms, they have stepped into the threshold of the initial body refinement realm, sufficient for admission into a martial arts university. If I had this strength yesterday, forget about second-tier universities. Even first-tier martial universities would be a sure thing. A strong sense of regret surged within Su Kuan, soon replaced by an even greater ambition. This is just the beginning. What if I grow to 2 meters? 3 meters? How terrifying would that strength be? Shattering a planet with a punch would no longer be a dream. Suppressing his excitement, Su Kuan turned and walked into the bathroom. Standing in front of the mirror preparing to wash up, he was once again stunned by the reflection. The once skinny boy was gone. Though he still didn't appear particularly muscular, his previously flat, even somewhat sunken abdomen now boasted distinct contours. 8-pack abs lined up perfectly like finely carved stone, each muscle bursting with explosive beauty, the lines smooth and tight. Click. The bathroom door was suddenly pushed open. Bro, are you constipated? I can barely hold it. Su Yunyun, wearing cartoon pajamas, and with hair as messy as a bird's nest, sleepily barged in. She had been yawning, but when her gaze fell on Su Kun's bare upper body, her eyes widened instantly. All traces of sleep vanished. Bro, did you get plastic surgery? Or did you edit your photos into reality? Su Yunyun exclaimed in shock, pointing at Su Kun's abdomen, her mouth forming an O. You have abs. 8-pack. Before Su Kuan could respond, she had already curiously reached out her soft little hand, and it was hard and full of elasticity. Is this for real? It feels so good. Su Yunyun said, her expression filled with disbelief. You were clearly the captain of the skinny squad just yesterday. Huh. Su Kuan irritably swatted her hand away, pulling a towel over his chest. Don't touch. That's a paid service. Do you not understand the boundaries between men and women? Get out and line up. TCH. What a cheapskate. I'm your sister. What's wrong with touching it a little? It won't make you lose any. Su Yunyun rolled her eyes, but her eyes were filled with wonder and excitement. But bro, you really seem to have become handsome. There's a kind of, an indescribable sense of pressure. 10 minutes later at the dining table, Su Kuan once again played the role of a starving ghost reborn. A pot of millet porridge, 10 meat buns, 5 fried eggs, and a large cup of soybean milk. All of it was devoured clean by him. This time Su Jun and Li Xiaoying were already numb to it. Being able to eat is a blessing. Being able to eat is a blessing. Li Xiaoying murmured, silently calculating that the budget for groceries would need to be doubled in the future. Su Jun put down the newspaper, looking intently at his son. Kuan, you look good. Your eyes are full of It seems you've already digested the blow of not being accepted. Finish your meal and hurry to the Beichin Martial Arts Institute to report. I've already transferred the tuition fees. Although it's a private martial arts school, the equipment inside is more professional than at school. You can properly test your limits. Got it, Dad. Su Kuan swallowed the last bun and wiped his mouth. He was also looking for a professional place to comprehensively test his current physical data. The old measuring board at home simply could not measure speed, neural reactions, and other comprehensive indicators. After changing into a sharp set of sportswear, Su Kuan pushed open the yard gate. The morning air was exceptionally fresh. However, after taking just a few steps outside, he had to stop in his tracks. Under the old locust tree at his door, a flashy pink motorcycle was parked. A girl wearing hot pants exposing her long legs and a loose white t-shirt was lazily leaning against the motorcycle, a lollipop dangling from her mouth. Sunlight filtered through the leaves and fell on her face, creating a breathtaking beauty. It was Yi Qingyi, the newly crowned provincial champion and Su Kun's childhood sweetheart. Upon seeing Su Kuan come out, Yi Qingyi took off her sunglasses, her lively peach blossom eyes sweeping over him, and then brightened slightly, as if discovering a new continent. Hey little Kuan. Yi Qingyi crushed the lollipop in her mouth and scrutinized him with a half-smile. You look good today. I guess you didn't hide under the covers crying. And, TSK Tisk, how come it feels like you've gotten sturdier? War height increasing insoles. Su Kuan rolled his eyes, responding irritably. Ye the provincial champion, why aren't you reporting to a first-tier university? Why are you here to block me, a failed student? To mock me? TCH, am I that kind of person? Yi Qingyi stepped in front of him with her long legs slightly bending down to look at Su Kuan, due to her height advantage exuding an inherent pressure and affection. She reached out her hand, skillfully fixing Su Kuin's collar, her tone casual, as if discussing the weather. I heard you're going to the Giant Martial Arts Institute. How did you know? Su uncle posted about it on social media last night, saying he was sending his son to repeat the year. Yi Qingyi shrugged, then pulled out a black and gold card from her pocket, casually slipping it into Su Kuin's shirt pocket. Here you go. Su Kuin was taken aback, pulling it out to find it read, Giant Martial Arts Institute Supreme, VIP card. He accepted it without hesitation. I'm willing to take you as my adoptive mother. Yi Qingyi shot him a glare. This is a card I got before. I won't use it anyway, so it's a waste to just leave it. It grants access to a private training room, so you won't have to squeeze in with those sweaty old men in the main hall. After saying that she didn't give Su Kuin a chance to refuse, directly mounting the motorcycle and putting on a helmet. Get on. Mom will take you there. Su Kuin exclaimed, what the hell? Are you really interested in my dad? I wondered why you paid attention to my dad's social media. Yi Qingyi. Su Kuin climbed onto the back of the motorcycle. Hold on tight, if you fall off, I won't be liable. Yi Qingyi smirked, suddenly twisting the throttle. The motorcycle shot off like a pink lightning bolt. Due to inertia, Su Kuin instinctively wrapped his arms around Yi Qingyi's slender waist. Yi Qingyi's body stiffened slightly as she felt the now firmer chest behind her, which was no longer thin, causing her face hidden under the helmet to redden slightly. This guy seems to have gotten a lot sturdier. The pink motorcycle executed a graceful drift in front of the grand gates of the Giant Martial Arts Academy, coming to a steady stop. The roar of the engine drew the attention of passers-by, especially when they caught sight of the enchanting face revealed as the helmet was removed, as if the surrounding gazes were magnetically drawn to her. All right, this is where I drop you off. Yi Qingyi placed her long legs on the ground, casually tidying her wind-tousled hair, and glanced at Su Kuin in the back seat, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Go on and Kuin, even though you didn't make the cut, it really doesn't matter. Mama's got your back. One day you will be crying out for your dad. Su Kuin jumped off the bike, tossing the helmet back to her with a graceful motion, showing no sign of the typical disappointment of a failed candidate. Yi Qingyi's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at him deeply, seemingly finding her childhood friend particularly appealing today. They'll come visit you this weekend. If anyone bullies you at the academy, remember to mention my name. Boom. The pink lightning sped away, leaving only a trail of envious and jealous gazes behind. Su Kuin turned around, gazing up at the vast and imposing structure before him. The Giant Martial Arts Academy. As one of the top 3 martial arts academies in Jiangdong City, its interior exuded a sense of metallic strength and power, and through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, countless sweat-soaked figures could be vaguely seen. This is the new starting point. Su Kuin took a deep breath and strode inside. The spacious and bright hall was bustling with energy. It was peak enrollment season after the martial arts examination, and the hall was packed with students coming to register. Most were like Su Kuin, failed candidates preparing to repeat a year at the academy. The air was thick with the scent of sweat and hormones. Su Kuin did not join the long queue for regular enrollment, but headed directly toward the VIP passage. The receptionist, initially focused on her paperwork, looked up and smiled professionally. As someone approached, we need to conduct a comprehensive data assessment of your physical condition to tailor a training plan for you. This way, a specialized testing hall has already been prepared for you. 5 minutes later, Su Kuin was led to a relatively isolated comprehensive testing area. Though it was meant to be an independent area due to the influx of students today, it was surrounded by numerous old students watching the commotion and new students taking a break. A middle-aged man built like an iron tower and named Wang Tieshan was in charge of the testing. He held an electronic recording board, his brows furrowing as he looked at the skinny boy before him. You must be Su Kuin. Wang Tieshan didn't look directly at him, but cast a quick glance at his martial arts exam scores. Too skinny. In this era that revered muscle and strength, Su Kuin's height of 1.66 meters made him look like a little lamb lost among a pack of hulking martial students. Even repeating a year, it would be difficult for him to get into a martial arts university. Wang Tieshan, accustomed to such underperformers, regarded him with indifference. Su Kuin was unfazed, flexing his wrists and ankles with a series of cracking sounds. Coach, I want to know where my limits lie. Wang Tieshan pointed to a massive punching power testing machine beside him. As per usual, let's start with the punching power. Su Kuin approached the punching target. The noisy crowd around him began to quiet down as they saw the testing commence, many wearing expressions of curiosity. Who is this kid? He looks like a middle schooler. He may be short, but his physique isn't bad. You can see he still skinny. His waist is thinner than my arm. Amidst the whispers, Su Kuin closed his eyes, focusing on his last night's frenzied eating, and this morning's hefty breakfast had transformed into a raging energy hidden deep within his cells. The blood of giants surged through his veins. Though he appeared to be just a 1.66 meter boy in the sea of his consciousness, it seemed as if a towering giant was slowly opening its eyes. Who? Su Kuan suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing within. There were no flashing movements. He simply stepped back with his right foot exerting force from his waist, as his spine twisted like a great dragon, a tremendous force instantly transmitting to his right arm. He punched. The air compressed, producing a brief, explosive sound. Bang! A deafening thud. The massive alloy punching target was actually dented deeply by this punch, shaking the entire testing machine violently, the base emitting a screeching sound of friction. Beep, beep, beep. The red numbers fluctuated wildly before finally stabilizing. Wang Tieshan's nonchalant expression instantly solidified, his eyes nearly bulging out. 215 kilograms. What? The surrounding students watching were also in an uproar, many rubbing their eyes thinking they had seen it wrong. 215 kilograms. Did I see that right? This kid looks like he doesn't even weigh 100 pounds. This is already the standard of a beginner in the body refinement stage, right? How is this possible? How can such a small body have such explosive power? Su Kuan looked at the number, nodding in satisfaction. It was 13 kilograms more than the 202 kilograms he measured at home this morning. It seems that the 10 meat buns and 5 fried eggs for breakfast were worth it. The immediate feedback from the blood of giants was simply overwhelming. Continue. Su Kuan disregarded the astonishment around him and turned to walk toward the nearby track. Wang Tieshan took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart, his gaze becoming serious. Good, kid, you have some skills. Next, let's measure your speed. 100-meter sprint. Get ready. Run. Whoosh. Before he finished speaking, Su Kuan's figure shot out like an arrow released from its bow. His stride was extremely rapid, though his legs weren't long. Each push-off was as if equipped with springs, exhibiting incredible explosive power. To the onlookers, he was merely a fleeting shadow racing across the track. Beep. The timer stopped. 10. 82 seconds. Wow. The crowd erupted once more. Under 11 seconds. That's the level of a national athlete, right? I don't think he used all his strength at the start. With that speed combined with the punching power, over 200 kilograms, if he were to fight, he would be an invincible little cannon among peers. Next was the endurance test. Su Kuan, on a specially designed weighted treadmill, carried a load of 50 kilograms, sprinting at a speed of 20 kilometers per hour. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. The surrounding students changed in and out in waves, but Su Kuan continued running. Not only was he running, but his breathing remained steady, and he hardly broke a sweat. Is this kid's lung capacity made of iron? Wang Tieshan observed the heart rate chart on the data monitoring screen, which was as steady as a straight line, feeling as though his worldview was being reshaped. Endurance 50 kilograms, load 30 kilometers 1 hour, not at limit, high jump, standing jump 1. 5 meters long jump, standing long jump 3. 1 meters. After 2 full hours of testing from morning to noon, Su Kuan had cleared all the testing items. Each data point far exceeded the standards of ordinary aspiring martial artists, which is to say the body refinement stage, and some individual metrics were already approaching the threshold of the intermediate body refinement stage. As Su Kuan stepped down from the final testing apparatus, the entire testing hall was packed to the brim. Over 100 students who had been training stopped their actions, staring at this handsome boy wiping sweat with a towel, as if he were a monster. A genius. This is definitely a genius. A voice in the crowd shouted first. This data is too comprehensive. There are no weaknesses. Strength, speed, endurance, reaction. All received S-level evaluations. With this level, even at Jiangnan Martial University, he would surely receive special enrollment treatment. Why did he come to our academy to repeat a year? The murmurs grew louder, various speculations flew around. Suddenly a plump guy in glasses slapped his thigh, as if he had seen through everything. I know who he is. The crowd's attention instantly focused on him. The plump guy looked mysterious, lowering his voice. A few days ago, I heard that our academy's headmaster spent a full $1 million on a signing fee to recruit a martial arts genius ranked 123 in the provincial martial arts examination. It's said that he comes from a poor background with a gambling father, a sick mother, a broken sister, and himself, who still needs to study. So he gave up Jiangnan Martial University to join Beichin Martial Arts Academy for that $1 million signing fee. This must be that person. What's his name? Someone asked eagerly. The plump guy confidently replied, Zhao Lei. That's right, it must be him. Who else could have such outrageous data besides the $1 million-valued genius Zhao Lei? The moment those words were spoken, the crowd suddenly realized. So it's Zhao Lei? No wonder he's so strong. $1 million signing fee, wow, his strength is indeed worth that. Zhao Lei is awesome. Just as everyone was pointing and calling out Zhao Lei at Su Kuan, a weak voice suddenly sounded from the back of the crowd, tinged with awkwardness and helplessness. Ahem. Is it possible that I'm right behind you? The entire hall fell silent. The crowd turned rigidly to see a tall, innocent-looking boy scratching his head, standing there with an expression on his chest, the name tag boldly read Elite Class Zhao Lei. The plump guy who had made the revelation turned pale. Why, you are Zhao Lei? Who is that monstrous figure on stage? How would I know? Zhao Lei chuckled bitterly, glancing at Su Kuan, who was sitting on a resting bench drinking water, his eyes filled with awe. This person is not weaker than me. His punching power just broke 215 right. At this level, he would definitely be among the top 100 in our Jiangdong City martial arts examination. Even the million genius Zhao Lei praises him. This time, everyone's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Who on earth is this person? If he's so strong, why doesn't he go to a martial arts university, but comes here to take their repeat slots? Could it be that, like Zhao Lei, he was recruited by the academy to boost scores for next year's martial arts examination? At this moment, the senior instructor Wang Tieshan, who had been in a state of shock, finally came back to his senses. He trembled as he flipped through Su Kuan's enrollment record and martial arts exam report. Carefully reading. Martial arts exam admission result, not admitted. Martial arts exam data, punching power 90 kilograms, speed 13 seconds. Wang Tieshan rubbed his eyes and looked again. Still 90 kilograms. He lifted his head to look at the testing apparatus where the number 215 kilograms had not yet faded. This doesn't add up. Wang Tieshan muttered to himself, feeling his mind struggling to process. Is this really Su Kuan? Same name. He carefully checked the ID number and photo. No mistake, it was the same person. But a month ago, he only had 90 kilograms in the exam, and today it's 215 kilograms. There's no way he could have gained that quickly even with steroids. Wang Tieshan, an experienced martial artist who had been in the martial arts world for decades, was now completely bewildered. Several other instructors gathered around, glancing at the outrageous data comparison, each exchanging bewildered looks. Old Wang, this kid, could he be intentionally downplaying his scores? One instructor speculated wildly, is it possible that he deliberately concealed his strength during the exam? That can't be. Another instructor nodded repeatedly. What would he gain from that? This isn't just an underperformer. This is a dragon crossing the river. Wang Tieshan took a deep breath, closing the folder, his gaze intensely fixated on Su Kuan, who was drinking water a short distance away. No matter the reason, he had struck gold. This was undoubtedly the biggest opportunity Beichen Martial Arts Academy had come across in the past decade. With some cultivation, he would be a living gold signboard. Wang Tieshan strode toward Su Kuan, his previously stern expression instantly melting away into what he believed was his most amiable smile. Ahem, you must be Su Kuan, right? Wang Tieshan rubbed his hands, his tone so gentle that the surrounding older students felt goosebumps. Are you tired? Are you hungry? Would you like to go eat something at our academy's buffet first? Our cafeteria has a master chef who is a national banquet chef. Su Kuan's previously calm expression suddenly lit up. It was the look of a starving wolf spotting meat. Coach, is it really enough to fill me up? Su Kuan swallowed, realizing that although he hadn't exhausted much energy in the last round of tests, the supplies in his stomach had been depleted. That damn hunger pang returned. It will definitely be enough. Not only will it fill you up, but from now on your meals will be completely free. Wang Tieshan patted his chest, making promises. He had no idea how expensive a promise he had just made. The North Star Martial Arts Hall dining hall. Here the decor is resplendent, resembling a five-star hotel buffet, more than a cafeteria. The air is filled with the rich aroma of high-grade ingredients. Su Kuan, don't be polite, treat this place like your own home. Wang Tieshan smiled broadly, waving his hand grandly as he said, the ingredients here are all sourced from the wild area, consisting of low-level beast meat rich in vital energy. A single plate outside costs hundreds, but here you can eat as much as you like. At that moment, Wang Tieshan was calculating in his mind. A person just 1.66 meters tall, even if a martial artist, how much could they eat at most? 3 kilograms of meat. 5 kilograms of meat. This little cost could yield an infinitely promising genius. What a bargain. Really. Eat as much as you want. Su Kuan stood at the serving counter, his Adam's apple bobbing violently. In his view, the food before him was not sustenance, but shimmering orbs of energy. The braised ironback pork ribs, the clear braised unicorn beef, and the stir-fried Gale chicken hearts. The dormant giant bloodline within him seemed to sense the blood scent, sending frantic feeding commands to his brain. Eat. Devour them all. Of course. Our cafeteria's meals are completely free. Wang Tieshan patted his chest, and even kindly handed Su Kuan the largest stainless steel tray, saying, being able to eat is a blessing, you must eat more to grow. Thank you, instructor. Su Kuan ceased his chatter, took the tray, and his gaze instantly sharpened. He did not pick and choose like an ordinary person, but directly lifted a basin weighing 2 kilograms filled with black pepper beef steak, pouring both the basin and meat onto his tray. Next came a whole honey-glazed roasted chicken, 20 fist-sized meat buns, and a large basin of medicinal. In the blink of an eye, the enormous tray was piled high like a small mountain. Wang Tieshan's eyelids twitched. Good appetite. Youth is the time for growth. I understand. However, 5 minutes later, Wang Tieshan's smile gradually stiffened on his face. Su Kuan at the dining table seemed to morph into a relentless food shredder. He barely needed to chew. The meat in his mouth was easily torn and swallowed like tofu. That basin of steak was gone in 2 minutes. The entire roasted chicken bones included was bitten and crushed crunch swallowed down. Gulp! Su Kuan threw his head back and a large basin of turtle soup vanished into his mouth like a whale swallowing water. As a large volume of high-energy food entered his stomach, Su Kuan felt a fierce fire igniting. Energy intake in progress. Giant bloodline transformation in progress. This scorching flow immediately spread to his limbs, and the sensation of cells rejoicing and bones itching surged back. Not enough. Still not enough. Su Kuan's eyes reddened slightly as he set down the empty tray and charged towards the serving counter again. Master, I want that basin of braised meat. And that leg of lamb, give me 5. Rice? Don't use a bowl, just bring me the inner pot of that rice. The chef in charge of serving trembled with his spoon, looking at this seemingly insatiable youth with terror. Student. This is the meat of an iron-armored rhino. It's hard to digest. Eating too much will explode your body. It's fine, I digest well. Su Kuan snatched the tray away, turning to leave. By the 10th minute, the empty trays at his feet had already piled to 1 meter high. By the 20th minute, the empty trays filled half the table. Wang Taizhan's smile had completely vanished, replaced by cold sweat. He stiffly turned to the nearby waiter and asked, "How much? How much has he eaten?" The waiter, trembling, pressed a string of numbers on the calculator. Instructor, by market price. This meal has already cost 18,000 yuan. And the stock in the preparation area is running low. 18,000. Wang Taizhan felt darkness cloud his vision, clutching his chest, nearly passing out. This isn't just a genius they recruited, this is a glutton. If he eats like this every day, his year-end bonus as a senior instructor will be devoured. At this moment, the dining hall erupted into chaos. Damn, I just figured it out. At the next table, a boy covered in acne suddenly slapped his thigh, staring fervently at the towering pile of Su Kuan's empty trays. No wonder his punch strength can reach 215 kilograms. No wonder he's a genius. His companion looked confused. Why? Because he can eat. Think about it, beast meat is full of energy, but us ordinary people digest slowly. Just eating a piece makes us feel full. But him, he digests as much as he eats. What does that mean? It means his internal organs are operating at high intensity. Even eating is training his insides. Eating is cultivation. This is the secret of the strong. As soon as this statement was made, a group of new students around suddenly realized. That makes sense. Why didn't I think of that? As long as you expand your stomach, your vital energy will naturally increase. Let's eat as long as we don't die from eating. Let's eat to our heart's content. Amidst the murmurs, a tall and sturdy figure walked directly to Su Kuan's table with a tray. As the shadow fell, Su Kuan looked up. The other person had thick eyebrows and big eyes, looking quite simple. He gazed at the shiny, clean tray in front of Su Kuan with admiration, extending a hand like a large fan. Let's get acquainted. Zhao Lei grinned widely, revealing a row of big white teeth, then added a self-introduction that left others puzzled. I'm Zhao Lei, not Big Lei. Puffed. The sip of water Su Kuan had just taken almost spewed out. This guy is interesting. Su Kuan wiped his mouth, reached out to shake Zhao Lei's hand, feeling the thick calluses on his palm, obviously a dedicated practitioner. Hello, Big Lei, I'm Su Kuan. I'm Zhao Lei, not Big Lei. All right, Big Lei. No, Big Lei. All right, Little Lei. Zhao Lei. He pulled out a chair and sat across from Su Kuan, looking at the half-eaten beast leg bone still in Su Kuan's hand, genuinely exclaiming, Brother Kuan, I'm truly impressed. I noticed in the testing hall earlier that your physical quality is solid. Now seeing your appetite. Tisk, even more impressive. I can only eat 2 kilograms of beast meat per meal at my limit. Eating any more will make me bleed from my nose. You must have eaten at least 10 kilograms, right? Not bad, feeling about 70% full. Su Kuan casually fibbed, casually crunching down the last piece of soft bone and swallowing it. Zhao Lei gave a thumbs up. You're a tough one. From now on at the martial arts hall, I Zhao Lei will follow Brother Su. If there's anything I don't understand, Brother Su, please guide me. Though it was their first meeting, due to Zhao Lei's straightforward personality, they quickly hit it off. See, geniuses all dine together. Geniuses are all competing on who can eat more. Damn it, I'm in. I want to get stronger too. The previously acne-faced boy gritted his teeth and charged to the serving window. Master, give me 5 kilograms of iron-armored rhino meat. The chef's hand shook. Student, you'll burst. Less talking. If Zhao Lei and Su Kuan can eat, so can I. I want to overtake them. Inspired by him, the atmosphere in the dining hall changed dramatically. The students who were originally eating slowly began to stuff meat into their mouths like they were on steroids. For the vital energy. For the martial arts exam. Eat. As long as we don't die, let's eat to the max. In an instant, the entire dining hall was filled with the sound of chewing resembling a pigsty. Su Kuan watched this scene, blinking in confusion as he asked Zhao Lei what's happening to them. Although the meat is free, it shouldn't be this frantic, right? Zhao scratched his head and chuckled. Maybe everyone's reached their growth period. Wang Taizhan sat nearby watching the group of trend-following students with his eyelids twitching, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Sure enough, in less than 3 minutes. Ugh! The acne-faced boy turned pale, covering his mouth as he rushed to the restroom first. Following that, a chain reaction occurred. I can't take it anymore. The energy is too intense. I'm going to explode. Ugh! Who the hell said eating is cultivation? I want to die. Restroom. Where's there any space in the restroom? The dining hall, once filled with bravado, instantly transformed into a large-scale disaster scene. Dozens of students turned pale, clutching their stomachs as they queued to run to the restroom, while the rest were slumped in their chairs, rolling their eyes, clearly unable to handle the excess. Beast meat contains violent energy. Ordinary martial artists can't handle it like Su Kuan does as a meal. Watching the chaos unfold, Wang Taizhan painfully covered his face. What a calamity! Recruiting a glutton was bad enough. Now he led a bunch of fools astray. Only Su Kuan, watching the chaotic scene, thoughtfully stroked his chin and said to Zhao Lei, "It seems that being a food bucket requires talent too. In this regard, they can't compare to me." Zhao Lei looked at Su Kuan's sincere expression, then at the group of students vomiting uncontrollably, and solemnly nodded. "Brother Su, I feel like you're insulting them, but I have no evidence." Ding! Host energy reserves have reached 30 of the current Bodhi's capacity. The prompt in his mind made Su Kuan's actions pause slightly. At this moment, he was flushed with steam faintly rising from his skin, a sign of his qi and blood operating at their peak. A large amount of food essence was crushed and refined, transforming into the purest nutrients, wildly nourishing his bones and muscles. Crack, crack. A sound that made one's teeth ache echoed from within Su Kuan. Wang Tieshan, sitting across, was initially pained by the money, but suddenly froze at the sound, his gaze sharp. Is that the sound of bones undergoing secondary growth? He looked at Su Kuan in disbelief. Under visible circumstances, the sleeves of Su Kuan's loose sportswear actually shrank slightly upwards. His shoulders seemed to have broadened, his spine straightened, and the entire person sitting there exuded a pressure that only ferocious beast could possess. Su Kuan dropped the 10th leg bone of the lamb, exhaling a long plume of white mist. This meal was truly satisfying. If he were to buy this outside, the energy required for this meal would at least cost him a year's allowance. But at the martial arts hall, it was free. He stood up and his joints popped with a series of crisp sounds. Instructor. Su Kuan looked at the pale-faced Wang Tieshan, scratching his head a bit embarrassedly. It seems I accidentally ate a bit too much gum. What time does dinner start? Wang Taizhan stumbled, almost falling as he supported himself on the table. He looked at Su Kuan, who seemed to have grown a little taller, his mouth twitching uncontrollably, finally gritting his teeth to squeeze out a sentence. Su Kuan. Honestly, tell me, are you really human? Su Kuan glanced down at his tightening belt, feeling secretly pleased. During this half hour of frenzied eating, he could clearly feel his height. Probably about to break through again. Who knows how many kilograms of strength enhancement he would gain. Instructor, I'm definitely human. Su Kuan grinned, revealing a set of bright white teeth shining particularly brightly under the dining hall lights. It's just that I'm still in the growth period. At 2 in the afternoon at the Beichin Martial Arts School Training Hall C, dozens of repeat students clad in identical white training outfits stood neatly aligned in the center of the arena. Although the air conditioning in the hall was sufficient, the atmosphere was uncomfortably heated. Standing at the front, responsible for teaching, was the infamous devil instructor of the Beichin Martial Arts School, Shen Bing. True to her name, Shen Bing exuded a cold and striking aura, her black form-fitting combat attire accentuating her class figure, especially her long straight legs captivating any man's gaze. Yet the students dared not steal a glance, for those legs could break alloy steaks. Her martial arts prowess was that of a grandmaster. In the path of martial arts, the body is the vessel. Holding a teaching whip, Shen Bing's voice was icy. The reason you failed is that your vessel is not sturdy enough. This afternoon I will teach you the tiger demon stretch from the 5 animals body refinement technique, the best method to temper your spinal dragon. Everyone follow my lead. Bend back, channel energy through your spine like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. Hua! The students shouted in unison, their faces reddening as they desperately mimicked Shen Bing's movements, sweat quickly soaking their garments. However, in the last row of the group, Su Kuan was experiencing the most challenging moment of his life, battling drowsiness. The massive meal of exotic beast meat from earlier was now churning violently in his stomach. The giant bloodline was fully operational, delivering a massive flow of energy to every cell in his body. This intense digestive process caused a surge of blood to rush to his stomach, leaving his brain severely oxygen-deprived. Drowsy. It was a profound drowsiness that seemed to drag his very soul into slumber. No. My eyelids feel so heavy. Su Kuan struggled to keep his eyes open, but the weight of drowsiness was overwhelming. In his hazy state, he felt as though he had returned to the womb, every bone in his body radiating heat and itchiness. Eventually, he succumbed, maintaining a half-squatting horse stance as his head slowly drooped, and he fell asleep. 2 hours later, the routine had been practiced dozens of times. Shin Bing relaxed her stance, a fine sheen of sweat on her forehead. All right, stop. With a gaze like lightning, Shin Bing scanned the entire room. Now I will check your progress. Zhao Lei stepped forward. Yes. Zhao Lei strode out, his muscular physique bulging impressively, full of vitality. Although he had overeaten at lunch, he was not drowsy. Instead, he was bursting with energy. Demonstrate the tiger demon stretch. Zhao Lei took a deep breath, exerting force through his waist, his body snapping into shape like a bowstring, his spine cracking with a series of loud pops as he threw a punch, the wind howling. The movement was precise and powerful. Surrounding students cast envious glances, truly a talent worth a million. Even Shin Bing's cold face rarely showed a hint of satisfaction as she nodded, saying, "Not bad, the movement is standard and the force is smooth. Zhao Lei's foundation is very solid. He is a model for you all to learn from. Even if you are repeat students, as long as you focus and work hard like Zhao Lei, there is still hope for next year's martial exam." Receiving praise, Zhao Lei scratched his head foolishly, but his gaze instinctively flickered to the corner. After all, in his heart, Su Kuan, who had devoured dozens of pounds of meat at lunch, was the true big shot. Following Zhao Lei's gaze, Shin Bing also looked toward the corner. In the next moment, the hint of satisfaction on her face instantly froze, replaced by an imminent fury. In the corner of the group, Su Kuan had his head bowed, his body rhythmically rising and falling with his breaths, even drooling from the corner of his mouth. In that deathly silent, serious classroom, a faint sound of snoring could even be heard. Hua! Lu! The entire room fell into silence. All the students covered their mouths in horror, some even silently mourning for Su Kuan. Sleeping in the presence of the devil instructor. Was he courting death? Was that a desire for a long life? A vein twitched at Shin Bing's temple as she marched over in her combat boots, the sound echoing sharply as she approached Su Kuan, an icy killing intent enveloping the space. Standing beside him, Zhao Lei was sweating bullets. Without a second thought, he jabbed Su Kuan sharply. "Kuan, go. Wake up. Someone's going to die." "Huh? Is it time to eat?" Su Kuan jolted awake, groggily lifting his head, wiping drool from the corner of his mouth, his eyes dazed. What happened? Is there still lamb leg? The air seemed to freeze. Shin Bing looked down at Su Kuan, her gaze as cold as if she were staring at a corpse. "Su Kuan, right. I remember your martial exam file. Is this your attitude towards repeating? Sleeping in class, practicing martial arts in your dreams? Do you think that because your grades are poor you can act however you want? With a mindset like yours, even the best resources would be wasted. You'll still fail the martial exam next year." Shin Bing's anger escalated as she pointed the teaching whip at Su Kuan's nose. "Stand up. Since you slept so soundly, you must have practiced well, right? Come show everyone how you practice the tiger demon stretch in your dreams." At this moment, Su Kuan was finally fully awake. Looking at the furious beauty instructor before him, he awkwardly scratched his head. That nap had been too deep. He felt as if his body had been reshaped, filled with explosive power, every inch of his skin taut and uncomfortable. Instructor, it wasn't intentional. Mainly my body is still developing, so I get sleepy easily," Su Kuan explained. "Developing?" Shin Bing laughed in anger. "At 19 you're telling me about development. Enough nonsense, stand up. If you can't perform the movement, 1,000 push-ups." "Oh, all right." Su Kuan took a deep breath and stood up as instructed. However, just as he straightened his back, attempting to do an expansion exercise to relieve his stiffness, a sudden change occurred. The training outfit that had fit him reasonably well suddenly felt as if it had been put on a brown bear. As his chest muscles bulged, his back muscles expanded. Rip! A sharp tearing sound echoed through the quiet training hall, sounding exceptionally jarring. Following that was boom, boom, boom. The 3 buttons on the chest of the training outfit flew off like bullets. The sturdy outfit was unexpectedly burst apart by his expanding muscles. Under the tattered fabric, Su Kuan's chiseled chest muscles and sharply defined abs were instantly exposed to the air. These were not the kind of lifeless muscles built from protein powder in the gym. Each muscle was infused with terrifying explosive power, forming a perfectly streamlined body. If Su Kuan in the morning was still slim and clothes muscular without them, now he seemed to have simply taken a nap, and his upper body appeared to have inflated like a balloon. The visual impact was overwhelming. Su Kuan looked down at the remnants of his training outfit hanging from his chest, a confused expression on his face. "This outfit is not very good quality. Did you buy it at a discount?" Silence. A deathly silence. The male students who had been ready to watch a joke were wide-eyed, and female students instantly flushed, some even covering their mouths in shock, their gazes unable to look away. What a wild physique. And standing opposite him, Shun Bing, who had been filled with rage, suddenly found her anger caught in her throat. As a seasoned martial artist, she recognized the signs immediately. The firmness of these muscles, the faint glow of blood flow beneath the skin. This was clearly the early manifestation of copper skin iron bones that would only appear upon mastering the tiger demon body refinement technique. How is this possible? Shin Bing's lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. I just checked the file. He was clearly thin and weak. How could he have transformed so drastically after just one lunchtime? Could it be he really developed while sleeping? Zhao Lei beside her was even more dumbfounded, swallowing hard. Kuan Ge. That was not sleeping, you were secretly improving, weren't you? Su Kuan helplessly tore off the remnants of his outfit, exposing his strong upper body, looking at Shin Bing. Instructor, I don't need to pay for the damaged clothes, right? Do you still need me to demonstrate the tiger demon stretch? Shin Bing took a deep breath, forcibly, suppressing the shock in her heart, her expression becoming complex. The headmaster had only mentioned that there was a genius named Zhao Lei to pay special attention to. But no one had ever told her that there was also a clothing-bursting monster hiding here. No need for a demonstration anymore. Shin Bing fixed her gaze on Su Kuan's terrifying muscle definition, her voice somewhat dry. Go to the strength tester over there, use all your might, and punch it for me to see. Oh. Su Kuan walked over to the strength tester. This time he didn't bother with any extra build-up. He simply threw a casual punch, even with a hint of laziness. But at the moment his fist struck, it felt as if the air was compressed and exploded. Boom! The alloy pole trembled violently, producing a sound that was twice as loud as Zhao Lei's test in the morning. Shin Bing stared intently at the display screen. The numbers were wildly jumping, finally settling on a value that made her scalp tingle. 248 kilograms. It was 215 kilograms in the morning. After a meal and a nap, he gained 33 kilograms of strength. Su Kuan, thrilled, casually checked his height on the nearby scale. Height, 167. 0 centimeters, weight, 59. 0 kilograms. I've grown taller again. Su Kuan looked down, examining his muscular upper body. Just yesterday, he was a weak boy standing at 165 centimeters and weighing 50 kilograms. In less than 24 hours, his height had increased by 2 centimeters and his weight had surged by 9 kilograms. This 9-kilogram gain was not fat, but rather high-density bones and tightly coiled muscle fibers. The speed of this growth was akin to having pressed an accelerator. At this rate, reaching 2 or even 3 meters is just around the corner. Su Kuan clenched his fist, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing crisply. Across from him, Shin Bing's shock gradually morphed into a gaze that resembled one directed at a monster. This kid, is he really just a repeat student? As a master-level expert, Shin Bing had a sharp eye. She could clearly sense that Su Kuan's vitality was surging within him like a mighty river, a level of vigor that even surpassed that of advanced martial artists. No, it's definitely abnormal for such a freak to appear in a repeat class. I must report this to the headmaster immediately. He might be an undercover agent sent by another faction, or could it be an awakened mutated bloodline? Shin Bing's thoughts raced, but her expression remained frosty. She looked at Su Kuan, who was bare-chested with his clothes now reduced to mere rags hanging around his waist, and frowned slightly. Although your physique is impressive, the dojo prohibits running around naked. Su Kuan snapped back to reality and awkwardly tugged at the rags around his waist. Instructor, I didn't bring any spare clothes. Shin Bing shot him an exasperated glance, then decisively unzipped her jacket and took off her black tactical coat. Were mine. She tossed the coat to Su Kuan. As the coat came off, a synchronized gasp filled the train. Hiss! Without the coat's cover, Shin Bing was left in a tight-fitting white shirt. Yet the image was anything but delicate. It exuded an explosive aesthetic of power. Shin Bing stood at an impressive height of 180 centimeters, a full head taller than the current Su Kuan. Years of extreme training had endowed her with a physique that even surpassed that of most men. The white shirt was stretched tightly across her exaggerated chest muscles, with the buttons at the front being pulled into an oval shape, as if they could burst off at any moment like Su Kuan's just did. This was no fragile female teacher. She was clearly a walking human-shaped beast. Su Kuan took the warm coat, trying it on. Initially, he thought the women's clothes would be small on him, but to his surprise, they fit perfectly. In fact, it was a bit loose around the chest. Thank you, instructor, Su Kuan sincerely exclaimed. Instructor, your figure. It's really great, and the coat is... Shin Bing snorted coldly, adjusting the slightly tight collar of her shirt, and declared proudly, for a martial artist, muscles are armor. Your small frame still needs training. Wash it clean, and return it to me tomorrow. After saying this, she glanced at the time and waved to the class. That's it for today's lesson, dismissed. Shin Bing turned and strode away, her tall and broad back causing several male students to shiver with awe. Once the instructor left, the atmosphere in the training hall relaxed instantly. But Su Kuan did not leave. The energy he had just absorbed was still swirling chaotically within him. He needed to vent it. Delay wanna practice? Su Kuan moved his neck. Sure. Brother Kuan, I Zhao Lei am not one to back down. Zhao Lei's competitive spirit was ignited. The two of them began a crazy bout of internal competition in the training hall. Su Kuan practiced the tiger demon stretch, repeatedly each stretch of his spine, making him feel as if his body was being forged anew. Strength 1. Agility 1. Though there was no system panel indicating it, he could feel his body rejoice. Beside him, Zhao Lei watched Su Kuan's tireless figure gritting his teeth to keep up. Damn it, if geniuses work this hard, what reason do I have to slack off? Let's train. Train until we drop dead. The two of them didn't leave the martial arts hall until the sun had set. Brother Kuan, see you tomorrow. I need to go home and eat 6 kilograms of beef to replenish. Zhao Lei waved goodbye. See you tomorrow. Su Kuan patted his now grumbling stomach, his eyes glinting with green light. It was time to go home for dinner. Meanwhile, at the top of the Beichen Martial Arts Hall in the headmaster's office stood a sprightly old man dressed in a tang suit, his hair grayed, but his spirit youthful. He was Wan Jun, the headmaster of the Beichen Martial Arts Hall, a true martial arts master and a prominent figure in Jiangdong City. At that moment, senior instructor Wang Taizhan stood excitedly in front of the desk, holding a data report. Headmaster, you must take a look at this. Our repeat class this year might have struck gold. Wang Taizhan handed over the testing data for Su Kuan from the morning. Oh, are you referring to that Zhao Lei who signed for $1 million? Lin Wanjun casually glanced at the report he received. No, it's not Zhao Lei. It's a student named Su Kuan who didn't pay for a contract and simply enrolled by paying tuition. Wang Taizhan pointed to the red circle on the data. Look, this is his testing data from this morning. Punching power 215 kilograms, speed 10. 82 seconds, and his endurance is extraordinarily high. Lin Wanjun raised an eyebrow, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. This data is indeed outstanding for a repeat student. At the initial level of body refinement, he could even make it into the top 100 in martial arts exams. I don't recall our martial arts hall signing such a genius. Wang Taizhan swallowed hard and pulled out another sheet from the bottom of the folder. Headmaster, take a look at this. This is his official score sheet from the martial arts exam. Lin Wanjun, puzzled, accepted it and scanned the results. Punching power, 90 kilograms. Lin Wanjun's pupils instantly constricted, and he looked up sharply at Wang Tieshan, his voice low. Old Wang, are you joking with me? It's only been half a month since the martial arts exam. His strength increased by 125 kilograms. Did he take drugs? Wang Taizhan replied. I checked. His blood test upon enrollment showed everything normal with no drug residues. Wang Taizhan smiled wryly. I thought the machine was broken, but he tested several times, and it was consistent each time. An explosive increase of over 100 kilograms in a short time. Lin Wanjun gently tapped his fingers on the desk, his eyes sparkling with intensity. Could this be some sort of special hidden physical awakening? At that moment, there was a knock at the office door, which was then pushed open. Xin Bing, dressed in a white shirt, strode in. She was also holding a freshly printed test sheet. Headmaster, is Instructor Wang here too? Xin Bing glanced at Wang Taizhan and placed the sheet directly on the desk, her tone serious. Headmaster, I have an important situation to report. A monster has appeared in my class. Lin Wanjun smiled. Ah, Xin Bing, you're here too. Are you talking about that Su Kuan? Old Wang was just telling me about him. He really is a freak. No. Xin Bing interrupted the headmaster, pointing to the new sheet on the desk. That was the old data from this morning. This is the data I just measured 10 minutes ago. Lin Wanjun and Wang Taizhan both paused, looking down. On the freshly printed paper, a bold black line read testing time, 1630, punching power, 248 kilograms, hiss. Wang Taizhan gasped in shock, his eyes nearly popping out. What a monster. 248. I measured it this morning at 215, in just this afternoon. He increased by 33 kilograms. The office fell into a deathly silence. Even the experienced headmaster Lin Wanjun couldn't help but stand up, leaning on the desk, staring intently at that number. If an increase of over 100 kilograms in half a month could still be explained as gradual accumulation or enlightenment, then an increase of 33 kilograms in just half a day merely after a meal and a nap exceeded all common sense of human martial arts. Xin Bing, is the data accurate? Lin Wanjun asked seriously. I personally watched him perform it. Xin Bing recalled the moment when his clothes had burst, her expression complex. Moreover, his muscle density is extraordinarily high. Headmaster, this Su Kuan. His growth rate is simply unreasonable. Lin Wanjun took a deep breath, his eyes bursting with unprecedented brilliance. 215 in the morning, 248 in the afternoon. If he continues at this rate, how much will it be tomorrow? And the day after tomorrow? We've struck gold. Our Beichen Martial Arts Hall has truly discovered a treasure this time. Lin Wanjun slammed the desk decisively. Old Wang, Xin Bing. All data regarding Su Kuan is classified as level secrets for the martial arts hall. Apart from the three of us, no one is allowed to leak it. Lin Wanjun's gaze was intense. I will personally test this kid tomorrow, and if it's true, we must sign him. The afterglow of the setting sun painted the streets of Jiangdong City in shades of orange and red. When Su Kuan returned home, the house was eerily quiet. On the dining table lay a note left by his motherly Showa. Kuan, your dad and I have taken on an urgent temporary task to clean up the wild areas outside the city from the strange beasts. We probably won't be back for about a month. There's prepared food in the fridge, you just heat it up to eat. Take care of your sister. Su Kuan held the note, frowning slightly. Although both of his parents were registered warriors, the wild areas were, after all, the territory of strange beasts, and even the outskirts were filled with uncontrollable dangers. Cleaning up strange beasts. Su Kuan murmured to himself. Although such tasks carry high risks, the rewards are also substantial. It seems they're doing this to cover my repeat tuition fees and Yunyun's tutoring class costs. This was the norm in a warrior family. Behind the glamorous facade lay the helplessness of trading lives for money. Click. The front door was pushed open. Dad, Mom, I'm starving. What's for dinner tonight? Before she was seen, her voice was heard. Su Yunyun rushed in with her backpack. As soon as she entered the living room, she spotted a figure standing by the dining table. The figure had broad shoulders and a narrow waist, and the black t-shirt clung tightly to the muscles of his back, vaguely revealing the lines of his spine, exuding a sense of formidable strength. Su Yunyun suddenly halted in her tracks, retreating a step with caution, gripping the strap of her backpack tightly. Who are you? What are you doing in my house? I tell you, my parents are warriors and can beat you to a pulp. Su Kuan turned around, amused at his sister's defensive stance. Su Yunyun, are you itching for trouble? You don't even recognize your brother. Brother? Su Yunyun's eyes widened in disbelief as her backpack fell to the ground with a thud. She rushed over and circled Su Kuan 3 times, as if observing some rare species. Heavens! Is it really you? Su Yunyun even stood on her tiptoes, reaching out to poke Su Kuan's arm, muscle the hard texture, making her gasp. You didn't look this big when you left in the morning. Did you take hormones? Or were you possessed by an alien? Now Su Kuan, though not yet a giant, had transformed so much that he seemed like a completely different person from the frail youth he once was. Less nonsense. Do you understand what a second growth spurt is? Su Kuan flicked her forehead. Mom and Dad are on a mission and won't be home. They went out again. Su Yunyun rubbed her forehead, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes, but she quickly regained her spirits. So what are we having for dinner tonight? Su Kuan took out the prepared dishes from the fridge. Su Yunyun had no appetite, and on a whim said, Brother, since you didn't pass the exam, your mood must be bad. Let's go. Tonight I'm treating you to a nice meal. Su Kuan patted his stomach. Although he had eaten a lot at the martial arts school, he digested it quickly and was indeed a bit hungry again. You're treating. Do you have money? Su Yunyun patted her chest, looking proud. Don't underestimate me. I've saved my pocket money for a long time, originally planning to buy that limited edition figurine. If you benefit from it. Let's go eat at the awakens barbecue. An hour later. At the Jinhan's all-you-can-eat barbecue restaurant. Brother. Dear brother. Why don't you take a break? Su Yunyun sat across from him, gripping her chopsticks, trembling slightly. She wasn't afraid of the money, as the awakens price was fixed at 298 yuan per person, and it had already been paid. What frightened her was the manager, who was pacing around the dining area. Su Kuan's table was already piled high with empty plates, like a defensive tower obscuring half of his face. The grilled pork belly, strange beast beef, and large shrimp were sizzling with oil. Su Kuan hardly used any dipping sauce, shoveling the cooked food directly into his mouth. Other guests were there to savor the food, while he was there to stock up. Not far away, the plump manager wearing a bow tie had gone from a professional fake smile to a dark scowl. He glared at Su Kuan, holding a walkie-talkie, his eyes fierce, as if he were staring at the murderer of his father. Brother, let's leave. Su Yunyun lowered her voice, keeping her head down. That manager has been grinding his teeth. I'm afraid he might come over and hit us. Is this enough? I'm just getting started. Su Kuan had his mouth stuffed with meat as he mumbled, What are you afraid of? The rule of awakens is to eat as much as you want as long as you don't waste it. Have I wasted anything? I even ate the lettuce leaves. Although the manager was displeased, he could only force a smile, because Su Yunyun had already turned on her phone camera. This is my brother. Is there anything you fancy? Su Yunyun casually posted a Douyin video. Alright, leave a pair of shorts for the boss. Su Kuan, having eaten until he was 9/10 full, reluctantly swallowed the last piece of beef. As they walked out of the restaurant, Su Yunyun could clearly feel the intense gaze on her back, pulling Su Kuan to run all the way until they turned the street corner and sighed in relief. Phew. That scared me to death. Su Yunyun patted her chest. Brother, you can really eat. She suspected her brother might have developed bulimia due to the disappointment of not passing the exam. but she didn't dare to say it outright. It's rare for you to treat me, though I have to eat back what I spent, so this isn't a loss. Su Kuan calculated that this should be one of the 2 times in his lifetime that his sister treated him to a meal. The last time was still the last time. The sky had darkened. Su Yunyun still had to attend her evening martial arts tutoring class, so Su Kuan walked her there. The siblings walked under the streetlights, their shadows stretching long. Brother, Su Yunyun suddenly spoke, her voice a bit somber. Actually, I know that Mom and Dad work so hard to take on tasks for us. Your repeat fees cost several thousand yuan, and my advanced tutoring classes also require money. They are not getting any younger, yet they still have to fight against those beasts. The girl's voice held a hint of choked emotion. If I had known, I wouldn't have signed up for this tutoring class anyway, or after all, I'm only in the 2nd year of high school. Su Kuan stopped walking, looking at his sister's drooping head, feeling a pang in his heart. In this world without money, one cannot move a step. He rubbed Su Yunyun's head, his tone firm. Silly girl, what are you thinking? You don't need to worry about money. Focusing on practicing martial arts is the best way to repay Mom and Dad. Su Kuan had already made plans in his mind. With his current strength, his punching power had long surpassed the standards of a formal warrior. As long as he went to the Martial Arts Association tomorrow to pass the assessment for registered warrior, he could receive a substantial government subsidy each month. Moreover, once he became a registered warrior, he could also take on some simple tasks. Making money wouldn't be hard. Su Yunyun's eyes were red, and she nodded vigorously. When they arrived at the tutoring class building, Su Kuan smiled and waved his hand. Hurry inside, don't be lazy. Brother, you two work hard. Su Yunyun clenched her small fist. Next year you'll definitely get into Wu University. Watching Su Kuan's tall figure disappear into the night, Su Yunyun's smile gradually faded, replaced by a seriousness and determination that belied her age. Instead of immediately entering the tutoring class, she turned and hid in a dark corner of the hallway. Confirming that no one was around, she seemed to have an illusion appear before her, murmuring to the air, "Deep red." A deep red semi-transparent panel appeared before her eyes, visible only to her. Deep red point system host, Su Yunyun, vitality 0. 88. Spirit 1. 2 current balance, 120 yuan, redeemable points 0. 01 note 1 0 yuan, in real currency 1 attribute point. Yes, she had a cheat. But this damn system was a thorough money-eating beast. Paying money would make one stronger. However, the exchange rate was simply robbery. No one knew how hard Su Yunyun had it for the past few years. She never bought snacks at school, never bought new clothes, and even refrained from buying the little accessories that girls loved. Every year's red envelope money, her parents' pocket money, and even the little earnings from running errands for classmates. She secretly saved all of it and recharged it into this system. For a full 5 years. She lived frugally and was even called Little Cheapskate. But what was the result? All her savings barely redeemed less than 1 attribute point. Her vitality was raised from the original 0.6 to the current 0.88. Her mental strength increased from 0.6 to the current 1.2. She dared not add more to her vitality, fearing it would draw attention and be seen as a monster for dissection. Still too slow. Su Yunyun leaned against the wall, looking at the balance of 120 yuan, her eyes slightly moist. Brother, you must feel really bad about not passing. Mom and Dad are working so hard in the wild. Yet I haven't even touched the threshold to become a formal warrior. At this rate, even if she saved up until high school graduation, she wouldn't gather enough to reach 1.0 and become a formal warrior. This was the tragedy of the poor. Even with a golden finger, without money to recharge, she was just as useless. I want to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can I share the pressure at home. Only by becoming stronger can I protect my brother and that Yi Qingyi. Isn't she just relying on her family's wealth and resources? When I have money, I can also become a top student. At that time, I'll bring her back to be my sister-in-law and have her wash my brother's feet. But where would the money come from? Should she ask her parents? Su Yunyun was still in high school and didn't dare to ask. Her parents wouldn't give her any money either. The one who understood her best was Big Data. It was as if her phone knew her thoughts, and an advertisement popped up on the screen. No collateral, instant approval, daily interest, as low as 0.01. Martial arts loan supporting every young person's dream. Maximum limit of 5,000 yuan. The bright red click to borrow button seemed like the devil's temptation, exuding a deadly allure. If only I could borrow 1,000. No, 2,000. If I gather enough attributes, I can break my vitality to 1.0 and become a Kwasa warrior. Kwasa warriors receive scholarships, and then I can pay it back. Just this once. Su Yunyun's fingers were trembling. She knew this was the abyss. But thinking of her brother's failure and the image of her parents fighting for their lives in the wild, she felt she had no way out. For the sake of this family, the girl gritted her teeth, her face pale, but her eyes shining with a frightening light. Snap! Her fingertip fell. Click apply. Approval granted. 1000 yuan has been credited. Watching the balance change in an instant, Su Yunyun took a deep breath, her gaze turning fervent. Deep red add points. The first rays of morning sunlight seeped through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating Su Kun's face. Su Kun suddenly opened his eyes, feeling no remnants of sleepiness, but rather a surge of energy ready to explode. Su Kun rolled out of bed, and as soon as his feet hit the ground, he felt something was off about the sensation beneath him. The once loose slippers. Su Kun rolled out of bed, and as soon as his feet hit the ground, he felt something was off about the sensation beneath him. The once loose slippers now felt a bit tight, with his heels even protruding slightly. What embarrassed him even more was, ouch, why are these underwear so tight? Su Kun tugged at the fabric caught at the top of his thighs. The once fitting boxer shorts now felt as constricting as a noose around his fate, and he feared they might rip if he took a larger step. Looks like I need to buy new clothes. Even my underwear needs to be a larger size. Su Kun sighed with a wry smile, heading over to the measuring device in the corner. Taking a deep breath, he stood still. Beep. Height 169. 0 centimeters, weight 66. 0 kilograms, what the hell? Su Kun looked at the data and clenched his fist tightly. Yesterday he was still 167 centimeters, and after just one night, he had grown 2 centimeters. Moreover, his weight had surged by 7 kilograms overnight. He walked to the mirror. The boy in the reflection, though not particularly tall, had completely shed the image of, with broad shoulders and chest muscles that looked inflated, especially the inverted triangle shape of his back. He exuded a wild, explosive power. Let's test my strength. Su Kun turned his gaze to the old wall-mounted dynamometer. This machine had a maximum limit of only 300 kilograms bought by his father during his middle school years. Let's give it a light punch to test it out. Su Kun did not gather strength, but casually swung his right arm using the newly inflated muscle power to punch the target. Bang! A dull thud was followed by a painful cracking sound. The whole wall seemed to shudder, and the dynamometer's display flickered wildly with garbled numbers before emitting a plume of black smoke and completely shutting down. In that moment, Su Kun seemed to catch a glimpse of a number flashing by, 360 kilograms. Su Kun stared at the sagging punching bag, scratching his head. Is it broken? He hadn't even exerted himself yet. The 300-kilogram limit clearly could no longer accommodate him. This was just a casual hit. If he unleashed his full power, Su Kun estimated, he wouldn't even dare to imagine. Forget it'll go test it at the martial arts school. Su Kun finished washing up and went to the kitchen. He took out pre-prepared dishes and several boxes of instant rice left by his mother from the fridge. He unceremoniously devoured 2 boxes of rice and 4 boxes of synthetic meat, feeling a warm flow rise in his stomach, and only then did he wipe his mouth contentedly. Just as he was reheating the remaining half of his breakfast and preparing to head out, the door to his sister's room opened. Su Yunyun stumbled out, her messy hair resembling a chicken's nest, half asleep. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she squinted and saw a broad figure in a tight black vest standing by the dining table with clearly defined arm muscles. Su Yunyun instinctively called out, "Dad, are you back to pick something up?" Su Kun, who was putting on his shoes, froze for a moment, turned around, and with a black line on his face replied, "Su Yunyun, it seems you really haven't woken up. You can't even recognize your own brother." Hearing the familiar voice, Su Yunyun's eyes widened, and the sleepiness vanished. "Brother?" She pointed at Su Kun, then looked again at the figure, her little head spinning. "Wait a minute. Just now from behind you looked about the same width as Dad." Su Yunyun walked over, circled around Su Kun, and with a strange gaze asked, "Brother, why do you feel different after not seeing you for just one night? This muscle. Did you inflate it? Still in my growth phase, no need to make a big deal out of it." Su Kun didn't give her a chance to continue her examination, glanced at the time, and urged, "There's rice in the pot, hurry up and eat while it's hot. After eating, hurry to school, don't be late. I'm heading to the martial arts school first." After saying that, Su Kun slung his bag over his shoulder and walked out, leaving Su Yunyun standing in the living room, scratching her head, feeling that something was off, but unable to pinpoint it. "It seems like my brother has gotten bigger again." After finishing breakfast, Su Yunyun felt as if a fire was burning inside her. That was the strength enhancement from her late-night training. Now I must be very strong. With full confidence, Su Yunyun walked over to the measuring device in the corner. "Let me test it." She took a deep breath and threw a punch. Huh. Her fist struck the target. The expected numbers did not appear, the screen remained pitch black, and even emitted a faint, burnt smell. Huh. Su Yunyun was stunned, patting the machine. Is it broken? Why isn't it responding? Looking at the sagging punching bag, a ridiculous yet delightful thought suddenly arose in her mind. Could it be? Is my strength so great that I broke the machine with one punch? Oh my god. Spending money on upgrades really works. Have I become a super strong girl too? Su Yunyun gazed at her small fist with delight, completely unaware that this was Su Kun's doing. Forget it'll test it at school. Let my classmates see that I am also a genius. At Bachin Martial Arts School, the morning air was permeated with the smell of sweat. As Su Kuan walked into the training hall dressed in slightly looser sportswear, a burly figure approached. Kuan Gu. Good morning. Zhao Lei exclaimed excitedly, holding a meat bun. But as soon as he got closer, his gaze was glued to Su Kun's chest, as if he had discovered a new world. What the hell, Kuan Gu? Zhao Lei swallowed the bun in his mouth, astonished. Why do I feel like your chest muscles have gotten bigger again? It's about to burst out of your clothes. Did you secretly practice bench presses at night, without me? Su Kuan glanced down helplessly, saying, still in my growth phase, still in my growth phase. This is a second growth spurt. Zhao Lei said enviously, his eyes turning into stars. Just as the two were chatting, a somewhat arrogant voice suddenly interjected from the side. Isn't this Su Kuan? Su Kuan turned around to see a boy in a martial arts assistant uniform walking over. The boy had slick back hair, a tall frame, and a hint of undisguised superiority in his gaze. Sunji. Su Kun's high school classmate, ranked in the top 10 of the martial arts exam in the school and 50 in the province. He had already been admitted to a prestigious martial arts university, yet here he was. Sunji. Su Kuan raised an eyebrow. Sunji approached, the two arms crossed, scanning Su Kuan from head to toe, smiling. Are you here to repeat the year? Just right, I have nothing to do during the summer vacation, so the schoolmaster invited me to be a temporary assistant for new students earning some pocket money. Although his words sounded polite, it was clear he was implying that he was the assistant, while Su Kuan was the repeating student. I'm going to college. People like you are already in two different worlds now. Su Kuan nodded lightly. Oh, then congratulations, assistant son. Sunji seemed oblivious to Su Kun's insincerity, instead adopting a condescending tone. Su Kuan, although martial arts depend on talent and physique, if you repeat for a year and work doubly hard, you should be able to pass next year. As he spoke, he pointed at Su Kun's casual stance from earlier. The warm-up movements you did earlier were full of flaws, the points of force were all wrong. Come, let me demonstrate the proper martial artist's force technique. Sunji walked over to the nearby dynamometer, glanced back at Su Kuan, and said, watch closely, the waist and horse must unite, and the power starts from the feet. Huh. Sunji shouted, executing the move so flawlessly it resembled a textbook demonstration. He punched out. Bang! 275 kilograms. Several new students nearby gasped in awe. Impressive. Almost 300 kilograms. No wonder he ranked 30 in the province. This strength is already that of a beginner martial artist, right? Sunji basked in the admiration, satisfied as he withdrew his fist, turning to Su Kuan with a serious tone. Did you see that? This is the importance of the basics. Your punching strength should still be hovering around 100 kilograms, right? Come punch for me to see, it'll help you correct your posture. Su Kuan looked at Sunji's, I'm doing this for your own good. Expression, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Fine, then he'll trouble assistant son for guidance. Su Kuan walked over to the dynamometer. He didn't adopt any flashy stances, just stood casually. Sunji frowned. Your legs need to bend. Your waist needs to sink. How can you exert force like this? If you punch like this, it will be all soft and weak. His words were not finished. Su Kun's fist had already moved. It was like swatting a fly, appearing casual. Boom. A sound erupted that was several times louder than Sunji's punch. The alloy punching bag trembled violently, emitting a sound that even resembled a scream. Sunji's unfinished words caught in his throat. He widened his eyes, staring at the display screen. 400 kilograms. The entire room fell into a moment of silence. The half-eaten bun in Zhao Lei's hand dropped to the floor. Sunji's smile froze on his face, as if he was wearing a cheap mask. 400. Sunji rubbed his eyes, his voice changing pitch. How is this possible? You only had 90 kilograms in the martial arts exam. He instinctively shook his head. No, absolutely not. This machine must be broken. I saw a fat guy kick it earlier. The sensors must be malfunctioning. Su Kuan shrugged. Maybe. Wait a moment, let me fix it and reset the system. Sunji fumbled around on the control panel, sweat beading on his forehead. Okay, it's reset. Su Kuan, punch again this time. Be serious, don't joke around, and use your full strength. He did not believe it. How could a dropout generate 400 kilograms with one punch? That was a figure close to the threshold for intermediate martial artists. 500 kilograms. Still have to punch. Su Kuan flexed his wrist. All right. Bang. Another punch, even faster than the last. 410 kilograms. Sunji's eyes nearly popped out. Why is it still broken? He was a bit frantic. Did you secretly wear some strength-enhancing wristbands? Su Kuan, we are all classmates. Cheating isn't fun. Su Kuan spread his hands, innocently revealing his empty palms. Assistant son, I really didn't cheat. How about you check it again? Sunji gritted his teeth and went through another series of frantic operations, even checking the spring behind the punching bag. All right. This time there will definitely be no problem. You punch again. If you can still hit 400, I'll eat this machine. Su Kuan looked at Sun Ji's nearly collapsing expression and sighed. Fine, since the assistant is so responsible, I'll take it a bit seriously. Su Kuan took a deep breath. The pre-prepared dishes he had eaten that morning had already transformed into a surge of warmth. The warm flow in his stomach surged toward his limbs, and his spine slightly arched. At that moment, Sun Ji, standing next to him, suddenly felt a chill down his back, as if he were being eyed by a waking beast, with every hair on his body standing on end. Sun Ji looked at Su Kuan in terror. At that moment, Su Kuan's aura shifted. Huh. A glint of sharp light flashed in Su Kuan's eyes. His right arm's muscles instantly bulged, veins sticking out like dragons, and he punched out. The air compressed to the extreme, emitting a piercing shriek. Boom. This thunderous sound was like a clap of thunder on a clear day. The whole dynamometer was blasted backward by 5 centimeters, its base screeching against the ground. The numbers on the display fluctuated wildly before finally settling on a blood-red value, 500 kilograms. A deathly silence ensued. Sun Ji's mouth hung open, his jaw nearly unhinged. He stared blankly at the number, his mind a blank. 500 kilograms. A dropout can punch out 500 kilograms. This is the strength of an intermediate martial artist. This is impossible. Sun Ji stared rigidly at the glaring 500 kilograms on the display screen, stumbling backward 2 steps until his back slammed against the cold wall. His face turned ashen, lips trembling. Disaster. This defies science. Utterly defies science. Su Kuan was a failed candidate. How could this be? Could he possibly have deliberately held back during the martial examination? Was he playing the fool to devour the tiger? Yet there was absolutely no reason to do so. Had he displayed such strength during the examination, he would have ranked among the province's top 10, guaranteeing fierce recruitment by elite martial academies, generous scholarships, and an incalculably brilliant future. Only a fool with waterlogged brains would suppress his true power on purpose. Eliminating that possibility left only one conclusion, one so shattering it threatened to obliterate Sun Ji's entire worldview. In the mere span of half a month after the martial examination, Su Kuan had forcibly increased his physical strength by 400 kilograms. From a feeble novice, he had transformed overnight into a mid-tier martial artist. HSSSH. Sun Ji sucked in a sharp breath, scalp prickling as he pointed a trembling finger at Su Kuan. How is this possible? You must have taken life-draining forbidden drugs, technological gimmicks, and ruthless shortcuts. Nothing is impossible. A deep, commanding voice suddenly thundered from the training hall's entrance. All turned. There stood an elderly man in a Tang-style robe, vigorous, dignified, striding forward confidently, flanked by Wang Taizhan and Xin Bing, both visibly agitated. Hall Master. At the sight of him, every student present, including Sun Ji, instantly straightened their posture. He was Lin Wanjun, the sovereign head of Beichen Martial Hall. Ignoring the assembled crowd, Lin Wanjun strode directly to the force testing apparatus. He glanced at the deep fist imprint embedded in its surface, then at Su Kuan standing nearby, calm, unruffled, and his eyes blazed with incandescent intensity. 500 kilograms, the threshold of a mid-tier martial artist. Lin Wanjun drew a slow, steady breath, then turned to the near-shattered Sun Ji and said coolly, Sun Ji, this machine was calibrated yesterday. Its margin of error does not exceed 0.1. Su Kuan's result is authentic and valid. With a deafening mental crack, the Hall Master's words became the final straw, shattering Sun Ji's psychological composure entirely. His mouth opened, but no sound emerged. His gaze locked on Su Kuan, filled with raw terror and utter bewilderment. Is this boy even human? Behind Lin Wanjun, the 2 instructors were undergoing the most grueling test of emotional discipline they'd ever. Wang Taizhan gripped yesterday's test slip so tightly his knuckles whitened, his eyes bulged like bronze bells, and a low guttural rattle escaped his throat, inaudible to all but himself. Devil possessed. He roared inwardly. Yesterday at 4:30 p.m. 248 kilograms. Now it's 8:30 a.m. That was barely 16 hours, and his strength had doubled. What on earth had the boy eaten last night? Beside him, Xin Bing's breathing grew ragged. Her normally glacial, icy beauty now wore an expression of profound existential doubt. This was utterly preposterous. A 200-kilogram surge overnight. What manner of monster was this? Xin Bing nearly cried out, and almost lunged forward to feel Su Kuan's bones, suspecting they'd been replaced with alloy in some radical human augmentation procedure. At that moment, Lin Wanjun glanced back, subtle yet searing, and fixed them both with a hard, unyielding stare. The message was unmistakable: keep your mouth shut. If you show too much shock, what happens when this boy starts driving up his price? Swallow it, all of it. Wang Taizhan and Xin Bing jolted upright, forcibly choking back the expletive already rising to their lips. Wang Taizhan inhaled deeply, then forced a stiff wooden smile. Ahem. Su Kuan, excellent work. Decent progress. Keep striving. Don't get cocky, Xin Bing added coolly, turning her head aside. No one knew how hollow those words felt. Once his subordinate's composure was secured, Lin Wanjun shifted seamlessly into warm, affable charm. He clapped Su Kuan's broad shoulder, feeling muscles as dense and unyielding as forged steel, and his heart surged with exhilaration. A pity, you awakened just a few days too late to sit for this year's martial examination. His tone carried feigned regret, then shifted instantly, his gaze locking onto Su Kuan like a connoisseur beholding a peerless treasure. Su Kuan, would you consider signing a contract? Su Kuan arched a brow, glancing toward Zhao Lei, who still looked dazed and disoriented. A contract? Like him. Far more prestigious. Come with me. 10 minutes later, in the hallmaster's office, Lin Wanjun slid a gleaming gold-embossed contract across the desk, voice resonant with magnanimity. An SSS-class prodigy contract. Sign with Beichen Martial Hall, and you'll receive a 5 million yuan signing bonus. 5 million yuan. To most ordinary families, especially repeat candidates, it was nothing short of astronomical. Su Kuan scanned the document. The sum would be disbursed over 1 year, over 40,000 yuan monthly. Though 5 million barely covered the down payment on a spacious apartment for the Su family, it was unquestionably a fortune. With this money, his parents could finally abandon perilous forays into the wilderness zone. His sister Yunyun's premium tutoring fees would be effortlessly covered, and even his own daily meal secured. Yet Su Kuan remained unclouded by greed. He closed the contract and gently pushed it back, shaking his head. Hallmaster, I wish to remain a free martial artist, not bound by deep contractual ties. Lin Wanjun paused, startled. Su Kuan spoke with guileless sincerity. I heard signing such a contract means selling my soul to the hall. No cross-academy exchanges or private commissions for a full year. The world is vast. I want to explore it. In truth, he knew full well only a fool would accept immediately. He was rare, priceless, and Lin Wanjun's expression hardened into solemn seriousness. He studied the seemingly simple-minded youth before him anew. This boy is no innocent. He possesses depth and cunning. Lin Wanjun tapped his fingers thoughtfully upon the desk. Very well. Beyond the 5 million, I'll grant you 10 million yuan worth of equity in Beichen Martial Hall. Equity? Su Kuan blinked. Can I withdraw it as cash? Naturally. You may liquidate your shares 1 year hence. Lin Wanjun guided smoothly. But you must agree to one condition: you'll retake the martial examination here for 1 year, and refrain from publicly revealing your full capabilities. Su Kuan shook his head, feigning confusion. What does that mean? Why can't I show off? For strategic, Lin Wanjun rose and strode to the floor-to-ceiling window, eyes glittering with the sharp acumen and soaring ambition of a seasoned merchant. Releasing your news now would cause only fleeting commotion, perhaps even trigger poaching attempts and cutthroat competition from rival halls. But if you refine yourself quietly within our walls, then next year at the martial examination, a previously failed candidate erupts onto the scene, obliterating all rivals, storming into the provincial top 10, or even claiming the championship. Lin Wanjun whirled around, arms wide. Then all will marvel, what extraordinary alchemy does Beichen Martial Hall possess? It will be hailed as a sacred ground of the martial Tao. What I seek is that singular explosive moment of publicity. Then, enrollment will flood and our brand value will soar and our stock will skyrocket. By then your equity could multiply several times over, giving you the chance to exit at peak profit, reaping immense returns. Su Kuan understood completely. The old fox intended to hold his breath and unleash him as a detonator in the marketplace, harvesting investors like wheat in the financial fields. Yet he continued to feign naivety, shrinking slightly in his chair like a greenhorn who'd never seen the world. Hall Master, you won't swindle me, will you? I've heard capitalists have black hearts, contracts riddled with traps. I'm afraid I'll be sold while counting the money for my buyer. Lin Wanjun chuckled, exasperated. This boy spoke far too bluntly. Did he truly believe Lin Wanjun might lose his temper and walk away from the deal? Yet gazing at Su Kuan's guileless expression, Lin Wanjun found himself utterly disarmed. He knew, if he failed to secure this contract the moment Su Kuan stepped beyond these doors, rival halls would enshrine him. Rest assured, uncle won't deceive you. The contract is written in black ink on white paper, legally binding. Lin Wanjun gritted his teeth and decided to go all in. Fine. Your equity doubles. That's 20 million yuan in cash, plus the original 5 million, a total investment of 25 million yuan. How does that sound? Su Kuan still fidgeted, twisting awkwardly in his seat. 20 million is substantial, but I'd sacrifice an entire year of freedom. He wants more. Lin Wanjun's temple veins throbbed violently. Then he slammed his palm down on the desk. 30 million. plus full access to all training resources and meal provisions for the year. At the mention of meals, Su Kuan's eyes lit up instantly. Compared to nebulous equity promises, this was tangible, real, and urgently needed. After all, sustaining his giant bloodline was far beyond the means of any ordinary household. Deal. Su Kuan instantly transformed, snatching up the pen and scrawling his name with lightning speed, as if terrified Lin Wanjun might rescind the offer. Well then, I suppose I'll reluctantly agree. Uncle, you're truly a good man. Lin Wanjun exhaled deeply, wiping sweat from his brow as he gazed upon the freshly signed contract. Though the cost was staggering, he knew the investment was justified, a high-stakes gamble on Su Kuan's meteoric ascension. The signing process moved swiftly. Within half an hour, Su Kuan's bank account registered its first installment, 40,000 yuan. Staring at the row of zeros on his mobile banking app, he smiled faintly. Money secured. Dinner tonight, with my sister. That afternoon's practical training session, once again led by Shinbing. Yet this time her gaze upon Su Kuan held none of yesterday's sternness or disdain, only open admiration, and something bordering on fervent awe. Flawless form. Perfect force application. Shinbing watched Su Kuan complete a foundational boxing sequence, then praised him openly before the entire class. Her voice so tender it raised gooseflesh on nearby students. Did everyone observe closely? This is innate talent. This is profound insight. All must learn from him. This mastery over one's own body is the very essence of the martial Tao. Zhao Lei, huddled in the corner, muttered under his breath, "Instructor, yesterday you called him disrespectful for sleeping in class." Ahem. Shinbing shot him a razor-edged glance. He fell silent instantly. After class, Shinbing detained Su Kuan just as he prepared to sprint toward lunch. Her beautiful eyes swept over his increasingly powerful frame. Then she folded her arms, a faint knowing smile playing on her lips. "Su Kuan, what about the jacket I lent you yesterday?" Su Kuan froze mid-step. Disaster. He tossed it carelessly atop the washing machine at home. Unwashed, unbrought. Up. He scratched his head, gazing at Shinbing with earnest sincerity. "Sorry, Instructor Shun. I forgot to bring it. Next time, promise I'll return it." Shinbing sighed helplessly, yet a subtle, elusive curve lifted the corner of her mouth. Had anyone else done this, she'd have assigned 500 push-ups on the spot. "Forget it. It's just a jacket. Consider it yours." She waved dismissively. Her students stood. "Wait, Instructor Shun. Can those gentle words truly come from your lips?" "Humph. Women. That's terribly awkward of me," Su Kuan murmured, genuinely contrite. "You've been so kind, lending me your jacket and all. How about this? Let me treat you to dinner." Shinbing raised an eyebrow, mildly surprised. This boy just signed with the hall. Must have received a sizable payout. Not bad for a newcomer. "Sure," she replied lightly, in good spirits. "Where shall we go?" "I know a fine private restaurant." Su Kuan grinned, flashing a set of dazzling white teeth, and pointed downstairs. "No need to travel far. Let's go to the cafeteria, buffet style." Shinbing's smile froze instantly. She stared at Su Kuan's utterly sincere, generous expression, her eye twitching uncontrollably. "Treat me to dinner, at the hall's free cafeteria?" Shinbing drew a long, steadying breath. "Su Kuan, you definitely don't have a girlfriend." A vision of Yi Qingyi flickered through Su Kuan's mind. "Women only hinder the speed of my punches." At Beichen Martial Arts School, in the self-service cafeteria, it was mealtime. Su Kuan swallowed the last bite of meat, feeling every cell in his body rejoicing. This feeling of eating for free was even more delightful than being an emperor. "Brother Kuan, I really admire you." Zhao Lei sat across from him, watching Su Kuan devour his food with a whirlwind-like vigor, glancing down at the 2 pieces of steak on his plate, feeling suddenly disheartened. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice, and asked with a gossiping demeanor, "Brother Kuan, spill the beans. How much signing bonus did our school give you? Is it true?" Zhao Lei held up 3 fingers, making a gesture. Su Kuan didn't hide it, and nodded, saying, "Delay, you guessed quite accurately." Zhao Lei smiled. He had a signing bonus of 1 million and figured since Su Kuan could lift 500 kilograms, his bonus should be 3 times that, hence 3 million. But he did not expect Su Kuan was referring to 30 million. "By the way, Brother Kuan," Zhao Lei remembered something important and took out a flyer from his pocket. "This weekend the city's Martial Arts Association is holding an examination for registered martial artists. If you pass, you'll get an official martial artist certificate, which means you'll receive monthly allowances and discounts on resources. Are you going?" Registered martial artist examination. Su Kuan's heart stirred. Although his strength had met the standards, that red booklet was essential. Moreover, with a martial artist certificate, he could get discounts on purchases. "They'll go," Su Kuan nodded. "Let's go together this weekend." "Great. We'll go together. I heard there will be practical combat in this examination." Zhao Lei appeared quite excited. After the afternoon training ended, Su Kuan declined Zhao Lei's invitation to go for skewers and left the martial arts school alone. He took a cab straight to the largest commercial center in Jiangdong City, Wanbao Shopping Mall. Although the 400,000 signing bonus had just arrived, he did not plan to squander it. That girl Union, to save money for extra classes, usually doesn't even treat herself to milk tea. Right now, she's at a crucial time in her second year of high school. If her vitality doesn't keep up, it will be hard for her to get into a good university. Su Kuan calculated in his mind. He arrived at the martial arts resource zone on the third floor of the shopping mall. The place was decorated lavishly, and a faint medicinal aroma filled the air. Various colorful potions, pills, and exotic beast materials were displayed in glass cases. Beginner Vitality Pill 5,000 yuan each. Deep Sea Bluefin Beast Blood 12,000 yuan per box. Tiger Bone Strengthening Powder 8,000 yuan per pack. Su Kuan felt a pinch in his heart at these prices, even though he had money. Sir, may I help you with something? A salesgirl approached with a professional smile. Get me 2 boxes. No, 5 boxes of Purple Cloud Vitality Liquid. Su Kuan pointed to a purple potion in the display. This was a high-grade supplement specifically developed for high school students with mild properties that could subtly raise their vitality limit without side effects. But it was expensive. 1 box cost 18,000. 5 boxes would total 90,000. Sure thing, sir. The salesgirl's eyes lit up as she quickly prepared the order and reminded, keep refrigerated, do not take orally for injection use only. Su Kuan nodded and walked to the checkout counter. Sir, your total is 90,000 yuan. Will you be paying by card or scanning? The cashier asked. Su Kuan pulled out his phone, preparing to open the payment code. At that moment, a delicate fair hand resembling lamb fat jade suddenly reached over from the side, 2 long fingers pinching a black and gold card, gently placing it on the counter. Use mine. A cool and melodious voice rang out. Su Kuan halted his movements and turned to follow that hand, only to see a tall girl standing beside him. She wore a simple beige trench coat paired with fitted jeans that accentuated her stunning long legs. Although she wore sunglasses, her cold and ethereal aura was undeniable. Yi Qingyi. The cashier was taken aback, glancing at the black gold card, symbolizing top-tier VIP status, then at Su Kuan, her expression turning oddly. In this day and age, is living off a woman so blatant now? Su Kuan helplessly put his phone away and turned to the girl. Sister-in-law, are you following me? Yi Qingyi took off her sunglasses and shot him a glance with her beautiful peach blossom eyes, pointing at the several large bags of high-grade materials in the cart behind her. Don't get ahead of yourself, but I'm here to stock up. I came first. Su Kuan glanced at the expensive items in her cart, all worth tens of thousands, even over 100,000, and couldn't help but twitch his lips. Now that was a true wealthy lady. No need. Su Kuan reached out to push back the black gold card, straightening his back. I have money. Yi Qingyi raised an eyebrow, sizing him up with a half smile. You have money. More than me. Su Kuan was momentarily speechless. Competing money with the daughter of Jiangdong City's richest man. That would be asking for trouble. Not really. Then that's settled. Yi Qingyi waved her hand authoritatively, signaling the cashier to hurry up, and swiped the card. Stop dawdling. It's just tens of thousands. Consider it a snack bought by your mother for you. Ding. The 90,000 yuan was instantly paid. Yi Qingyi asked, since I softened your arm, how do you plan to thank me? Su Kuan sighed and took the packaged bag, saying, all right, since it wasn't bought for me, let my sister Yunyun thank you later. Yi Qingyi. She did not hurry to leave, but circled around Su Kuan. Her sharp gaze scanned him, and the more she looked, the more her brows furrowed. Kuan. Yi Qingyi withdrew her playful expression, her tone turning serious. She extended her hand, gesturing above Su Kuan's head, and then compared it to her own eyebrows. Have you recently been taking a lot of supplements? Su Kuan was taken aback. Why do you say that? The day before yesterday, you were just at my chin level. Today, you're almost at my eyebrows. You're close to 1.7 meters, right? In just 2 days, you've grown 4 to 5 centimeters, and your muscle definition. Yi Qingyi reached out and pinched Su Kuan's arm, the hardness startling her. This speed is definitely not achievable through natural growth. Yi Qingyi looked at Su Kuan, a hint of worry in her eyes. Kuan, although I know you're anxious about failing the exam and want to take shortcuts, but those drugs that forcibly accelerate bodily growth have significant side effects. If your body can't handle it, little Kuan might suffer permanent damage. She assumed Su Kuan was using hormone-like vitality supplements to catch up with her. Nonsense. Su Kuan slightly showcased his biceps. This is all from real training. Look how sturdy I am, completely natural, no drugs. Really? Yi Qingyi was still a bit skeptical. If you feel unwell anywhere, you must tell me. I'm worried about your future. She often took drugs herself, well aware of the side effects. Su Kuan replied, whether I can or not is none of your business. Yi Qingyi retorted, it concerns me. Just as she was about to finish, Yi Qingyi was filled with embarrassment and annoyance. She glared at him and lifted her leg to kick him. Su Kuan nimbly dodged, grabbed the bag on the counter, and ran off shouting, thanks, rich lady. He'll treat you to milk tea this weekend. Watching Su Kun's agile figure reminiscent of a monkey, Yi Qingyi retracted her long legs, shaking her head, with a mix of amusement and helplessness. He runs really fast. Looks like his body is indeed fine. However, Yi Qingyi put her sunglasses back on a smirk, creasing her lips. This guy seems to have indeed become much more handsome. Wait, just now I delivered a kick at martial artist level speed, and he actually dodged it. Was that a coincidence? Su Kun returned home carrying a large bag of expensive medicinal agents. The living room light glowed. Click. As soon as the door shut, Su Yunyun sprang up from the sofa like a startled rabbit, her gaze locked hungrily on the exquisitely wrapped bag in her brother's hand. Brother, what's that you're holding? Looks like Ziyunqi nourishing elixir. Though she couldn't afford such premium goods, she'd often lingered before shop windows yearning silently. She leaned in and gasped sharply, whoa. 5 vials. Each costs 18,000 yuan, nearly 90,000 total. Did you rob a bank? Su Kun slipped off his shoes and placed the bag squarely on the coffee table, calm and unruffled. Rob a bank? No, I bought it myself. We're rich now. You're rich, Su Yunyun eyed him skeptically. Mom and Dad just left, and suddenly you strike gold. Look me in the eyes, brother, and tell me the truth. Just as Su Kun opened his mouth to explain the signing fee, Su Yunyun's expression shifted abruptly, grief-stricken, resigned, as if she understood everything yet refused to accept it. Brother, did you sacrifice your dignity for this family? Su Kun. Tears welled instantly in Su Yunyun's eyes. She gripped his sleeve, voice trembling. I knew it. You've suddenly grown so muscular and so wealthy. It must be some crooked path. Tell me, was it a wealthy woman who took you under her wing? Brother, you've lost your senses. Our family may be poor, but never at the cost of your honor as her plaything. Get lost. Su Kun flicked her forehead with an exasperated snap. Do you really think I'm that kind of person? I'm still a noble, unblemished Chu Nan. Can't you think more healthily? Still denying it. Su Yunyun fumed, snatching out her phone, fingers flying across the screen before thrusting it under Su Kun's nose. Then what's this? You still claim you're not kept. On the screen glowed a newly posted WeChat moment by Yi Qingyi. In the photo, Su Kun carried multiple heavy bags while Yi Qingyi stood beside him holding the black and gold card, sunglasses hiding her eyes, yet that indulgent, tender smile could not be concealed. The caption dripped with deliberate ambiguity. My little boy has finally grown up. He even carries my bags now. Cost me 90,000 yuan, but if it makes him happy, every cent was worth it. Heart. Su Kun stared at those words, his lips twitching uncontrollably. That Yi Qingyi. She did it on purpose. That caption made it sound like he was living off her generosity. No rebuttal now. Su Yunyun shook her head in sorrowful disappointment. Look at how she gazes at you, brother. Clearly you're all. It's a misunderstanding. She's not what you imagine. Su Kun's protest rang hollow. Enough. No need to explain. Su Yunyun sighed, patting his shoulder with a look both pained and complex. Brother, I'm sorry for what you've endured. Since the wealthy woman's money is already spent, we'll swallow our tears and use these elixirs. No wasting resources earned at such personal cost. Su Kun burst into laughter, exasperated by her absurd logic. Looks like you need an injection after all. He withdrew a metallic case from the bag, his eyes narrowing with quiet menace. You've been suffering from qi deficiency lately. Time for a dose. Huh. Su Yunyun blinked, then froze, her cheeks flushing crimson as she met his eerie, unsettling grin. She instinctively crossed her arms and stepped back half a pace. Brother, what kind of orthopedic remark is that? What on earth are you imagining? Su Kun rolled his eyes and snapped the metal case open with a sharp click, revealing a syringe thick as a forearm. Its gleaming needle-like tip shimmered coldly beneath the lamplight. Su Kun raised the monstrous syringe, pupils wide silhouetted against the night outside, then let loose a villainous cackle. Yin, come here obediently. Pull down your collar, bare your arm. Let brother give you a shot. You'll feel wonderful afterward. Whoa, that needle's that thick. At the sight of it, primal dread surged through her very soul. She feared nothing, not thunder, not ghosts, only needles. Brother, don't come near me. She shrieked and bolted. Run. Do you truly believe you can escape my— What was Su Kun's physical prowess now? In one fluid motion, he seized her collar and pinned her onto the sofa like a squirming chick. Wow, no. Brother, I'm sorry. Don't stab me. Too late. For your future's sake, endure it. Unmoved by her pleas, Su Kun yanked aside a corner of her school uniform, exposing her pale, smooth shoulder, and plunged the needle precisely into the acupoint without hesitation. HSSSS. Cold violet liquid flowed slowly into her vein. Ah, ouch, ouch, ouch. She'd been wailing, tears glistening at her lashes. But as the elixir entered her body, a scorching wave of heat erupted from her shoulder, surging through her limbs like wildfire. It felt like sinking into a steaming hot spring on a frostbitten winter day, Every fiber of her being rejoiced, her blood and chi roaring with renewed vitality. Her previously stagnant chi circulation began to stir, ever so faintly. Su Kuan administered 3 full doses before withdrawing the syringe. All right, stop your caterwauling. He tossed her a tissue. Feel it. Stronger now. Su Yunyan sniffled, wiped away her tears, and clenched her fist. She was stronger, undeniably. Yet her first reaction wasn't joy, but anguish as she stared mournfully at the empty vials scattered on the floor, heart aching. 90,000 yuan, equivalent to 4 attribute points in the system. Just give me the money to upgrade directly. This elixir works, but nothing compares to the raw visceral thrill of the Crimson system. Brother. She lifted her gaze, eyes dark with grievance. Next time can we just take cash? Honestly, I prefer money. Vulgar. Elixirs absorb far more thoroughly. Su Kuan dismissed her request, then shoved the remaining 2 boxes into her hands. Save these for your next injections. Brother, what about you? These are top-tier supplements. Won't you take any yourself? She knew how fiercely he'd studied for his retake, yet he'd given all of it to her. Su Kuan waved it off nonchalant. I'm a natural cultivator. These are for you, to excel in the martial exams. Aim for the elite class before senior year. His words struck deep, a tender place within her heart. Though he teased and wielded terrifying needles, he'd quietly reserved the very best for her alone. Brother. Tears brimmed again. You're too good. When I'm rich, I'll support you forever. Enough sentiment. Su Kuan rubbed his stomach, the familiar pang of hunger returning. All that needle poking made me ravenous. Come on, I'll treat you to a feast. What are we eating? Same place as yesterday, the Alley Grill. 20 minutes later. Outside, Jean Hansheng, all-you-can-eat grill. The portly manager, bow tie neatly knotted, stood at the entrance smiling professionally. But the moment he spotted that towering, unmistakable figure approaching down the street, his smile froze, then shattered entirely. How is he back again? His knees buckled, he nearly collapsed. Yesterday's catastrophe replayed vividly. The boy had devoured 30 portions single-handedly, and even swept the salad bar clean. Welcome. Su Kuan strode in, grinning broadly at the manager, a grin that to the man radiated pure demonic terror. Boss, may your business flourish. I'm back to support your livelihood. The manager choked back sobs, watching helplessly as Su Kuan marched straight toward the premium beef station, his mind erupting in silent marmot-like shrieks. Sir, can't you torment someone else? There are dozens of Alley spots in Jiangdong City. Why mine? That night, Jean Hansheng suffered another catastrophic assault. Late at night, sated and content, Su Kuan drifted into deep slumber. As his breathing steadied, that familiar searing heat rose once more, flooding his entire being. In the darkness, faint crackling sounds emanated from his bones, his muscle fibers tore, reknit, and thickened relentlessly. Dawn broke the next morning. Sunlight bathed the room. Su Kuan opened his eyes, bursting with raw, inexhaustible vigor. A single stretch sent his joints snapping like popping beans. He leapt from bed in a single fluid motion, landing instantly before the height gauge. Beep. The electronic voice announced. Height, 170. 0 centimeters. Staring at the number, Su Kuan clenched his fists, his gaze blazing with fierce, incandescent light. 170 centimeters. Another new day. How much stronger will my strength be today? In the early morning, the neighborhood was shrouded in a faint mist. Su Kuan had grown an additional centimeter in height and gained 6 kilograms overnight. This was not fat, it was all solid muscle. Su Kuan stood in the public fitness area beneath his building, gazing at the public punching force testing machine, taking a deep breath. The old machine at home had been broken yesterday, and now he could only test his strength using the facilities, and its testing limit reached as high as 2,000 kilograms. At 170 centimeters tall and weighing 72 kilograms. I wonder how much my strength has increased. Su Kuan flexed his wrist, feeling the power surging within him like magma. He could distinctly sense that his muscle fibers had tightened and the hardness of his bones had improved. Without any fancy movements, he simply grounded his feet and twisted his waist slightly. His spine tensed instantly, and the power surged through his right arm like a torrent. Bang! A muffled explosion echoed through the neighborhood, as if someone had detonated a blast here. The massive alloy punching target was violently pushed back. The springs at the joint emitted a painful metallic grinding sound, and the entire machine trembled violently. The red light on the display screen flashed wildly before finally stabilizing. 753 kilograms. Seeing that string of numbers, Su Kuan's lips curled up, slightly revealing a satisfied smile. His strength had increased by over 200 kilograms compared to yesterday. This was the terrifying aspect of the Giant Bloodline. Gaining 1 centimeter in height had brought about an even greater increase in strength. According to the Martial Arts Association's classification of the body refinement realm, a punching force exceeding 500 kilograms is classified As an intermediate warrior, and over 1,000 kilograms constitutes a senior warrior late stage of body refinement realm. Su Kuan mused to himself. I am just over 200 kilograms away from the threshold of a senior. Many ordinary warriors get stuck at the intermediate warrior stage, and even with daily hard work and medicinal baths, it takes years to increase their strength by a few dozen kilograms. Yet for Su Kuan from awakening until now it had only been 3 days. The thrill of rapid growth is truly captivating. Su Kuan dusted off his hands and turned to leave. Just then a young man and woman approached. The man was dressed in expensive sportswear, sporting an eye-catching head of yellow hair, and was swaggering along while holding 2 bottles of expensive energy drinks. The woman wore delicate makeup nestling close to the guy. Su Kuan recognized him. Zhang Fan, his neighbor from the adjacent building a year older than him. He had been admitted to a second-tier martial arts academy last year, and had recently broken through to become a formal warrior, often strutting around the neighborhood with an air of superiority. Su Kuan was not familiar with him and did not greet him, merely passing by. Once Su Kuan had walked away, Zhang Fan snorted coldly, tightening his hold on his girlfriend, and sneered. Did you see that nerd just now? He was always first in written exams, but unfortunately he's just a test taker. He failed the martial arts exam this year. What good is being good at written tests? In this era, we martial artists must rely on physical talent. Zhang Fan raised his chin, adopting a commanding demeanor. Just like me, although my academic performance is average, I'm already a formal warrior. That's the difference in status. The girl beside him supported him, her eyes filled with admiration as she sweetly said, Fan Gu, you're so impressive. How could someone who only knows how to bury themselves in books compare to you? You are a top student from Jiangdong Martial University with a bright future ahead. Zhang Fan basked in the emotional value from his girlfriend, feeling lighter than ever. Of course, recently I've been training intensively at school and feel I've made a breakthrough, and my punching force should reach 350 kilograms. Let me show you my strength. Wow. 350 kilograms, the girl exclaimed. Doesn't that mean you're almost touching the edge of being an intermediate warrior? Fan Gu, there's a registration assessment for warriors this weekend. You must participate. If you pass, you can receive a subsidy. That's a must. When I earn the money, I'll buy you a bag. Zhang Fan walked proudly to the testing machine that Su Kuan had just used. Watch closely. He flexed his neck and was about to display his strength with a handsome, heavy punch in front of his girlfriend. However, just as he took his stance and caught a glimpse of the display screen, he froze in place. Fan Gu, what's wrong? The girl leaned in curiously. Why aren't you punching? Zhang Fan said nothing. He simply trembled, pointing at the still glowing historical record on the display screen. Testing result, 753 kilograms. The bright red numbers stood out sharply in the morning mist like a huge slap across his face. Who did this? The girl covered her mouth in shock, exclaiming, Oh my, over 700 kilograms. Zhang Fan stared at the number, his face turning pale. 753 kilograms. His strength was more than double Zhang Fan's. Even in his university, first-year students achieving such results were typically regarded as prized talents by their mentors. Just now, there was only Su Kuan here, right? The girl scanned the empty surroundings. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhang Fan's voice cracked, defensively exclaiming, That way Su Kuan is a failed candidate. He's not even a warrior. How could he have achieved such a feat? I saw him just come in and leave without even trying. Right, it must have been some expert testing last night. Zhang Fan shook his head vigorously, trying to convince himself and his girlfriend. The girl looked skeptical, frowning and pointing at the timestamp on the screen, but the testing result appeared 3 minutes ago. Zhang Fan was stunned, his ears ringing. Oh no, it really was Su Kuan who did this. The atmosphere became awkward, and the girl quickly changed the subject. Fan Gu, don't worry about the details, test your strength. Zhang Fan gritted his teeth, mustering all his strength, even using all his might, and punched the target with all his might. Bang! 342 kilograms. If this score of nearly 350 had been achieved at any other time, Zhang Fan would have been thrilled. But at this moment he felt utterly disheartened, even wanting to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Without comparison, there is no harm. He felt as if he had been deeply humiliated by Su Kuan. Zhang Fan thought, Su Kuan, just wait. At this time, Su Kuan was blissfully unaware of the psychological shadow his casual punch had cast on his neighbor. All that occupied his mind was breakfast. At Wang's breakfast shop at the entrance of the neighborhood, he shouted, Boss. 5 more baskets of steamed buns. 2 deep-fried dough sticks. A big bowl of savory tofu pudding. Su Kuan sat at a small table by the road with a tall stack of empty steamer baskets in front of him. The surrounding diners and the boss looked on in astonishment. This young man looked so refined, but how can he eat like a starving ghost? All right. Coming right up. The boss wiped his sweat and hurriedly took the order. 20 minutes later, Su Kuan contentedly burped and scanned to pay. Beep. Total 103 yuan. Boss, please pack 10 more baskets of buns, 3 bowls of soy milk, and 10 tea eggs for me to take away. On the way back to the neighborhood, he greeted, "Yo, Grandpa Lu out for morning exercises." Su Kuan saw his neighbor Grandpa Lu practicing Tai Chi by the flower bed and smiled in greeting. Grandpa Lu paused his movements, instinctively nodded, "Good morning." He adjusted his reading glasses and squinted at Su Kuan, confusion filling his eyes. This young man. Is Su Kuan from the old Su family, right? Why does he seem different today? He remembered this kid used to be small and skinny. How come today he looks not only broader in shoulders, but also taller? Standing there like a little iron tower. Grandpa Lu stood still, took off his glasses, and looked at Su Kuan again. This is more like it. It seems my presbyopia has worsened. I need to go to the optometrist again later. Back home, Su Kuan pushed the door open and the house was quiet. Su Yunyun. Up yet? The sun is shining on your backside. Su Kuan called out, placing the pile of breakfast on the dining table. Su Yunyun quietly opened the door, wrapping herself in her blanket like a silkworm, with only her large rolling eyes visible. The air was filled with a foul odor of rotten eggs. Su Kuan immediately covered his nose, turned to his sister and frowned. "Yunyun, did you fart?" Su Yunyun slipped and almost stumbled to the ground, protesting. "Of course not. A little fairy would." A muffled voice came from under the blanket, slightly embarrassed. "What's wrong? Did those injections from last night mess you up?" Su Kuan leaned against the doorframe, smiling. "Go away." Su Yunyun buried her head deeper. "The medicine is too potent. I sweated a lot last night, and all this black stuff came out. It stinks. I'm detoxing right now. Oh, I don't want to see anyone until I shower. This is the effect of the top-grade potion Ziyun nourishing Qi liquid, cleansing the essence and expelling impurities from the body." Su Kuan nodded, realizing that the money was well spent. "All right, take your time to wash up. I've left breakfast on the table. Remember to eat it while it's hot. I'm off to the martial arts school now." Su Kuan didn't linger, shutting the door and leaving with his bag. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Su Yunyun cautiously poked her head out from under the blanket. She quickly dashed into the bathroom to shower, looking at herself in the mirror, noticing her skin becoming fairer and her gaze brighter, feeling the abundance of qi and blood in her body, and couldn't help but clench her fist. "I really have gotten stronger. This potion works a bit, but compared to adding points it still falls short. I want money so badly. Should I borrow some more money?" After washing up, she entered the living room. Upon seeing the mountain of breakfast on the dining table, Su Yunyun froze. "Bro, are you raising me like a pig? How could a girl eat this much?" Su Yunyun's mouth twitched as she picked up a bun, her expression complicated. Though she complained, warmth surged in her heart, mixed with a deep sense of confusion. Brother's recent behavior really feels a bit off. At the Beichen martial arts school, in the training classroom. Crack. The sound of the whip in Shin Bing's hand sliced through the air, instantly awakening all the drowsy students present. "Today we will practice the stance, Wuji stance." Shin Bing, clad in a form-fitting black combat suit, accentuated her devilish figure, leaving an indelible impression. She slowly paced through the ranks, her gaze sharp as that of a hawk, finally stopping at Su Kuan, who was in the corner of the formation. Shin Bing furrowed her brows, slightly walking over with a calm demeanor and standing beside Su Kuan. She gestured above Su Kuan's head and then moved her hand to her own nose. Her pupils narrowed slightly. Something's off. Shin Bing felt a jolt of surprise in her heart. She stood at a height of 1.80 meters, and just 2 days ago, when Su Kuan reported in, this frail boy had barely reached her chin. Yet now, merely 2 days later, his head was already at her nose, estimating at least 1.70 meters. Was it an illusion? Or had he worn height-increasing insoles? "Su Kuan," Shin Bing lowered her voice, her expression serious as she fixed her gaze on him. "Have you been taking any drugs recently?" Su Kuan looked innocent. Not even a dog would eat that. The surrounding students shot him murderous glances. They had all taken drugs. "Then how have you grown taller recently?" Su Kuan retorted confidently. What's wrong with a teenage boy growing a bit at 19? Shin Bing was speechless, thinking to herself, at 19. Are you launching yourself like a rocket? Though she had her doubts, she did not press further. Stance training is the foundation for body tempering in martial artists. Shin Bing moved to the center to demonstrate. Watch my posture closely. Your center of gravity must be stable, arms rounded, legs apart. The students began to practice in unison. Su Kuan took a deep breath, exerted force with his arms, and squatted down. In the next moment, a sound like fabric tearing echoed throughout the training hall. Rip! The fabric on the outer side of his thigh could not withstand the sudden surge of muscle, resulting in 2 large rips that exposed the muscular lines beneath. Even the inner pair of snug shorts let out a helpless whimper, revealing a breathtaking arc. The clothes he wore fit him well when he was 1.65 meters, but now, with his height and weight having increased, the outfit was powerless to bear it. Everyone stopped in their tracks, staring at Su Kuan in shock. The female students were momentarily stunned before each one turned red-faced, screaming and covering their eyes though their fingers peeked through. Pervert. Oh my gosh, is that really? Even Shinbing was momentarily taken aback, her gaze unconsciously sweeping over him. Quite impressive, she silently assessed in her mind, referring to the developed state of his thigh muscles. Sukuin looked down at the torn fabric hanging from his body, scratching his head awkwardly, and casually grabbed a piece of fabric to cover his crucial area. Teacher, can I borrow another pair of pants? A hint of awkwardness flashed across Shinbing's cool face. He still hadn't returned the clothes he borrowed 2 days ago. Follow me to the changing room. A few minutes later at the changing room door, Shinbing took out a brand new silver gray one-piece combat suit from her locker and handed it to Sukuin. Put this on. What is this? Sukuin took the clothing, feeling its cold, silky texture light as a feather. This is my spare training outfit. It doesn't differentiate between genders, Shinbing said, crossing her arms. It's made of nano-memory fibers specially supplied from the wilderness area with exceptional elasticity and breathability. Its stretch range is immense, perfectly fitting heights from 1.60 meters to 2 meters, and it's impervious to knives and general weapons. After Sukuin put it on and stepped out of the changing room, it indeed fit him well. Comfortable. Sukuin moved his limbs a bit, feeling no tightness at all, rather feeling significantly lighter. Teacher, this outfit is great. How much is it? I want to buy a set. Considering he would continue to grow, this outfit that could stretch to 2 meters was simply a tailor-made artifact for him. Shinbing replied nonchalantly, a custom set costs 100,008. 100,008. 100,008 for one outfit. After feeling the material, it indeed seemed worth that price. With money in his pocket, Sukuin boldly said, Teacher, why don't you sell me this set? I can transfer the money to you right now. Shinbing raised an eyebrow, her expression peculiar as she looked at him. You want to buy this set from me? I've worn it, though it's been washed, it's still second-hand. It's fine, I don't mind. Sukuin waved his hand. I'm too lazy to go to the mall for a custom order, and I don't know which store to go to. I might get ripped off. As soon as he said that, several boys around him immediately became agitated. A bespectacled boy blushed and raised his hand, loudly exclaiming, Instructor Shun, I also want to buy your training clothes. I'll pay double. I like second-hand. Swish. A chill of murderous intent instantly locked onto that boy. Shinbing's beautiful eyes glimmered with a deadly glare as she coldly glared at him. That boy immediately felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, shrinking his neck in fear and daring not to humph. Shinbing turned her gaze back to Sukuin, the murderous intent dissipating, replaced by a hint of complexity. She looked at the spirited young man before her, feeling an unshakable premonition. This Sukuin would likely achieve far more than she could ever imagine. This terrifying rate of growth might soon surpass her as a teacher. You don't need to worry about the money. Shinbing waved her hand generously. Just wear this outfit for now. When you grow too tall to fit into it, return it to me. This could be considered a roundabout gift. After all, it was a favor investing in a future powerhouse. It couldn't be considered a loss. Sukuin was taken aback, then suddenly felt deeply moved. 100,000 outfit just given away. Teacher. Sukuin looked at Shinbing with sincerity. You are so good to me, just like my mom. Shinbing's expression instantly stiffened, the veins on her forehead joyfully twitching twice. Shut up. Shinbing gritted her teeth, the whip in her hand creaking as she squeezed it tightly. I'm only in my early 30s. Am I that old? After the afternoon training ended, it was mealtime. The Bachin Martial Arts School's cafeteria once again welcomed a figure that struck fear into many. Auntie, I'll take this plate of braised pork with me. Master, is there any more beef? Bring me 10 more pounds. Sukuin held 2 large iron basins, unceremoniously indulging himself. This was the greatest benefit of the martial arts school. At the end, Sukuin even pulled out several takeout boxes. This rib is good. I'll take a portion for Yunyun. This prawn is also good. Take it away, take it away. Sukuin stuffed his mouth while packing the boxes, taking food to go, eating and packing at the same time. The surrounding students and chefs had already become numb to it. As he walked out of the cafeteria, Zhao Lei approached. Kuin, go. Zhao Lei patted Sukuin on the shoulder. Don't forget, tomorrow is the weekend, the City Martial Arts Association's registered martial artist assessment. Let's go together. Don't worry, I won't forget. Sukuin carried a large bag of takeout boxes. I'm off, see you tomorrow. By the time he returned home, the sky had already darkened. Su Yunyun hadn't returned from her evening tutoring class yet. Sukuin placed the pile of takeout food in the fridge, writing a note and sticking it on top. Brother brought you some good food, you just heat it up and eat it. Then he took off the silver gray training suit. This outfit is indeed good, after sweating so much it has no. Sukuin tossed the clothes into the washing machine to clean, then hung them out on the balcony. After finishing all this, he yawned and went to bed. The side effect of the giant bloodline was drowsiness. Only during sleep could the body grow and develop better. Late at night. Click. Su Yunyun came in with her backpack looking exhausted. I'm dead tired. Wash dishes all night, earned $100. Adding points to the system only yields 0.01. So slow. Borrowing is still quicker. Su Yunyun grumbled as she changed her shoes and walked into the living room. She had just intended to go to the balcony to collect her school uniform, when as she opened the balcony door she froze. Under the moonlight, a silver-gray one-piece combat suit hung quietly on a hanger shimmering with a high-end luster in the night breeze. As a seasoned poor person, Su Yunyun was well-versed in luxury items. She immediately recognized the origin of this outfit. Skywalker. Nano combat suit. Su Yunyun covered her mouth, rushing over to touch the fabric. It's really the genuine article. This set costs 100,008. Su Yunyun gazed in shock at Su Kun's closed bedroom door. 2 days ago, it was 5 boxes of medicine for 1,008. Today, it was a 100,008 combat suit. A lightning bolt flashed across Su Yunyun's mind as she seemed to see through the truth. Such an expensive outfit must have been bought for him by that rich girlfriend. Her emotions were complex. She felt both heartache for her brother and a hint of envy. She pulled out her phone, snapped a picture of the outfit, and posted it on her social media with a caption shielding her parents and brother. What should I do? My brother seems to really be supported by a rich woman. Crying, this expensive outfit must have been bought by his girlfriend. Meanwhile, in a private training room in a high-end villa area of Jiangdong City. Having just finished a round of sword training, Yi Qingyi was sweating profusely as she sat on a yoga mat resting. She casually picked up her phone and scrolled through social media. When she saw Su Yunyun's new post, a playful smile first appeared on her cool and stunning face. Rich woman. At least this little girl has good taste, as she knows her future sister-in-law is wealthy. Yi Qingyi smirked slightly, thinking Su Kun, this blockhead, had finally come to his senses. Had he started to show off to his sister? However, when her gaze dropped and she saw the latter part of the message along with the image, Yi Qingyi's smile froze instantly. The temperature of the surrounding air seemed to drop several degrees. I've never bought him clothes. Yi Qingyi abruptly sat upright, the knuckles of her hand gripping the phone turning white from force, a dangerous glint flashing in her eyes. If it wasn't me, then who was it? Kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, high school. I've been with him for 13 years. Oh, no one is allowed to take him from me. No way, I need to do something. Yi Qingyi quickly sent Su Kun a message. Didn't you say you'd treat me to milk tea last time? Tomorrow is the weekend, I'm free. In the early morning, the sunlight pierced through the clouds. Su Kun abruptly opened his eyes and instinctively sprang up from his bed. In that moment, he distinctly felt a subtle change in perspective, as if he was a little closer to the ceiling. The bones throughout his body emitted a delightful cracking sound, like a slumbering giant beast stretching. It seems I've grown again. Su Kun took a few steps to the measuring device. Beep. Height 172. 0 centimeters, weight 80. 0 kilograms. What the heck, that was fast. Looking at the numbers on the screen, Su Kun was stunned. Just yesterday, he was 170 centimeters tall and weighed 72 kilograms. In just one night, his height increased by 2 centimeters and his weight skyrocketed by 8 kilograms. Now, even without clothes, his muscular physique was as perfect as a classical Greek statue, each inch of skin radiating terrifying strength, capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards. This 8-kilogram gain was entirely due to the accumulation of high-density bones and muscle fibers. Su Kun clenched his fist, and the air was crushed in his palm with a crisp sound. Today I have to go to the Martial Arts Association for the Registered Martial Artist Assessment. It's a perfect opportunity to measure my limits. Just then his phone, which was on the bedside, vibrated. Su Kun picked it up and saw a message from Yi Qingyi, saved as sister-in-law. He casually replied, do you want milk tea? He'll order you some takeout. Instant reply. Yi Qingyi, no takeout, I want imported ones. Su Kun was taken aback and typed, I can't today, or I have plans. Yi Qingyi, you really are cheating on me. Su Kun, when did we even start dating? Yi Qingyi, didn't we start in kindergarten? We were even engaged back then. Su Kun, playing how? Looking at the text on the screen, Su Kun couldn't help but recall distant memories. Back then, Yi Qingyi was not the radiant, aloof school beauty she was now. In kindergarten, she was a skinny, dark-skinned, ugly duckling, constantly with 2 runny noses and stuttering in speech. Being an orphanage adopted child, she had a solitary character and was often bullied by other children. At that time, Su Kun couldn't bear to see it and often chased away those troublesome kids, even giving her his most beloved Ultraman to cheer her up. Who would have thought girls change dramatically as they grow? After entering middle school, she seemed to blossom, becoming more beautiful, her skin fairer than snow and her features exquisite like a porcelain doll. This is what they call wealth-nurturing beauty. Su Kun remembered that year when he graduated from elementary school. Yi Tianan, the richest man in Jiangdong City, suddenly approached Yi Qingyi and after DNA comparison confirmed that she was his long-lost illegitimate daughter. From then on, the ugly duckling transformed into a phoenix, soaring into the ranks of a top aristocratic young lady. Logically speaking, after returning to her affluent family, she should have transferred to those elite martial arts private schools, yet she stubbornly refused, insisting on remaining in the public school as Su-kun's classmate for so many years. The more Su-kun thought about it, the more he felt something was off. Could it be that she really had a crush on me since childhood? No, that's too familiar. It would be awkward to pursue her. We even competed in who could pee farther in the mud as kids. That image is too strong. How could I pursue a relationship? More importantly, right now, Su-kun's mind was solely focused on two words: growth. Only by becoming stronger can he survive in this martial arts world and protect his family. The phone vibrated again. Yi Qingyi, you still haven't said who exactly is meeting you. Male or female? Su-kun, it's a man. You don't know him. Yi Qingyi, a man. Are you a 0 or a 1? Su-kun's forehead twitched, and he quickly typed, it's your dad. Not chatting anymore, I really have things to do. After sending that, Su-kun tossed his phone aside, fearing that this woman would say something outrageous again. After getting dressed, he heated up a portion of the leftovers from last night in the kitchen and left a portion for Su Yunyun, who was still sleeping. With his bag on his back, he stepped out. The Jiangdong City Martial Arts Association stood majestically in the city center. It was the weekend, and a steady stream of people came to participate in the assessment. Kuan-gu, over here. As soon as he entered the hall, Zhao Lei's loud voice rang out. Today he looked particularly spirited in a brand new training outfit, his muscles straining against the fabric. Let's go, we are scheduled for assessment room 9. The two swiped their ID cards at the self-service machine and received their number tags. Inside assessment room 9, the examiner was a middle-aged man in his 30s holding a thermos, his eyelids drooping, looking as if he had just woken up. For him, this initial martial artist assessment was just a formality. Watching hundreds of novices punch every day was hardly stimulating. Next, Su-kun. The examiner called out lazily. Su-kun stepped into the testing area. You know the rules, right? First measure punching power, then speed and reaction time. The examiner yawned. A punching power of 300 kilograms counts as a beginner martial artist, 500 kilograms as intermediate, and 1,000 kilograms as advanced. Let's begin. Su-kun nodded and stood in front of the specially designed heavy-duty force measuring device. This machine's pressure limit was 5,000 kilograms, enough to withstand the blows of a second-realm martial artist. Su-kun took a deep breath. Exactly, he wanted to know how much of a power increase this 172-meter height and 80-kilogram weight would bring him. Blood surged, his spine tightened instantly. Without any excess buildup, Su-kun's right arm shot out like a cannonball. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted in the enclosed assessment room, startling the examiner so much that the thermos in his hand shook, spilling tea all over. What the heck? Did it explode? The examiner's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the display screen. 1,006 kilograms, the bright red number burned itself into his vision like a branding iron. 1 ton. The examiner was wide awake, his eyes nearly popping out. He hurriedly looked down at Su-kun's information sheet. 19 years old. First time participating in the assessment. What a joke. A 19-year-old advanced martial artist. That's just the late stage of body tempering. It's important to note that for an ordinary person reaching an intermediate martial artist, 500 kilograms before the age of 20 is considered a genius. A 1-ton punching power is a realm that many seasoned martial artists achieve only after years of dedication. Su-kun gazed at the number, slightly furrowing his brow. Just over 1 ton. I think I held back a bit. I didn't fully unleash my strength. He turned to the stunned examiner. Examiner, I didn't exert my full strength just now. Can I try again? The examiner swallowed hard and dazedly nodded yes. Each person has 3 chances to record the highest value. All right then. Su-kun cracked his neck, his gaze sharpening. This time the giant's bloodline would be fully unleashed. His muscles instantly tensed up, his thighs pushed against the ground, power surging from his feet straight to his spine, then transmitted to his fist. Huh. Bang. The dull sound was several times louder than the previous one. 1,300 kilograms. Before the examiner could even gasp in surprise, Su-kun shook his head, seemingly still searching for the right feeling, followed by another punch. This punch came with a piercing scream. Boom. 1,700 kilograms. Silence. The entire assessment room fell into an eerie stillness. The examiner stared at the outrageous 1.7 tons, feeling as if his entire career was shaken. This is a 19-year-old. This strength is not far from a second-realm martial artist. 2,000 kilograms, right? Su-kun retracted, his fist blew off non-existent dust, and asked innocently, Examiner, do we still need to measure the rest? No. No need. The examiner, now looking at Su-kun with a mixture of awe and respect, waved his hand repeatedly. With this strength base, your speed and reaction must be excellent. You already have confirmed advanced martial artist data. The examiner's tone turned respectful, mister. So you can go directly to the hall to collect your certificate. Congratulations on becoming an honored advanced martial artist. Su Kuan walked out of the assessment room. He waited at the door for a while, but Zhao Lei hadn't come out, yet probably still struggling with the measuring device inside. I should collect the certificate first. Su Kuan walked alone toward the certificate collection window in the hall. As he approached the window, a familiar sound of laughter came from nearby. Fan Gu, you're amazing. Is this the martial artist certificate? Su Kuan turned around and saw Huang Mo Zhang Fan from yesterday's encounter in the neighborhood proudly holding a blue certificate. His delicate girlfriend nestled in his arms looking adoringly at him. Next to them stood an arrogant-looking boy dressed in Jiangdong Martial Arts University uniform, holding a more eye-catching purple certificate. Of course, Zhang Fan raised the blue certificate in his hand, then turned to the boy with a flattering smile, but compared to Hao Gu, Im's still far behind. Look at Hao Gu, he's holding a purple intermediate martial artist certificate. Truly the class monitor of our Jiangdong Martial Arts University freshman class. Li Hao smiled modestly, flicking the purple certificate in his hand. It's alright, just over 800 kilograms, still a bit shy of the 1-ton mark needed for advanced martial artists. Just then Zhang Fan caught sight of Su Kuan walking over from the corner of his eye. His expression changed instantly, and he quickly pulled his girlfriend closer, lowering his voice. Su Kuan is here too. His girlfriend looked over and giggled, covering her mouth. What is a failed student doing here? This is the Martial Artist Assessment Center. Could it be that the 700 kilograms on the measuring device yesterday was really him? Impossible. I just saw him accompanying a friend. He's here just to broaden his horizons. Zhang Fan said disdainfully, whispering. He really has no self-awareness, can't even get into a martial school, yet he wants to become a martial artist. You already got the certificate, he probably can't even touch the threshold. The two whispered among themselves, their voice. However, after Su Kun's growth, his hearing had also improved, so he naturally heard them, but was too lazy to pay attention to these two flies. He walked straight to the window. A moment later. Mr. Su Kuan, your certificate has been completed. Ooh, please keep it safe. The staff handed him a certificate with both hands. This certificate was neither blue nor purple, but a heavy dark red cover with dazzling gold lettering. Su Kuan took the certificate and turned to leave. Just then Zhang Fan, who had been stealing glances from the side, he nudged his girlfriend and asked in confusion, Hey, why is the certificate Su Kuan is holding red? And it has a gold edge. Yes. His girlfriend also looked puzzled. The beginners is blue, the intermediates is purple. Could the red one be? Just then, bang. Zhao Lei, drenched in sweat, burst out, having just finished his assessment. He immediately spotted Su Kuan at the window and ran over excitedly. I passed. I'm an intermediate martial artist now. Ha ha. As he rushed up to Su Kuan, his gaze was instantly captured by the golden red certificate in Su Kuan's hand. Zhao Lei's laughter froze, his eyes bulging, and he let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. What the heck? A golden red certificate. Advanced martial artist certificate. Zhao Lei trembled, wanting to touch the certificate, but afraid of damaging it, looking up at Su Kuan, his voice shaking. Kuan Gu. You became an advanced martial artist. Your punching power broke 1,000. Boom. This shout made the previously noisy hall fall silent for a second, then erupted into a commotion. An advanced martial artist? So young. Not far away, Zhang Fan and his girlfriend, who were waiting to see a joke, had their expressions freeze as if they had been slapped hard. Advanced. Zhang Fan's mouth dropped open, nearly dislocating his jaw, his voice sharp and cracking. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. He's a failed student. How could he be an advanced martial artist? Fake. It must be fake. Zhang Fan frantically grabbed his girlfriend's hand. They're just acting. It must be that Su Kuan paid someone to act. However, standing nearby, the usually aloof class monitor, Li Hao's expression turned extremely serious. He stared at the certificate, took a deep breath, and interrupted Zhang Fan's nonsense. Shut up. Don't embarrass yourself. Li Hao's gaze held a hint of respect. The anti-counterfeiting gold seal from the Martial Arts Association. No one would dare to fake it. This. Zhang Fan was left speechless. Li Hao ignored him, instead straightening his clothes, putting on a warm smile, and actively approached Su Kuan. Wow. Brother, I didn't expect there was such an outstanding student hidden in Jiangdong City. Truly a gem. Seeing even the usually arrogant Hao Gu trying to curry favor, Zhang Fan's girlfriend bit her lip, watching Su Kuan's tall and handsome figure holding the golden certificate, her eyes instantly lighting up. She shook off Zhang Fan's hand and wanted to join in. Fan Gu. How about we go meet him? After all, we're neighbors. Zhang Fan stood there feeling as if he and Su Kuan would probably be from two different worlds from now on. He rubbed his eyes and suddenly noticed something strange. Wait a minute, even though I'm not familiar with Su Kuan, I remember he was quite thin. Why does he look so much more muscular now? His height doesn't match. Could it be that he's not Su Kuan? I get it now, I must have mistaken him for someone else. I knew it. How could a failed student like Su Kuan become an advanced martial artist? I must have recognized the wrong person. The commotion in the hall continued, but Su Kuan had no interest in staying to be watched by others. He pulled Zhao Lei, who was still in a daze, and forcefully squeezed out of the crowd, quickly walking out of the Martial Arts Association's door. Finding a quiet corner, Su Kuan took out his phone and logged into the official Martial Arts Network app. As he entered his ID number and the number from the red certificate, a golden effect box suddenly popped up on the screen. Congratulations. Esteemed Mr. Su Kuan, your identity authentication has been updated to Advanced Martial Artist Late Stage of Body Refinement. Immediately after, a dazzling list of privileges appeared. Privilege 1, monthly government martial arts allowance of 9,000 yuan after tax. Privilege 2, enjoy an 8 discount on purchasing martial arts resources, pills, and equipment. Privilege 3, enjoy first-class seats on high-speed trains and VIP channels in business class on airplanes with priority ticket purchasing rights. Privilege 4, loan limits at the Martial Arts Bank raised to 2 million yuan. Privilege 5, enjoy a deep meridian cleansing service at designated public hospitals or partner institutions once a year. Privilege 6, preferential recommendations for positions as instructors or consultants in military, police, or security companies. 9,000 yuan monthly salary, and it's free money. Su Kuan looked at the first item, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. This was undoubtedly a significant sum for the Su family, who used to be very frugal, essentially covering the family's daily expenses. Moreover, the 8 discount on resources was a long-term money-saving tool for Su Kuan, who now had the appetite of a gold-guzzling beast. As he grew taller, the resources he needed would certainly increase geometrically. Kuan, you're so lucky. Zhao Lei leaned over to glance at Su Kuan's screen, his face contorting in envy. I just checked my junior martial artist account, and the allowance is only 3,000 with a measly 9.5 discount. The gap is just too big. Don't worry about that. Seeing Su Kuan's expression, Zhao Lei patted him on the shoulder and said boldly, that's all ancient history. Our human race has many strong warriors now, and the front lines are quite stable. Unless the foreign races truly come knocking on our doors, only then will we newly registered martial artists be called to action. And even if we are called up, we would first have to train in the recruit camp for a year and a half before heading to the front lines. They wouldn't just send us to our deaths. Su Kuan nodded but did not lessen his worries. His parents were both seasoned martial artists registered for many years, currently executing cleaning tasks in the dangerous wilderness. May Mom and Dad returned safely. Su Kuan silently prayed in his heart. All right, Kuan, good day is a good day. I don't dwell on those heavy topics. Zhao Lei wrapped his arm around Su Kuan's neck, winking mysteriously. Let's go. To celebrate our dual certification, I'll take you to a good place. Good place. Su Kuan rubbed his stomach. That earlier meal had consumed quite a bit of energy, and he was indeed a bit hungry now. Are you treating me to a meal? Zhao Lei grinned. This time we're going to enjoy something high-end. Not only can we eat, but we can also have a great time. Half an hour later, the taxi stopped in front of a grand building called Shuiyun Tian Royal Club. Looking at the golden rotating door and the 2 rows of tall hostesses dressed in kipeos at the entrance, Su Kuan paused. He turned to Zhao Lei, his gaze peculiar to Lei. I think you're too stressed out. Zhao Lei replied earnestly, this is the most high-end martial arts therapy center in Jiangdong City. Isn't there a benefit for martial artists that includes once-a-year meridian cleansing? This is a designated part. No need to spend money, just swipe the martial artist certificate for free. Zhao Lei added in a lowered voice, also my sister works here. I see. Su Kuan understood. Since it's free and there's a buffet, why not go in? Moreover, Zhao Lei was right. His current level was that of an advanced martial artist, which meant he was at the late stage of body refinement, and the next step was to break into the meridian opening realm. The meridian opening realm, as the name suggests, is about opening all the meridians in the body to form a closed loop of qi and blood. Professional martial arts massage is indeed helpful for relaxing muscles and assisting in breaking through. Welcome, esteemed martial artists. Under the sweet greeting of the hostess, the 2 walked into the hall. It was indeed a place of luxury, extravagantly decorated with the air filled with the scent of high-end incense. After the front desk staff registered their martial artist certificates, she smiled and said, since you are an advanced and a junior martial artist, you are entitled to VIP box service. Would you like to request a specific technician? Su Kuan became interested and asked Zhao Lei, what number is your Zhao Lei? Kuan, don't. I can't relax with my sister around. Oh, what if I accidentally call out her name? That would be so embarrassing. He stubbornly refused to say. Su Kuan had no choice but to let it go. He took a tablet and browsed through, finding hundreds of technicians sorted by martial arts strength. The technician ranked number 100 was actually an advanced martial artist. Is this the age where even advanced martial artists are becoming technicians? Su Kuan exclaimed, this industry is incredibly profitable. Since we are here for meridian cleansing, we need to find someone strong. Without caring about looks, Su Kuan directly picked a number. This number 91. I see the introduction says skilled in muscle and bone adjustment, and chi and blood massage strength. Is that of an advanced martial artist? Kuan Gu, you really have no sense of romance, coming to a place like this just to look at strength. Zhao Lei looked at him with frustration, swiping the tablet for a while, before finally, pointing at an avatar of an anime character. I choose this number 200. Her name is Qiao Qiao. You can tell she's the kind of cute girl who is delicate and easy to push over. She must be beautiful. Su Kuan glanced at him. You like Lolas? Zhao Lei replied, this must be my dream girl. After selecting the technician, the two were led into a luxurious double room. As soon as they entered, Su Kuan's attention was drawn to the exquisite platter of exotic beef jerky, seasonal fruits, and high-end pastries on the coffee table. Is this self-service? All free. Su Kuan sat down on the sofa without hesitation and began to indulge. Moments later, the door to the room was pushed open. Hello, technician number 91 is here to serve you. A cold yet magnetic voice sounded. Su Kuan looked up, slightly stunned. The woman who walked in was dressed in a well-tailored black professional suit, her long legs wrapped in black stockings, her figure tall and voluptuous, with her hair styled up, exuding a mature and intellectual aura. Especially her hands, long and strong with thin calluses on her knuckles, clearly left from years of martial arts practice. Delay. Su Kuan, with half a pineapple pastry in his mouth, mumbled, you call this official service? Technician number 91 frowned slightly, looking at the boy with pastry crumbs on the corner of his mouth. While she did no delay, it was still a bit displeasing to have it called out so bluntly. She only used her hands without any other body parts for service. Sir, please behave. We are a proper Cough, cough. I was calling my friend. His name is Delay. Su Kuan pointed to the massage bed beside him. Technician number 91's expression softened, her ears slightly red with an apologetic look. At that moment, the door was pushed open again. Technician number 200 Qiao Qiao is here to serve you. A rough yet overly affected voice came through. Zhao Lei, filled with anticipation, suddenly looked up, the smile on his face instantly freezing, then gradually collapsing into horror. At the doorway stood a mountain of flesh. A middle-aged woman who appeared to weigh around 200 pounds with a face full of excess flesh, and wearing an oversized technician outfit, was holding a fruit platter, smiling at Zhao Lei. Little handsome guy, here's the fruit you wanted. The sip of tea Su Kuan had just taken was immediately sprayed out. Zhao Lei trembled in fear, curling up in the corner of the bed. I don't want fruit, thank you. I want Qiao Qiao. That twin-tailed Qiao Qiao. The big woman smiled shyly, her face full of wrinkles blooming like chrysanthemums. Stop it, I am Qiao Qiao. That avatar is a picture of me when I was 18. Saying this, the 200-pound Qiao Qiao flexed her wrist, producing a crackling sound, excitedly moving towards Zhao Lei. Little handsome guy, I'm going to start serving now. You don't come over. Zhao Lei let out a desperate wail. Compared to Zhao Lei's hellish experience, Su Kuan's side was simply paradise. He lay on the massage bed. Technician number 91's technique was exceptionally professional. So your muscle density is very high? Technician number 91 continued to massage, while expressing surprise. I have massaged many advanced martial artists, but this is the first time I've seen back muscles as hard as steel. I'm going to increase the intensity. Oh, please endure it. It's fine, apply more pressure. Oh, that feels great. Su Kuan let out a comfortable sigh. Upon hearing this, technician number 91 no longer held back, using the chi and blood within her body. Her hands became shadows, frantically striking and pressing on Su Kuan's acupoints on his back. Pa, pa, pa. Each blow carried an penetrating force that reached the bone marrow. Su Kuan felt waves of heat forcibly surged into his body, creating a marvelous resonance with his own giant bloodline. This feeling. As the force intensified, the previously sluggish small meridians inside him began to loosen under the impact of this great force. The air in the private room seemed to solidify for a moment. Yi Qingyi strode over to Su Kuan's bedside with her long, slender legs. She leisurely rolled up her sleeves, revealing a wrist as white as jade. Turning her head to the side, her cold voice said, "You all go out. I will personally add more time for him." Off. The technician No. 91, who was massaging Su Kuan, froze for a moment, instinctively wanting to refute the powerful aura of the girl before her. But when she realized, she quickly closed her mouth and respectfully stepped aside. Zhao Lei jumped up, wishing he could instantly escape from Aunt Xiao's clutches. However, just before leaving, his gossiping spirit ignited, and he cautiously asked, Scholar Yi, what is your relationship with Kuan Gu? Yi Qingyi turned her head, her beautiful peach blossom eyes slightly squinting, a playful smile curling at the corners of her mouth. What do you think? Isn't it obvious? Got it. Understood. Zhao Lei suddenly realized, his eyes filled with immense respect. He gave a deep glance at the still soundly sleeping Su Kuan, silently giving a thumbs up. Kuan Gu is amazing. A model for our generation. Sister-in-law, you carry on. Take your time. After saying this, Xiao Lei quickly pulled the still dazed technician No. 91 and the regretful Aunt Xiao and dashed out of the private room. Outside, technician No. 91 was mumbling. No wonder this handsome guy can resist my beauty. Turns out he has a school beauty girlfriend. The private room fell silent again. Yi Qingyi stood by the bed gazing at Su Kun's well-defined profile as he slept. Her originally cold expression softened instantly. He sleeps quite soundly. She breathed a sigh of relief and murmured softly, "It's good that you came to a club, not a G place." As she spoke, Yi Qingyi extended her hands and gently placed them on Su Kun's broad back. The moment her fingertips touched Yi Qingyi's beautiful eyes widened in shock. The sensation was completely wrong. The previous Su Kun was as skinny as a monkey, feeling like nothing but bones. But now the sensation beneath her palm was hard, warm, and filled with astonishing elasticity. The muscle lines on his back resembled rolling mountains, each muscle seeming to contain explosive power, tight like a piece of red-hot steel. How can he be this solid? Yi Qingyi was utterly shocked. Even those pampered scions raised on medicinal baths since childhood could not have such alloy-like muscle density. Could it be that after failing the exam, Kun really resorted to life-draining drugs? Yi Qingyi's heart tightened, her grip unconsciously tightening as she tried to assess Su Kun's internal qi and blood condition through the massage. At that moment, half asleep and half awake, Su Kun felt the comfortable force on his back and instinctively murmured, "Yes, that's it. Keep going, don't stop." Yi Qingyi's eyes glinted as she leaned down, whispering into Su Kun's ear, "Is it comfortable?" "It is." Su Kun's eyes closed, had a look of enjoyment. "Of course." Yi Qingyi's mouth curled into a mischievous smile. Her delicate hands began to wander over Su Kun's body. Starting from his broad back, her fingers glided toward his tight waist, twisting and kneading like a flexible snake, sometimes softly rubbing, sometimes firmly pressing acupoints. As the massage went deeper, Yi Qingyi was increasingly astonished. This qi and blood was too vigorous. It was like a volcano ready to erupt. Such intense qi and blood feedback was not like a hollow state created by drugs, but rather pure to a terrifying degree, filled with vibrant life. Strange. Since he has such a physique, why did he fail the martial examination? Yi Qingyi couldn't understand despite racking her brain. Driven by curiosity, she wanted to examine more closely. Unintentionally, her small hand slipped through the gap in Su Kun's clothes, quietly reaching inside. Her fingertips brushed against the well-defined eight-pack abs arranged like a washboard. She touched them, then pinched them. Finally, she couldn't help but knead them. The sensation was truly delightful. Just as her hand was about to continue exploring down the line, Su Kun, who had his eyes closed, suddenly stiffened, instantly alert. He grabbed the small hand that was causing trouble on his abs, frowned slightly, and said hoarsely, "No. 91, you have crossed the line." Yi Qingyi was caught red-handed but remained unfazed, instead twisting Su Kun's wrist, teasing, "How about I let you touch back?" This voice. Su Kun suddenly opened his eyes. What greeted him was not technician No. 91, but a beautiful and familiar face. Those signature peach blossom eyes were crescent-shaped, smiling as they stared at him. "What the hell? How is it you?" Su Kun was startled, nearly bouncing off the bed. Yi Qingyi blinked innocently. "What? Can't I come part-time to earn some extra cash?" "I believe you, sure." Su Kun impatiently shook off her hand, pulling down his clothes to cover his stomach. "A woman's mouth is a deceptive ghost. Take your claws away. TCH, like I haven't touched before." Yi Qingyi pouted, seizing the moment to give Su Kun's abs another firm rub before standing upright, satisfied. Su Kun sat up, adjusting his clothes while warily watching her. "Quick, tell me how you got here. This can't be a coincidence. Are you stalking me? And you say you aren't a pervert. Who would want to stalk you?" Yi Qingyi crossed her arms and raised her chin, casually pointing to the floor beneath her feet. "Sorry, Su Kun, this club is my property." Su Kun. All right. He was once again defeated by the ability of money. He rolled off the bed and stood up straight. Yi Qingyi had originally maintained a superior posture, but when Su Kun fully stood up, she suddenly froze. Her gaze was actually at eye level. "No way." Yi Qingyi instinctively took half a step back, sizing Su Kun up and down, her eyes filled with confusion. "You weren't this tall before. When we met the day before yesterday, you were only at my eyebrow level. How come you can look me in the eye today?" She was 1.72 meters tall, and even taller in shoes, while Su Kun now seemed to be around 1.72 meters too. "Did you wear height-increasing shoes?" Yi Qingyi looked down. Su Kun was barefoot on the carpet, not wearing any shoes. "This is his net height." Yi Qingyi was completely stunned. Growing 6 to 7 centimeters in just 2 days. Even with hormones, it shouldn't be this fast. Suddenly, an absurd thought surged into her mind. Yi Qingyi covered her mouth, her face instantly turning red as she pointed at Su Kun in terror. You aren't Su Kun. You can't be Su Kun's long-lost twin brother." Oh my god. I just touched your abs. Did I just cheat on Su-kun? Su-kun's head was filled with black lines as he slapped her forehead. You're so dramatic. In the real deal, I'm your father. In this world, only in front of Su-kun, her childhood friend, would this usually aloof and dignified family princess, the martial arts school beauty, reveal such a playful side. I don't believe it. Yi Qingyi covered her forehead, her sharp gaze fixed on his waistband. Unless you take off your pants. Let me check if you have that birthmark on your butt. Although Su-kun wouldn't let her see, she confirmed that this person was undoubtedly the sharp-tongued Su-kun. She put aside her playful thoughts, her eyes becoming somewhat complex as she circled around Su-kun. Kun, seriously. What happened to your body? Sudden second puberty after failing the exam. That's too high-level martial arts. Su-kun hesitated for a moment. The matter of the giant bloodline wasn't hard to explain, but this place wasn't private enough, so he still couldn't say. Moreover, Yi Qingyi had a family behind her, letting her know would only bring her trouble. Seeing that he was silent, a hint of disappointment flashed in Yi Qingyi's eyes. But soon she replaced it with a calm expression and sighed, forget it, I shouldn't have pried. After all, everyone has secrets, it's normal if you don't want to tell me. Just pretend I didn't ask. Her pitiful little look was simply heart-wrenching. If it were any other man, he would have probably already divulged his entire ancestry. But Su-kun nodded seriously, just know this. Don't pry into a man's secrets. Yi Qingyi. She ground her silver teeth, angered enough to want to bite someone. Su-kun. You've changed. I thought you would tell me. You stingy person. Who doesn't have secrets? I have them too. Su-kun glanced at her, saying coolly, you're the one who's petty. Su-kun, I'm going to kill you. 10 minutes later, in the lobby of the club, Su-kun walked out feeling refreshed, followed by a Yi Qingyi with a face full of resentment. Kun, you haven't treated me to milk tea yet. Yi Qingyi caught up relentlessly, saying, I massaged you for so long that my hands are sore. Su-kun glanced at her helplessly, saying, do you know you sound like a nagging old lady right now? Zhao Lei, who had been waiting at the door for a long time, nearly dropped his jaw at these words. What the hell? Kun guess family status is this high? How dare he call the school beauty an old lady? And judging by Yi Qingyi's expression, she didn't seem angry at all. Instead, she looked a bit pleased. Kun, go. Over here. Zhao Lei hurriedly waved his hand. Su-kun walked over. Delay, I'm hungry, let's go eat. Yi Qingyi was about to chime in, when Su-kun suddenly turned his head and said to Zhao Lei, I didn't ask you, you don't have to speak. Yi Qingyi gritted her teeth, silently vowing, one day, I will build up my chest muscles. Zhao Lei was about to respond. Suddenly a sharp look from Yi Qingyi shot over. That gaze clearly said, if you dare to agree, just try it. Zhao Lei trembled, all over, his survival instinct kicking in. He awkwardly smiled. Kun go, I suddenly remembered I left the gas on at home. I won't disturb your date with sister-in-law. Farewell. After saying this, Zhao Lei slipped away faster than a rabbit. Yi Qingyi was finally satisfied and retracted her gaze, calling out to Zhao Lei's back, next time you come for a massage, he'll give you half off. The 200-pound Aunt Xiao nearby also shouted, handsome guy, remember to choose me next time. A scream from afar indicated Zhao Lei was running even faster. Su-kun turned to technician No. 91, politely saying, no. 91, thank you for helping me clear my chi and blood. He was now at the martial arts second realm, the channeling stage. Technician No. 91 was flattered and quickly bowed. You're welcome, sir, it's my job. We welcome. Yi Qingyi stood beside him, hands behind her back like a leader inspecting work, casually commenting, No. 91's technique is indeed good, you did well, but don't massage again next time. Technician No. 91. After exiting the club, Su-kun helplessly glanced at the clingy shadow beside him. Let's go get some milk tea. Yi Qingyi's eyes lit up, instantly following closely behind. Su-kun walked towards the nearby milk tea shop without looking back, bought 2 cups of milk tea, and handed one over. Yi Qingyi stood frozen in place, accepting the milk tea and looking at it, a warm current rising in her heart. White peach oolong, 3 points of sugar, no ice, with double crispy popping pearls and cheese cream on top. Sure enough, he still remembers my favorite flavor. He has me in his heart. Yi Qingyi couldn't wait to insert a straw and took a big sip. The sweet peach fragrance mixed with rich cheese cream burst on her taste buds. As for why she liked this flavor, it was because it was the first cup of milk tea she ever drank as a child, and it was bought by Su-kun. Delicious. She squinted her eyes like a satisfied kitten. Then she glanced at the most ordinary pearl milk tea in Su-kun's hand, her eyes twinkling as she directly offered her milk tea to Su-kun's lips and swiftly snatched his cup. You should try mine, but it's delicious. Let's drink each other's. Su-kun didn't mind. This was a routine for them. Back in elementary school, when pocket money was scarce, they often shared a cup of milk tea, taking turns to sip without any disdain for one another. He leaned down to drink from the straw Yi Qingyi had bitten. It's too sweet, Su-kun frowned. Sweet is what makes it delicious. Yi Qingyi, however, held on to Su-kun's cup, drinking it with great satisfaction. The look on her face was as if she was drinking honey, not milk tea. The two walked side by side on the bustling street. The setting sun stretched their shadows long. Yi Qingyi turned her head, her gaze glued to Su Kuan. Looking at his tall and upright figure now, and the occasional confidence of a strong person flashing across his face, a gentle curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. Kuan, you've really grown up. Yi Qingyi murmured to herself. I knew you would definitely stand tall one day. Su Kuan took a few steps ahead, his pace slightly pausing. He turned back, looking at the radiant girl under the sunset, worrying for his own rear. What are you dawdling at back there? Walk faster. I'm not at ease with you behind me. Yi Qingyi was taken aback, then her smile blossomed even brighter. She quickly caught up, naturally walking in front of Su Kuan, turning back to make a face. Don't poke me. The girl playfully protested, her ponytail tracing a beautiful arc in the air. Su Kuan shook his head helplessly and followed. In the secret shadows of the street corner, click. The scene froze. You treat me to milk tea, and I will treat you to dinner. Yi Qingyi pulled Su Kuan into a high-end restaurant named Cloud Peak Palace. The two sat by the window overlooking the splendid night view of Jiangdong City, where the lights sparkled like a flowing river of stars. Order whatever you like. Yi Qingyi waved her hand with a hint of extravagance, saying, the exotic beast dishes here are delicious. Su Kuan replied, I'm afraid your wallet won't be enough. After all, this is not a buffet, though every dish is priced. Yi Qingyi brushed her long hair aside, exuding a faint fragrance, and confidently declared, this restaurant is under my name. Su Kuan was not polite either, picking up the menu and ordering the most expensive and meaty dishes. The Giant Bloodline constantly craved energy. While they waited for their food, a slightly surprised and affected female voice suddenly came from the side. Sister, is that really you? Su Kuan looked up and saw a girl in a white lace dress with exquisite makeup, looking delicate and pitiful, walking over while holding onto a tall and handsome boy. The boy next to her wore an expensive custom suit with a hint of innate arrogance in his demeanor, clearly a refined heir raised by a prominent family. Upon seeing this girl, Yi Qingyi's previously smiling face instantly turned cold, a flicker of disgust flashing in her eyes. Yi Weiner, what are you doing here? Yi Qingyi's tone was icy, completely devoid of the gentleness she had shown Su Kuan. This Yi Weiner was the adopted daughter of the Yi family, who had taken Yi Qingyi's place for over a decade. Since the true daughter, Yi Qingyi returned, Yi Weiner, though still the second young lady of the Yi family in name, had already fallen from grace. This filled her with jealousy, and she often engaged in petty schemes behind Yi Qingyi's back, pretending to be innocent to gain sympathy. I'm here for dinner too. Yi Weiner seemed oblivious to Yi Qingyi's cold demeanor, still smiling as she said, Sister, what a coincidence. By the way, let me introduce you to this is Xiao Chun, the top scorer in the martial arts exam from Jinghai City. He is a genius in the meridian opening stage. With that, Yi Weiner looked at Xiao Chun with admiration, her eyes sparkling. Xiao Chun slightly nodded, his gaze sweeping across Yi Qingyi, momentarily showing a hint of amazement, but quickly returning to his proud demeanor. He had already heard about the true and false daughters of the Yi family. Initially, the Yi family wanted him to marry the true daughter, Yi Qingyi, for a strong alliance. However, it was said that Yi Qingyi not only refused, but even pushed the engagement to the false daughter, Yi Weiner. This left the arrogant Xiao Chun feeling quite displeased. Who was he, Xiao Chun? The top scorer of Jinghai province, a powerhouse in the meridian opening stage, destined to become a martial emperor. How could he be despised by a woman? Yi Weiner rolled her eyes and deliberately sighed, feigning grievance as she said, Sister, I know you are still angry with me. But I also want to work hard to become stronger. Although I only ranked over 300 in this martial arts exam, and my talent is not as good as yours, I have decided to repeat a year. Next year, I will definitely work hard to become the top scorer, not to embarrass the Yi family, and not to fall too far behind you. She even secretly glanced at Xiao Chun, seemingly seeking comfort. Xiao Chun was indeed impressed, immediately wrapping his arm around Yi Weiner's shoulders and gently saying, Weiner, it's great that you have this ambition. Unlike some people who, relying on their talent, look down on others. As he spoke, he pointedly looked at Yi Qingyi and sneered, Miss Qingyi, it's better to leave some leeway in life. After all, Weiner is your sister, being so harsh on her is a bit too much. Yi Qingyi was almost laughing in anger. Harsh. Clearly this White Lotus was the one who came over. Xiao Chun, was it? Yi Qingyi put down her teacup, her beautiful eyes narrowing. This is a family matter of the Yi family, and it's not your place to meddle. Also take care of your fiancée, or don't let her go around calling others sister. My mother only gave birth to me. You? Yi Weiner's eyes instantly turned red, tears welling up. Sister, how can you say that? Whoa. Xiao Chun's expression darkened as he was about to explode. Suddenly his gaze fell on Su Kuan, who was sitting opposite Yi Qingyi. Throughout the whole time, Su Kuan had not looked at them even once, as if this grand drama was less interesting than the beef served by the waiter. Who is this? Xiao Chun frowned, pointing at Su Kuan and asking, Miss Qingyi, is this your boyfriend? He looked Su Kuan up and down, naturally having checked his background of failed candidate. He had merely grown up with Yi Qingyi childhood sweethearts. Haha, Miss Qingyi's taste is indeed unique. Xiao Chun shook his head. Is this what you call true love? Yi Weiner also stopped her faked crying, covering her mouth and giggling. Sister, you don't need to find someone just to make dad angry, right? That's just demeaning yourself. Bang! Yi Qingyi slammed the table, suddenly stood up, her aura erupting, and coldly stared at the two. Do you believe I will tear your mouths apart? However, before she could make a move, a large hand suddenly pressed on her shoulder. Sit down, we're eating a why get work. Su Kuan slowly stood up. Yi Weiner, right? I heard you want to repeat a year and aim for the top scorer now. Yi Weiner was startled by his imposing figure and instinctively took a half step back, forcing herself to say, I have confidence. Su Kuan revealed a row of white teeth, his tone calm, yet filled with undeniable dominance. I advise you to give up on that hope early. With me around next year, you definitely won't be able to become the top scorer. Xiao Chun was stunned. A failed candidate actually dared to make such bold claims in front of two provincial top scorers. Has he gone mad? Or is he just stupid? You? Yi Weiner trembled with anger. What right do you have? With my fist. Su Kuan's expression turned fierce, looking somewhat intimidating. Yi Weiner hid behind Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun looked at him. Xiao Chun wanted to take action, but knowing Yi Qingyi was protective, he knew it would not end well. Weiner, let's go. With me tutoring you in martial arts, you'll definitely be the top scorer next year. Then we can get engaged. Yi Weiner looked expectantly. Xiao Chun, you're so nice. Xiao Chun wanted Yi Qingyi to realize he had missed out on a future martial emperor. And Yi Qingyi mimicked him, holding Su Kuan's hand and saying, Kuan, we should get engaged too. I don't care whether or not you can become the top scorer in the martial arts exam. Qingyi, once I become the provincial top scorer, we will get married right away. Su Kuan added. Naturally, he could not let Yi Qingyi lose face. True friendship is about loyalty. Yi Qingyi looked astonished, her heart filled with joy. Did he finally come to his senses? Let's wait and see. Xiao Chun pulled Yi Weiner away. The waiter brought the dishes to the table. Yi Qingyi picked up a piece of meat and handed it over, saying, Hubby. Su Kuan spat out a mouthful of tea, exclaiming, What did you just call me? Hubby. Yi Qingyi smiled. You said you wanted to marry me. Su Kuan replied. I was just helping you out, you're taking it too seriously. Yi Qingyi perked up her ears. What did you say? The wind is too strong, I didn't hear clearly. Su Kuan couldn't be bothered to bicker with Yi Qingyi. Eating was more important. His giant bloodline was already ravenous. After finishing the meal, the two walked out of the restaurant. Yi Qingyi mounted the pink motorcycle and patted the back seat. Get on, I'll give you a ride. Su Kuan didn't think too much and directly hopped on, skillfully wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Virum. The motorcycle roared, shooting into the night like an arrow. Half an hour later, as the motorcycle entered a picturesque, wealthy villa area, Su Kuan finally sensed something was off. Hey, this isn't right. Su Kuan shouted, This isn't the way to my house. You took a wrong turn. This is Tianlan Bay Villa area. Ahead, Yi Qingyi's casual voice responded, No, this is it. I never said I was taking you home. Su Kuan was speechless. Hurry and turn around, I want to go home. SKRRT. The motorcycle stopped in front of a huge detached villa. Yi Qingyi took off her helmet, shook her long hair like a waterfall, turned around, and winked at Su Kuan, her smile as cunning as a little fox. All right, I'm home. Thank you for bringing me home. Su Kuan. What the hell, thanking me for bringing you home? You dragged me here against my will. The sky was already dark with a few stars twinkling. This villa area was on the mountainside, and it was impossible to get a taxi. Su Kuan looked at the luxurious mansion before him, and then at Yi Qingyi, who wore a triumphant smile, and sighed. Fine, since I'm already here. Su Kuan jumped off the bike, stretched his limbs, and looked at Yi Qingyi, saying, I'm staying at your place tonight. Off. Now it was Yi Qingyi's turn to be stunned. Isn't this inappropriate? Yi Qingyi's cheeks turned slightly red, her hands twisting together, her gaze a bit drifting. Even though we have a good relationship, it's just a man and a woman. What if things go too far? I'm not ready yet. Su Kuan rolled his eyes at her, and directly pushed the door open, entering as if it were his own home. Yi Qingyi watched his back, a sly smile secretly forming on her lips. Upon entering the villa, there were no resplendent crystal chandeliers or extravagant furniture. Instead, the atmosphere was steeped in a hardcore martial arts vibe. The spacious living room had been transformed into a private training arena. The floor was covered with professional shock-absorbent mats and surrounded by various high-end fitness equipment, gravity regulators, holographic combat platforms, alloy wooden dummies, and even an expensive-looking medical recovery pod. On one wall of the living room hung an array of swords. Long swords, short swords, heavy swords, soft swords. Glinting coldly, a dazzling sight. Su Kuan approached and examined them. Each sword was clearly not ordinary, evidently used by Yi Qingyi for practice. What do you think? My home isn't bad, right? Yi Qingyi came over changing into a loose set of loungewear, holding 2 bottles. She walked to a huge double-door refrigerator and opened it. Su Kuan leaned in to take a look, instantly gasped. Inside the refrigerator were not drinks or snacks, but a dense collection of syringes, potions, and various rare beast blood and flesh. Deep-sea blue whale marrow type, 3 gene enhancer dragon blood herb extract. Any one of these could be resources worth a fortune that ordinary martial artists would struggle for years to afford. Yet here they were just casually piled like cabbages. Is this the background of a wealthy heiress? Su Kuan exclaimed, "Did you bring a pharmacy home?" Yi Qingyi casually picked up a syringe and skillfully injected herself in the arm, without even furrowing her brows. As the potion entered her body, her originally fair skin flushed a rosy hue, and her aura surged dramatically. I'm used to it. To maintain the cultivation pace of its level talent, just eating isn't enough. These potions can help enhance my physique. As she spoke, she handed another syringe to Su Kuan. Want to try a shot? It's really invigorating. Su Kuan waved his hand. I'm naturally flowing, no injections for me. He didn't need it. His giant bloodline was far stronger than this potion, plus he could replenish by eating, so why suffer? Su Kuan walked to the center of the training area, his gaze landing on the force measurement device. The screen still displayed the latest test records. Historical maximum 12,580 kilograms. Su Kuan's pupils constricted sharply. Over 12,000 kilograms. That's over 12 tons of power. So fierce. Su Kuan turned in surprise to look at Yi Qingyi. To be clear, high-level martial artists typically possess about 1 ton of strength, while those in the Meridian Opening Realm martial hero start at 2 tons. At the peak of martial hero strength is roughly around 10 tons. And 12 tons. That was already approaching the threshold of the 3rd realm, the Qi Si Master. That's explosive power. Yi Qingyi explained, combined with my level water affinity talent and family sword techniques, I can reach this value under full exertion. My normal strength is about 8 tons. Su Kuan nodded. Even at a normal 8 tons, it was enough to crush most peers. Was this the worth of being the top scorer in the martial arts examination? High talent, abundant resources, and such hard work. With that kind of strength, it was indeed not surprising. So how about practicing with me? Yi Qingyi flexed her wrists, her eyes shimmering with a combative light. Don't worry, I'll suppress my strength. I'll only use the power of a martial artist not exceeding 2,000 kilograms. How about that? She had long wanted to test Su Kuan's current capabilities. During the day at the club, she had only felt his muscles, though they felt solid. They hadn't sparred. Let's give it a try. Su Kuan was also interested. He had just broken through to the Meridian Opening Realm and needed a skilled opponent to hone his surging strength. Come on. Before the words even left her mouth, Yi Qingyi was already in motion. Even with her strength suppressed, her speed was astonishing. Her figure darted like a bolt of white lightning, instantly closing the distance, delivering what appeared to be a light chop to Su Kuan's neck. Su Kuan did not retreat, but advanced, utilizing the superhuman reflexes granted by his giant bloodline to sidestep, while simultaneously throwing a punch towards Yi Qingyi's abdomen. Bang! 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 The two figures swiftly crossed paths in the spacious training area. At first, Su Kuan struggled to keep up with Yi Qingyi's ethereal and agile movements, receiving a few hits. But as time passed, the terrifying learning and adaptive abilities of his giant bloodline began to manifest. Half an hour later, Su Kuan could now keep pace with Yi Qingyi's rhythm and even managed to counterattack a couple of times, forcing her to increase her strength in response. An hour later, Yi Qingyi became increasingly alarmed as she fought. This guy's physique is like iron. Just earlier when she had struck Su Kuan's shoulder, it felt like hitting a steel plate, numbing her hand, yet Su Kuan appeared unaffected. Such physical strength was likely comparable to that of a martial hero specializing in toughening techniques, right? What shocked her even more was Su Kuan's endurance. After fighting for so long, she felt a bit breathless and needed to mobilize her qi and blood to recover. Yet Su Kuan remained calm, breathing steadily, as if he were taking a leisurely stroll, even growing more energetic as they fought. Monster! Yi Qingyi cursed inwardly, her competitive spirit fully ignited. I'm going to get serious. Yi Qingyi shouted, no longer suppressing her strength as the qi and blood of a peak Meridian Opening Realm exploded forth. Water cloud technique. Her hands became phantoms, and the surrounding air seemed to turn moist and thick as a wave of soft, yet strong energy surged towards Su Kuan. Su Kuan's gaze sharpened. Here it comes. He took a deep breath, also no longer holding back as his giant bloodline surged. Break! Su Kuan shouted, delivering a punch devoid of any flair. Pure power. No technique, only absolute strength and speed. Boom! The clash of fist and palm emitted a thunderous sound. Both retreated a few steps. Su Kuan shook his slightly numb arm, looking at the equally sweaty Yi Qingyi, grinned, and said, that was refreshing. This battle was thoroughly exhilarating. Yi Qingyi panted heavily. Her gaze towards Su Kuan had completely transformed. Shock, admiration, and even a hint of infatuation. If they were in the same realm, she would even suspect that Su Kuan, this humanoid beast, could utterly crush her. Kuan, I admit you have some skill. Yi Qingyi wiped the sweat from her brow. At this moment, due to the intense workout, her whole body was soaked with sweat. The white t-shirt clung to her body, accentuating her graceful curves. Su Kuan approached and handed her a bottle of water. Suddenly, he noticed something strange about the beads of sweat on Yi Qingyi's forehead. They weren't transparent, but had a faint milky white color, looking viscous like diluted milk. Why is your sweat white? Su Kuan asked curiously. Are you lactating? Yi Qingyi explained, that's the residue of the medicine. I take so many high-purity potions daily that my body can't absorb it all, so some comes out with my sweat. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled mischievously, and she smirked. What? Want to try it? The energy contained in a drop of my sweat is much stronger than whatever purple liquid you have. This is true immortal water, you know. She deliberately leaned her beautiful face closer to Su Kuan like a charming little fox. Want to lick it and try it? Su Kuan, staring at her face so close, inexplicably extended his finger, gently scraping a bit of that milky white sweat from her forehead. Then he put it in his mouth to taste. Yi Qingyi was stunned. She had merely meant to tease this dense guy, but unexpectedly, he actually tasted it. Su Kuan smacked his lips, frowning slightly. It's so sweet. And has a bit of a fishy taste. You really should check your blood sugar. This is clearly metabolic abnormality. Yi Qingyi's face instantly reddened to her ears. You said him fishy. That's the taste of medicine. Do you understand the taste of medicine? Yi Qingyi was so angry she wanted to bite someone, but a strange ripple stirred in her heart, as he had just praised her as sweet. The two sat side by side on the ground to rest. After a moment of silence, Su Kuan suddenly said softly, these years practicing martial arts has been tough, right? Yi Qingyi's body trembled slightly. She turned her head, looking into Su Kuan's clear and earnest eyes. The teasing words she had intended to speak suddenly caught in her throat. Yes, it has been tough. Outsiders only see her as the daughter of a wealthy family, a favored daughter, a top scorer in martial arts exams. But who knows how much she sacrificed for this top scorer? Every day she injected medicine until her body spasmed and convulsed, rolling in pain on the bed. Every day she trained in the gravity chamber until she collapsed, only to be jolted awake by the medical pod to continue training to maintain her state. She had no leisure. While others ate, she practiced martial arts. While others slept, she also practiced martial arts. And all of this was because she was a love child. Because she wanted to control her own destiny. She didn't want to become a tool. Only by being strong enough to silence everyone could she decide her own future and could choose the person she wanted. Yi Qingyi's eyes turned red. The grievances and pressures of so many years broke free with Su Kuan's simple concern. Woo woo woo. Yi Qingyi suddenly pounced on Su Kuan like a wronged little girl. Hey, what are you? Su Kuan was caught off guard and fell directly to the ground. Yi Qingyi straddled Su Kuan, her hands pressing down on his shoulders, looking at him with teary eyes, then suddenly bursting into laughter, forming a scissors gesture. Yay! I won. I knocked you down. Su Kuan. This woman changes her face faster than flipping a book. Feeling the soft sensation on him and the scent that lingered at his nose, a mix of medicinal aroma and the fragrance of a young girl, Su Kuan felt a bit uneasy. All right, stop fooling around, get up quickly. Su Kuan said helplessly. I won't. Yi Qingyi pouted. If you have the ability, get up by yourself. I'm already up. Su Kuan replied in a low voice. Nonsense, you're clearly still lying down. Yi Qingyi instinctively retorted, but her body suddenly felt something unusual. That was... Yi Qingyi's voice abruptly ceased. Her face instantly turned as red as a ripe tomato, even her neck flushed deep. She widened her eyes, looking at Su Kuan in disbelief, stammering, You. Are you serious? Normally she drove when it came to driving and boasted when it came to boasting. But now at this moment of real combat, this pure and innocent school beauty, rich in theoretical knowledge, yet zero in practical experience, was utterly flustered. Su Kuan also looked awkward, helplessly sighing. Of course. I'm a normal 19-year-old hot-blooded youth, okay? If I had no reaction, that would be a problem. I admit you have some looks. No wonder some martial arts schools require students to remove reproductive organs first. This clearly affects the Tao heart. What if I? Su Kuan sighed, trying to divert attention. Yi Qingyi panicked. No, I won't allow it. In the deep of night, after a strenuous sparring session, Su Kuan lay sprawled out. At that moment, a ring broke the tranquility. Su Kuan reached for his phone and saw the caller ID younger sister. On the other end, Su Yunyun's voice came through, lowered in tone. Brother, aren't you coming back tonight? Where have you been fooling around? Before Su Kuan could explain, a slender fair hand suddenly reached over, pressing the speakerphone button. Following that, a lazy and alluring voice spoke into the microphone. Sister is so clever. Your brother is mine tonight, so don't disturb our rest, okay? What the hell? Su Yunyun's surprised voice came through, clearly shaken by the overwhelming information. Have you two progressed to this stage already? Living together already, not hiding it at all? Su Kuan was about to explain when Yi Qingyi let out a soft hum. Su Yunyun imagined a strange scene. Am I a part of your play too? She immediately hung up. Su Kuan looked at the grinning Yi Qingyi, his expression darkened. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Now I can't clear my name even if I jumped into the Yellow River. Who told you to poke me? Yi Qingyi stood up. I'm going to shower and sleep now. Su Kuan sent a message to Su Yunyun. Don't overthink it, go to bed early. Su Yunyun, brother, remember to take precautions. Su Kuan didn't reply. It was an explanation he couldn't make, and he fell into a deep sleep in the guest room. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the room. Su Kuan sprang up from the bed, the familiar sensation of skeletal stretching hitting him again, stronger than ever. This bed is so comfortable, sleeping well leads to growth. He walked a few steps to the precision measuring device in Yi Qingyi's gym. Beep. Height, 174. 0 centimeters, weight, 85. 0 kilograms. I've reached 174. Su Kuan clenched his fist, his eyes shining bright. He had grown 2 centimeters overnight and his weight had increased by 5 kilograms. Although he was still a bit short compared to those who were over 180 centimeters, his muscle density was terrifying, standing there like a compressed high-energy explosive. Let's test my strength. Su Kuan walked to the force meter. He took a deep breath, the expensive beast meat he had eaten last night turning into surging heat. Huh. Boom. A loud noise erupted and the numbers jumped wildly. 3,080 kilograms. 3 tons. Su Kuan looked at the number, grinning. Finally broke the 3,000 barrier. This must be the strength level of mid-foundation establishment, right? Not bad, huh, little Kuan? A lazy voice came from behind. Su Kuan turned around to see Yi Qingyi standing at the door, stretching. She wore a silk spaghetti-strapped nightgown, her steered, devilish figure revealed in the morning light, her skin glowing white, causing Su Kuan's throat to tighten slightly. Do I look good, oi? Yi Qingyi twirled around, unable to hide the smile in her eyes. She walked up to Su Kuan, looking at the 3,080 kilograms number, genuinely praising. Ah, Kuan, at this terrifying growth rate, you might really become the top scorer in next year's martial arts exam. Of course, don't you know who I am? Su Kuan replied proudly. But, Yi Qingyi changed her tone, skillfully pulling out a light golden potion from the fridge. Don't get cocky, compared to me you're still far behind. Sizzle. As the potion was injected, Yi Qingyi's aura instantly surged like a great beast awakening from the deep sea. She approached the force meter, her gaze fierce, and her seemingly delicate arms suddenly burst forth with overwhelming strength. Break. Boom. The entire villa seemed to tremble. 13,500 kilograms. 13,500 kilograms. Yi Qingyi flicked her long hair, raising an eyebrow at Su Kuan. Another record broken. What do you think? Are you impressed? Su Kuan looked at the number, then at the stunning girl in front of him, and could only give a thumbs up. Impressive. The two continued their grueling training in the villa for an entire day. With Yi Qingyi as a top-notch sparring partner, Su Kuan's control over his strength progressed by leaps and bounds. In the evening, Su Kuan returned home carrying several boxes of top-quality beast meat he had taken from Yi Qingyi's house. Brother, you're finally back. Su Yunyun was sitting on the sofa in a daze. Upon seeing Su Kuan enter, she immediately rushed over, as if interrogating a suspect. But halfway there, she suddenly hit the brakes, looking up at Su Kuan with a bewildered expression. Brother, did you get plastic surgery? Did you have bone lengthening surgery? Su Yunyun gestured to her own head. Previously, she was 168 centimeters barefoot, only slightly taller than Su Kuan. But now Su Kuan stood in front of her, already half a head taller. That sense of physical oppression made her instinctively want to retreat. What surgery? This is a second growth spur, do you understand? Su Kuan handed her the fragrant food box. Here, a late-night snack for you, top-grade snowflake thunder beef. Wow, so fragrant. Su Yunyun was instantly captivated by the food, forgetting all about the interrogation. Just then the phone on the coffee table suddenly rang with a video call request. It's Mom calling. Su Yunyun's eyes brightened, quickly wiped her mouth, and answered the video call. On the screen appeared Zu's motherly Shoa, whose face looked slightly tired but filled with love. The background was a dim wild forest, and one could vaguely hear the sound of the wind. Mom, Dad, Su Yunyun shouted excitedly. Su father Su Jun's large face also squeezed into the screen with a fresh blood mark on his face, clearly just having gone through a battle, but he looked energetic. Yin Akuan, are you behaving at home? Have you eaten? Yes, we ate. Brother brought me a lot of delicious food. Su Yunyun pointed the camera at Su Kuan. On the other end, the two elders were clearly taken aback. Su Jun widened his eyes. Akuan, how did you get so fat? No, it's muscular. Those shoulders, those arms. Has the food been that good these days? Li Xiao also looked surprised. Son, you look so much healthier, not like before, when you looked sickly. Su Yunyun chimed in, of course. Brother is now amazing. Not only has he grown taller, but he's even taller than me. And, he's being kept by a rich woman hardly at home every day. Little brat, stop talking nonsense. Su Kuan shot her a glare, then smiled at the video. Dad, Mom, don't listen to her nonsense. Actually, I have something big to tell you. Su Jun suddenly interrupted him, his expression serious, yet somewhat comforting. Ah Kuan, even though I'm not home, I've heard about you. You and Xingyi. Have you two gotten together? I can tell that girl has been clingy to you since childhood. Now that you're an adult, you should date. Don't let her take the lead. Our Su family's men should be proactive. Dad, that's not it. Su Kuan was at a loss for words. All right, don't be shy. Su Jun waved his hand about to continue imparting dating advice. Suddenly, a sharp alarm sounded from the video, followed by an earth-shattering beast roar, as if it had exploded right next to them. Roar. Even through the screen, the fierce aura made Su Kuan and Su Yunyun's faces go pale. Not good. It's a brank beast tide. Damn, how could it appear in the outer area? Su Jun's expression changed drastically as he instantly drew his battle knife from his back. Li Xiao's expression also turned serious as she quickly shouted at the screen. Ah Kuan Yunyun. There's an emergency here. We need to go into combat mode. Take care of yourselves at home. Don't run around. The signal is about to cut off. Dad? Mom? Su Kuan suddenly stood up, shouting at the screen. Beep. The screen went black. In an instant, the call was disconnected. The living room fell into a death. Su Yunyun's small face turned pale instantly, the beef in her hand dropping to the floor. Brother. The brank beast tide. That means Lord-level monsters will appear. Mom and Dad. Her voice trembled, tears welling up in her eyes. Su Kun's heart sank as well, but he knew he must be the pillar of the family now. He walked over and hugged his trembling sister, his tone as firm as a rock. Don't be afraid. Mom and Dad have rich combat experience. They will be fine. Moreover, the country's support for the wild areas is quite fast. They will definitely come back safely. Under Su Kun's reassurance, Su Yunyun's emotions gradually stabilized, but the worry in her eyes remained. Brother. After calming down, Su Yunyun looked troubled again. The school organized a martial arts special training summer camp, saying it's a 1-month closed training at a base, but the registration fee is 20,000 yuan. I was just about to tell Mom and Dad, but I didn't want to put pressure on them. Maybe I shouldn't go. Go? You must go, Su Kuan said without hesitation, pulling out his phone. Isn't it just 20,000? They'll transfer you 30,000. Rich family, poor road. Don't shortchange yourself. Buy more supplements to eat. Ding. Seeing the 30,000 yuan arrive, Su Yunyun bit her lip, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Brother, you've sacrificed too much for this family. Well, I will definitely practice hard, and later I will support you too. She knew that this money was definitely earned by her brother selling his body, exchanged for a rich woman's support. Time flies like a white horse passing through a gap. In the blink of an eye, 2 months of summer vacation have passed. For Su Kuan, these 2 months were simple and dull, yet immensely fulfilling. His daily routine was essentially a straight line: sleeping at home, devouring food at the martial arts hall cafeteria, training in the gravity room. Occasionally, Yi Qingyi would ride her motorcycle to tease him, taking him out for a nice meal while sparring. Under the influence of massive amounts of high-energy food and the bloodline of giants, Su Kun's body underwent a dramatic transformation, like a balloon being inflated. On the eve of the new school term, September 1st, in the early morning, Su Kuan stood in front of a full-length mirror, gazing at the unfamiliar figure staring back at him. Height 182, 0 centimeters. Weight 110, 0 kilograms. He was no longer the frail boy who had failed his exams 2 months ago. Now he stood at an impressive height of 182 centimeters, with a staggering weight of 110 kilograms. But this 110 kilograms carried no excess fat. All of it was solid muscle, as if forged from steel. With broad shoulders and thick chest muscles stretching his t-shirt, taut, the muscular lines of his exposed arms were smooth and bursting with power. He stood there like a tyrannosaurus in a state of readiness, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. 182 centimeters. Su Kuan stroked the stubble on his chin, which had a slight blue tint, nodding in satisfaction. This is how a man should look. Now with this strength, it should be quite terrifying, right? At Beichen Martial Arts Hall, in the advanced testing area. Because it was the last day before school started, there were exceptionally many people in the martial arts hall. Shenbing was conducting the final physical tests with a group of students, including Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei, you've made quite good progress these past 2 months. Shenbing looked at the data board, rarely showing a hint of a smile. Your punching power has reached 480 kilograms, and you're about to break through to the intermediate martial artist level. Keep up this momentum, and you'll definitely rank among the top 50 in the provincial martial arts examination next year. Zhao Lei scratched his head, grinning foolishly. It's all thanks to Instructor Shun's great teaching. However, compared to Brother Kuan like a snail crawling. At the mention of Su Kuan, Shin Bing's expression also became complex. Over these 2 months, she had watched Su Kuan transform from a small guy into a hulking figure, and his appetite had frightened the cafeteria chef almost to the point of quitting. Su Kuan is indeed a freak. Shin Bing sighed. Just then a heavy footstep sounded at the door. Everyone turned to see a tall figure walking in. The shadow cast was suffocating. Holy crap. Brother Kuan. Zhao Lei looked up at the muscle-bound man towering over him, swallowing hard. What an overwhelming presence. Su Kuan chuckled and patted Zhao Lei on the shoulder, almost knocking him to his knees. He walked over to the latest specially designed strength tester. Instructor Shun, I'd like to take a test. Su Kuan greeted her. Shin Bing nodded, her gaze fixed on him with intensity. Use all your strength, let me see the results of your summer training. The room fell silent. Everyone held their breath, watching the figure that resembled a demonic god. Su Kuan took a deep breath. The blood and energy within him surged like roaring magma, the bloodline of giants howling. After 2 months of accumulation, it was time for an explosive release. There were no flashy moves, merely a dragon-like shake of the spine, and he unleashed a punch. Boom! This tremendous sound was like thunder striking the ground, causing everyone's eardrums. The specially designed alloy punching target was deeply dented by this punch. The entire massive machine's base trembled violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. The numbers on the display screen did not fluctuate, but flashed directly. 7,500 kilograms. A wave of gasps echoed throughout the room. 7,500 kilograms. The recording board in Shin Bing's hand fell to the ground with a thud, her usually cold expression completely breaking. 15,000 pounds. This is the data of a high-level martial artist. Zhao Lei was so shocked that he plopped down on the ground, pointing at Su Kuan, stammering, Brother Kuan, are you even human? Can this punch blow up a tank? In just 2 months, from several hundred kilograms skyrocketing to 7,500 kilograms. Half an hour later in the headmaster's office. Good. Lin Wanjuan, the head of Beichen Martial Arts Hall, looked at the test sheet in his hand, his face flushed with excitement as he repeated the word good 3 times. He stood up and walked over to Su Kuan, his eyes filled with fervor, as if looking at a mountain of gold. Su Kuan, you are truly a gift from heaven to us at Beichen Martial Arts Hall. 15,000 pounds of strength. Even the top students from the first-tier martial arts universities can't match this. Lin Wanjun waved his hand grandly. I want to sign a new contract with you based on the previous one. An additional 10 million cash, plus 50 million in martial arts hall options. Su Kuan raised an eyebrow. More money. The head is generous. Without hesitation, Su Kuan grasped Lin Wanjun's hand. Lin Wanjun, smiling widely, took out an examination permit and handed it to Su Kuan. Tomorrow marks the start of the new school term. We have a joint examination in Jiangdong City, and all students from public schools and private martial arts halls must participate. This is your examination permit. The examination venue is at your alma mater, Jiangdong No. 1 Middle School. Su Kuan took the examination permit, looking at the familiar address on it. Jiangdong No. 1 Middle School. It's been a long time. The next morning at the entrance of Jiangdong No. 1 Middle School, the crowd was bustling. Su Kuan stood at the school gate dressed in simple black sportswear with a backpack slung over his shoulder. Although he was merely standing there casually, his height of 182 centimeters and formidable physique created a vacuum around him, causing passing students to instinctively walk around him, their eyes filled with awe. Brother Kuan, over here. Zhao Lei squeezed through the crowd and ran over, standing next to Su Kuan, feeling an overwhelming sense of security. Let's go in. The two walked side by side into the campus. As soon as they arrived at the teaching building, a middle-aged female teacher wearing glasses walked toward them. It was Su Kuan's former homeroom teacher, Teacher Li. Teacher Li held a stack of papers, hurrying toward the exam room. Su Kuan stopped and politely greeted her. Good morning, Teacher Li. Teacher Li halted her steps and looked up. She gazed at the tall, imposing, and handsome young man in front of her, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. Hello. Who are you? Teacher Li adjusted her glasses, searching her mind for this figure. This physique, this aura. She had no recollection. Su Kuan smiled. Teacher, I am Su Kuan. Your student. Su Kuan. Teacher Li slapped her forehead, looking at Su Kuan's features and face, finally recognizing him, apologizing. Look at my memory. Having repeated a summer, how does it feel? Good luck on the exam. Su Kuan nodded, bidding farewell to his homeroom teacher as he walked toward the exam room. Teacher Li felt a bit guilty, wondering how she could forget her student so quickly. Only 2 months had passed, and she hardly recognized him. It was truly unacceptable. Could it be because Su Kuan's martial arts grades were so poor that she didn't pay attention? Teacher Li reflected inwardly, reminding herself that as a teacher, she shouldn't be this way. She looked at Su Kun's retreating figure with a gaze full of apology, lost in thought for a long time. Strange, why does he seem different from the Su Kun in my memory? What is it that seems off? Holy crap, this. Teacher Li suddenly realized, rubbing her eyes in disbelief, her mouth forming an O shape. At Jiangdong No. 1 high school, the physical examination venue was bustling with examinees from various public high schools and private martial arts academies. As the proctor called out, "Next, Su Kun." Su Kun stepped out from the crowd. He did not deliberately showcase his aura, but his towering figure of 182 meters, coupled with the sharply defined lines of his black sportswear stretched taut by his muscles, created a pressure that made the surrounding examinees instinctively hold their breath. Beep. Su Kun stepped onto the comprehensive testing machine. On the large electronic screen, a series of data popped up that made the proctor adjust his glasses. Examinee, name Su Kun, bone, age 19 years, height 182 centimeters, weight 110 kilograms. 110 kilograms. The proctor pushed his glasses up, astonished, and looked at Su Kun. The body fat percentage seemed extremely low, meaning that this weight was composed entirely of high-density muscle and bone. Another professional repeat examinee, specifically here to boost scores for the martial arts academy. The proctor muttered to himself, then pointed to the special force measuring device next to him. Measure punch strength, 3 attempts, take the highest value. Su Kun nodded and walked up to the pitch-black alloy punching pad. He wanted to see how much he could achieve relying solely on his raw physical strength without using any force-enhancing techniques. First punch, 70% power. Su Kun casually threw a punch. Bang! 8,000 kilograms. The pen in the proctor's hand trembled and his eyelids twitched. 8 tons. That's outrageous. How many years of repeating has it taken to achieve such combat power? Before the proctor could react, Su Kun seemed to be looking for the right feel and immediately threw a second punch. 80% power. Boom. 9,000 kilograms. The entire venue fell silent. The examinees waiting in line gaped in astonishment as if they had seen an alien. 9 tons. Isn't this guy a college student? This strength would make him stand out even among senior graduates. Hearing the discussions around him, Su Kun frowned slightly and thought, forget it, better hold back a bit. He took a deep breath and his gaze instantly sharpened. His muscles tensed up before precisely controlling their force at the moment of contact with the punching pad. Third punch. Boom. A profoundly thunderous sound erupted. The numbers on the screen danced wildly before finally settling on an exceedingly peculiar figure, 9,999 kilograms. The proctor stared at the number that was just 1 kilogram shy of 10,000, completely stunned. Just 1 kilogram. Just 1 kilogram away from breaking the 100 kg barrier and stepping into the realm of advanced martial prowess. You? The proctor pointed at Su Kun, his finger trembling. You did this on purpose, right? This has to be score manipulation. How could something be so coincidental? Perfectly stuck at 9,999. This indicates that the examinee's control over his strength has reached a terrifying micro level. Su Kun shrugged innocently. Teacher, I tried my best. I might not have eaten enough this morning, just a breath short. The proctor was speechless. This commotion attracted considerable attention, but Su Kun did not linger and turned to walk toward the track area to continue testing for speed, endurance, and jumping. Meanwhile, at the other end of the playground in the testing area, Class 3, 2 Su Yunyun. As her name was called, Su Yunyun took a deep breath and walked up to the force measuring device. After a summer of intense training, her aura had completely transformed. If she had previously been a clever little girl, now she exuded the spirited aura of a warrior. Huh. The girl shouted as she punched out. Bang. 308 kilograms. Following that was the blood energy test. Blood energy value 5. 1. Wow. The surrounding high school seniors erupted in excitement. Heavens. Punch strength over 3. Blood energy over 5. This must be the standard of a formal martial artist, right? How did Su Yunyun improve so much? She only had 90 kilograms at the end of the semester. With this score, she's definitely in the top 20 in the school, and possibly even the top 10. Listening to the astonished and envious remarks of her classmates, Su Yunyun could not hide her prideful smile. Yunyun, you're amazing. Her best friend rushed over to hug her. Did you find some cheat? Su Yunyun smiled faintly. In truth, she did have some advantages. Although she had worked hard in martial arts over the summer, the difference brought by her enhancements was negligible. She clenched her small fist, secretly thinking, Humph, I am already a formal martial artist now. When the results come out, and I bring them home, I must shock my brother. I want him to know that I can also support half of this family. Just as Su Yunyun was reveling in her thoughts, look, who is that on the track over there? A sudden wave of gasps erupted from the other side of the examination venue, drowning out the noise on her side. Su Yunyun and her classmates instinctively turned to look. They saw a black shadow on the red rubber track tearing through the air at a terrifying speed. Whoosh! The speed was so fast that it was nearly impossible to perceive with the naked eye, and the gust of wind even swept up the fallen leaves on both sides of the track. Wow, did he just run the 100 meters in under 4 seconds? Is that even a human? Are you kidding? 10,000 kilograms. Isn't that an advanced martial artist level? The discussions continued to swell. Su Yunyan stood on her toes, her gaze piercing through the crowd, settling on the tall figure that had just crossed the finish line. The young man was dressed in a tight black quick-dry suit, his back muscles forming a perfect inverted triangle, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, and his thigh muscles exuding explosive strength. Even just a silhouette radiated a heart-pounding masculine allure. Wow, so strong, so handsome. Her friend next to her cupped her face, swooning. That figure is incredible. I wonder what his face looks like. Su Yunyan too felt her heart skip a beat as she gazed at that back. That overwhelming sense of pressure and security strangely made her feel a sense of infatuation. Strange. Su Yunyan frowned, as that feeling was soon followed by a strong sense of familiarity. That back. Why does it seem somewhat familiar? Is it a bit like my brother? But in the next moment she dismissed this absurd thought. Impossible, my brother has become stronger recently, but not to this extent, right? Su Yunyan took out her phone and snapped a photo of that distant figure. Then she opened Su Kun's WeChat and sent it over. Bro, I saw someone in the examination venue whose back looks like yours. He seems really strong. After sending, she added, maybe it's because I haven't seen you in 2 months. I miss you too much. He'll go home after the exam. After sending the message, Su Yunyan took one last look at the back that was already surrounded by people and shook her head. Just a muscle freak on steroids. What's so impressive about that? Alright, I'm off. Time to go home and share the good news with my brother. Su Yunyan turned around humming a little tune and left the examination venue like a proud little peacock. In the corner of the playground in front of the self-service printer, ZZ. A still warm report card was it. Su Kun picked it up and glanced at it. Punching power, 9,999 kilograms. Speed 100 meters 3.2 seconds. Not bad, didn't exceed the limit too much. Su Kun satisfiedly folded the report card and tucked it into his pocket. Kun go. Awesome. Zhao Lei approached holding his freshly printed report card and couldn't help but give a thumbs up at Su Kun's calm demeanor. That punch just now shook the entire examination hall. Now everyone is saying there's a mysterious repeat student. Be low-key, be low-key. Su Kun waved his hand, slung his bag over his shoulder, and prepared to head home. However, being low-key was clearly impossible. Just a few steps out, a few bold girls approached him blushing. Senior, can we add each other on WeChat? Senior, you looked so cool running just now. One of them, a senior girl wearing a school uniform from the first high school, was a classmate of Su Yunyan. Su Kun politely provided his contact information. After finally shaking off the enthusiastic admirers, Su Kun stepped out of the school gate and noticed a message and a photo sent by Su Yunyan lighting up his phone screen. In the photo, it was himself just after running, leaning on his knees. Su Kun typed a reply. Is it possible that you just captured me? Having sent the message, Su Kun felt quite pleased. That girl, it's been 2 months since we last met. I wonder if she's lost weight. I should buy her something delicious to make up for it. Su Kun hummed a little tune as he walked towards a nearby restaurant. Meanwhile, at Jiangdong No. 1 high school on the top floor of the administrative building, an emergency meeting concerning the honor of the entire school was underway. The principal sat at the head, furrowing his brow. Seated below were the directors of various grades and the homeroom teachers of the senior classes. The ongoing discussion was about the preliminary analysis of the citywide joint examination. Our No. 1 high school situation this year is not optimistic. The academic director sighed as he projected a list onto the large screen. This is the currently compiled list of top students from the senior class. The top-ranked student is named Wang Tung with a punching power of 510 kilograms, which qualifies him for the intermediate martial artist threshold, and his talent is petrified skin. 500 kilograms. The teachers below fell silent. In previous years, this score would indeed be considered quite good. But the problem is last year we had Yi Qingyi. That prodigy who topped the province has raised everyone's expectations. Yi Qingyi had already broken the 5,000 kilograms mark by the beginning of her senior year. Compared to Yi Qingyi, this year is indeed a drastic decline. Last year's Yi Qingyi, the provincial champion, elevated our school's reputation to new heights. If we can't even make it into the top 10 in the province next year, where will that leave our school's honor? The teachers remained silent. Yi Qingyi, that was a bug. Was it a gift from heaven or wealth from a wealthy family? How could such miracles happen every year? The teachers began to discuss. If it weren't for Yi Qingyi, we would have fallen back to our original state. I still can't understand why she, as a daughter of the Yi family, chose to stay at our No. 1 high school to study and train. Excluding the anomaly that is Yi Qingyi, in the past the top martial examination students had powers around 3,000 kilograms, which is just the level of junior martial excellence. There's still a year left. It's enough time to train these top students. It's not impossible to produce another Suddenly, the homeroom teacher of Class 2 of the senior year raised his hand, his tone tinged with excitement. Principal, fellow teachers, actually, we have a student in our class who might be a surprise. As he spoke, he projected a report card onto the big screen. Su Yunyu, punching power 308 kilograms, vitality 5. 1. 300 kilograms. The academic director frowned. While this is good ranking in the top 20 in the school, it still falls far short of the top tier, right? No, look at her growth curve. The homeroom teacher retrieved the data from 2 months ago. This was her final exam score. Punching power 90 kilograms, vitality 0. 9. What a wave of exclamations erupted in the conference room. In 2 months, going from 90 kilograms to 300 kilograms. Her vitality increased 5-fold. How is this possible? This growth rate is simply The homeroom teacher adjusted his glasses, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I suspect that Su Yunyu may have awakened some special physique during this summer vacation, or perhaps she is accumulating her strength. If she continues at this pace by the time of the college entrance examination next year, as long as resources are provided, she might even aim for 2,000 kilograms. There's hope. The principal suddenly stood up, hope reignited in his eyes. We must prioritize the training of Su Yunyu. Apply for a special scholarship for her. Resource allocation. Just as the teachers were feeling gratified for discovering a good seedling, the head of the academic affairs office responsible for compiling repeat student data suddenly turned pale, as if seeing a ghost, trembling as he pushed open the conference room door. Principal, something big has happened. What's the rush? The principal was in a decent mood, but was interrupted and felt displeased. Is the sky falling? It's more ridiculous than the sky falling. The head of the academic affairs office swallowed hard, slamming a freshly printed report card onto the table, his voice trembling. This is the highest score from the examination hall, just now. You all can see for yourselves. Everyone's gaze fell collectively on that piece of paper. The next second, hiss! A synchronized gasp filled the room, almost sucking the oxygen out of the conference room. On that piece of paper, it was boldly written. Name Su Kuan. Affiliation Baichan Martial Arts School repeat student. Punching power 9,999 kilograms. What the hell? The principal's eyes almost bulged out. 9,999. With this punch, no. One high school's honor is directly gone. This is just 1 kilogram short of being a high-level martial artist. Score manipulation. This is absolutely blatant score manipulation. A veteran martial arts teacher slammed the table, his face flushed. This is cheating. This is definitely cheating. The Baichan Martial Arts School sent a high-level martial artist to impersonate a repeat student just to boost their ranking. I will report them to the Education Bureau. Exactly. How can a 19-year-old student achieve 1,000 kilograms? That's unscientific. A teacher muttered, but Yi Qingyi could. The head of the academic affairs office shook his head with a wry smile, reporting, want help. I just verified it. The instrument confirmed the bone age. He is indeed 19 years old. And he glanced complexly at a middle-aged female teacher in the corner, wearing glasses. Teacher Lee, this Su Kuan seems to be the student you taught last year. What a... Teacher Lee, who had remained silent, looked as if struck by lightning. She trembled as she picked up the report card, staring at the familiar name and photo. Su Kuan. 2 months ago, the boy who had been rejected for being physically weak and malnourished, holding a report card with a bitter smile in the office. The student she once lamented. If only he were a bit sturdier. Suddenly, the tall and robust figure she encountered this morning at the teaching building flashed through Teacher Lee's mind. Could it really be him? In 2 months. From 90 kilograms to 9,999 kilograms. Teacher Lee collapsed on her chair, murmuring to herself, in 2 months. From a failed student to a high-level martial artist with immense strength. What have we missed at our one high school? The principal stared at the number 9,999, lamenting heart-wrenchingly. He was originally our one high school student. Quick, prepare a car. I need to go bring him back. The afterglow of the setting sun had completely sunk below the horizon, and the neon lights of Jiangdong City began to flicker. Su Kuan returned home carrying several large boxes of food packed from a high-end restaurant. This girl, I wonder if she has lost weight after not seeing her for 2 months. Su Kuan's lips curled up as he took out his keys to unlock the door. The key turned halfway and got stuck. The door was locked from the inside. It seemed that Yin Yun had already returned home. Su Kuan raised his hand and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Yin Yun opened the door. Brother is back. Inside, the sound of water in the bathroom had just stopped. Su Yun, wrapped in a pink towel, her hair wet and cascading over her shoulders, looked as delicate as a lotus emerging from the water. She had just returned from summer camp and was enjoying a long-awaited hot shower. Hearing the knocking, she perked her ears, alert. Brother. My brother is back. Su Yunyun shuffled in her slippers, cautiously walking to the door. Instead of opening it directly, she tiptoed to the peephole to look outside. Upon seeing, she was completely stunned. Under the dim light of the corridor stood a man of extraordinary height and build. He was definitely over 1.8 meters tall. His broad shoulders blocked almost the entire view of the peephole, and beneath his black sportswear, his bulging chest muscles and arm lines exuded explosive power. Looking at his face, with sword-like brows and bright eyes, his features were distinct. Although she could vaguely recognize some familiar outlines, his resolute and stern aura was just like a tough guy protagonist stepping out of a comic. Who is this? Su Yunyun's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively asked, "Who are you?" Outside, Su Kun was taken aback and replied irritably, "Su Yunyun, are you feeling itchy? Can't even recognize your brother's voice." "It's me, your brother. Open the door quickly." "My brother." Su Yunyun shrank her neck, recalling the Su Kun who was 1.65 meters tall and skinny 2 months ago. Looking again at the muscle-bound man outside, "Are you kidding me?" Su Yunyun shouted through the door, "Which brother are you? How come I don't remember having a brother who's over 1.8 meters tall?" Su Kun sighed. "Am you real?" Su Kun felt a bit helpless and had to bring out his trump card. "Su Yunyun, you were still wetting the bed at 5, and at 7 you took Dad's razor to shave your leg hair and ended up crying all afternoon because you cut yourself. Just last month I gave you a shot." Stop, stop, stop. Su Yunyun's face instantly turned crimson. Only a real brother would know these embarrassing stories. "Oh my God, is it really him?" Su Yunyun couldn't believe it and covered her mouth. It couldn't be true. After just 2 months had he grown at such a rapid pace, as if he had been on hormone supplements. Although her heart was still pounding, she was now a martial artist with a punch strength exceeding 300 kilograms, feeling much braver. "I'm a master now. Even if he's a bad guy, I can punch him out." Thinking of this, Su Yunyun took a deep breath, cautiously twisted the door lock, and opened the door just a crack. The door opened. Su Kun's tall figure blocked the light from the ceiling lamp, casting a large shadow that completely enveloped Su Yunyun. "Brother, is it really you?" Upon closer inspection, Su Yunyun realized that this person's features were indeed identical to her brother's, only more three-dimensional and mature. Of course, who else could it be? Su Kun rolled his eyes, squeezed into the room, casually placed the aromatic food boxes on the dining table, and turned to look at his sister, who only reached his chin with a hint of teasing in his eyes. "Welcome home." Su Kun reached out, skillfully pinching Su Yunyun's still slightly baby-fat face and pulling it to the sides. "Oh, it seems that the summer camp food was good. You've gained some weight." Let go of me." Su Yunyun swatted Su Kun's hand away, rubbing her reddened cheek, and retorted, "It's you who has gained weight, right? Look at you." She extended a trembling finger and poked Su Kun's arm. "Hard. Is this the legendary muscle armor? Brother, what on earth happened?" Su Yunyun circled around Su Kun 3 times, as if observing some rare species. "This is too exaggerated. You grew over 10 centimeters in just 2 months. Su Kun took out his phone from his pocket, opened WeChat, and displayed a photo Su Yunyun had sent of her back. "Look, this photo you took, didn't you think it looked familiar back then?" Su Yunyun looked at the photo, and then at Su Kun, finally convinced. The mysterious strong man who made waves in the examination room, running 100 meters in 3.2 seconds, was truly her own brother. "Wow, so you've already gotten strong." "Of course, I told you, brother is undergoing a second growth spurt." Su Kun ruffled her hair and opened the takeout boxes. "All right, stop studying me, let's eat while it's hot." As soon as she caught a whiff of the aroma, Su Yunyun's stomach growled. The siblings sat at the dining table devouring the food, while chatting about the interesting things that happened over the past 2 months. Just as the atmosphere was warm and harmonious. Knock, knock, knock. The urgent knocking sounded again. Who could it be at this hour? Su Yunyun, with a piece of rib in her mouth, stood up in confusion to open the door. As soon as the door opened, she saw a middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit with neatly combed hair, standing at the door, followed by Mr. Lee, who wore glasses. The middle-aged man was holding 2 boxes of high-end supplements, his face filled with a warm and friendly smile. "Is this Su Kun's home?" Su Yunyun was taken aback for a moment, then recognized the visitor. Wasn't this the principal of Jiangdong No. 1 High School? A prominent figure she could only see from afar at school meetings was actually visiting personally today. And he brought gifts. Su Yunyun's mind raced, instantly connecting it to her outstanding performance in the examination room today. Could it be? Because I broke 300 in punch strength and 5 in chi and blood, and the principal found out. Oh my God, can I no longer hide the fact that I'm a genius? Did the principal come to praise me? Thinking of this, Su Yunyun's little face flushed with excitement, and she quickly stepped aside, saying, "Hello, principal. Please come in. I'm Su Yunyun." The principal walked in with a big smile, scanning the room before completely overlooking the eagerly awaiting Su Yunyun and precisely locking onto Su Kun, who was calmly gnawing on a bone at the dining table. "Oh my, Su Kun. The principal rushed towards him, his enthusiasm akin to that of a long-lost relative directly shaking Su Kun's oily hand. Finally found you. In the principal of Jiangdong No. 1 high school. Su Yunyun was dumbfounded. Huh, wasn't he looking for me? She stood aside in a daze, watching the principal warmly greeting her brother. Su Kun, your performance in the examination room today was phenomenal. The principal exclaimed excitedly, a punch of 9,999 kilograms. Su Yunyun nearly choked on the rib she had just swallowed. Her eyes widened in shock as she looked at Su Kun, her voice trembling. How much? 9,999. Brother, can you really punch with a force of 10,000 kilograms? Facing his sister's astonished gaze, Su Kun calmly wiped his mouth with a napkin and nodded slightly. Yeah, pretty much it's just a casual punch. Just a casual punch. Su Yunyun felt her worldview collapse. She had worked hard all summer and could only achieve a punch strength of 300 kilograms. Her brother could casually punch out 10,000 kilograms. Is this even human? Watching the principal continue to praise him enthusiastically, Su Yunyun silently took out her phone and tremblingly posted on her social media. Family who understands. I just went to summer camp, and coming home feels like time travel. My brother has completely changed. Quickly classmates began to comment below. Changed. Changed how? Got more handsome. Su Yunyun glanced at Su Kun, who was sitting like an iron tower, and replied with 3 words, got bigger. In the living room, the atmosphere was somewhat subtle. Although Su Yunyun was eager to listen to the discussion of the big shots under the insinuating gaze of the principal, she could only obediently take a plate of beef back to her bedroom, leaving the space for the 2 men. However, the bedroom door was not tightly closed, leaving a gap. One ear was pressed tightly against the crack of the door. Inside the living room, the principal rubbed his hands and finally got to the point. Su Kun, let's be straightforward. I am here on behalf of the school to sincerely invite you to return to the first high school for a repeat year. Although you face some setbacks before, the doors of your alma mater will always be open for you. As long as you come back, your student status will be immediately restored. We are still students of class 3-2, still part of our first high school. Su Kun leaned back in his chair, his expression calm. Principal, I have already signed a contract with the Beichen Martial Arts School, and it still has a year before it expires. We'll pay the breach of contract fee. The principal waved his hand grandly, saying, in addition to the penalty, the school will also provide you with a full scholarship. 1 million. What do you think? Su Kun shook his head. Principal, it's not about the money. 2 million. The principal raised the stakes. Additionally, the school's gravity room and resource library will be open to you without restrictions. Su Kun remained unmoved. Principal, am I the kind of person who is greedy for money? 5 million. The principal gritted his teeth. Su Kun, this is the highest cash reward our school can offer. You must understand that reputation and a sense of belonging are priceless. Su Kun sighed, looking at the principal's eager expression, sincerely saying, Principal, it's really not about the money. 10 million. The principal's eyes turned red. Su Kun was determined to raise the price. But for the sake of next year's provincial champion and the school's century-old honor, he was determined to fight. As long as you are willing to come back, I will personally secure an additional 5 million in alumni sponsorship for you. In the bedroom, the eavesdropping Su Yunyun was nearly suffocating. 15 million. Oh my God. If converted to system points, how many zeros would that be? Brother, agree to him. Quickly agree. Su Yunyun was screaming wildly in her heart. However, Su Kun still shook his head. The principal was in despair. He slumped on the sofa helplessly, saying, Su Kun, please give me a clear answer. What price did Beichen Martial Arts School offer you? I can double it. Just then the main door was suddenly pushed open. A deep and powerful voice came. Double it. I think you are overestimating yourself. I'm afraid, even if I sold the entire first high school, I couldn't afford that price. Everyone turned around. It was Lin Wanjun, the owner of Beichen Martial Arts School, walking in with a commanding presence, dressed in a tang suit. Behind him were several imposing martial artists, evidently having received wind of the situation to prevent Su Kun from being poached. Lin Wanjun, what are you doing here? The principal's face darkened. If I hadn't come, you would have snatched away our top talent from Beichen Martial Arts School. Lin Wanjun snorted coldly, walking over to Su Kun and standing beside him like a guardian god, looking down at the principal and extending a finger. Do you know how much our brand value has increased because of Su Kun's performance in today's exam? Just now, 3 venture capital firms have contacted me wanting to invest in the martial arts school. Because of Su Kun's presence, our school's enrollment quota for next year is already fully booked. Lin Wanjun patted Su Kun on the shoulder proudly, saying, Su Kun holds options in our martial arts school. Based on the current valuation increase, the shares he holds are already worth over 100 million. What a... The principal's eyes widened, his mouth agape enough to fit a fist. Over 100 million. Lin Wanjun sneered. That's right, 100 million. And it's still rising. What can you compare to that? Your few million scholarship. Or your so-called sentiment. The principal was utterly speechless. 100 million. Even if he sold his bones, he couldn't gather that amount. You're ruthless. The principal stood up, his face pale, and looked deeply at Su Kuan. Su Kuan, please think about it again. After all, the first high school is your alma mater. After saying that, he realized the situation was dire and could only leave with teacher Li in defeat. Lin Wanjun helped Su Kuan drive away the flies, feeling great, and after a few words of encouragement to train, while he also left. The living room fell silent once more. Behind the crack of the bedroom door, Su Yunyun pressed her whole body against the door, slowly sliding down to the floor, her eyes wide and murmuring, 100 million. My brother is worth 100 million. I'm not dreaming, MIA. She slapped herself, it hurt. With trembling hands, she took out a calculator and started pressing buttons. According to the exchange rate of the deep red system, 10,000 equals 1 attribute point. 100 million. That's 10,000 attribute points. Hiss. Su Yunyun gasped, feeling as if her mind was about to explode from this enormous number. 10,000 points. If she added them all to her vitality, could she directly ascend on the spot? One punch shattering a mountain. The power of money is truly terrifying. Su Yunyun suddenly pushed the door open and slid to Su Kuan's feet. Su Kuan had just taken a sip of water and was startled. What are you doing? Practicing frog skill. Su Yunyun looked up at him with an extremely flattering smile. She quickly got up, kneading Su Kuan's shoulders and legs, her voice sweet as honey. Brother, are you tired? Thirsty? Is your shoulder sore? Let me massage you. How's the strength? Is it comfortable? Su Kuan felt goosebumps all over and disdainfully pushed her away, offering flattery for nothing. Either a thief or a schemer. Do you want pocket money? Su Yunyun's eyes lit up. Her brother was indeed sharp and quick to respond. She raised a finger, about to say 1,000, but upon seeing his calloused hands from practicing martial arts, she softened a bit. Her brother consumed a lot while training, and this 100 million was merely options not yet realized. With their parents in the wild zone being so dangerous, they also needed to keep some spare cash at home. Thinking of this, Su Yunyun gritted her teeth, swallowing back the 1,000, and weakly said 1,000. Just 1,000 is enough. Su Kuan was taken aback, looking at his sister's cautious demeanor, his heart touched in the softest spot. This silly girl is too frugal. Ding. Without a second thought, Su Kuan picked up his phone and directly transferred money. I transferred you 10,000, go spend it. If it's not enough, just tell your brother. Su Yunyun looked at the incoming payment notification, nearly brought to tears. Brother, you're so good to me. Su Yunyun was overwhelmed with emotion, suddenly pouncing on Su Kuan's face and giving him a hard kiss. Su Kuan disdainfully wiped the saliva from his face. This crazy girl, what's wrong with her? It's all. Su Yunyun chuckled foolishly, but secretly vowed, although my brother is rich, I, Su Yunyun, will never be a parasitic leech. I will work hard to earn money. Sooner or later, I will also be worth 100 million. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly. Su Kuan habitually stood on the scale. Height 183. 0 centimeters, weight 115. 0 kilograms, I've grown another centimeter. Su Kuan was pleasantly surprised. With his current physique, gaining an inch in height brought about a terrifying increase in strength. Just then his phone, a particular caring notification tone. Su Kuan picked it up and saw a message from Yichingi. Sister-in-law Su Kuan, I'm going to martial arts university. I'll leave tomorrow. I want to formally say goodbye to you. Su Kuan looked at this message, feeling inexplicably empty inside. Although he knew she was going to the best martial arts university, still, when the time for parting came, he felt a bit reluctant. Su Kuan, sure, where are you? He'll come find you. Yichingi'll send you a location, hurry over. By the way, remember to dress formally. You must wear a shirt. And bring your ID card. Su Kuan was puzzled. What's with the secretive tone? What's going on? Are we going to an internet cafe? Yichingi, stop asking so much. Hurry over. After sending the message, she also sent a sticker of a little cat stomping its feet. Su Kuan shook his head helplessly, went back to his room, rummaging through his things to find a white shirt to change into, and tidied his hair a bit. Following the navigation, Su Kuan took a taxi to the destination. When he got out of the car, he saw Yichingi standing under the shade of a tree by the roadside. Today she looked particularly beautiful, wearing an elegant white dress, and surprisingly, holding a bouquet of flowers, appearing pure and lovely in the morning light. Upon seeing Su Kuan approach, Yichingi took off her sunglasses, her peach blossom eyes scanning him up and down, a satisfied smile on her lips. You've grown taller in just half a month. She walked up to Su Kuan, gesturing a bit. Previously, Su Kuan had to look slightly down at her, but now she had to tiptoe to barely meet his gaze. The school beauty, who was 1.72 meters tall, appeared somewhat dainty beside 1.83 meter tall Su Kuan. I actually awakened a special bloodline. Su Kuan decided to no longer hide and confessed. If I'm not blind, or I can see that. Yi Qingyi rolled her eyes at him with an expression of, I already knew that. You've grown so fast eating so much, oh what else could it be but the legendary Giant Bloodline. Her gaze unconsciously glanced down at Su Kun's suit pants, meaningfully saying, so will you be getting bigger in the future? Su Kun's face instantly turned red. What are you looking at? Yi Qingyi's face flushed, trying to act all proud. Humph, as if I haven't seen it before. As she was about to finish her sentence, she quickly shut her mouth, awkwardly changing the subject. So how do you want to say goodbye? Su Kun looked at the flowers in her hand. You're not going to confess to me, are you? You're thinking too much. Yi Qingyi stuffed the flowers into Su Kun's arms, then naturally linked her arm with his, and pulled him towards the magnificent building behind them. Let's take a commemorative photo. Just taking a photo? What's there to take on this street? Su Kun was bewildered as he was dragged along. Yi Qingyi stopped and pointed to the 3 gilded characters above them, grinning like a little fox that had stolen a chicken. Of course we're taking it here. Su Kun looked up and was instantly petrified. Above the entrance of the building, 5 large characters boldly read, Jiangdong Civil Affairs Bureau. Su Kun frowned, looking at Yi Qingyi, taking a commemorative photo at the Civil Affairs Bureau. What are you playing? Jiangdong Municipal Civil Affairs Bureau Photography Studio. Before a crimson backdrop, 2 figures stood pressed closely together. Yi Qingyi wore a pristine white dress, yet bore not a trace of solemnity. She threw her arms around Su Kun's neck, nearly hanging from him, and flashed an exuberant V at the camera. Say cheese. And click. And the photographer, a bespectacled young man, gazed through the lens at the radiant couple and couldn't resist praising, what a stunning pair. You're perfectly matched. Let's try another pose, more intimate. And Su Kun wore the hollow-eyed expression of a hostage. Isn't this enough? We're just taking graduation commemorative photos. Do we really need to hold each other's waists? No more excuses. Place your hands here. Yi Qingyi seized Su Kun's large hand with imperious grace, guiding it firmly onto her slender waist. Tilting her head, she rested her chin upon his shoulder and gazed into the lens with smoldering liquid intensity. Perfect. That look is spot on. Let's take another. The photographer beamed. Groom smiled too. Don't look like you're being forced into marriage. Su Kun's lips twitched. Wait, we're only taking photos, not getting married. And the photographer frowned. You think this is free? And absolutely not. Under Yi Qingyi's direction, they cycled through a cascade of poses, brotherly shoulder-to-shoulder camaraderie, and even a cleverly angled shot where she rose onto her toes, feigning a kiss on Su Kun's cheek. The photographer, drenched in sweat, teased, shall we wrap it up? Yi Qingyi replied breezily, it's free. Might as well take a few more. Am I part of your performance now? And Su Kun fell silent, almost pitying the photographer. And this was the Civil Affairs Bureau, not a portrait studio. After half an hour of relentless posing, the photo session ended. Next came biometric registration. At the counter, the clerk stated matter-of-factly, please register your biometric data. This is the Martial Era's official marriage certificate, linked to iris fingerprint and facial recognition networked across the entire Federation. Divorce leaves a permanent record. Are you certain? Absolutely certain. Yi Qingyi declared without hesitation. And wait, I haven't. Su Kun raised his hand. Beep. In height 183 cm, in weight 115 kg, in iris match confirmed, in fingerprint registered, in facial recognition enrolled, in with a quiet hum of machinery. 2 crimson booklets, gilded with gold lettering, emerged from the printer. The clerk stamped them with an official seal and handed them over with a warm smile. Congratulations. You are now legally wed. May you welcome noble offspring soon and contribute strength to humanity's martial cultivation endeavors. Su Kun held the weighty booklets, staring at their photograph inside, still struggling to believe it. And this feels absurdly hasty. He turned to Yi Qingyi, voice laced with wry resignation. We grew up sharing one pair of trousers. How did we suddenly become husband and wife? Yi Qingyi tucked the certificate into the innermost compartment of her bag, then patted Su Kun's shoulder with unshakable conviction. This is the sublimation of revolutionary friendship. Deep-rooted, do you understand? Besides, you yourself said we know each other inside out. Better keep the blessings within. The clerk interjected helpfully. The state actively encourages elite cultivators to marry early and bear outstanding children. With your exceptional genetic profiles, your first child qualifies for a 1,000 yuan state allowance, and the second 3,000. Su Kun fell silent. His gaze drifted to Yi Qingyi's flat abdomen, and then to his own increasingly imposing frame, swollen by the giant bloodline. Let's table the subject of children for now. He scratched his head. I still need to retake the university. Yi Qingyi nodded, blushing rare for her. Yes, I'm heading to university too. How could we possibly raise a child in a long-distance relationship? Telepathic conception. Then we'll wait until you finish retaking the exam. Yi Qingyi mused, already envisioning their future. Once you enroll in my city, we'll buy a spacious home and raise a full football team. Su Kun appraised her thoughtfully and murmured, I worry you won't withstand it. And her brows arched sharply as she lifted her chest with pride. I am an shrank aquatic cultivator, capable of embracing the boundless ocean itself. A single child. Effortless. Cough, cough, cough. And what I meant is that I fear you'll be the one weeping. His tone carried quiet, unmistakable implication. The all-encompassing enhancement of the Giant Bloodline was no jest. And, having completed the formalities, they stepped out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Yi Qingyi stood atop the stone steps, clutching the crimson booklet tightly, her eyes flickering with reluctant tenderness as she looked at Su Kuan. And well, certificate secured. It's time I left. She drew a deep breath and waved airily, feigning nonchalance. I'm off to the airport. No need to see me off. I'll await you in the imperial capital for next year's martial examination. If you dare abandon me, humph, I'll march straight to your university's broadcast station and loop this certificate on endless replay. Social death guaranteed. And what a fearsome woman. Su Kuan smiled faintly. Yi Qingyi swung onto her rose-pink heavy motorcycle. Its roar tore through the air as she vanished down the road in a blur of dust and speed. He watched her receding silhouette, fingers brushing the certificate in his pocket, and a subtle tender curve lifted the corner of his mouth. This girl truly married herself to me. And meanwhile, racing along the airport expressway, Yi Qingyi's mind had already pivoted to another matter entirely. Through the rearview mirror, she watched Su Kuan's tall, broad-shouldered figure grow smaller in the distance, yet remain strikingly imposing, and suddenly realized a grave truth. Wait, 2 months ago he stood only 165 centimeters. And now, he's 183 centimeters. Nearly 20 centimeters in just 2 months. Yi Qingyi slammed the brakes. The motorcycle shrieked sideways in a shaped skid, sending the car behind her blaring its horn in panic. Her face drained of color, then flushed scarlet. In this Giant Bloodline, does it never stop? At this rate, when we meet again next year, will he tower over 2 meters? Or even 3? In her mind's eye, a 3-meter turtle giant loomed, while she stood before him, barely able to embrace his thigh. And that disparity wasn't adorably mismatched heights anymore. It was the chasm between Titan and doll. HSS. A wave of dizziness weakened her knees. In 3 meters. Anything under 3 meters I can accept. And after all, I am an aquatic cultivator. But what if it exceeds that? 5 meters. 10. That would be fatal. And no, impossible. She shook her head, fiercely clinging to reassurance. No human grows that large. There must be a limit, right? Yet as she recalled Su Kuan's ever more intimidating physique, this fearless provincial top scholar, undaunted by exams or rivals, felt for the first time a profound unease about married life. In Jiangdong City, at the Yi family's estate, the atmosphere in the hall was stiflingly oppressive. On a precious rosewood tea table, several high-definition photographs were scattered. The photos depicted Yi Qingyi and Su Kuan together. There were images of them drinking milk tea on the street, Su Kuan riding on the back of a motorcycle with his arm around Yi Qingyi's waist, and even a photo of them shoulder to shoulder walking out of a club. A broad hand slammed heavily on the table, causing the teacups to rattle. Nonsense. This is simply outrageous. The middle-aged man seated at the head of the table was Yi Tiannan, the richest man in Jiangdong and a martial arts master. His face, which naturally exuded authority without needing to be angry, was now clouded with frost, and his eyes burned with rage. The esteemed daughter of the Yi family, the top scholar of the province, is actually spending her days with some unknown kid. What a disgrace. Beside him sat a well-maintained lady in a qipao, Lu Mei, Yi Qingyi's stepmother. Lu Mei picked up her teacup, gently blew on it, and said in a sarcastic tone, "Oh dear old, you don't be too angry. After all, Qingyi grew up outside, and it's inevitable that she has some wildness in her character." What was that saying? A wild girl is still a wild girl, and even if she returns to a wealthy family, she inherently carries a sense of small-town mentality and cannot rise to the occasion. Look at her, just graduated top of her class, but instead of thinking about how to further her studies in college, she's busy dating a repeat student. How unambitious. Sitting next to Lu Mei, Yi Weiner was obediently peeling an orange. Hearing this, she immediately put on a pitiful expression and softly said, "Mom, please don't say that about my sister. She is just a sentimental person." Yi Weiner secretly glanced at Yi Tiannan's expression and continued with casual conversation. "I heard that the boy's name is Su Kuan, and he was my sister's childhood sweetheart. Although he failed his martial arts examination and comes from a poor family without any talent. I'm sure my sister is simply holding on to old feelings and can't let go. This kind of poverty alleviation style love is so touching." This remark, seemingly in defense of Yi Qingyi, was actually a dagger to the heart. Failed student, poor, untalented, and charity case. Each word struck a nerve with Yi Tiannan. As expected, he became even angrier after hearing this, his chest heaving violently. What childhood sweethearts? That's just a pile of mud that can't be supported. My daughter, Yi Tiannan's daughter, how can she marry such a useless person? Creak. Just then the hall's door was pushed open. Yi Qingyi walked in with a suitcase looking travel-worn. As soon as she entered, she felt the low pressure aimed at her. She glanced at the photographs on the table and sneered. "Oh, who took these? The technique is quite good. It makes me and my man look pretty compatible. You dare come back?" Yi Tianan sprang to his feet, pointing angrily at Yi Qingyi. "Look at what you've done. You're about to go to university, yet you're still entangled with that kid named Su. I tell you, cut off all contact with him immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Yi Qingyi threw down her suitcase, crossed her arms defiantly, and stared boldly at her furious father. "Cut off? It's too late." "What do you mean?" Yi Tianan's heart sank. Yi Qingyi curled her lips into a mocking smile and pulled out a red booklet still warm from her bag, casually tossing it. Thud! The marriage certificate slid perfectly across the table, stopping in front of Yi Tianan. "Take a look. What is this?" The room fell silent. Yi Tianan trembled as he picked up the booklet. Upon seeing the 3 golden characters marriage certificate and the intimate photo of the two inside, he felt a buzzing in his head and his blood pressure skyrocketed to 300. You. Lu Mei and Yi Weiner peered over to take a look, their eyes widening in shock, but their hearts were filled with joy. Lu Mei secretly laughed to herself. This brat is looking for death. How dare she secretly get a marriage certificate behind the family's back? Now her status in the Yi family is completely unsustainable. Yi Weiner even covered her mouth, feigning surprise. "Oh my, sister, you really committed yourself to that Su Kuan. This is true love. Although Su Kuan is not worthy of you, I admire your courage." "Nonsense." Yi Tianan finally exploded. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from him, the pressure belonging to a mountain and sea realm martial arts grandmaster expert. The glass in the entire hall shattered instantly, and the ground trembled slightly, as if a minor earthquake had occurred. "For the sake of a useless person, you dare to ruin your future." Yi Tianan's eyes turned red as he glared fiercely at Yi Qingyi. "Get divorced immediately. Right now? Otherwise, even if I have to go to jail, I will crush that kid." Under the pressure of a martial saint, Lu Mei and Yi Weiner trembled in fear, not daring to breathe. However, at the eye of the storm, Yi Qingyi merely adjusted her bangs that had been blown askew by the wind, looking entirely calm. "You see, you're getting anxious again." Yi Qingyi sighed as if speaking to a petulant child. "Dad, you are also a person of status. Can't you keep your cool? Don't keep shouting about hitting and killing." "Keep my cool. You're driving me to death." Yi Tianan roared. "Who said he was useless?" Yi Qingyi leisurely took out another piece of paper from her bag, a copy that Su Kuan had printed for her. "If divorce is impossible, oh, it will never happen in this lifetime." Yi Qingyi gently placed the paper next to the marriage certificate, her tone laced with undeniable pride. "Before you call me love-struck, I suggest you take a look at this." Yi Tianan suppressed his anger and looked down at the piece of paper. It was a result sheet from the city's joint examination. Candidate Su Kuan, affiliation Beichen Martial Arts School, punching power 9,999 kilograms, blood chi rating advanced martial elite, peak, late stage of body refinement, bone, age 19 years old. Yi Tianan was about to spew out a curse, but it got stuck in his throat. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he must have misread it due to his anger. 9,999 kilograms. Advanced martial elite. 19 years old. How is this possible? Yi Tianan suddenly looked up, shock written all over his face as he stared at his daughter. "Didn't you say he was a failed student? 2 months ago he was just a waste. An ordinary person." Lu Mei and Yi Weiner also leaned in to take a look. "Oh." Yi Weiner screamed, her face turning pale instantly. "This is impossible. Brother Xiaochun is a genius among freshmen in college, and he just reached advanced martial elite. How could Su Kuan possibly reach close to 10,000 kilograms? Fake. It must be fake." Lu Mei panicked as well. Yi Qingyi looked at the astonished expressions of everyone, feeling exhilarated. "Whether it's fake or not, you can check with the Martial Arts Association or ask at the first high school." Yi Qingyi placed her hands on the table, looking at her dumbfounded father with a radiant smile. "Dad, what did you say just now? You wanted to crush him?" Tisk, Su Kuan has only been training for 2 months. At this rate, by next year, perhaps you, the former wave, will be crushed on the beach." Yi Tianan was completely speechless. 2 months from ordinary person to advanced martial elite. What kind of monstrous talent is this? This is no longer a useless son-in-law. This is clearly a hidden dragon. Yi Qingyi waved the marriage certificate in her hand, turning gracefully to leave. "I initially wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person, but all I received was distance and ridicule. No more pretending, I'm laying it all out. My man is just that impressive. Oh, I gotta show off again." The feeling of flaunting through her man felt quite exhilarating, and Yi Qingyi felt like the protagonist of a popular female-driven novel. The atmosphere in the Yi family was tense to the extreme. Yi Tiannan stared at the glaring report card on the table, took a deep breath, and dialed the phone number of a high-ranking official at the Jiangdong City Education Bureau. Hello, old Zhang, this is Yi Tiannan. Please help me check the scores. Yes, the highest score from the joint examination, the one named Su Kuan. A reply came quickly from the other end, even more excited than Yi Tiannan Yisheng. Are you also paying attention to this genius? The data is absolutely true. The supervising teacher at the scene witnessed it. Moreover, I checked, and he was already a registered martial artist 2 months ago. At that time, he had a punch strength of 1 ton, and now it's truly 9,999 kilograms. Jiangdong has produced a dragon. After hanging up, Yi Tiannan's hand holding the phone turned slightly pale. It's real. It's really real. He retrieved the data showing Su Kun's failure in the martial arts exam 2 months ago, punch strength 90 kilograms. Now looking at it, punch strength 9,999 kilograms. In just 2 months, his strength has multiplied more than 100 times. This growth curve, even in legendary tales of divine bloodline awakening, would be nothing short of extraordinary, right? Old Yi, this isn't right, is it? The stepmother Lu Mei, who had been observing coldly from the side, finally spoke with a sarcastic tone. 100-fold increase in 2 months. This isn't practicing martial arts. I sense something fishy about this. Sitting next to Lu Mei, Yi Weiner peeled an orange, pretending to be innocent, and blinked softly, her voice gentle and weak. Yes, Dad, I also find it strange. I've seen a photo of my sister's boyfriend. He used to be scrawny and shorter than her. But in the current photo, this person is almost 2 meters tall, isn't he? His build is as robust as a bear. Yi Weiner sighed, looking worriedly at Yi Qingyi's sister. I know you don't want to disappoint Dad, and you don't want everyone to look down on you. However, you can't just find someone to impersonate Su Kuan. If this gets out, our Yi family will become a laughingstock. This isn't the same person, just someone who looks a bit alike. Smack. Yi Qingyi slammed her teacup heavily on the table, coldly staring at Yi Weiner. Impersonate. Switch identities. Yi Weiner, you should really be writing novels with such imagination. Yi Weiner shrank her neck, looking like a frightened little rabbit. Sister, I'm just reasonably suspicious. After all, the change is too drastic. Suspicious? Who do you think you are? Yi Qingyi crossed her arms, with her chin slightly raised. The aura from her top academic status instantly made Yi Weiner feel breathless. Whoever questions must provide proof. Why should I prove to you that my husband is indeed my husband? What are you to deserve an explanation from me? You. Yi Weiner felt her face flush with anger, tears welling up in her eyes as she turned to Yi Tiannan. Dad, look at sister. Enough. Yi Tiannan waved his hand, interrupting this argument. He looked at Yi Qingyi with a complex expression. As a powerful figure at the Shanghai realm, he naturally knew that some special bloodlines could indeed transform a person. I will have someone investigate this matter. Yi Tiannan said in a deep voice. If this Su Kuan is truly a unseen a million exceptional talent, then this marriage might not be out of the question. In this world of martial prowess, strength is the greatest passport. If Su Kuan truly possesses such terrifying potential, the Yi family wouldn't be at a loss. However, Yi Tiannan changed his tone, becoming stern. Qingyi, marriage is a serious matter determined by the orders of parents and the matchmaker. Even if you are in love, you must first inform both sets of parents. Both families should meet, have a meal, and bear witness. How can you just take the certificate without a word? Exactly. Lu Mei quickly chimed in sarcastically. This shows a complete disregard for us elders. Qingyi, you are being too willful. If this gets out, it will say that our Yi family lacks proper upbringing. Yi Weiner wiped away her tears and quietly said, Sister, even though I am an adopted daughter, I will definitely inform Mom and Dad before I get married. You can't just act first and report later. Dad will be so heartbroken. Watching this mother-daughter duo act in concert, Yi Qingyi felt nauseated. Elders. Family. Yi Qingyi scoffed, standing up and staring directly at Yi Tiannan. Dad, have you forgotten? When I was abandoned in the orphanage, bullied by other children, and starved, it was Su Kuan who protected me. I had dinner at his house many times back then. Uncle Su and Aunt Li treated me like their own daughter and had long wanted to matchmake me with Su Kuan. In their hearts, I had already become their daughter-in-law. Yi Qingyi took a deep breath, her tone icy. As for you, what does it matter whether you inform me or not? Where were my family and elders during those helpless years? Now you talk to me about family upbringing and respect. You. Lu Mei was so angry that her face turned white, unable to speak as she pointed at Yi Qingyi. Yi Weiner's face stiffened, then she put on a wronged expression. Sister, I know you don't like me and Mom. We have no blood relation, so you don't need to inform me. But Dad is your biological father. How can you hurt Dad's feelings like this? Yi Tiannan was taken aback by this statement, his face alternating between green and pale. He wanted to explode, to scold this unfilial daughter. However, looking at Yi Qingyi's stubborn, yet slightly cold gaze, recalling the hardships she endured for over a decade, his anger instantly transformed into a deep sense of guilt. He had failed this daughter. Sigh. Yi Tian sighed heavily, seeming to age a few years, and waved his hand. Forget it. You've already registered. Ooh, what can be done about it? I'll pretend I don't know about this matter. Yi Tian's tone softened. However, you must bring him to meet me later. I will agree to this marriage. Yi Qingyi pouted. Su Kuan still needs to retake the year and prepare for next year's college entrance examination. How can he have time to meet you? What? Yi Tian's eyes widened. As the wealthiest man in Jiangdong, a great sage of the Shanghai realm, I have to queue to meet a retaker and see if he has time. What else? Yi Qingyi retorted confidently. He is now the focus of the entire province, busy cultivating. All right. Yi Tianen laughed in anger. If he doesn't come to see me, I'll go see him. I want to see what this kid has that can charm you like this and can achieve 9,999 kilograms. Such a level of genius indeed deserves a personal visit from me, the wealthy man, to check if he is really an extraordinary talent. And Yi Tianen suddenly turned serious, staring at Yi Qingyi's belly, and said earnestly, play is one thing, joking about your future is another. Your martial talent is very high, being and class water type. You will further your studies at the Imperial Capital Martial University. You absolutely cannot get pregnant before graduating. Once pregnant, your energy will deplete significantly to nourish the fetus, and you will need to suspend your studies for at least a year, wasting time. In the martial way, every second counts. Did you hear that? Yi Qingyi was momentarily stunned, then her cheeks flushed slightly. Pregnant? She was not worried about that. Yi Qingyi smiled confidently, a glint of cunning in her eyes. Don't worry, Dad, I have water-type talent. I can control the energy and water flow in my body to expel any foreign objects. In September, as the heat waned, the clamor of the school season gradually subsided. The day after receiving her marriage certificate, Yi Qingyi packed her bags, clutching the red marriage certificate, and boarded a high-speed train bound for the imperial capital. Jiangdong City returned to its tranquility once more. A week later, in the early morning at Su Kun's home, a series of distressing cracking sounds echoed, reminiscent of creaking bones. Su Kun sat up in bed and habitually walked to the specially designed measuring device in the corner of the living room. Beep. Height 184. 0 centimeters. Weight 118. 0 kilograms. I've grown another centimeter. Su Kun looked at the data, satisfied as he clenched his fist, feeling the seemingly boundless surge of power within him. The bloodline of giants continued to pulse with stable force. Going by this feeling, I've surely broken through the boundary of advanced martial hero this time. Su Kun murmured to himself. Perhaps I can push even higher. They'll head to the martial arts hall later to test it out. After freshening up, Su Kun walked into the kitchen and skillfully fried a few eggs while heating milk and bread. Yin, it's time to get up for breakfast. Su Yun sleepily emerged from her room, glancing at the sumptuous breakfast spread on the table, and then at Su Kun, who was putting on his shoes. Brother, aren't you eating? Su Yun asked. Be good, you eat by yourself, Su Kun replied, slinging his bag over his shoulder and grinning. I'm off to eat for free. Although he currently had over 100 million in stock options and 1 million in cash, Su Kun was acutely aware of how terrifying his current appetite was. If he ate every meal at home, just buying high-energy exotic beast meat would drain his cash flow. Since the contract with the martial arts hall included meals and accommodation, he had to make sure to eat back that 30 million signing fee. This is what it means to be frugal. At Beichen Martial Arts Hall, the morning training ground was bustling with activity. As soon as Su Kun entered the hall, he heard a familiar shout. Kun Gu, over here. Zhao Lei, drenched in sweat and wearing a training outfit, rushed over excitedly. Kun Gu, good morning. You look good. Have you gotten stronger again? Zhao Lei envied Su Kun as he sized him up. Not bad, just average, Su Kun casually replied. By the way, Kun Gu, the final rankings for the Jiangdong joint examination have come out. Zhao Lei pulled out a crumpled list from his pocket, pointing at it as he spoke. I performed exceptionally and ranked 13th in the entire city. After all, he was a professional repeat student signed by Beichen Martial Arts Hall to boost his scores. If he didn't perform, well, how could he justify that million signing fee? Congratulations. Su Kun smiled. But Kun Gu. Zhao Lei scratched his head, puzzled, as he pointed at the top of the list. Why are you only ranked second? The first place is Zhou Jinan from Shenyang High School with a punch power of 3,000 kilograms. You clearly punched at 9,999 kilograms. Logically, you should be the undisputed first. Su Kun glanced at the list. Indeed, his name was in second place. What the? Kun Gu, how come your cultural scores are 0? Zhao Lei scrutinized the list and noticed something odd. The cultural subjects also counted towards the total score. Su Kun calmly replied, I didn't attend the cultural exam on the second day. What a? Zhao Lei's eyes widened in disbelief. Kun Gu, what earth-shattering thing happened that made you forget about the exams? Su Kun shrugged casually, pulling a red document from his pocket and waving it in front of Zhao Lei. It's nothing major, just want to pick up a certificate. Zhao Lei squinted at the red booklet, which bore the national emblem. A certificate? Could it be? A master certificate. Zhao Lei's body trembled, and his voice changed pitch. Kuan Gu. Have you already opened your Qi and become a martial arts master? This is way too fast. Su Kuan shook his head, putting the certificate away. Not really, but it's just an ordinary marriage certificate. Oh, I thought it was something big, turns out it's just a marriage. Zhao Lei let out a sigh of relief, patting his chest. But in the next moment his expression froze. Wait. A marriage certificate. Zhao Lei suddenly jumped up, letting out a scream akin to a pig being slaughtered. What the hell? Kuan Gu, you got married. You got married. Who with it? Is it that one? This shout was like a deep water bomb dropped into a... All the trainees who had been concentrating on their training instantly turned their heads in unison, with hundreds of pairs of inquisitive eyes focusing on Su Kuan. What? Su Kuan got married. That guy who punched out 1,000 kilograms got married. He's still a repeat student and got married. What an example for us. Who is the bride? Quickly tell me. The discussion erupted like a boiling pot. Just then a cold and piercing voice suddenly rang out in the hall. What are you all shouting about? Everyone shivered and turned to look. They saw instructor Shin Bing dressed in a black tight combat suit striding towards them with a frosty expression. The whip in her hand cracked ominously, her gaze sharp as a blade. For some reason, hearing the news of Su Kun's marriage made Shin Bing feel inexplicably uneasy, as if a stone were lodged in her heart. A bunch of repeat students not practicing martial arts properly, but gossiping about these trivial matters. Shin Bing scolded sternly. If you could achieve Su Kuan's results, I wouldn't care if you had a harem. If you can't, then shut up and train. You're all just useless. The group was silenced, hastily dispersing, pretending to be the busiest people in the world. Shin Bing walked up to Su Kuan, looking at the student who towered over her, her brows furrowing slightly, her tone tinged with disappointment. Su Kuan, are you getting a bit proud? You've achieved a little success, yet instead of thinking about how to consolidate your realm and break through to master, you're wasting your time on romantic entanglements. This is a waste of your time. This is squandering your talent. Su Kuan understood that she meant well, but could only nod helplessly. You're right, Instructor Shan. I will pay attention to this. Saying is not enough, let your strength speak. Shin Bing pointed at the latest measuring device beside her. Go test your strength, I want to see. If you don't show improvement this week, you'll see how I deal with you. Sure, Su Kuan replied, not wasting any more words as he walked to the measuring device. This machine had been specifically replaced for him by the hall master with a maximum limit of 50,000 kilograms. Su Kuan took a deep breath, adjusting his state. This past week, though he had only grown 1 centimeter taller, he felt that the density of his muscles and the hardness of his bones had undergone a qualitative leap. Huh. Su Kuan let out a low shout, the dragon along his spine powering up as he threw a punch. Boom. A deafening sound reverberated, as if the entire martial arts hall had shuddered. Shin Bing casually glanced at the display. 19,999 kilograms. She paused for a moment, blinked her eyes. Did I just see an extra one? Am I seeing things? She rubbed her eyes and looked again. Indeed, it was 19,999. Is the machine broken? Did it display an extra one? Shin Bing frowned. Try punching again. Su Kuan nodded and added a bit more power this time. Boom. Another muffled sound. 23,333 kilograms this time. There was no mistake. The number was clear and stable. A deathly silence ensued. Shin Bing's red lips parted slightly, her usually proud face now filled with shock and disbelief. What? What the hell? This beautiful instructor finally couldn't help but curse. She suddenly turned her head to Su Kuan, her voice trembling. 23,000 kilograms. This is only after 7 days. Your strength has doubled. 20,000 kilograms. This is the strength standard for a beginner master Qi level. Shin Bing looked at Su Kuan as if he were a monster, even reaching out to touch his dantian. Su Kuan, have you already opened your Qi and become a martial arts master? Qi, I seem to have not opened it yet. Su Kuan scratched his head, looking earnestly at Shin Bing. He certainly knew about the classification of martial arts cultivation levels. Warriors refine their flesh, while martial elites refine their bones. To become a respected master, one must open up a Qi at the dantian. The so-called Qi is the place where Qi is gathered, condensing one's vitality and essence into liquid true Qi stored in the dantian like a sea that embraces all rivers, endlessly circulating. Once the Qi is opened, a warrior's explosive power and endurance will undergo a qualitative leap, even enabling them to release their vitality externally, injuring others from 100 steps away. Not opened yet. Shin Bing's red lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief and shock, her voice rising an octave. You haven't opened your Qi and are relying solely on your physical strength to achieve 23,000 kilograms. That's like a car without an engine relying purely on its chassis inertia to reach high speed. Is this even scientific? Zhao lay beside them, swallowed hard his astonishment, turning into a peculiar admiration as he muttered softly, "Brother Cohen, you are too fierce. Can sister withstand such pure physical impact?" As soon as he spoke, several male students nearby revealed knowing smiles. 20,000 kilograms of waist strength. Wow, that's terrifying. I think it's questionable. Although sister has water element affinity, she cannot withstand a pile driver. Su Kuan shot Zhao Lei an annoyed glance. Perverse thoughts. Go practice your squats. However, he pondered to himself. 2 months ago, Yi Qingyi reached 13,000 kilograms in an explosive state. After a summer with her grade talent and the resources of the Yi family, significant progress is guaranteed, and breaking through 20,000 kilograms should not be difficult. I wonder if I can still overpower her now. Su Kuan refocused his thoughts and looked at Shen Bing. Instructor Shen, since my strength has reached this level, how do I open the Qi Si? Shen Bing took a deep breath, forcing down the storm of emotions within her heart, regaining her professional demeanor as an instructor. Originally, this is a profound method taught only at the university level, but since your physique has reached such a level, opening the Qi Si in advance will benefit you greatly. Listen carefully, I will now teach you the guiding technique for opening the Qi Si. Shen Bing began to explain the incantation and the circulation route of Qi in detail. The surrounding students perked up their eyes wide, eager to take notes. This was master-level teaching. Usually one cannot buy this, even with money. However, after just a few sentences, everyone looked bewildered, stars in their eyes. What does it mean to focus on the dantian and circulate Qi through the run and do meridians? I completely don't understand. Their levels were insufficient and their Qi was lacking. Forcing themselves to understand such profound methods was akin to elementary school students trying to comprehend calculus. It was impossible to grasp. But Su Kuan was different. The Giant Bloodline granted him immense control over his body. Under Shen Bing's careful guidance, Su Kuan sat cross-legged, closing his eyes and concentrating. Only an afternoon passed. Boom! A dull rumble suddenly echoed from Su Kuan's abdomen, as if something had been shattered. An invisible suction force erupted instantly, causing the surrounding air to distort slightly. It worked. Su Kuan looked inward at himself. The once chaotic dantian now revealed a grayish space that had been opened. This is the Qi Si. However, while others' Qi Sis were filled with turbulent golden true Qi or vividly elemental forces, Su Kuan's Qi Si was empty, with only a massive Chinese character formed from a single thought floating in the center, emitting a ghastly green light. Hungry. Su Kuan opened his eyes, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. What the hell kind of Qi Si is this? Before he could complain, the character hungry seemed to come alive, spinning wildly, an unprecedented wave of terrifying hunger sweeping over Su Kuan's brain, 10 times more intense than before. Hungry. I'm starving to death. Su Kuan's eyes instantly glowed green as he leaped from the ground like a crazed tyrannosaurus rushing towards the martial arts hall's buffet. Hurry. Bring the dishes. Serve me all the meat. In the restaurant, plates piled high in front of Su Kuan. He swung with both hands, one grabbing a whole roasted lamb, and the other holding a basin of braised meat, swallowing directly without chewing. A miraculous scene occurred. Normally when Su Kuan eats this much, although his stomach digests quickly, it would still bulge a little. However, today, after consuming over 100 pounds of high-energy exotic beast meat, in one go his stomach remained flat, as ever. The moment the food entered his belly, it was instantly broken down by the terrifying gastric acid, transforming into the purest essence, which was then swallowed by the Qi Si in his dantian, compressed and stored. Like an endless pit. So satisfying. Su Kuan let out a contented burp, feeling a slight fullness in his Qi Si, while the bones and muscles of his body continued to develop silently under the nourishment of this essence. Zhao Lei, sitting opposite, stared at Su Kuan's still flat abs, dumbfounded. Brother Kuan, is your stomach connected to another dimension? This is called refining essence into Qi, understand? Su Kuan wiped his mouth. Zhao Lei gave a thumbs up. Awesome. By the way, Brother Kuan, since your strength and realm have both met the standards, shouldn't you go to the Martial Arts Association for master certification tomorrow? As long as you succeed in certification, you will truly be a master. Your social status will soar. Su Kuan thought for a moment and nodded. All right, let's go together tomorrow, it's on the way. No. Zhao Lei shook his head like a rattle, waving his hands repeatedly. Brother Kuan, I want go. Isn't that just seeking humiliation? The Master Certification Assessment is different from the previous ones. A special session can be arranged just for one person. You must know that our Jiangdong city has a population of tens of millions, with only one new master emerging every month on average, adding up to just a few dozen a year. That's a major event that attracts the attention of the entire city. There will surely be many important figures present. A mere small warrior like me going there to join in would only make me a laughing stock. You go alone, they'll be waiting for your good news. Fine, then I'll go by myself. Su Kuan made no further protest and headed to the cafeteria window to pack a large quantity of food. Today a new auntie was serving meals at the counter. Seeing Su Kuan holding 7 or 8 bulging takeout boxes, the auntie's ladle trembled slightly as she eyed him suspiciously. "Young man, our martial arts academy strictly prohibits taking buffet meals out. How is it that you're eating and carrying away so much?" Before Su Kuan could explain, a senior student waiting in line leaned in close and whispered, "Chill. Auntie, don't. He has special privileges. He's the academy's treasured pillar. The master himself declared it. He may eat as much as he likes and carry away as much as he pleases." "Oh my, so impressive." The auntie glanced at Su Kuan in astonishment, then instantly brightened into a warm smile. Her ladle steadied, and with a generous scoop, she piled a mountain of braised pork onto his plate. "Eat up, young man. You're still growing. If it's not enough, I'll serve you more." "Thank you, auntie." Su Kuan hoisted the heavy haul and walked home thoroughly satisfied. By the time he arrived, night had already fallen. His younger sister Su Yunyun remained at school for her senior year evening study session. Su Kuan placed the food in the thermal box, left a note, and sat on the sofa to wait. Perhaps the spiritual energy channeling he'd performed earlier had drained his mental reserves, and perhaps the post-meal drowsiness had done the rest. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier until, without realizing it, he drifted off to sleep on the bed. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains, spilling across the bed. Creak. A faint splintering sound pierced the quiet room with startling clarity. Su Kuan stirred groggily awake, feeling utterly cramped, especially in his legs, which refused to straighten and remained awkwardly curled beneath him. Why does the bed feel shorter? Instinctively he tried to stretch, and his body writhed like a giant silkworm squirming helplessly across the mattress. Crash! A deafening roar echoed through the room. The single bed, long strained beyond endurance, finally surrendered completely. Its plank split cleanly down the center, its legs splayed outward. Su Kuan tumbled headlong, blanket and all, into the collapsing wreckage, landing with a solid, ungraceful thud. What the hell? Su Kuan lay dazed amid the ruins, staring blankly at the ceiling. The bed collapsed. He climbed to his feet, brushed with shavings from his clothes, and strode to the height and weight scale beside the mirror. Beep. Height 185. 0 centimeters. Weight 132 kilograms. Another centimeter taller. Su Kuan gazed ruefully at the shattered remains scattered across the floor. As he continued to grow taller and broader, his weight surging past 130 kilograms. The ordinary household bed had long ceased to accommodate his imposing frame. Time to upgrade equipment. Su Kuan pulled out his phone and opened a shopping app. With funds no longer an issue, he searched directly for extra-large reinforced bed. This one looks perfect, too. 2 meters long, 2 meters wide, solid hardwood, rated for 500 kilograms. Bought. And this alloy gaming chair, bought too. Might as well order a professional-grade household force gauge while I'm at it. The old ones kept breaking under me. This time I'll get one with a 5,000 kilogram upper limit. Order confirmed. He selected express delivery. The courier would arrive that afternoon. By evening, the deliverman huffed and puffed his way inside, hauling in the massive bed frame and the heavy-duty force gauge, then assembled both meticulously. Su Kuan tested the new bed with a tentative lie-down. Perfect. Wide enough, spacious enough, sturdy enough. Now he could roll over freely without fear. After finishing all the arrangements, night had fully descended. Su Kuan decided to head back to the Martial Arts Academy for dinner. After all, last night's leftovers had been entirely devoured by his sister. Just stepping through the academy gates, he ran into Zhao Lei, who was preparing to leave. Zhao Lei's eyes lit up as he rushed forward. "Brother Kuan, how did it go? Did you sit for the Grandmaster assessment today? Did you pass? Did you stun everyone speechless?" Su Kuan shook his head. "I didn't go." "Huh?" Zhao Lei blinked, startled. "Then why were you absent all day? Instructor Shin asked about you several times." Su Kuan sighed. "There was a domestic matter. My bed collapsed. I spent the day replacing furniture." Zhao Lei's mouth twitched. "You really didn't need to come in today. Given your strength, skipping class wouldn't have mattered. You could have taken the assessment tomorrow instead." Su Kuan waved dismissively and strode toward the dining hall. "Who said I came to attend class? I didn't come to train. I came to eat. There's no dinner at home tonight." A passing student froze mid-step. Instructor Shin Bing, just emerging from the corridor. Master Lin Wanjuan happening to walk by. So, he truly regarded their sacred martial sanctuary as nothing more than his personal canteen. Under a chorus of stunned silence, Su Kuan once again devoured his meal with ravenous gusto, then packed an enormous portion for his sister, and strode out triumphant. Time slipped by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. During those 30 days, Su Kuan lived with unwavering discipline, eating, sleeping, training, and growing. One crisp morning, Su Kuan stood before the measuring station, eyes locked on the display. his grin stretching ear to ear. Height 190. 0 centimeters. Weight 155 kilograms. 19-0. He clenched his fist, feeling raw, explosive power surge through his limbs, power threatening to burst its confines. He now stood like an immovable fortress, every inch of his body sheathed in dense, sculpted muscle, radiating an almost suffocating aura of overwhelming presence. Let's test my current strength. Sukuin approached the professional-grade force gauge he'd purchased a month earlier. Its maximum capacity, 5.0 kilograms. Hop. He held back, not unleashing full power, only probing his baseline explosive output. Boom. A thunderous detonation shook the air, followed instantly by a frantic high-pitched whine. The digital display flickered wildly, then froze. Error. A wisp of black smoke curled from the instrument's rear panel. The force gauge was destroyed. Sukuin stared at the smoking wreckage, wincing inwardly. This cost me 80,000 yuan, top-tier equipment. How could it possibly fail so easily? Was it even battle-worthy? What a waste of money. He immediately pulled out his phone, snapped a photo, and filed a return request on the shopping app. Reason: manufacturing defect, non-human-induced damage. Within seconds, the customer service reply popped up. Customer service: hello dear customer. We've reviewed your photo. The impact pad is severely dented and internal circuitry appears shattered. Are you certain this wasn't caused by excessive human force? Sukuin typed back, unflinching, impossible. I'm still a student, just 19 years old. Do you honestly believe a 19-year-old could shatter a 5,000 kilogram rated instrument with a single punch? Customer service paused. 19 years old. 50,000 kilograms. It defied all known logic. Even prodigies peaked around several thousand kilograms at that age. To obliterate this device required grandmaster-level strength. And not just any grandmaster, but one of exceptional caliber. Customer service: of course, it simply cannot be done. Sukuin: exactly. So it must be a defective unit, likely refurbished. I demand a full refund. Customer service: that argument is disturbingly persuasive. Customer service: approved. We'll dispatch a technician to collect the item immediately. With the return settled, Sukuin addressed, then paused before the mirror, gazing at his towering, formidable reflection, a spark of sharp resolve flashing in his eyes. Home equipment is no longer sufficient. At 190 centimeters tall, my physical strength has hit a plateau. It's time to visit the Martial Arts Association. I'll take the Grandmaster assessment and simultaneously determine my true strength ceiling. Just how far does it reach? In the Martial Arts Association of Jiangdong City, the first-floor office hall was bustling with activity despite it being a weekday. Sukuin entered with a backpack slung over his shoulder. This time the feeling was entirely different. 3 months ago, when he had just obtained his advanced martial artist certificate, he was only 172 centimeters tall. Though fit, he did not stand out among the generally taller martial artists. But now at 190 centimeters, Sukuin resembled a moving mountain. He wore an oversized gray sweatshirt that failed to conceal his bulging muscular contours. His broad shoulders seemed capable of bearing the weight of the heavens, and with each step he took, the surrounding air appeared to be displaced by his presence. That pure instinctual sense of physical dominance made the martial artists passing by subconsciously step aside, their gazes filled with uncertainty. Who is this person? When did our Jiangdong city produce such a powerhouse? What an overwhelming presence. With that physique, he must be a master of some rigorous training method, right? No one recognized him as the Sukuin who made waves during the joint examination. After all, the difference in physique was so vast that one could easily believe they were two different people. Sukuin walked straight to the VIP reception window. The receptionist behind the counter was a young and beautiful girl named Chunyu. She was the daughter of Chun Jinan, the president of the Martial Arts Association, and had been sent to the grassroots level for training during her senior year internship. Hello, what business do you wish to conduct? Chunyu smiled professionally, but when she looked up and saw Sukuin's massive frame, she couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. So strong. Sukuin took off his mask, revealing his chiseled face. Hello, I am here to apply for the Master Certification Assessment. All right, Master Certification. Chun-Ye's fingers froze on the keyboard, her eyes widening in disbelief as she looked at Sukuin. What did you say? Master Certification? Yes, Master. Sukuin nodded. Sir, you must be joking, right? Chun-Yu examined Sukuin from head to toe. Given your appearance, you can't be over 20, can you? So young. Applying for Master Certification. You should know that the record for the youngest master in Jiangdong City is 25. Several martial artists in line nearby overheard and turned to look, some even chuckling. Kid, are you crazy for fame? You haven't even fully grown yet, and you are here to test for master. Do you know what being a master entails? That's about opening the sea of qi. Sukuin frowned slightly. The association's regulations don't state that being young disqualifies someone from testing, do they? Yu was taken aback, but quickly masked her surprise. Though she felt it was unlikely her professionalism compelled her to remain polite, there is indeed no such regulation. Could it be that you are a genius from a hidden family? In that case, please wait a moment while I submit your application. However, I must remind you that the standards for the master assessment are extremely high, requiring at least 3 registered masters to witness it live, and the entire process must be recorded to prevent cheating. Masters are usually very busy, and if your strength isn't sufficient, the consequences could be quite severe, even leading to being blacklisted. Su Kuan calmly replied, "Don't worry, I won't waste anyone's time." All right. Yu pointed to the camera on the counter. "Please look at the camera for facial recognition. The system will automatically retrieve your file." Su Kuan leaned close to the camera. Ding! The machine flashed red a few times, then emitted a harsh alert sound. Error: face information not matched. Not found. Yu frowned as she looked at the red letters on the screen. "Sir, it seems you haven't registered with the Martial Arts Association. Unregistered martial artists cannot directly attempt the master assessment." Is this machine face-blind? Su Kuan sighed, pulling out a red certificate from his pocket. "This is my martial artist certificate issued just 3 months ago." Yu took the certificate and flipped it open. Name: Su Kuan, level advanced martial artist, late stage of body tempering, height 172 centimeters. Photo: a slightly sturdy young man. Su Kuan. Yes's eyes lit up. So you are the Su Kuan. As the president's daughter, she had naturally heard about the recent sensation named Su Kuan in Jiangdong City, known for his punching power of 9,999 kilograms, who was being pursued by various factions. However, the next moment her expression froze. She looked down at the photo on the certificate and then back up at Su Kuan. The youth in the certificate had a delicate face, was slightly thin, and had a gentle gaze. In front of her stood Su Kuan with a rugged face, a physique like a bear, a gaze sharp as a knife, and a height of 190 centimeters. This? Yes's mouth twitched. "Sir, are you sure? This is you?" "Sir." Yes's mouth twitched. "Are you sure? This is your certificate? It says here you are 172 centimeters tall, and this person in the photo." She held the certificate up next to Su Kuan's face for comparison. It couldn't be said to be identical. They were simply unrelated. Su Kuan nodded. "Without a doubt, that's me. I was still in my growth phase back then, and just grew a bit faster." A bit faster. Yu looked at the 18-centimeter height difference, and at least a doubling of width, feeling her intelligence insulted. "This? The machine can't recognize you, and I can't process your application either," Yu said awkwardly. "Do you have any other identification?" "I do. My ID card." Su Kuan pulled out his ID card again. Yu took a look and was utterly stunned. "Sir." Yu pushed the certificate back, her face serious. "Our association strictly combats proxy testing, especially for master certification, which requires input into the National Martial Arts Gene Database. This is really difficult to process." "No, I really am Su Kuan." Su Kuan grew anxious. Yu shook her head firmly. "No, you are not." Several nearby staff members gathered to watch the commotion, all shaking their heads. "He definitely doesn't look like him. At first glance, they are 2 different people. Dude, if you're going to impersonate someone, at least find someone who looks a bit like them." Su Kuan was completely speechless. He was stuck. Standing in front of the counter with 2 certificates in hand, he fell into a deep self-doubt. It's over. In this age of interconnected biometric information, how can I prove that I am who I say I am? Fingerprints. With his fingers growing thicker and larger, the patterns of his fingerprints had long since expanded with the spacing, all changed. Iris. After awakening his giant bloodline, there was even a hint of golden light deep in his pupils that the machine would surely fail to recognize. Facial recognition. Even more had changed. What the hell? Su Kuan felt a bit frantic. "I've grown stronger, but lost my identity." Yu watched Su Kuan's conflicted expression and was about to call security to escort him out. Suddenly a light bulb went off in Su Kuan's mind. "Since I can't prove that I am Su Kuan, why not switch?" Su Kuan took a deep breath, putting away his ID card and martial artist certificate, and looked at Yu seriously as he said, "Does it matter if I am Su Kuan, beautiful lady?" Yu was taken aback. I came to take the master assessment, not to apply for an ID card," Su Kuan stated with confidence. "Isn't the purpose of the Martial Arts Association to discover strong individuals and certify their strength? As long as I possess the strength of a master, does it matter who I am? Can't you just consider me an undocumented individual?" Yu was momentarily confused by his twisted logic and instinctively said, but, the system requires identity information for input, otherwise how can we establish a record?" "It's simple." Su Kuan shrugged. "I can create a new identity on the spot, just treat me as a wandering martial artist registering for the first time." Yu hesitated for a moment. "Well, that does comply with the regulations. For those who have lived in the wilderness for a long time, or returning martial artists, rain pudding is indeed allowed." She thought to herself, "I knew he wasn't Su Kuan. He must have taken someone else's credentials to sneak in, and now that I've exposed him, he's changing his story. Alright then, follow me to this side. Chen Yu led Su Kuan to the nearby manual collection room. Step on it. Su Kuan stood on the device. Beep. Height 190. 0 centimeters, weight 155. 0 kilograms, bone age 19 years. When Chen Yu saw the bone age was 19, her hand trembled again. Is he really only 19 years old? Looking like this. The basic information has been recorded. Chen Yu swallowed hard and pointed to a specially designed force measuring device beside her. Although you are applying for the master assessment according to the procedure, you must first prove your qualification. Your punching power must exceed 200 kilograms before we can invite a master. No problem. Su Kuan walked up to the force measuring device. This device is a common model of the Martial Arts Association with a maximum limit of 5,000 kilograms. He didn't waste words and didn't even gather strength. He simply raised his hand casually, his muscles tensed instantly, and he threw a punch. Bang! A muffled explosion echoed as if someone had detonated a grenade in the room. Following that was a piercing sound of metal distorting. Crack! The heavy alloy punching target was actually dented and stuck in the slide rail, and unable to bounce. The display screen erupted with a string of garbled code, then emitted a puff of smoke, and went black. Chen Yu's mouth fell open, and the recording pin in her hand fell to the ground with a thud. One punch. Exploded it. This is a machine rated for 5,000 kilograms. Sorry, I didn't hold back my strength. Su Kuan blew on his fist, looking innocent. This machine seems to be of poor quality, but it's far worse than when I came last time. Chen Yu took a deep breath. Her gaze towards Su Kuan completely changed. From her earlier suspicion and indifference, it transformed into deep respect and admiration. This is definitely a master. And a power-type master. You really qualify for the master test. Chen Yu's tone became exceedingly respectful, even adopting a formal address. May I ask your name? Su Kuan opened his mouth about to say Su Kuan, but held back. It wouldn't matter, the system wouldn't recognize it. What should he call himself? Su Kuan couldn't think of a powerful name at the moment. Seeing this, Chen Yu kindly said, if you don't want to reveal your true identity, you can also use a code name or nickname. Many strong individuals who wish to avoid disturbance do this. Code name. A thought suddenly flashed in Su Kuan's mind. He said without hesitation, let's call it Loves Playing Basketball. Off. Chen Yu was stunned. Loves playing basketball? What kind of code name is this? Other masters have names like Thunder Dominating Blade, Frenzy Dragon. This one is called Loves Playing Basketball. Yes, that's it, Su Kuan replied seriously. It is one of my great— Alright. Chen Yu felt it was odd but quickly recorded it. That's a very sunny hobby. After finishing the input, Chen Yu clicked submit. The application has been sent to the backend. Please go to the VIP room and rest for a while. The president and the others are in a meeting and will handle it shortly. At this moment, in the upper echelons of the Martial Arts Association in meeting room No. 1, smoke was swirling. Chen Jinan, the president of the Jiangdong City Martial Arts Association, sat at the head of the table, his brow furrowed. The vice president and several registered master members sat on either side. Everyone, the situation is not optimistic. Chen Jinan tapped the table, pointing at the map on the big screen. We have recently received urgent reports from the front line about signs of a large-scale beast tide gathering deep in the wilderness area. Although it hasn't erupted yet, quite a few high-level mutated beasts have crossed the defense line and infiltrated our jurisdiction in Jiangdong City. The call for enlistment must be issued as soon as possible. We need more manpower, especially high-end combat strength at the master level. The various masters looked grave, each nodding in agreement. In addition to this matter, there's also good news. The vice president took over the conversation, bringing up a document. Recently, Jiangdong City has produced an extraordinary talent. Su Kuan, 19 years old, recorded a punching power of 9,999 kilograms in the recent citywide joint examination. He is just one step away from becoming a master. 9,999 kilograms. An elder with white hair stroked his beard and laughed. This is quite a promising candidate. With just a bit of training, he will surely become a master in less than 3 years. 3 years. I reckon 1 year will suffice. Chen Jinan also revealed a smile. Such talent must be a priority. We must strive to recruit him into our martial arts association. Just as the big shots were praising Su Kuan, ding dong. The prompt light on the conference table suddenly lit up. An urgent assessment application popped up and was projected onto the big screen. Urgent application, master qualification certification assessment, applicant code name Loves Playing Basketball, age 19, current realm unknown, initial screening machine, damaged, estimated strength over 500 kg. As everyone looked at the information on the screen, the originally lively conference room fell silent. The big shots exchanged glances, each looking bewildered. Loves Playing Basketball. What a strange name. 19 years old. Applying for the master assessment. Initial screening machine damaged. Estimated strength over 5,000 kilograms. The vice president's eyes widened. Is this data a joke? Our association's machine is specially designed. Even among the people present, few can blow it up with a single punch. Chen Jinan frowned tightly, 19 years old. Could it be Su Kun? He immediately pulled up Su Kun's data for comparison. But soon he shook his head. No, the biological information is completely different. Su Kun is 182 centimeters tall, while this loves playing basketball is 190 centimeters and weighs significantly more. Moreover, Su Kun is at 99 kilograms, while this person starts at 500 kilograms. They are not even in the same league. If it's not Su Kun, then who is it? Everyone was baffled. When did such a formidable individual named Loves playing basketball emerge in Jiangdong City? Could it be a prodigy from some prestigious family that has been kept hidden? This is interesting. Chen Jinan stood up, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Whoever he is, since he can blow up the initial screening machine, he must possess genuine skills. Let's go. We'll see this young friend Loves playing basketball together. The top floor testing hall of the Jiangdong City Martial Arts Association. Security here is exceptionally stringent. The hall remains closed to the public under ordinary circumstances and is activated only for master level or higher certifications. Boom! The heavy alloy doors slowly parted. President Chen Jinan led the way, followed by 4 venerable elders whose bearing exuded extraordinary authority, each a martial master in their own right. Chen Yu trailed behind, clutching a file folder, her expression taut with nervousness. Xiao Yu is the person you mentioned truly inside? President Chen asked, frowning as he walked. Codename Loves playing basketball. Bone age 19. Are you certain the machine isn't malfunctioning? Dad? President, I'm absolutely certain. Chen Yu murmured softly. Though even I find it unbelievable, he truly shattered that 500,000 kilogram force tester with a single punch. Humph. I could shatter such a machine myself. A graceful woman in a crimson qipao let out a cool, dismissive snort. Master Lu Rian, the association's sole female master. She lazily fanned herself, her gaze sharp and skeptical. These days young people grow arrogant after the slightest stroke of fortune. A 19-year-old master. Impossible. Even if one began cultivation in the womb. Most likely he employed some forbidden technique that drains latent potential or ingested blood-boosting pills to fraudulently claim certification stipends. The other masters nodded in agreement, their doubt palpable. Together they entered the hall. At the hall's center stood a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, clad in an oversized gray hoodie, his broad back turned toward them as he gazed silently out the floor-to-ceiling window upon the city below. Hearing footsteps, Su Kun turned slowly. In that instant, Chen Jinan and the 4 masters halted mid-stride. An overwhelming physical pressure. Chen Jinan's pupils contracted faintly. As a veteran master, he sensed it clearly, though the youth emitted no aura, his mere presence evoked the immovable grandeur of a mountain range. Every sinew and fiber coiled with cataclysmic world-shattering power. You are Loves playing basketball? Chen Jinan demanded, voice low and resonant. I am, Su Kun replied, nodding. His voice deep, rich, and unwavering. You understand the protocol. Master Lu Rian stepped forward, appraising Su Kun from head to toe, a flicker of surprise dancing in her eyes. The first step in master certification is Qi Si verification. We must confirm whether you have successfully opened your Qi Si. That is the definitive hallmark of mastery. No problem. Su Kun lifted the hem of his hoodie without hesitation, revealing abdominal muscles chiseled like rigid washboards, dense, symmetrical, and thrumming with explosive power. Master Lu's eyes gleamed. Without ceremony, she extended her perfectly manicured hand and pressed it firmly against Su Kun's lower abdomen, the dantian. My apologies. A thread of genuine qi slipped from her fingertips into his dantian. In the next breath, she jolted, her lips parting slightly, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. What had she sensed? Vastness. Profundity. Within his dantian, there was no surging ocean of qi, but rather a bottomless, slowly rotating void exuding a chilling gravitational pull that seemed capable of devouring all light and sound. And the density of vital essence contained therein, beyond all imagination. This. Master Lu instinctively gasped, her palms still resting on Su Kun's iron-hard abdomen. Then, before she could stop herself, murmured, so immense. The air froze utterly silent. Chen Jinan and the other masters flushed crimson, coughing awkwardly. Ahem. Ahem. Master Lu, mind your phrasing. Su Kun glanced down at the woman, still lightly stroking his stomach, his mouth twitching faintly, as he said, expressionless and calm, Madam, I trust you're referring to the Qi Si. Who are you calling madam? Call me sister. Master Lu snapped back, cheeks blooming crimson, as she hastily withdrew her hand and shot him a flustered glare. President the Chi C is confirmed, flawless. Not only has it been opened, but its capacity and foundational depth surpass anything I've ever encountered in my lifetime. Her declaration stunned the assembly. Even Master Lu, a paragon of discernment, had spoken thus. This youth was extraordinary indeed. Excellent. Since the Chi C is verified, proceed to practical assessment. Chen Jinan gestured decisively. Second test speed. The testing track stretched exactly 100 meters. Ready, go. Boom. At the crack of the starting pistol, Chen Jinan's vision blurred. No crouch. No acceleration. No transitional phase. Su Kuan vanished, like a detonated artillery shell. In his wake lingered only a smudged black afterimage and a piercing sonic boom tearing through the air. Beep. The finish line timer froze. 1 second. 1 second. The vice president dropped his stopwatch in disbelief. 100 meters in 1 second. What did this imply? A peak instantaneous velocity of 100 meters per second. And this, achieved purely through raw physical power without any martial body technique or cultivated speed enhancement. Such explosive power, terrifying. Chen Jinan drew a slow, steadying breath, the last vestiges of doubt dissolving into pure, electrifying excitement. Third, and most critical, test strength. Chen Jinan led the group to the farthest recess of the hall, where loomed a massive, irregularly shaped boulder-like object, black as ink and radiating quiet menace. This is the Black Meteorite Mountain, Chen Jinan announced. Forged from the core of a celestial meteorite refined through arcane metallurgical arts. This is our ultimate force tester. It withstands impacts exceeding 1 million kilograms. Only an artifact of this caliber can endure the unleashed fury of a master, or even a grandmaster. Young man, strike it with your utmost strength. Su Kuan approached the Black Meteorite Mountain, studying its obsidian surface shimmering with faint, eerie light. He twisted his neck, crack, crack, then exhaled. Utmost strength. Let's see what it yields. He inhaled deeply. The Chi C within him trembled faintly as torrents of vital essence surged through his limbs. His spine arched like a coiled dragon, his right arm swelled, tendons twisting like ancient serpents beneath taut skin. First strike. Ha! Dong! A thunderous bronze bell-like resonance shook the heavens. The entire glass hall trembled violently beneath their feet. The Black Meteorite Mountain quivered faintly. Above it the display screen blazed, numbers surging wildly. 81200 kg. 80 we own, 1,000. One master cried out in shock, tugging free several of his own beard hairs. 81,000 on the first blow. That's already the benchmark of a mid-tier master. Before their astonishment could settle, Su Kuan shook his head, displeased. Not even warmed up yet. Let's go again. Second strike. This time he synchronized every muscle group, layer upon layer of kinetic force converging into a single devastating cascade. Crockham. 93500 kg. 93,500. Chen Jinan's eyes bulged. What kind of prodigy is this? Final strike. Su Kuan's eyes flared wide. A long, resonant roar tore from his throat. His blood roared like rivers and flood his giant bloodline, blazing white-hot. For a heartbeat his stature seemed to swell, his very silhouette radiating apocalyptic intent, as he drove his fist wreathed in invisible tempest into the Black Meteorite Mountain. Tum! This was no crisp impact. It was a suffocating visceral thud so deep and heavy it felt as though their hearts might rupture. The supposedly indestructible Black Meteorite Mountain slid backward, half an inch. The display screen erupted in crimson light. 10860 kg. 100,000 kilograms. A tomb-like silence descended. Every master stood frozen, staring blankly at the number, minds utterly void. 100,000 kilograms. The threshold of a high-tier master. A 19-year-old boy, relying solely on innate physical might, had shattered that benchmark. Heaven blesses Jiangdong. Chen Jinan trembled violently, tears streaming down his weathered cheeks. At last, Jiangdong has birthed a true, peerless genius. Indeed, Master Lu Rian's eyes shimmered with rare, incandescent wonder, as if gazing upon a sacred scripture. Such talent, unprecedented. Even the monstrous prodigies from imperial capital clans could scarcely rival this. The vice president sighed wistfully. Frankly, just days ago when a student named Su Kuan recorded 9999 kilograms, I believed that was Jiangdong's absolute ceiling. Now I see. I was thinking far too small. Precisely. Another master scoffed contemptuously. That's Su Kuan. Worthless. He's barely brushed the threshold of advanced martial excellence. While this loves playing basketball brother, his brilliance dwarfs such feeble sparks as moonlight eclipses fireflies. Su Kuan merely lords over high school peers. This young man. He is Jiangdong's future. Chun Jinan nodded vigorously, striding forward to Su Kuan with a beaming, almost fawning smile, his presidential dignity entirely abandoned. Young master, your strength leaves us humbled beyond words. Might you consider joining our association's council of elders? Other masters crowded close, each vying with obsequious flattery. Brother Basketball, free this evening. I've 2 bottles of century-aged tiger bone wine stashed away. Little brother, I happen to possess several rare manuals on dual cultivation. No coordinated practice. Shall we study them together? Master Lu Ruyan even fluttered her lashes with practiced charm. Su Kuan watched this sudden transformation, from aloof masters to eager sycophants, especially their condescending dismissal of Su Kuan to elevate himself. Rather than pride, he felt only dry amusement and a quiet, simmering irritation. Who exactly were they insulting? Who? Su Kuan swept his gaze across them, cold, imperious, and radiating a crushing on-appointment marital authority. Dare you? I came for certification, not to endure your empty chatter. And never compare me to that Su Kuan. They recoiled at his thunderous rebuke, not in anger, but in deeper awe. This was the temperament of a true sovereign. This was indomitable character. Chun Jinan hurriedly bowed, grinning. Yes. Certification, immediately. Right this instant. In the office of the president of the Jiangdong Martial Arts Association, Chun Jinan solemnly presented a gilded black certificate to Su Kuan. Congratulations. From today onwards, you are officially recognized as a senior grandmaster by our Huaxia Federation. According to national regulations, senior grandmasters enjoy the highest level of privileges. As Chun Jinan spoke, he exchanged a glance with Chun Yu. Chun Yu promptly stepped forward with a document sweetly introducing as a basketball grandmaster. Your benefits are as follows. First, you will enjoy a 40% discount when purchasing resources at any martial arts mall nationwide. Second, the association will gift you a standalone villa located in the core area of Jiangdong City with permanent ownership. Third, you will be provided with a dedicated car and driver available 247. Fourth, you will have a personal assistant to handle all your trivial matters. At this point, Chun Jinan smiled and pointed to his daughter. Although Xiao Yu has just graduated, she is very meticulous in her work. If you don't mind, let her be your assistant. If she doesn't perform well, feel free to reprimand her. Chun Yu blushed, stealing a glance at Su Kuan, her heart racing. Being an assistant to such a young and powerful grandmaster is an opportunity that many would covet. Su Kuan nodded. All right, let it be her. Now take me to see the house. Half an hour later, at the famous affluent district of Jiangdong City, Longhubei, Chun Yu drove the dedicated vehicle leading Su Kuan to a villa that was still under construction. This villa occupies a vast area with gardens in both the front and back, 2 stories high, and in an master, this is currently the best positioned villa available, but it hasn't been renovated yet. Chun Yu said nervously, if you don't like it, we can swap it for a well-furnished one. No, this one will do. Su Kuan looked around, quite satisfied. It's better that it hasn't been renovated, as it allows for modifications. Xiao Chen, right? Su Kuan turned to Chun Yu. Master, you can just call me Xiao Yu. All right, Xiao Yu, take note of my renovation requirements. Su Kuan pointed at the villa's front door. First, remove this front door and expand it. I want a door that is 3 meters wide and 5 meters high. Oh. Chun Yu was taken aback, nearly dropping her pen. 5 meters high. Isn't that a city gate? Su Kuan ignored her surprise and walked inside, pointing at the floor slab between the first and second floors. Also take down this floor slab, merging the 2 levels into one. I want a vaulted hall. The bedroom should be on the first floor and have a custom bed made for me. It should be 5 meters long, 4 meters wide, and bear a weight of at least 2 tons. The material should be high-strength alloy steel with the softest mattress on top. A customized industrial-grade refrigerator, also 5 meters high, capable of storing a whole cow. And as for the toilet, listening to Su Kuan's outrageous requests one after another, Chun Yu was completely. A 5-meter door, a 5-meter bed. Is this for raising elephants? Master, are you sure? Chun Yu carefully confirmed. If it's decorated this way, this house may not sell easily, right? Su Kuan waved his hand. I'm not selling it. Just do as I say, and if the funds are insufficient, deduct it from my stipend. No need for you to pay, the association will cover it all. Chun Yu, though filled with questions, refrained from asking the inappropriate ones. It's a basic quality of being an assistant. I will contact the construction team immediately to work overtime and aim to complete it within 3 days. Very good. Su Kuan nodded in satisfaction. After arranging the housing matters, dusk was approaching. Su Kuan rubbed his stomach, feeling hungry. Take me to the Beichen Martial Arts Hall. Sure. Upon returning to the martial arts hall, Su Kuan didn't even go to the training area and headed straight to the cafeteria. As soon as he entered, there was a cacophony of drums and firecrackers. Oh no, it was chaos. Hurry, grab the meat. Brother Kuan is here. Protect the braised pork. Protect the sauced pig. Upon seeing Su Kuan's massive figure appear at the entrance, the students eating hurriedly increased their pace, fearing that if they were a second late, Su Kuan would clear the table. The cafeteria aunties also looked at Su Kuan with a mix of helplessness and doting smiles, having already prepared several extra-large food trays. Su Kuan didn't hold back and immediately poured a tray of sauced beef into his mouth. Eat, eat, eat. After devouring for half an hour, Su Kuan finally felt somewhat full. At this moment, Zhao Lei approached. Brother Kuan, did you take the assessment today? How did it go? Zhao Lei asked expectantly. Su Kuan wiped his mouth, casually pulled out the gilded black certificate from his pocket, and tossed it onto the table. Passed. Zhao Lei picked up the certificate, and his eyes bulged instantly. Senior Grandmaster. Holy crap! Zhao Lei exclaimed, causing everyone around to look over. Brother Kuan, you've become a Senior Grandmaster. You shot to the top. Zhao Lei stammered in excitement. This is incredible. You're the youngest Grandmaster in Jiangdong City. No, the youngest in the whole country. Stay low-key, stay low-key. Su Kuan calmly retrieved the certificate. By the way, I remember Senior Grandmasters seem to have a benefit. Weekly blood circulation massage. Top-notch. Zhao Lei immediately chimed in, totally free. Su Kuan's eyes lit up. Let's go to the club tonight. We can't waste this opportunity. The Shui Yuntian Club. Su Kuan strode into the VIP room, waving his hand. Order the 91st technician. Although Yi Qingxi didn't allow him to order last time, the 91st technician's technique was indeed excellent, capable of helping him swiftly refine the accumulated essence from the food in his body. Moments later, the 91st technician entered the room. When she saw the massive figure lying on the massage table, she was stunned. This guest. Su Kuan's physique had grown even larger compared to a month ago, with muscles that were more defined and skin that had a bronze sheen. The 91st technician didn't recognize that this was the same young man from before. She approached, placing her hands on Su Kuan's back. In the next second, she gasped. The sensation. If before he felt like steel, now he felt like diamond. And the flow of qi and blood beneath his skin roared like a mighty river. This is the Grandmaster. And an extremely powerful Senior Grandmaster. The 91st technician was deeply shocked. Sir, is the pressure okay? Too light, did you not eat? Make it a bit heavier. Su Kuan grumbled. Okay. The 91st technician gritted her teeth, channeling all her true qi, even employing her unique martial skill, the cloud-crushing palm, to deliver a barrage of strikes to Su Kuan's back. Half an hour later, Su Kuan contentedly grunted, this is about right. Meanwhile, the 91st technician was exhausted and panting, drenched in sweat, her uniform completely soaked, looking as though she had just been fished out of water. Huff, huff. Your physique is too strong, my lord. The 91st technician felt as if she wasn't giving a massage, but forging iron. After the massage, Su Kuan felt rejuvenated. He took out his phone and ordered a luxurious takeout for his sister, who was still in evening study, then lay back on the comfortable massage bed, feeling drowsy. So comfortable. Unknowingly, he fell asleep like this. In the deep of night, his phone vibrated once. Su Yunyan, brother. Where are you? It's late, why haven't you come home? Startled awake, Su Kuan groggily picked up his phone and replied, I'm at home. Su Yunyan immediately sent back a photo showing an empty bedroom. Nonsense. There's no sign of you at home. Su Kuan then realized that he was still at the club. He thought for a moment and replied, oh, I'm at my wife's place. Su Yunyan. Su Kuan, this club is under the name of your sister-in-law, Yi Qingxi, so rounding it up, it's her house. I'm sleeping at her place, nothing wrong with that. Su Yunyan looked at her phone screen and sent a series of ellipses. In the early morning, under the gentle call of Technician No. 91, Su Kuan woke up. He instinctively stretched his limbs. With a crackling sound, his bones echoed like thunder as his muscle fibers produced a painful stretching. The aching sensation from growth swept over him once again. Did I grow again? Su Kuan rolled out of bed, his heavy footsteps thudding on the floor. He walked to the measuring device outside. Beep. Height, 191. 0 centimeters, weight 170. 0 kilograms. Although his height had only increased by a centimeter, the additional 15 kilograms of weight had all transformed into denser, more terrifying muscle density. His skin exhibited a healthy bronze hue, faintly gleaming with a metallic luster. The muscles around his neck twisted like roots, and when his broad latissimus dorsi unfurled, it resembled a massive shield. After opening the Qi Si, the digestion efficiency has indeed improved by several levels. Su Kuan patted his flat abdomen. The hundreds of pounds of exotic beast meat he consumed yesterday had already transformed into surging essence in the Qi Si overnight, nourishing this greedy giant body. Gurgle. The enormous word hungry flickered in the Qi Si again. I'm hungry, time to find food. Facing the morning light, Su Kuan left the club. Technician No. 91 adjusted her skirt and bowed, saying, welcome next time. Suddenly, a piercing air raid siren erupted over Jiangdong City, without warning. The sound was sharp and urgent, ripping apart the morning tranquility. Immediately after, an urgent broadcast blared from the street loudspeakers. Emergency alert. Emergency alert. Detected aerial invasion of exotic beasts. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. All citizens must find shelter immediately. All martial artists must assist in defense. Exotic beast invasion. Su Kuan furrowed his brow and looked up at the sky. The originally blue sky was now shrouded by a dark red cloud. No, that is not a cloud. Su Kuan strained his eyes, and a glimmer of golden light flashed in his pupils. It was hundreds of giant birds. They spread their wings, each measuring 10 meters wide, covered in crimson scales and feathers, with sharp iron claws. The most terrifying part was that they were exhaling scorching flames. That's a red flame demon griffin. Su Kuan, having excelled in humanities, instantly recalled the data on this exotic beast. The red flame demon griffin, an extremely ferocious flying exotic beast. Even an adult ordinary griffin has strength comparable to a human master martial artist. The few larger ones leading the pack emitted an aura that had clearly surpassed that of a great master. Ka! A piercing shriek echoed in the sky. The beast horde began to dive. They swooped down like burning meteors, bringing thick black smoke and flames, indiscriminately attacking the bustling streets. Boom, boom, boom. The streets instantly turned into a purgatory. Cars were overturned, shops ignited, and panicked crowds scattered in all directions, cries and screams filling the air. Help! Mom! I want my mom. Not far in front of Su Kuan, a black extended Hongqi limousine was violently flipped by a diving red flame demon griffin, sliding across the ground for over 10 meters before crashing into a streetlight. The car door was deformed, and the driver, covered in blood, was already silent. In the back seat, a small girl about 5 or 6 years old, wearing a pink princess dress, was crawling out of the shattered window, bloodied and trembling, as she looked at the terrifying monster diving from the sky, too scared to even cry. Hiss! The red flame demon griffin that had flipped the car did not leave. It circled around, its cruel golden vertical pupils locking onto the little girl on the ground, as if she was its prey. Caught. It folded its wings like a red lightning bolt, opened its tooth-filled beak, and gathered an orange-red fireball of high temperature, diving straight towards the little girl. God, that little girl. Quick, save her. The bystanders hiding behind buildings shouted in terror, but facing the terrifying exotic beast exuding the pressure of a master, no one dared to take a step forward. That was a master-level flying exotic beast. Even a master on the ground would have a headache facing such an aerial overlord, let alone ordinary martial artists. Just when everyone closed their eyes in despair, thinking that the little girl was doomed. Bird creature. A voice like thunder suddenly erupted on the street. Immediately after, the ground shook violently. Boom. The cement surface shattered instantly, creating a crater several meters in diameter. Using the terrifying recoil, a tall and robust figure shot up like a cannonball. 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. Su Kuan leaped directly over 100 meters high. He appeared like a giant divine warrior descending from the heavens, precisely blocking between the little girl and the red flame demon griffin. Whoosh! The red flame demon griffin did not expect someone to dare intercept it in midair, and angrily exhaled a breath of flame. The orange-red flames were so hot, they could instantly melt steel, engulfing Su Kuan's figure. It's over. That young man is burned to death. The crowd below gasped in shock. However, the next second, a shocking scene unfolded. As the flames dissipated, although Su Kuan's special sportswear was slightly charred, his bronze skin remained unscathed under the licking of the flames, instead radiating a ruby-like luster. The Giant Bloodline can comprehensively enhance physical strength. Su Kuan's skin defense was even more terrifying than the exotic beast. Is this little temperature? It wouldn't even be enough to roast meat. Su Kuan smiled with bared teeth in midair. At that moment, he had charged right in front of the red flame demon. A hint of human-like astonishment and fear flashed in the griffin's eyes. It could not understand why this human was unafraid of its true fire. But Su Kuan did not give it a chance to think. Come down. Su Kuan stretched out his palm like a fan and seized the griffin's thick neck. The griffin struggled wildly, its iron claws scratching Su Kuan's chest and producing sizzling sparks, yet it could not even break his skin. Die! Su Kuan's arm muscles suddenly surged to double their size, and he executed a powerful shoulder throw in midair. Using the gravity of the fall, he swung the 10-meter wingspan beast like a meteor, falling and smashed it fiercely into the ground. Boom! The earth trembled violently. Smoke and dust rose. When the dust settled, everyone stared in disbelief at the center of the scene. They saw a muscular man standing at 1 meter 90, kneeling on one knee with one hand protecting the unscathed little girl in his arms. Beside him, the once mighty master-level red flame demon griffin now had its head forcibly smashed into the cement ground, its wings broken, its body convulsing twice before falling completely silent. One strike kill. Sukuin slowly stood up, brushed off the dust on his body as calm as if he had just swatted a fly. He looked down at the trembling little girl in his arms, trying to make his voice sound gentler. Hey little one, it's all right now. The entire scene fell silent for 3 seconds. Then a deafening cheer erupted. Wow, that was so awesome. Who was that? One move to kill a master-level exotic beast. How come I have never seen this person before? The little girl raised her head, her tearful big eyes gazing at this towering big brother. Before her fear, gradually dissipating, replaced by a deep sense of admiration and reliance. As if she had seen an all-powerful guardian deity. Sukuin looked down at the little girl in his arms. The child was exquisitely beautiful, like a delicate porcelain figurine. However, at this moment, she was terrified, her small hands tightly clutching Sukuin's collar, her knuckles turning white. Are you hurt anywhere? Does it hurt? Sukuin checked her hands and feet. The little girl sniffed, holding back her tears as she shook her head, her voice soft and sweet. No. Thank you, big brother. It's good if you're not hurt. Sukuin sighed in relief. At this moment, the alarm was still blaring around them, and the battle in the distance was ongoing. This place was not safe. Where do you live? I'll take you home, Sukuin asked. The little girl pointed in a direction. She could still recognize the way. All right, let's go. Sukuin bent down, pointed to his neck, and said, get on, ride the big horse. He'll take you flying. The little girl's eyes lit up as she broke into a smile, obediently climbing onto Sukuin's broad shoulders, wrapping her small hands around his head. If it had been an ordinary person, they would surely have been weighed down, their necks sore. But to Sukuin, who stood at 191 meters tall and weighed 170 kilograms, the girl's weight felt as light as a feather. Hold on tight. Sukuin stood upright. The little girl felt her vision suddenly expand, as if she were sitting on the shoulders of a giant, filled with a sense of security. By the way, I need to bring the spoils with me. Sukuin turned around and looked at the lifeless corpse of the red flame griffin on the ground. This was a master-level flying exotic beast. Even in death, its flesh still contained immense energy. For Sukuin, who possessed the bloodline of a giant, this was a top-tier buffet. Rise. Sukuin grabbed a claw of the griffin with one hand and pulled with force. Sizzle. The corpse of the massive beast, weighing over a ton, was effortlessly dragged, as if it were a dead dog. Let's go. Sukuin carried the little girl and dragged the one-ton beast striding down the street under the awe-filled gazes of passers-by. Along the way, the little girl stopped crying, her mouth even chattering a bit. Big brother, my name is Tang Tang. What's yours? Sukuin, I love playing basketball. Wow, big brother, you are so amazing. You are even stronger than Ultraman. Of course, Ultraman needs to recharge. Why don't? Big brother, do you have a girlfriend? I don't. But Big brother, can you wait for me to grow up? I'm growing up too. The two were chatting when suddenly a sound of something breaking through the air echoed from the sky. Sukuin looked up. He saw a figure in white floating high above, surrounded by terrifying blades of chi and blood. With every attack, flying exotic beasts would fall from the sky like dumplings. That kind of imposing aura that commanded the heavens and the earth, that posture of flying in the air. Martial Saint Realm. Sukuin narrowed his eyes. Only by reaching the 5th realm, the so-called Martial Saint, could one escape the pull of gravity and fly. It seems a big shot is making a move. This wave of beast tide should be settled soon. Sukuin looked at the figure, feeling little awe, but instead a strong sense of confidence rising within him. Flying, huh? At my current rate of growth, I won't be far from that realm. As long as I eat enough and grow big enough, one day, I will be able to. Half an hour later, a vast estate-style villa. Is there no one home? Sukuin threw the griffin's corpse into the yard and frowned as he asked. The little girl climbed down from Sukuin's neck, her mood dampened as she lowered her head. Mom hasn't come to see me for a month. A month without returning. Sukuin was somewhat surprised. What about your dad? The little girl shook her head, her eyes dim. I don't think I have a dad. I've never seen him. At this point, the little girl suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with hope and innocence as she gazed at Sukuin. Big brother, you're so amazing. Can you be my dad? Ahem. Sukuin nearly choked on his own saliva. What's with these kids nowadays? Why do they all want to randomly claim a father? Let's not talk about that for now. Sukuin quickly changed the subject, pointing to the large bird in the yard. Are you hungry? Big brother will treat you to grilled meat. Meat. The little girl's attention was successfully diverted, her eyes shining. I love meat. All right. Sukuin was not polite. He set up a fire pit right on the neatly trimmed lawn. He fetched the barbecue grill and seasoning from the villa and began to process the red flame griffin. The fur of the master-level exotic beast was as tough as iron. An ordinary knife would not cut through it. But in Sukuin's hands, he simply tore it apart. Rip, flesh and blood flew everywhere. Sukuin skillfully tore off one of the griffin's large thighs and placed it over the fire to roast. In no time, a rich, meaty aroma wafted through the air. The red flame griffin itself was a fire attribute exotic beast, and its meat naturally carried a smoky flavor. Once cooked, it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, dripping with golden yellow fat. Here, Tang Tang, this big chicken leg is for you. Su Kuan tore off the most tender piece of meat and handed it to the little girl. The girl hugged the meat chunk, which was bigger than her face, and said with grease dripping from her mouth, "So delicious." While Su Kuan began devouring the rest of the griffin like a storm, he held the entire beast in his arms, crunching the bones and flesh together as if he were munching on an apple. Crunch, crunch. Over a ton of exotic beast meat disappeared at a visible rate. Within his dantian, he converted this high-energy flesh into surging qi. Su Kuan could feel himself growing taller yet again. After eating his fill, Su Kuan let out a satisfied burp. Looking at the lonely little girl, he didn't rush to leave, instead accompanying her to play in the yard all afternoon. The little girl was too lonely. Having finally someone to accompany her, she clung to Su Kuan tightly. Until evening, when the villa's front door was suddenly pushed open. A tall figure wearing a white administrative shirt and gold-rimmed glasses rushed in with an anxious expression. It was an extremely beautiful woman. In her 30s, she was in the most charming stage of womanhood. She had a voluptuous figure with a cold and noble aura, exuding a sense of long-standing authority. However, at this moment her white shirt was stained with several drops of dark red blood, and her hair was somewhat disheveled, clearly having rushed back. Upon entering, seeing the yard strewn with feathers from the griffin, and the unfamiliar tall man sitting on the lawn, the woman's expression instantly turned wary and fierce, her whole body tense with energy. "Who are you?" "Tang Tang." The little girl, who had been listening to a story in Su Kuan's arms, jumped up in surprise upon hearing the voice and rushed towards the woman. "Mom, you're back." The woman hugged her daughter tightly, nervously checking her over, and only after confirming that her daughter was unharmed did she let out a sigh of relief, her eyes turning red instantly. "You scare me to death. Mom heard there was trouble over there and thought you." "Mom, don't cry." The little girl, being sensible, wiped away the woman's tears and proudly pointed at Su Kuan, saying, "This big brother saved me. He's amazing. He killed that fire-breathing big bird and even treated me to grilled meat." Hearing this, the woman finally relaxed her guard and turned to look at Su Kuan. When she saw Su Kuan's remarkably youthful face, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She tidied herself up, restoring her dignified and cold demeanor, walked up to Su Kuan and extended her hand. "Hello, I am Tang Tang's mother. My name is Song Wansi. Thank you for saving my daughter. I will remember this kindness." Song Wansi. Su Kuan felt the name was somewhat familiar, and he thought he had seen this face somewhere before, but he couldn't recall it at the moment. Su Kuan stood up, shook her fingertips, then released her. "It was just a small matter. Now that you're back, I should be leaving." He picked up his coat, walked to the door, and suddenly paused. Su Kuan turned back, looking at the beautiful yet fatigued woman, and couldn't help but remind her, "Ms. Song, no matter how busy work gets, you must take care of your daughter. She almost died today, and she misses you very much." Upon hearing these words, which bore a hint of reproach, Song Wansi froze. As the top leader of Jiangdong City, who would dare to speak to her like this on ordinary days? She instinctively frowned, her gaze turning cold. "Are you trying to teach me how to do my job?" Su Kuan did not avoid her gaze, calmly saying, "I'm just speaking the truth. For a child, a mother is more important than anything else." After saying this, Su Kuan waved his hand and strode away. Song Wansi watched Su Kuan's retreating figure, and the pride within her suddenly dissipated. She lowered her head, looking at her daughter, who was tightly hugging her, and a deep sense of guilt surged in her heart. Indeed, she had succeeded in her career, but nearly lost her daughter. "I'm sorry, Tang Tang. It was Mom's fault," Song Wansi said softly. "It's okay, Mom." Tang Tang looked up, her innocent face stating, "Mom, that big brother is really nice, tall and handsome, can fight, and even knows how to grill meat. I really want him to be my dad." Song Wansi's cold, beautiful face instantly flushed with a layer of pink. She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, helplessly poking her daughter's forehead. "What nonsense are you talking about? He's just a big boy." However, Song Wansi looked at the griffin's corpse on the ground, lost in thought. Jiangdong City actually has such a young master-level powerhouse. Why didn't I know about this? She immediately sent a photo with a message to her secretary. "I want all his information." Secretary received. At this moment, her phone rang again. Song Wansi answered the call, her expression instantly regaining that capable and serious demeanor. "Hello. Okay, I'll be there right away. The press conference will proceed as usual." She sighed apologetically, looking at her daughter. Tang, Mom has to go out again. I know Mom is going to fight monsters and protect everyone." Tang Tang nodded obediently. "I will take good care of." Su Kuan returned home. He turned on the television. At this time, every channel was interrupting their programming to broadcast news about today's exotic beast attack. Now broadcasting an urgent news report regarding this morning's exotic beast aerial attack incident. Jiangdong City Mayor Song Wansi will hold a press conference at the municipal hall. The scene changed. The camera focused on the podium. The woman who had been filled with guilt in the villa moments ago was now dressed in a neat suit sitting under the spotlight, her expression solemn, sharply outlining the post-disaster reconstruction work. That was the kind of aura possessed only by those in power. A subtitle appeared at the bottom of the screen. Mayor of Jiangdong City Song Wansi, Su Kuan, who was drinking water, suddenly spat it out. What the hell? No wonder she looked so familiar. So the little girl who wanted me to be her dad is the mayor's. Does that mean I just scolded the mayor? I remember that only a martial saint can become a mayor. In the deep of night, the Jiangdong City government building remained brightly lit in the office hall. Song Wansi had just concluded a press conference regarding the beast attack, rubbing her slightly swollen temples as she leaned back in her chair, closing her eyes to rest. The secretary Xiao Zhang walked in with a few printed photographs, a peculiar expression on his face. Mayor, we found something. He said, based on the photos you provided, we conducted a facial recognition check with our resident database. The results showed no match found. No match found. Song Wansi gazed at the photo in the news. The photo clearly depicted Su Kuan holding her daughter Tang Tang. Though slightly blurry, his tall and robust figure and sharp profile were still distinctly visible. How is that possible? Song Wansi frowned. This person can defeat a master-level beast with a single strike. His strength is at least at the master level. How could someone like this be an undocumented individual? Unless... Song Wansi pondered, he hails from some ancient family that keeps a low profile, or he is a special talent nurtured by the state. With this thought, Song Wansi's mind began to race. Mysterious identity, immense strength, and... She recalled her daughter Tang Tang's words, Mom, the big brother is really nice. I really want him to be my dad. If he truly has a clean background and no family. Song Wansi looked at the man in the photo, radiating masculinity. Although he was younger than her, the sense of security he exuded was palpable. Perhaps he could really provide Tang Tang with a complete family. At that moment, there was a knock at the office door. The president of the Martial Arts Association, Chun Jinan, rushed in a flurry. Mayor Song, sorry to disturb you so late. I have important information to report regarding the attack from earlier today. As he spoke, Chun Jinan caught sight of the photo in Song Wansi's hand and was momentarily taken aback. Oh, isn't this the master who loves basketball? Loves basketball. Song Wansi was confused. Who is that? What a strange name. That's a code name. Chun Jinan explained, he just passed the master certification at our Martial Arts Association yesterday. This person is incredibly strong, having displayed terrifying data of 100 kilograms with a single punch. He directly obtained a senior master certificate. 100 kilograms. Song Wansi's pupils contracted slightly, but Chun Jinan scratched his head. His identity is very mysterious. He left only this code name, and we know nothing about his real name or background. We speculate that he should be an unparalleled prodigy from a certain reclusive family, and his file is classified as top secret. Indeed, a prodigy from a hidden world. Song Wansi thought to herself, raising her assessment of Su Kuan even higher. Let me see his test results. Chun Jinan handed over a top-secret file. Codename loves basketball, bone, age 19 years, height 190 centimeters, weight 170 kilograms, punching power 160 kg, rating senior master, physical hiss. Even though she was mentally prepared, Song Wansi couldn't help but gasp when she saw the 19 years field. Is he really 19 years old? Are you sure the machine isn't broken? Absolutely true. Chun Jinan patted his chest in assurance. This is the latest bone age detection device. It won't make mistakes. This is a true youthful master. His future is limitless. Song Wansi looked at the file, her eyes filled with complexity, ultimately turning into a long sigh. It's a pity he's just too young. Chun Jinan looked bewildered. Huh? Mayor, what do you mean by that? Isn't being young, the younger they are, the greater their potential. The hope of breaking through to martial saints, or even higher realms, increases. Song Wansi shook her head, speaking softly. What I mean is, there's a double age gap between us. I'm 38 this year, and Su Kuan is 19. It's exactly double. Huh? Chun Jinan was stunned, his mind racing to try and understand the mayor's line of thought. Age gap. Could it be that the mayor was worried about generational gap issues? Mayor, are you planning to meet this genius in person? Chun Jinan tentatively asked. With your experience and presence, there wouldn't be any generational gap at all. After all, we martial artists, the capable, are the teacher's strength is our common language. Song Wansi disregarded Chun Zinan's wild guesses, gently placing the photo on the table, her tone carrying a hint of regret and self-mockery. Forget it, let's wait another 20 years. Chun Jinan, wait another 20 years. Wouldn't that be too late? He completely didn't understand. Meanwhile, Song Wansi was calculating something else in her heart. The difference between 19 and 39 was vast, like 2 generations. But the difference between 39 and 59 was not as pronounced. After all, for high-level martial artists, lifespan is long and appearance doesn't age easily. Let's talk about the important matters. Song Wansi set aside her whimsical thoughts, regaining her composure As the mayor, what is the casualty situation from this beast attack? At that moment, the head of the Jiangdong City Defense Bureau hurriedly walked in, his expression solemn. Report. After a day of cleanup, most of the flying beasts that invaded the city have been killed, but there are still a few remnants unaccounted for, possibly hiding in the dark corners of the city. Mayor, this wave of beast invasion, though not large in scale, came very suspiciously. I've heard that the wilderness front faced a massive beast tide, and the defense line was breached. These crimson flame demon eagles must have slipped through from there. But, Shen Jinan frowned. They risked their lives to charge into the city. Although they caused destruction, such suicidal attacks seem a bit counterproductive, don't they? What are they after? Song Wansi stood up, walking to the large floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the brightly lit city outside with deep contemplation. Beasts are not fearsome. They are merely wild animals with little intelligence. The truly terrifying aspect is what lies behind the beasts. Song Wansi's voice turned cold. All beasts are weapons of war nurtured by alien races. The true threat to this planet has never been the beast tide, but the alien people behind it. The Crimson Flame Demon Eagle is a beast originating from the alien world of the Feather Nation. This attack is likely orchestrated by the Feather people behind it. Feather people. Shun Zenon's face changed drastically. The Feather race is known for infiltration and assassination. This is bad. Could it be that Feather people have already infiltrated Jiangdong City under the cover of the beast tide? Definitely. Song Wansi spun around, exuding a fierce aura. Transmit my orders. The city is under martial law. Increase patrols and defenses. Set up checkpoints to verify ID at all key transportation hubs, schools, and hospitals. Arrest any suspicious individuals immediately. Those who resist arrest, kill them. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Jiangdong No. 1 high school, the bell for the evening study session had just rung. Students poured out of the school in groups, chattering excitedly about the day's thrilling moments. Hey, have you heard? A master acted bravely today and saved a little girl. I heard. I saw the video online, although it didn't catch his face. That silhouette was simply stunning. He's 6 feet tall with perfectly sculpted muscles. I want to have his babies. I heard the mayor is also a martial arts expert. He seems to be a martial saint. Wrong. It's a martial grandmaster. That's a being even more powerful than an ordinary martial saint. The girls were swooning while the boys looked on with envy. In the crowd, Su Yunyun, carrying her backpack, listened to the discussions around her and couldn't help but pull out her phone to take a look at the screenshot of the video. So handsome. She gazed at that silhouette, her heart racing. That overwhelming sense of security was simply her ideal type. But the next moment, she took a closer look at those familiar pants and the pair of sports shoes. This, isn't it my brother? Su Yunyun instantly felt deflated. She stuffed her phone back into her pocket. It's my brother, then it's no big deal. Just as she was about to cross the street to go home, she instinctively glanced up at the sky. In the pitch-black night sky, a gigantic white bird glided silently, by resembling a strange white cloud. Beep. Alien energy wave detected. In her mind, the usually money-demanding deep crimson system suddenly popped up a red warning box. Alien feathered people. Introduction. Hailing from the feathered kingdom, living on cliffs, they inherently control wind elements and excel in stealth and aerial assassination. Su Yunyun halted, her heart skipped a beat. Alien. They've infiltrated. Just as she wanted to take another look, that white bird vanished into the night in the blink of an eye. Target lost. Damn, that was fast. Su Yunyun felt a little flustered. What does this feathered person want? But she touched her small fist, which had just broken 300 kilograms, and shrank her neck in self-awareness. Forget it. If the sky falls, there's a tall one to hold it up. I should hurry home and cling to my brother's leg. Su Yunyun quickened her pace and dashed away. After everyone had left in the shadows on the rooftop of No. 1 high school, a gigantic white avian creature landed silently. Its pure white feathers shimmered with a cold light under the moon, and then, like melting snowflakes, they gradually faded away, revealing the graceful figure of a human girl. Though in human form, her cheekbones were slightly high, her pupils were faint golden vertical slits, and there were traces of wings, yet to fully retract at her shoulder blades, exuding an enchanting, yet sacred beauty. She retrieved a white school uniform from the void and put it on, tying her long hair, instantly transforming into the appearance of a pure high school girl. Stepping out of the shadows, she lightly beckoned with her fingers. Whoosh! A gentle breeze blew and a report card pinned to the honor roll floated down into her hands. This was the ranking of the joint examination results for senior classes from all schools and martial arts academies in Jiangdong City. The feathered girl scanned the list, a cruel smile curling at the corners of her mouth. First place, Shenyang High School, Zhou Jinan. Second place, Beichen Martial Academy, Su Kuan. Third place, Kanglin Girls High School, Lin Runan. Human seedlings are always so fragile. The feathered girl's finger traced over those names as if pronouncing a death sentence. Everyone on this list must die. Only by killing all of you seedlings can this generation of human martial artists be severed. For the grand cause of our emperor. Offer your heads. At Su Kun's home. Click. Su Yunyun pushed the door open and a mouth-watering aroma of meat instantly wafted over. So fragrant. Su Yunyun tossed her backpack and rushed to the dining table. There lay a large plate of golden, oily roasted meat along with a neck as thick as an arm labeled the Big Duck Neck. Su Kun was sitting on the sofa watching a replay of the news on TV. Brother, you're amazing. Su Yunyun grabbed that big neck and took a bite. The texture. So chewy. And there seems to be a warm flow in this meat warming me up. Su Yunyun's eyes sparkled. Brother, where did you buy this duck neck? This is too delicious. 1,000 times better than Zhou. Su Kun glanced at her and said lightly, that's not a duck neck. That's a magical griffin neck. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yunyun nearly choked, staring wide-eyed at the bone in her hand. A magical griffin. Isn't that the one mentioned in the news today? The martial master level alien beast, the Scarlet Flame Griffin. Su Kun nodded. The meat of a martial master level alien beast is highly nourishing and beneficial for your martial training. Eat more of it. Su Yunyun held the meat in her hand, feeling as if she were holding a gold bar. Martial master level alien beast meat. This was a top-tier ingredient that was priceless on the market. This single bite could be worth tens of thousands. Brother. Su Yunyun suddenly realized dropping the meat and looked at Su Kun in shock. The master who bravely acted today on the street, the one who killed the griffin with a punch. It wouldn't really be you, would it? Su Kun yawned. It should be right. Wow. Su Yunyun jumped up excitedly. Brother, you really are my real brother. You're a master now. That's amazing. Bang. In her excitement combined with her enhanced jumping ability after becoming a martial artist, Su Yunyun jumped up 3 meters high and her forehead hit the ceiling hard. Ouch. Su Yunyun held her head as she fell onto the sofa, wincing in pain, but the smile on her face couldn't be wiped away. Are you alright? Su Kun walked over and gently rubbed her forehead. Be careful in the future. Our ceiling can't handle your crashes like this. Feeling the warmth of her brother's hand, Su Yunyun suddenly shifted her gaze to Su Kun's chest. The muscular form bulging under his t-shirt with the faint outline of abs. Brother. Su Yunyun stretched out her greasy little hand, a lovesick smile on her face. Let me touch it. Su Kun took a half step back in disdain. You touch it every day, aren't you tired? I'm your brother, not your stress relief toy. Oh, mainly because it feels good. Su Yunyun chuckled foolishly. And I can show off on social media. Though she couldn't touch it, Su Yunyun still took out her phone, placed her hand on Su Kun's abs, and snapped a close-up, posting on social media friends. My brother's abs feel amazing. The texture is top-notch. Color. Within minutes, a bunch of likes and comments piled up below. Desmate, is this the mysterious master? Seeking an introduction. Best friend Yunyun, are you lacking a sister-in-law? I can do it. Just then a comment suddenly popped up. Yichingi, let go of me. I haven't even touched my husband yet, you got lucky. Angry knife. Su Kun looked at these lively treasures and shook his head helplessly. Alright, stop playing around, go to sleep early. I'm also tired. Su Kun had eaten an entire magical griffin today and the energy within him was somewhat excessive, yet the drowsiness surged up. After this meal, I'll probably grow taller again. Su Kun went back to his room to sleep. In the living room, having finished the last piece of meat, Su Yunyun felt the blood and energy swirling within her as if her power had increased again. She looked at the closed door, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. If my brother is so amazing, I can't lag behind. I want to learn from him. Taking my brother as an example, I want to improve so much. Su Yunyun clenched her fists full of fighting spirit. Then, she took out her phone and skillfully opened the lending app. Hard work is impossible. Only spending money can make one strong. Dear user, due to your martial artist level increase, your borrowing limit has been raised to 1,000 yuan. Borrow 5,000. All in. Su Yunyun clicked confirm without hesitation. 5,000 yuan credited. The morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a mottled glow on the oversized solid wood reinforced bed. Crack. Su Kun woke up from his dreams, feeling his muscles rejoicing, a sensation filled with strength and swelling. The neck meat of that griffin yesterday was truly tough, packed with energy. Su Kun rolled out of bed, his heavy body thudding onto the floor. He walked a few steps to the precision measuring device in the corner, standing firmly, as if accustomed to it. Beep. The electronic synthesized voice announced height 192. 0 centimeters, weight 178. 0 kilograms, gained another centimeter in height. Su Kun looked at the numbers on the screen, satisfied as he stroked the stubble on his jaw. I've gained 8 kilograms. This feeling of getting stronger just by sleeping and eating is simply addictive. After a quick wash, Su Kun donned a pair of oversized loose sportswear and headed straight to the Beichen Martial Arts School. Bachin Martial Arts School, top-level core training area. You're here. Shin Bing, dressed in a tight black combat suit, stood by the window polishing a metal combat knife. Hearing the heavy footsteps, she turned around. However, when she saw Su Kun walking in, a flicker of astonishment crossed her originally cold gaze. A month ago, this kid still needed to look up to her. Now, Shin Bing had to slightly raise her long neck to meet Su Kun's eyes. At a height of 192 centimeters, paired with a terrifying weight of nearly 360 pounds, he stood there like a thick, load-bearing wall. His broad shoulders and bulging chest even gave off a suffocating sense of pressure. Instructor Shin, good morning. Su Kun grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Good morning. Shin Bing collected her thoughts, sheathed the combat knife, circled around Su Kun, and clicked her tongue in wonder. Your blood energy is like mercury, and your muscles resonate in harmony. With your current physical foundation, even without using chi, you could easily crush an average initial-level master with sheer strength. Since the foundation is so solid, there's no need to waste time. Shin Bing stopped in front of Su Kun, her expression turning extremely serious, even carrying a hint of fervor. Su Kun, according to the regular process, the next step should be to cultivate true chi and refine martial skills. But your physical talent is simply too good. So I've decided to skip the usual steps and directly teach you the cultivation method for the next major realm, the Golden Body realm. Golden Body. Su Kun's eyes brightened. That was the mark of the fourth realm, Great Master, surpassing the Master Chi Si realm. The so-called Golden Body means refining the skin and flesh to the utmost, impervious to blades and fire. Even standing there to let a master strike, they might not be able to break through the defense. Yes, Golden Body. Shin Bing pointed to a huge metal door nearby. Go in. Su Kun pushed the door open. This was a high-tech, closed laboratory. In the center of the room stood a 3-meter-tall cylindrical transparent glass chamber, surrounded by countless complex pipes and flashing control panels. This is the body tempering chamber. Shin Bing followed him, and shutting the door behind her, her gaze intensely fixed on Su Kun as she softly uttered a word: strip. Su Kun was taken aback, crossing his arms. Instructor, this isn't it inappropriate? He felt a strange sense of familiarity, as if it were a scene from a small film. Cut the nonsense. Shin Bing shot him a glare, not in the mood to joke. The cultivation of the Golden Body realm emphasizes the direct penetration of medicinal liquid through the skin. Clothes will hinder the absorption of the medicinal properties. Hurry up and take them off, leaving only your underwear. Su Kun then hesitantly stripped off his clothes, revealing a physique reminiscent of ancient Greek sculptures. Every muscle was well-defined, containing explosive power, and his bronzed skin glimmered alluringly under the lights. Shin Bing glanced at him once, then quickly averted her gaze, walking over to the control panel to operate it. The cultivation of the Golden Body realm fundamentally involves replacement and enhancement. As Shin Bing input commands, she explained, some extreme and evil practitioners in pursuit of rapid results resort to surgery to transplant the flesh of exotic beasts onto themselves, turning themselves into half-human, half-beast monsters. Though that path is quick, the flesh of exotic beasts will generate rejection. After all, it is not one's own. We take the orthodox path, medicinal baths for tempering. As Shin Bing pressed the start button, Gulyalu, a dark red viscous liquid, began to flow into the massive transparent chamber. This is the 10,000 beast body tempering liquid prepared by our martial arts school, mixing the essence blood of over 30 high-level exotic beasts combined with dragon blood, grass, diamond fruit, and dozens of other rare materials. Watching the dark red liquid, Shin Bing's eyes revealed a hint of pain. This container of medicinal liquid is the core resource of our Bachin Martial Arts School, worth $1 billion. It is because the school master values you that he is willing to spend such money. Get and sit inside. Su Kun took a deep breath, flipped over, and jumped into the chamber, sitting cross-legged. The cold medicinal liquid instantly engulfed his chest, reaching his neck. Close the lid and apply pressure. Zizi. The chamber door sealed. Immediately, the medicinal liquid inside the chamber began to boil vigorously. Hiss. Su Kun frowned tightly. Pain. It hurts too much. It felt like countless tiny ants were gnawing at his skin, or like someone was crazily scrubbing every inch of his flesh with a steel wool. That piercing pain penetrated straight to the bone through his pores. Yet at the same time, the monstrous bloodline within him surged, as if it had caught the scent of blood, boiling instantly. Within the chi-si, a terrifying suction force emerged. Suck. Suck it all. Su Kun gritted his teeth, not only not resisting this medicinal force, but actively opening all his pores, greedily devouring the violent energy around him. At the control panel, Shin Bing stared intently at the data on the screen. Absorption efficiency 100, 200, 500. What? Shin Bing's eyes widened. For a normal master to enter such a high concentration tempering chamber, reaching an absorption efficiency of 80 would be considered a genius. Most would need time to adapt. But Su Kun, The numbers on the screen continued to fluctuate wildly. Warning. Absorption efficiency exceeds 1,000. The concentration of the medicinal liquid is rapidly decreasing. 10 times the absorption rate per second. Shin Bing gasped. This isn't absorption, it's simply devouring. Is he drinking the medicine? According to the school's cost accounting, this machine normally consumes about 10 yuan of resources per second during operation. But Su Kuan's absorption shot the cost up to 100 yuan per second. That's 6,000 yuan in a minute. 36000 in an hour. This is simply a money-burning machine. Shin Bing muttered. Just then the door was pushed open. The schoolmaster Lin Wanjun rushed in, anxious. Shin Bing. What's going on? The back-end alarm says the resource stock is plummeting. Is there a leak in the pipeline? Shin Bing pointed to the figure in the glass chamber, seemingly trying to suck the surrounding liquid dry. Schoolmaster, there's no leak. It's Su Kuan. He's just too good at absorbing. Lin Wanjun leaned closer and nearly had his eyes pop out. Inside the chamber, the red medicinal liquid was visibly lightning, swirling into vortices, frantically flowing into Su Kuan's body. On the surface of Su Kuan's skin, a faint layer of golden light even began to emerge, a sign of the golden body forming. This physical quality. Lin Wanjun was both shocked and pained, clutching his chest. My money. This kid is stronger than exotic beasts. This isn't cultivating the golden body, it's burning money. Should we stop? Shin Bing asked. At this rate, we'll burn nearly 10 million in resources in a day. Lin Wanjun's mouth twitched wildly. 10 million a day. But looking at Su Kuan's increasingly formidable aura, he gritted his teeth, a fierce glint in his eyes. Don't stop. Keep it going. I signed an SS-level contract with him. The resources are free and unlimited. Our Bachin martial arts school stands by its word. And Lin Wanjun took a deep breath, his gaze intense. To show such physical talent at 19 years old, the future is limitless. This investment is worth it. Time passed second by second. Originally, Shin Bing thought Su Kuan would last at most an hour. After all, this high-intensity medicinal tempering is extremely taxing on the body. An ordinary master could only endure for an hour a day, or their blood vessels would burst. However, 3 hours passed. Su Kuan kept his eyes closed, appearing as if he were asleep, his complexion rosy, breathing steadily. 5 hours passed. The medicinal liquid in the chamber was replaced batch after batch. Lin Wanjun no longer dared to look at the bill, covering his heart and sneaking away. 10 hours, 24 hours. Instructor Shun, is he still inside? The next morning, Zhao Lei brought breakfast to the laboratory and was shocked to see Su Kuan still soaking in the tank. Shin Bing, who had stayed up all night without closing her eyes, nodded. He hasn't come out. All his physical indicators are completely normal, and they are even continuing to rise. Goodness. Zhao Lei leaned against the glass, staring at the muscular figure inside, swallowing hard. Brother Kuan isn't just practicing martial arts, he's practically becoming a god. Look at how he is now, he's simply a humanoid beast, terrifyingly strong. 3 days passed. 10 days passed. A month passed. Su Kuan still showed no signs of coming. He seemed to have entered a deep state of hibernation, his body resembling a statue submerged at the bottom of the sea, except for the instinct that continued to ravenously consume the medicinal liquid. The curator Lin Wanjun checked on him every day, needing to take a heart-saving pill each time he finished. 300 million. Already burned through 300 million. Lin Wanjun lamented. Is this kid planning to bankrupt our Bachin martial arts school? Shin Bing, initially shocked, had turned numb, even harboring a hint of anticipation. Having absorbed such immense energy, how powerful will he be when he finally emerges? Another month passed. At this point, Su Kuan had been in the chamber for 2.5 months. Through the thick, bulletproof glass, it was evident that Su Kuan had completely transformed. His hair, left untrimmed for a long time, had grown wildly, due to the nourishment of the liquid, the long, thick black strands drifting in the water like seaweed, now reaching his waist. His skin, originally bronze, had completely shed impurities, now displaying a semi-transparent dark golden hue. It exuded a metallic luster full of texture. Every muscle seemed to be forged from refined gold, brimming with explosive tension. Even the originally murky red-black medicinal liquid had become clear and transparent, all its essence completely absorbed by him. Bang, bang, bang. The door of the laboratory was suddenly knocked on forcefully. Open the door. Hurry, open the door. I want to see my brother. A desperate female voice came through. Shin Bing opened the door to see Su Yunyun rushing in, backpack on her shoulders with red eyes. Teacher Shun, where's my brother? Su Yunyun stomped her feet anxiously. He sent me a message saying he would be in seclusion for a few days, but it's been over 2 months. He isn't answering calls or texts. Is he in trouble? Did you sell him off? Su Yunyun insisted on rushing inside. When she saw the huge glass tank and the long-haired freak floating inside, she froze instantly. Then a heart-wrenching cry echoed through the laboratory. Brother. Whoa. You bad people. You turned my brother into a specimen. Su Yunyun looked at the unmoving Su Kuan, her heart-shattering tears streaming down her face. Shin Bing hurriedly pulled her back, helplessly explaining. Yunyun, stop saying nonsense. Your brother is not dead, nor has he become a specimen. He is undergoing body refining training. Really? Su Yunyun sniffled, but he isn't moving. Look at the heartbeat on the monitor. Shin Bing pointed at the screen. It beats once a minute, strong and vigorous, indicating extremely powerful heart function. Su Yunyun leaned closer to take a look, then pressed her face against the glass and shouted loudly, Brother! Brother! It's Yunyun. If you're alive, blink your eyes. Inside the chamber, Su Kuan showed no reaction. However, his fingers seemed to sense the call from the outside and moved slightly. Confirming that her brother was still alive, Su Yunyun wiped her tears and left reluctantly. 3 days deep into the night after Su Yunyun's departure, the laboratory was silent. Shin Bing dozed off. Suddenly, crack! A sharp cracking sound shattered the tranquility. Shin Bing jolted awake, looking at the chamber, made of special bulletproof glass. To her astonishment, a fine crack had appeared on the seemingly indestructible glass surface. Immediately after, crack, crack, crack. The cracks spread like a spiderweb, quickly covering the entire chamber. Inside, the giant, who had been sleeping for 2.5 months, slowly opened his eyes. In that instant, 2 beams of golden light burst forth from his eyes like searchlights, illuminating the entire dim laboratory. Boom! A terrifying surge of vitality erupted like a slumbering volcano suddenly awoke. With a loud bang, the priceless biological refining chamber was shattered by the force erupting from countless shards of glass, and residual liquid flew in all directions. What a... Shin Bing was horrified, quickly channeling her vitality to protect herself and retreating. As the dust settled, a towering figure like a deity or demon stood naked amidst the ruins. The moisture on his body evaporated upon contact with his skin, turning into a white mist swirling. Su Kuan had emerged from his seclusion. At this moment, his skin glistened in a dark golden hue, radiating a metallic sheen in the light, his muscular lines perfect, and impeccable long hair, cascading down his broad back, emanating a formidable aura that struck fear. This is the golden body realm. Indestructible. Su Kuan lowered his head, looking at his golden glowing palm, and clenched it tightly. Snap! The air was directly crushed. This power. Su Kuan's voice was hoarse, carrying a hint of drowsiness from just waking up, yet it was as thunderous as a storm. I feel like I can punch through 10 of my former selves now. Shin Bing stood at a distance, gazing at this man who resembled a demonic deity, her heart stirred up with waves of shock. What an overwhelming presence. Just standing there, the oppressive force of his vitality made even her seasoned master feel breathless. Su Kuan, Shin Bing tentatively called out. Su Kuan turned his head, his golden pupils gradually returning to normal, and he smiled broadly. Instructor Shin, good morning. I slept so well this time. Saying this, he walked over to the measuring device beside him. I want to see how much I've grown. Beep. Height 201. 0 centimeters. Weight 301. 0 kilograms. Bone density limit break. Muscle density limit break. Looking at the numbers on the screen, Su Kuan was taken aback. Holy crap. 2 meters and 1. 300 kilograms. I just took a nap. How did I grow so much? He touched his face, then looked at his long hair flowing down to his waist, utterly bewildered. What's up with this hair? Did I grow this long overnight? Shin Bing's lips twitched, walking over helplessly. Overnight? Do you even know what day it is? You've been asleep for a full 2.5 months. 75 days. Huh. Su Kuan's eyes widened. 2.5 months. Oh no. My cafeteria meal card. Shin Bing facebombed in silence. Forget about that, first check your current strength. Su Kuan then realized, looking down at his naked body, his face flushed. Instructor, can I borrow a set of clothes? This is way too breezy. His previous underwear had long since burst. Shin Bing, blushing, tossed him a set of black combat gear from the storage locker. This is woven from deep-sea soft gold threads with excellent elasticity. Even if you grow to 3 meters, you can still wear it. Hurry up and put it on. Su Kuan quickly donned the clothes and moved his limbs. Indeed, the outfit fit like a second skin without any sense of restriction. Test strength. Su Kuan walked to the strength testing stone in the center of the hall, capable of withstanding a 1,000,000 kilogram impact. He took a deep breath. He hadn't tested the strength of the golden body realm yet. Su Kuan used no martial skills, merely channeling his physical strength, unleashing a pure punch. Dong! A deafening metallic crash echoed, shaking the entire building 3 times. The numbers on the strength testing stone skyrocketed, finally stabilizing. 305,000 kg, 300,000 kilograms. 300,000. Shin Bing exclaimed, purely physical force of 300,000. This is already the strength of an early master golden body realm. But it's not over yet. Su Kuan shook his head, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. That was just a warm-up. Next. Full strength. He no longer held back his chi, surging the power of the golden body, unleashed his right arm, instantly bulging, radiating a dazzling dark golden light. Break. Boom. This punch produced a sonic boom. 4100 kg, 400,000 kilograms. Did Su Kuan just break through to this level? This was no human. This was clearly an ancient ferocious beast wearing human skin. Not bad, feels great. Su Kuan retracted his fist, nodding in satisfaction. Suddenly a gust of wind rushed from behind him. Watch out! Shin Bing exclaimed, her figure like lightning, a long, beautiful leg with a fierce wind kicked hard towards Su Kuan's back. She wanted to test Su Kuan's combat reflexes. However, Su Kuan didn't even turn his head, reaching back to grab. Slap. That foot capable of breaking a steel column was firmly caught in Su Kuan's grasp, unmoving. Su Kuan turned to face Shin Bing, who was standing on one leg, a look of astonishment on her face, his lips curling up slightly. Teacher, ambushing isn't a good habit, you know. Shin Bing felt as if her foot was trapped in an iron vise. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't pull it back. Gritting her teeth, she said, less talking. Having strength without skill is useless. Show me your combat ability. As you wish. Su Kuan released her and took his stance. The two immediately engaged in battle. At first, Shin Bing could still maneuver around Su Kuan with her rich combat experience and exquisite martial skills, occasionally landing a few hits. But soon she despaired, realizing that striking Su Kuan was like hitting diamond. It left her hands and feet numb while he seemed untouched. This was the terrifying defense of the Golden Body realm, and the amplification of attributes from the Giant Bloodline. A night passed. Daylight broke. Stop. No more. No more. Shin Bing, completely out of shape, collapsed on the ground, panting, heavily drenched in sweat, her hair disheveled, looking at Su Kuan, who still looked energetic and wanted to continue fighting, filled with helplessness and relief. You monster. Shin Bing waved her hand, her tone complex. In terms of strength, defense, and reaction speed, you have completely surpassed me. Su Kuan, you can take your leave now. The morning sunlight spilled into the top-level lounge of the Beichin Martial Arts School. After a night of practical training, Shin Bing had already gone to rest, while Su Kuan, overflowing with energy, felt remarkably refreshed. Gulyalu. Hungry. Su Kuan patted his stomach and pulled out his phone from the pocket of his specially designed black combat suit. As soon as he turned it on, the phone vibrated uncontrollably, as if it had gone haywire. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The notification sounds were like a rapid-fire barrage, ringing for a full 3 minutes before finally stopping. Goodness, am I a missing person returning? Su Kuan swiped open the screen and found that most of the unread messages were concentrated on two avatars. One was his younger sister Su Yunyun, and the other was labeled as fiancée Yi Qingyi. Su Kuan first opened the chat with Yi Qingyi. He scrolled down several pages filled with messages sent over the past 2.5 months. Good morning, good night, good morning. The buns in the cafeteria aren't tasty today. Good night, see you in my dreams. New practice suit, the short skirt style, showing legs. Do you like it? Kuan, why are you ignoring me? What are you doing? Are you sneaking some good food? I'm thinking of you. Do you miss me? Even a punctuation mark. If you don't reply soon, I'm getting angry. The kind that can't be soothed. I'm really angry. Su Kuan, do you have a dog outside? Until half a month ago, the tone of the messages changed. I heard from your sister that you're in seclusion, breaking through. Turns out I misjudged you. Kuan, go for it. You're the best. Be careful about your health during seclusion, don't overdo it. Message me as soon as you come out, they'll be worried about you. Looking at the dense chat history, Su Kuan felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. This woman. Why is she so clingy? Su Kuan scratched his head, recalling the aloof and proud Yi Qingyi, who had appeared like an ice goddess in front of her admirers. How had she turned into such a talkative and clingy person in front of him? Is this the charm of contrast? Although he complained verbally, Su Kuan felt a warmth rising in his heart. In this world, aside from family, only this childhood friend would care for him so much. He thought for a moment, tapping on the screen and replying, just came out of seclusion, read it. Your legs are quite fair, wear it for me to see next time. After sending the message, Su Kuan put away his phone and strode out of the lounge. It was now 8 in the morning, and the hall of the martial arts school was bustling with students coming for morning practice. When Su Kuan's towering figure, standing at 2 meters and weighing 600 pounds, appeared at the stairway, the previously noisy hall fell silent for a moment. His imposing physique exuded a sense of pressure, like a brown bear walking upright into a flock of sheep. His broad shoulders nearly blocked out the light in the corridor, and with each step the floor seemed to tremble slightly. Wow, who is that? Is he the new giant muscular coach at our martial arts school? What a terrifying presence. Ooh, just a glance makes my heart race. The students whispered among themselves, stepping aside as no one recognized that this was Su Kuan, who had been strong, but still relatively normal, just over 2 months ago. Su Kuan scanned the room and quickly locked onto the familiar figure drenched in sweat, striking the sandbag. Delay. Su Kuan called out, his voice deep and resonant like a bell. Zhao Lei, who was punching, froze for a moment, turning around in confusion and rubbing his eyes. Who called me? That voice sounds a bit familiar. His gaze swept around the hall, finally resting on the giant standing like an iron tower. Zhao Lei was stunned. He tilted his head back, nearly straining his neck to see the rugged and familiar face. Kuan. Brother Kuan. Is it really you, Brother Kuan? Zhao Lei's eyes nearly popped out, his jaw dropping like it was dislocated. Of course, who else could it be? Su Kuan walked over, instinctively reaching to pat Zhao Lei's shoulder. However, due to the height difference, his hand nearly landed on the top of Zhao Lei's head. Zhao Lei shrank back in fright, feeling as if a mountain had descended upon him. Wow, it's really you. Zhao Lei circled Su Kuan 3 times, as if examining an alien. Brother, did you go into seclusion or mutate? Why are you so tall now? Must be over 2 meters, right? Su Kuan calmly replied, still in the growth period, it's normal. Zhao Lei helplessly retorted, I feel like I'm standing in front of you like a primary school student. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhao Lei's expression suddenly darkened, and he lowered his voice, saying, Brother Kuan, while you were in seclusion, things outside have been quite unstable. What happened? Su Kuan frowned slightly. Someone died. Zhao Lei sighed. Do you remember that top student from our class named Wang Tong? The one who ranked first in the last joint exam? I remember. What about him? He's gone. Zhao Lei made a throat-cutting gesture. Last week he was found in his own villa with his head missing. The death was gruesome. The police said it was a burglary, but everyone is spreading rumors that it was an assassination targeting geniuses. Su Kuan's expression turned serious. Wang Tong, the student with the petrified skin talent who had a punching power of over 500 kilograms in the last joint exam. Not just him. Zhao Lei continued, his tone laced with fear. A seed player from the Tianyi Martial Arts School went out for skewers the night before last and hasn't been found yet. It's likely he also met a tragic fate. Brother Kuan, do you think we might be next? Zhao Lei trembled a bit. I don't even dare to go out at night anymore. I always feel like someone's watching me from behind. You need to be careful too, you're such a big target. Don't be afraid. Su Kuan's eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness. Whoever dares to come will be crushed. At that moment a hearty laugh rang out. Ha! I knew you would come out of seclusion and shock everyone. The schoolmaster Lin Wanjun approached in a tang suit, striding with confidence. Looking at Su Kuan's godlike physique, satisfaction filled his eyes. Not bad. Really not bad. The money spent was worth it. Lin Wanjun circled Su Kuan, exclaiming in wonder. Over 2 meters, you're now a Grand Master of the Golden Body Realm. Su Kuan, your physical strength now likely surpasses even my defenses. You're overpraising me, schoolmaster. Su Kuan humbly replied. All right, no need for pleasantries with me. Lin Wanjun pulled out a folded sheet from his pocket and handed it to Su Kuan. Take a look at this. What is this? It's the report card for all the third-year students and repeaters in Jiangdong City. Lin Wanjun's expression turned serious. You've missed this joint exam during your 2.5 months of seclusion. But the information on here is something you need to know. Let's just say, the situation has dramatically changed. Su Kuan took the sheet and unfolded it. Dense rankings filled his view. First place, Qin Tian Jiangdong No. 1 high school transfer student realm beginner, Grandmaster Qi, C realm punching power, 2 kg. Second place, Lin Runan Kanglin Women's High School realm advanced martial hero punching power, 890 kg. Third place, Zhou Jinan Xingyang High School realm intermediate martial hero punching power, 550 kg. Fourth place, Yi Weiner Jinwu Martial Arts School repeater realm beginner martial hero punching power, 320 kg. Fifth place, Su Yinyan Jiangdong No. 1 high school realm beginner martial hero punching power, 280 kg. Su Kuan's gaze lingered on the 5th place for 2 seconds, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Oh, Yunyan has done well. Beginner martial hero punching power of 2008. Su Kuan was somewhat surprised. She had just broken 300 before I went into seclusion, right? Is this progress speed on a rocket? Lin Wanjun beside him remarked. You're one to talk. You're already a grandmaster with punching power over 400,000 kilograms. Your sister has just become a martial hero. Well, what's there to be surprised about? We share the same mother, but I think your sister still needs to train harder. She's a bit weak. Su Kuan shook his head and said seriously, Schoolmaster, this is different. I have the giant bloodline and extraordinary talent. Yunyun is just an ordinary person. Nearly 10-fold increase in 2 months is very abnormal. Giant bloodline. Lin Wanjun paused, then suddenly realized. The speculation about Su Kuan's special physique had long ceased to be a secret. Such unreasonable growth, speed, and appetite could only be explained by a legendary special bloodline. Since Su Kuan openly mentioned it, Lin Wanjun did not hold back any longer. I see. However, is there a possibility that since you are siblings, perhaps your sister's hidden bloodline has also been activated? Maybe, Su Kuan pondered. He'll ask her later. That's not the main point. Lin Wanjun pointed to the first-ranked student on the list, saying, the main point is this Qin Tian. Su Kuan followed the direction of his finger. Qin Tian, beginner grandmaster, 28,000 kilograms. Su Kuan raised an eyebrow. How come I've never heard of this person before? He's a paratrooper. Lin Wanjun snorted coldly. A transfer student from the capital's elite circles. It's said that there are too many prodigies in the capital and the competition is intense. He transferred here to Jiangdong City to secure the title of top scorer in the college entrance examination, lowering the dimensions to strike. This person has a deep background and abundant resources, and he acts extremely ostentatiously. In just a month, he has suppressed the original geniuses of Jiangdong so thoroughly that they can't lift their heads. In this joint exam, he is undoubtedly at the top. From the capital, Su Kuan nodded and commented, he does have some abilities, but that's about it. He then glanced at the second-place Lin Runin. What about her? I remember she had just reached advanced martial artist in the last joint exam, right? She's also a tough one. Lin Wanjun sighed. In just 2 months, she jumped from advanced martial artist to advanced martial hero. This speed is second only to you. It's rumored that she used some kind of banned drug that consumes potential. In short, this year's college entrance examination is going to be a fierce battle among the gods. Su Kuan closed the report and casually stuffed it into his pocket, shaking his head calmly. All show and no substance. To me, none of them are capable. Lin Wanjun paused, then smiled awkwardly. That is natural. You are now a Grand Master of the Golden Body Realm with physical strength starting at 400,000 kilograms. Don't say it here in Jiangdong City. Even in the capital, you can walk horizontally as a top-tier genius. Compared to these so-called prodigies, they're just slightly larger ants. Su Kuan checked the time. Enough talk, schoolmaster, I'm hungry. I'll go have breakfast first, then pick up my sister from school. She's been missing for so long, I need to check in and see if this 5th place is inflated. Go ahead. The cafeteria has prepared a special large portion for you. After breakfast, Su Kuan carried a heartwarming bento he had prepared for his sister and headed straight for Jiangdong No. 1 high school. On the way, he replied to a few more messages from Yi Qingyi and sent a muscle selfie of himself captioning, "Is this big enough for you? Take a look at yours." Yi Qingyi instantly replied with a drooling emoji and sent a photo of her own chest muscles responding, "I'm bigger than you." At Jiangdong No. 1 middle school by the school gate. It was just the evening dismissal time, and the sunset cast long shadows of the teaching building. Groups of students poured out of the school, and the air was filled with the essence of youth. Amidst a crowd of students in school uniforms, Su Yunyun stood out remarkably. Though she was not very tall, her strength had surged dramatically over the past 2 months, exuding an aura of vitality. She walked with a confident stride, followed by several classmates eager to befriend her. Yunyun, you were incredible in this joint exam. 5th in the city. That's right. Besides the new transfer student, you're the strongest in our school. Su Yunyun raised her chin with pride. Of course. You don't see who my brother is. My brother is. Before she could finish, a somewhat flippant voice interrupted from the side. Su Yunyun, please. Su Yunyun paused in her steps and turned to look. A striking black limited edition sports car was parked by the roadside, beside which leaned a young man dressed in a tailored suit, his hair impeccably styled. The young man was handsome, tall, and slender, exuding an innate nobility and arrogance. In every movement, a sense of superiority cultivated from a long-standing high status. He was none other than the top scorer of this semester's joint exam, the transfer student from the capital, Qin Tian. 2 lackeys who looked like sycophants followed closely behind him. Qin Tian. Su Yunyun furrowed her brows, watching him warily. Do you need something from me? Qin Tian straightened up, walking gracefully towards Su Yunyun without answering directly, instead snapping his fingers. A lackey immediately handed over a document. Su Yunyun, your talent is impressive. To cultivate to the initial level of martial genius in such a resource-poor rural area shows you have some potential. Qin Tian looked down at Su Yunyun, his tone patronizing, as if bestowing a favor. I've checked your background. Your family is ordinary. Both parents are low-tier martial artists, and you have a repeating brother, right? What does that have to do with you? Su Yunyun rolled her eyes and was about to leave. Don't be in such a hurry. Qin Tian reached out to block her, handing over the document. Take a look at this. This is a talent training contract from the Qin Group. As long as you sign it, all your future cultivation resources will be covered by our Qin family. Top-notch potions guidance from renowned masters, and when you arrive in the capital, I can even bring you into the highest circles of martial arts. Qin Tian smiled confidently. What do you say? This is an opportunity that countless people dream of. I know your brother is Su Kuan. Although he got lucky and scored 9,999 kilograms in the last exam, to me, that's just brute strength. I am a true master. My punch power is 30,000 kilograms. Following me, not only will you rise to prominence, But your brother, who only knows brute force, will also benefit from it. Qin Tian wasn't genuinely interested in Su Yunyun's talent. He was merely casting a wide net. As a young master from the capital, he understood the importance of having loyal subordinates. Upon arriving in this small place of Jiangdong, he not only wanted to be the top scholar, but also to recruit a group of obedient henchmen, which would be an asset when returning to the capital. Moreover, he subtly scanned Su Yunyun's youthful, yet already curvaceous figure, a glint of amusement flashing in his eyes. This kind of delicate girl should be quite delightful. A lackey beside him immediately chimed in. That's right, Su Yunyun. Young Master Qin is from the prestigious Qin family in the capital. Just a little favor from him could feed your family for a lifetime. Your brother's 9,999 kilograms is nothing. Young Master Qin could crush him with a single finger. Once you miss this opportunity, there won't be another. Su Yunyun didn't even glance at the document, pushing it away, not interested. Furthermore, Su Yunyun sneered, her eyes filled with disdain. I've heard about your so-called contract long ago. Signing it is akin to selling myself, losing my freedom, and having to serve you. I'm not interested in that. And don't compare yourself to my brother. Su Yunyun proudly lifted her chin. You're not even worth a hair from my brother's foot. Having said that, she grabbed her friend and was about to leave. Qin Tian's expression darkened instantly. No one had dared to reject him like this since childhood. Moreover, no one had ever dared to say he was inferior to a rural repeating student. Stop! Qin Tian snorted coldly, releasing a master-level aura that instantly locked onto Su Yunyun. Su Yunyun's face paled, and she found it hard to breathe under this pressure. Just then, a deep and thunderous voice suddenly cut through Qin Tian's intimidation, echoing at the school gate. Immediately, the ground seemed to tremble slightly. Everyone instinctively turned to look. The crowd at the school gate parted as if pushed by an invisible force. A gigantic figure over 2 meters tall, dressed in loose black sportswear, was striding toward them, holding a pink thermos. The last rays of the setting sun bathed him, giving him a golden edge. His terrifying physique made the surrounding high school students look like toddlers still in diapers. Who is that? So tall, so strong. Is he the new PE teacher? This is too intimidating. No one recognized that it was Su Kuan, only Su Yunyun. The moment she saw the giant, her eyes lit up. She rubbed her eyes, seeming somewhat incredulous, but the familiar feeling of blood connection was unmistakable. Brother! Su Yunyun exclaimed, directly ignoring Qin Tian's pressure, and dashed toward him like a joyful little rabbit. Brother! Is it really you? Su Kuan stopped looking at his rushing sister with a wholesome smile on his face. He reached out a large hand, intending to pat his sister's head, but found he was too tall and had to bend down. Slow down, you're being reckless. Su Yunyun rushed to Su Kuan, having to tilt her head back almost painfully to see her brother's face. Experiencing it up close, the pressure was even stronger. Wow, brother, you're so big. Su Yunyun exclaimed. Have you been eating golden fertilizer or something? How did you grow so much in just over 2 months? Su Kuan handed her the thermos he was holding. Here, take this. I brought you some delicious food. By the way, did that pretty boy bully you? Su Kuan straightened up, his icy gaze sweeping over the crowd, landing precisely on Qin Tian in the distance. At that moment, Qin Tian felt his hair stand on end, as if he had been targeted by an ancient ferocious beast. That primal fear stemming from a life-and-death level made him instinctively take a half-step back. Who is this person? What terrifying vitality! Qin Tian was greatly alarmed in his heart. However, being the young master of the capital, having seen much of the world, he quickly regained his composure. He adjusted his suit and walked over with his 2 lackeys. Although he only reached Su Kuan's chest, he refused to lose in terms of momentum. You are Su Kuan. Qin Tian looked Su Kuan up and down, a hint of jealousy flashing in his eyes. This physique is simply a natural martial arts talent. I heard you scored 9,999 kilograms in the last exam. Not bad, a bit of brute strength. Qin Tian put his hands in his pockets, regaining his lofty demeanor. I am Qin Tian. I was just discussing a business deal with your sister. Since you're here, that's even better. I would like to sign a contract with you too. Su Kuan looked down at this little shorty who only reached his chest, his expression blank. Don't covet my sister. Also, I'm not interested. Don't be too hasty in rejecting. Qin Tian smiled confidently. I know that people from these small places have never seen real wealth. He held up 3 fingers, waving them in front of Su Kuan. 300 million. As long as you and your sister sign under the Qin family, I will give you 300 million as a signing bonus. The surrounding students gasped in shock upon hearing this figure. 300 million. Sign me up, I'm interested. Su Yunyun was also stunned, nearly dropping the braised pork she was holding. This is way too generous. Su Kuan raised an eyebrow, looking at Qin Tian, suddenly laughing. Wow, no wonder you're from the capital. Your generosity is impressive. 300 million is indeed a lot. Had it been 3 months ago, Su Kuan might have seriously considered it. But now, He is a master worth over 100 million, holding options for a martial arts school. His horizons have long been broadened. So what do you think? Care to consider? Qin Tian thought Su Kuan was tempted, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. As expected, poor souls are easy to please. What are the conditions? Su Kuan asked. He didn't believe in free lunches falling from the sky. Qin Tian's lips curled into a triumphant smile, revealing his true intentions. Very simple. You only have one condition: give up this year's college entrance examination. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in commotion. Give up the college entrance examination. This is going to ruin someone's future. Su Kuan's smile vanished instantly, and his expression turned playful. So that's it. He understood. This Qin Tian was afraid he would overshadow him in the college entrance examination and block his path to being the top scholar. So he wanted to use money to eliminate a competitor in advance. Is this the so-called capital circle tactic? What if I refuse? Su Kuan said lightly. Qin Tian's expression changed. Su Kuan, don't be too greedy. 300 million buys you a year's time. That's quite a deal. You can repeat a year and take the exam next year. It's the same. But if you insist on competing with me this year, you still can't match me. 400 million. Qin Tian raised the stakes, his eyes cold. Take the money and withdraw. It's a win-win situation. Su Kuan shook his head, looking at Qin Tian as if he were a fool. It's not about the money. Su Kuan raised a finger and gently shook it. First, I don't lack money. Second, I promised my fiancée that I would definitely be the top scholar in this year's college entrance examination and then go to the capital to find her. So, Su Kuan bent down. The shadow cast by his massive frame completely enveloped Qin Tian, his voice low and filled with pressure. Don't talk about 400 million. Even if it were 4 billion, I am still set on being the top scholar. If you want to compete, then let's meet at the examination hall. As the two lackeys tried to retort, Su Kuan casually brushed them aside, sending them flying with immense force, landing in a disheveled heap. Qin Tian clenched his fists, his face darkening as he stormed off. Su Kuan. Very well. Since you want to play, I'll play with you to the end. On the day of the college entrance examination, it'll make you understand what despair is. Su Kuan pulled Su Yunyun, weaving through the crowd like Moses parting the sea. The surrounding students, who were initially just enjoying the spectacle, were now in awe of the domineering aura emanating from Su Kuan. So cool. Really so cool. Facing 300 million, unflinching, standing up to the crown prince of the Beijing circle for his fiancée. A few bold girls even blushed as they gathered around, holding notebooks and pens, eagerly looking at Su Kuan. Senior Su Kuan, could I get your autograph? Su Kuan was taken aback, looking at the little girls who barely reached his thigh, feeling a mix of amusement and helplessness. However, he did not refuse. He took the pen and, with a flourish of his large hand, left a powerful signature on their pink notebooks. Go, senior. You must be the top student. Amid the admiration, Su Kuan strode out of the school with Su Yunyun. On the way home, as night fell, the dim streetlights elongated the shadows of the two. Su Yunyun occasionally stole glances at her giant brother beside her, the feeling of unreality still lingering in her heart. Brother. Su Yunyun finally couldn't hold back, reaching out her small hand to pinch the iron-hard muscle on Su Kuan's arm, circling around him twice, looking up with stars in her eyes. Did you really succeed in seclusion? Is it true that you are now a great master of the golden body? Su Kuan looked down at his sister, a gentle smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, and nodded. Yes, I've become a bit tougher and am hard to beat. Wow. Su Yunyun was so excited she almost jumped up, her voice trembling. A great master. We actually have a great master in our family. In the past, I wouldn't even have dared to think about it. A great master that is the kind of martial prowess that can become a domineering CEO. If Mom and Dad knew, they would surely be overjoyed, right? But upon mentioning their parents, the light in her eyes dimmed suddenly, and her tone turned low. Brother, Mom and Dad haven't come home in half a year. The last video call was during summer vacation. I wonder how they are doing now. I miss Dad so much, and I miss Mom's braised pork. As she spoke, the little girl's eyes turned red. The wilderness zone is the front line where humans battle with alien beasts, and it is also a slaughterhouse that has buried countless warriors. Every parting could potentially be a final farewell. Su Kuan's heart tightened, and he stopped in his tracks. He extended his broad hand, gently ruffling his sister's hair, feeling the soft strands beneath his palm, his tone firm, yet tender. Don't worry. Once they come back this time, they won't need to fight for their lives in the wilderness zone anymore. This was a benefit he received as a master. Direct relatives of a master-level warrior can be exempted from frontline military service and enjoy state allowances. Really? Su Yunyun looked up, her eyes teary. Really? Su Kuan smiled. Just then, snowflakes suddenly began to fall from the sky. At first it was just a few scattered flakes, but soon it began to fall heavily like goose feathers. It's snowing. Su Kuan reached out to catch a snowflake, watching it melt in his palm. Wow. The first snow. Su Yunyun excitedly reached out to grab it. Brother, look. It's so beautiful. A good year is surely coming next year. The siblings strolled in the snow, with Su Kuin occasionally bending down to brush off the accumulating snow from his sister's shoulders, the scene warm and beautiful. However, they did not notice that in a dark corner not far from their neighborhood a pair of cold murderous eyes were fixed. It was a figure dressed in a white trench coat, blending almost seamlessly with the surrounding snow. Her form flickered, as if she were using some high-level concealment technique, making it impossible to detect her presence. Su Kuin. Su Kuin. The figure in white murmured this name, tightly clutching a crumpled photograph in her hand. The photo depicted a tall, well-built young man standing at 182 centimeters. Damn it. I've been lurking in this broken neighborhood for a whole semester. Where the hell did that damn Su Kuin go? The voice of the figure in white was filled with deep resentment and impatience. As a professional assassin, she had never encountered such a troublesome target. In the past 6 months, she had turned the neighborhood upside down, but that Su Kuin seemed to have evaporated from the earth. Could the intel be wrong? Did he never come back? The figure in white anxiously raked her hair. Just then her gaze swept over to the streetlight, not far away. 2 people were walking towards her. A petite girl and a gigantic monster. The figure in white narrowed her eyes, sizing up the man who was over 2 meters tall, built like a brown bear. This physique. At least 2 meters, right? And the muscle mass is simply that of a humanoid beast. The figure in white curled her lip, directly dismissing the suspicion. Definitely not Su Kuin. The data says he's only 182 centimeters tall. The difference is too great. Her gaze skated over Su Kuin and landed on the girl beside him. Wait. That girl. The figure in white's pupils constricted, quickly pulling out another list. Jiangdong City Senior 3 Final Exam Scoreboard. Ranked 5th, Su Yunyun, Jiangdong No. 1 Middle School Martial Elite Level. It's her. Su. The figure in white's eyes suddenly erupted with murderous intent, a cruel smile forming on her lips. The 5th-ranked genius in the city. She's also my target. The figure in white licked her lips, her form swaying slightly. The next second her figure seemed to dissolve into the air, finally transforming into an almost imperceptible white streak, silently merging into the blizzard. Brother, what do you want to eat tonight? I want to eat the noodles you make. Su Yunyun clung to Su Kuin's arm, acting cute. Su Kuin smiled. Alright, I'll make them for you when we get home. Su Yunyun did not notice anything unusual. For a novice who had just stepped into the martial elite realm, this level of stealth and assassination was beyond her perception. But Su Kuin was different. At the moment that white streak merged into the wind and snow, he sensed something. My. Su Kuin's ears twitched slightly. With the terrifying auditory perception of a great master of the golden body, even the sound of snowflakes landing was crystal clear. Yet amidst the profound silence of the snowy night, a discordant sound suddenly pierced through. The sound of air being sliced. Though extremely faint, even lighter than a heartbeat, it carried a chilling essence. That sound was rapidly approaching. There's murderous intent. Su Kuin's gaze instantly sharpened like a knife, his muscles tensing instinctively, as if he were a volcano about to erupt. Union, be careful. Su Kuin growled, not having time to explain. He reached out with his long arm and directly pulled the still chattering Su Yunyun into his embrace, then suddenly turned, using his broad back like a wall to protect his sister. At the same time, the vast blood energy within him surged instantly. Golden body, Su Kuin silently chanted in his heart. In an instant, a dazzling dark golden sheen erupted from his skin, every muscle bulging, as if inflated, its hardness comparable to diamond. In that moment, he almost reflexively swung a punch into the void behind him. Boom! This punch unleashed a terrifying sonic boom, compressing the air to the point of explosion. Clang! A crisp, piercing metallic clash erupted suddenly in the silent, snowy night. Su Kuin felt a sharp pain in his arm as if struck by a heavy hammer. So fast, so sharp. Su Kuin was slightly startled. He quickly turned his head, his pupils gradually shifting to a light golden hue, instantly capturing the fleeting white figure behind him. Using the dim light from the street lamp, Su Kuin clearly saw the assailant's appearance. Clad in a tight white outfit, her prominent chest indicated she was a woman. But when Su Kuin's gaze rose and landed on her face, he was struck dumb. The face that should have been beautiful and enchanting instead bore a sharp curved beak that glimmered coldly. How eerie. What the hell is this thing? Meanwhile, the white figure who had missed her strike felt an overwhelming shock that was 100 times stronger than Su Kuin's. How is this possible? The figure in white retreated with the recoil, her bird-like eyes filled. It failed. The opponent's arm had merely been grazed with hardly any blood drawn. This person's physique is so strong, at least at the level of a great master's golden body. She feared it could withstand even a nuclear explosion. The figure in white made a snap decision. As an excellent assassin, if a strike fails, retreating swiftly is the basic principle. Retreat. Without any hesitation, the figure in white swayed, transforming once more into a white streak, shooting towards the dark alley, vanishing instantly. Su Kuan stood in place, not pursuing. He was still protecting Su Yunyun. What if the assailant had accomplices? It was only then that Su Yunyun came to her senses. Brother, what happened? Su Yunyun looked up in confusion, just in time to see a pure white feather slowly sticking to the fabric of Su Kun's arm, trembling slightly in the cold wind. The outer layer of his clothing had already been torn open, revealing his skin glowing with golden light and a faint white mark. Brother, you're hurt. Su Yunyun screamed, her face instantly paling. Although she hadn't seen what had just happened, the feather and the tear in his clothing instantly reminded her of the recent cases of talents being assassinated. Is someone trying to kill us? An overwhelming fear enveloped Su Yunyun. It's fine, don't panic. Su Kuan released his embrace, reaching out to pull the feather from his arm, examining it closely. The feather was as white as snow, yet its edges were sharp as knives, faintly emanating a hint of alien aura. My body is indestructible. This little injury is barely a scratch. However, Su Kun's gaze turned colder than ever. If that strike had not been blocked by his quick reflexes and had landed on Su Yunyun. With her small frame, even at the martial elite level, she would have been pierced through instantly. Dare to harm my sister. Su Kuan took a deep breath, playing with the feather at his fingertips, his voice low. You don't go out during the winter break. Just practice martial arts at home. Su Yunyun's small face turned pale, and she quickly nodded, then weakly added, Brother, actually, I can also forego practicing martial arts. The siblings returned home, and Su Kuan instinctively pushed the door open, stepping inside. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as Su Kuan crouched down, holding his forehead. Hiss! With his towering height of 2 meters, and wearing sneakers, he bumped his forehead solidly against the top of the door frame. Brother, are you okay? Su Yunyun hurried over, tiptoeing to rub his head, only to find she couldn't reach it, and awkwardly retracted her hand. It seems our door frame is indeed a bit low. This is an old neighborhood with a low ceiling and a door frame designed to be quite short. When Su Kuan was just over 1.80 meters, he could still barely pass through, but now it had become an obstacle. Su Kuan rubbed his forehead and helplessly glanced at the narrow entrance. It wasn't just the door frame. As he walked into the living room, he felt like the ceiling was pressing down on him. Going to the bathroom was even more of a disaster. The toilet, which is normal for an average person, felt a bit small for Su Kuan, who weighed 170 kilograms and had a bulky frame. He cautiously sat down, afraid that any pressure would shatter the toilet. His long legs were awkwardly curled up, with his knees nearly touching his chin. This is so uncomfortable. Su Kuan emerged from the bathroom, his expression one of constipation. Taking a shower is also inconvenient, I can't fit into the bathtub, and the shower head is at chest height. Su Yunyun looked at her brother's distressed expression, unable to help but smile, yet feeling a bit sorry. Brother, our house is too small, but really can't accommodate your size anymore. This old house has a ceiling that is too low, you can't move around. It's fine. Su Kuan waved his hand, grandly declaring, in a couple of days we will move. Move? Su Yunyun was taken aback. Where to? We haven't bought a new house yet. Su Kuan smiled mysteriously, took out his phone, and dialed a number. Hello, is this Xiao Yue? A sweet voice came from the other end. What can I do for you? Is the villa you were renovating last time ready? It's done. Shen Yu excitedly reported. As per your request, we worked overtime, and we just finished the air purification yesterday. The main entrance has been expanded to 5 meters high, and the first and second floors have been merged into a grand hall. All the furniture is custom-made in large sizes, and the bed is 5 meters long. Ready for immediate occupancy. Well done. Su Kuan nodded in satisfaction. Send a car to pick me up tomorrow. Okay, I will be at your place at 8 o'clock sharp tomorrow morning. After hanging up, Su Kuan looked at the bewildered Su Yunyun and raised his eyebrows proudly. Did you hear? We're moving tomorrow. To a big villa. Really? Su Yunyun's eyes widened like saucers. Brother, did you really buy a villa? One with a high ceiling? Not bought, it's a freebie. Su Kuan explained that it was a gift from the Martial Arts Association. Do we need to pack? Su Yunyun glanced around. Although this old house was shabby, it held some memories after living here for more than 10 years. No need to pack. Su Kuan waved his hand. The new house is everything, just bring a few changes of clothes. Well, leave this place as a memory. That's true. Su Yunyun pondered. Otherwise, when mom and dad come home and find everything empty, they will be heartbroken. Meanwhile, on the other side of Jiangdong City, on a street battered by wind and snow, a sleek pitch-black luxury car was slowly driving out of the entrance of Kangling Girls High School. This car had no driver and was entirely self-driving, understated yet luxurious. Inside, the heating was turned up high. In the back seat sat a girl dressed in the Kangling High School uniform. She had a sharp bob haircut, her features strikingly handsome, and her expression carried an air of cold pride that rivaled that of any man. She was none other than the genius girl ranked second in the citywide unified exam. Lin Runin. Whoosh. The car window slowly rolled down as a gust of cold wind mixed with snowflakes blew in. A white figure darted in like a ghost from the storm, landing gracefully in the back seat beside Lin Runin. Puff. As soon as he sat down, the white figure suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the leather seat red. How did you get hurt? Lin Runin's expression changed as she turned to look at the feathered person beside her, her brow furrowing tight. The feathered person was pale, clutching their wrist, which was still aching, gritting their teeth. I ran into some trouble. But it's fine, he can't catch up to me. Who is he? Lin Runin pressed on. I don't know his identity either. The feathered person shook their head, a glint of fear flashing in their eyes. But his strength is formidable. His physical defense is terrifying. He's already at the golden body stage. A grandmaster. Lin Runin's pupils constricted. Could it be Su Kuan? Impossible. The feathered person denied emphatically. I've seen a photo of Su Kuan. He's only 1 meter 82 tall. The man I just saw was at least 2 meters tall. He was built like a bear. It absolutely cannot be Su Kuan. Not Su Kuan. Lin Runin squinted her eyes, gently tapping her knee with her fingers. Then who could it be? Are there other geniuses in Jiangdong City that I don't know about? Looks like I need to investigate thoroughly. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Runin's eyes. No matter who he is, anyone who dares to stand in my way must die. Her only goal was to become the top scorer in the college entrance examination. For this goal, she would stop at nothing. Whether it was Qin Tian, Su Kuan, or any other competitors, they all featured on her elimination list. I must become the top scorer. Lin Runin clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms. Only by achieving the top score can I gain the favor of that organization, and then... She didn't continue, turning to look at the severely injured feathered person, her tone softening somewhat. Can you really help me? Of course. The feathered person nodded, saying, there are still 6 months left. With my help, you will become, as a member of an alien race. Her ability to blend into the heavily guarded Jiangdong City and even hunt human geniuses in secret would not be possible without the help of an insider. This insider is commonly referred to as a traitor. And the Lin family behind Lin Runin is precisely the hidden force in the shadows. The luxury car sped through the wind and snow, gradually disappearing into the depths of the night, leaving only a snow trail crushed by the wheels. The next morning, sunlight seeped through the gaps in the curtains, yet it failed to penetrate Su Kuan's somewhat dazed eyes. Su Kuan habitually rolled over. He crawled up from the floor, his bones cracking like a string of firecrackers, popping incessantly. The tingling sensation from the growing pains made him unable to suppress a groan. It seems I've grown again. Su Kuan walked over to the measuring device by the wall. Beep. Height 202. 0 centimeters. Weight 320. 0 kilograms. 2 meters and 2 centimeters. Su Kuan looked at the number, scratching his head, the tips of his hair already reaching his waist. In just one night, his height had skyrocketed again, and his weight had surged by several kilograms. Now, even without deliberately releasing his aura, just standing there, the overwhelming pressure akin to that of a prehistoric beast could suffocate an ordinary person. After a quick wash, Su Kuan changed into a set of oversized sportswear. Just as he finished getting ready, there was a knock at the door. Brother, a beautiful lady is looking for you. Su Yunyun opened the door, turning to Su Kuan with a wink of face full of curiosity. She looks quite pretty. Could she be my sister-in-law? Sister-in-law. Su Kuan gave her a light flick on the forehead. That's an assistant sent by the Martial Arts Association, specifically responsible for our move. It was indeed the personal life assistant assigned to Su Kuan by the Martial Arts Association. Shinyu. Assistant. Su Yunyun rubbed her forehead, a look of disbelief on her face. What kind of serious assistant looks that good? Shinyu saw Su Kuan, and a hint of uncontainable shock flashed in her beautiful eyes. Although she had witnessed Su Kuan's terror before, he seemed to have grown even larger today. The overwhelming male pheromones and the pressure of his vital energy made her heart race a little faster. Shinyu slightly bowed, her attitude extremely respectful. The car is ready, and everything is set up at the new house. Thank you for your hard work. Su Kuan nodded, taking his sister along to their new home. After going downstairs, they got into a car. Even the extended business vehicle felt a bit cramped for Su Kuan, forcing him to curl up his long legs. Su Yunyun climbed into the car, touching the genuine leather seats, exclaiming, "Wow, is this the treatment of a strong person? So nice." Half an hour later, at the Longhu Bay Villa District. The car stopped in front of a standalone villa. We've arrived. Shinyu got out and opened the car door for Su Kuan. Su Kuan stepped out, looking at the newly renovated mansion before him, nodding in satisfaction. However, Su Yunyun, who followed behind, froze as soon as she got out of the car. She looked up, mouth agape, staring blankly at the villa's grand entrance. Wow. What? A huge door? The previously normal villa door had now been transformed into a giant archway, 3 meters wide and 5 meters high. This is no mere front door, it's practically a city gate. The two heavy alloy doors towered majestically, resembling the entrance to a realm of giants. Is this your new home, brother? Su Yunyun swallowed hard, feeling like a little person who had stumbled into a world of adults. What do you think? Impressive, right? Su Kuan smiled, walking over and giving it a gentle push. The heavy alloy door felt weightless in his hand, slowly swinging open. Walking inside, Su Yunyun was met with another visual shock. The first and second floors had been completely opened up, forming a super large living room nearly 8 meters high. The enormous floor-to-ceiling windows reached all the way to the roof, providing excellent lighting. And the furniture inside. Heavens! Su Yunyun screamed, rushing toward the giant sofa in the center of the living room. The sofa measured a staggering 4 meters long. The seat depth was absurdly wide. Su Yunyun climbed up and sat down, her feet not even touching the ground, completely sinking into it, appearing small, pitiful, and helpless. This table is taller than I am. Su Yunyun stood next to the coffee table to measure it, finding its height reached her chest. And this cup? She picked up a specially made mug from the table, which was larger than her face, that was meant for Su Kuan to drink from, but for her, it was like a basin. Brother, are you planning to raise an elephant? Su Yunyun exclaimed in shock. Su Kuan ignored her astonishment and walked straight toward the bedroom. The bedroom was on the first floor. In the center of the room stood a bed that could only be described as monstrous. 5 meters long and 4 meters wide. Entirely constructed from high-strength alloy steel, topped with a specially made memory foam mattress. Su Yunyun cheered, diving onto the bed and rolling around. Wow! So big! So soft! She rolled several times before reaching the edge, excitedly shouting, "This isn't a bed at all. This is practically a playground. I want to sleep here too." Su Kuan lifted her up as if she were a little chick, saying, No, you'll sleep in the guest room on the second floor. That's normal size." Next, Su Kuan took her to tour the bathroom. When Su Yunyun saw the industrial-grade toilet that had been specially customized to accommodate Su Kuan's size, she fell silent. The size of that toilet seat. If she sat on it, she would probably just fall straight into the hole. Su Yunyun cautiously stepped on the edge of the toilet, adopting an Asian squat position, her face filled with despair. Click! She took out her phone and snapped a selfie with the giant toilet and her tiny feet, posting it on her social media. Moved into my brother's new home. This toilet. I can barely sit on it, or I can only stand and squat. Is this the world of adults? After touring the house, Chun Yu respectfully handed over a set of specially made giant keys. If there are no further instructions, I will take my leave now. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. I live in the building next door, always available. Su Kuan. Yes, it was arranged by the association to conveniently assist with your daily needs. Chun Yu's face turned slightly red. Su Yunyun, listening nearby, scoffed. Brother, your treatment is too good, right? You even have a personal butler. After sending Chun Yu off, the siblings officially began their life in the luxury villa. The basement of the villa had been transformed into a training room filled with various expensive equipment and gravity devices. In the days that followed, Su Kuan spent most of his time in the training room except for eating and sleeping, while also supervising Su Yunyun's martial arts practice. Stabilize your horse stance. Don't wobble. Your punches need to be powerful. Haven't you eaten? Brother, I really can't eat any more. This exotic beast meat is too filling. Time flew by, and more than half of the winter break passed. Before long, New Year's Eve arrived. Outside, firecrackers echoed and Jiangdong City was filled with the festive atmosphere of the new year. Inside the villa, the heating was set high. Su Kuan wore only a specially made pair of elastic shorts, standing in front of the giant measuring device in the living room. This device had been specially sent by Chun Yu later, with a larger range and higher precision. Taking a deep breath, Su Kuan stepped onto it. Beep. Height 210. 0 centimeters. Weight 420. 0 kilograms. 2 meters and 10 centimeters. Su Kuan looked at the numbers on the screen, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. From 2 meters and 2 centimeters during the holiday, he had grown another 8 centimeters. At this moment, his muscles bulged like rocks, and under his dark golden skin, veins coiled like dragons. Standing there, he resembled an ancient war god, exuding a suffocating aura of terror. With a weight of 400 kilograms, every step he took made the floor emit a dull roar. Brother, come out and eat dumplings. Su Yunyun's voice called from the kitchen. Su Kuan collected his thoughts and turned toward the dining room. As Su Kuan entered the dining room, Su Yunyun was bringing out a plate of steaming dumplings, momentarily stunned when she saw Su Kuan. Brother, have you grown taller again? Su Yunyun set down the plate, standing on tiptoe to measure, realizing she could only reach the top of Su Kuan's head with her hand. Su Kuan sat down the specially made alloy chair, creaking lightly. I've just grown a few centimeters. A few centimeters in half a month is already impressive. Su Yunyun grumbled while pouring vinegar for Su Kuan. Hurry up and eat, these are handmade by me with chives and egg filling, very nourishing. Su Kuan picked up a dumpling that seemed particularly petite in his hand. One bite wasn't even enough to fill the gap between his teeth. Bang, bang, bang. Just then the front door of the villa was suddenly knocked hard. Who is it? On New Year's Day, Su Yunyan put down her chopsticks puzzled and went to open the door. Could it be a delivery? She opened the giant alloy door. A gust of cold wind mixed with snowflakes blew in. At the door stood a delicate figure. Su Yunyan focused her eyes and was instantly stunned. Standing outside was a stunning girl dressed in a red wool coat, wearing a super short pleated skirt, exposing her long fair legs. She was carrying large and small gift boxes with a few sparkling snowflakes stuck in her long hair, her exquisitely beautiful face flushed from the cold, but radiating a brilliant smile. Surprise. Are you surprised? Is it unexpected? The girl waved her hand, her charming eyes curving like crescent moons. Su Yunyan's mouth twitched. Sister Qingyi, what are you doing here? Yi Qingyi skillfully changed her shoes and entered the house, placing the gift she held onto the entrance cabinet. I'm freezing. She rubbed her hands together while exhaling warm breath, her long and beautiful legs slightly reddening under the heating. Su Yunyan looked at her, feeling not much surprise. This was because every year during the New Year's Eve, Yi Qingyi would come to the Su family to celebrate the new year. This tradition could be traced back to their kindergarten days. Back then, Yi Qingyi was an orphan without parents. On New Year's Eve, she sat alone, crying at the orphanage's entrance. Su Kuan, seeing her pitiable state, brought her home. Since then, this became a cherished tradition. Even after Yi Qingyi was recognized by the richest man and became a true heiress, this custom remained unbroken. What's so surprising? Don't you come to mooch food every year? Su Yunyan muttered softly, feeling a bit sour. As a child, she thought Yi Qingyi was pitiful and often shared her snacks with her. Now she realized the real clown was herself. Yi Qingyi was now worth billions, with legs thicker than her waist. Yi Yunyan, this is a gift for you. Yi Qingyi took out an exquisite gift box from her bag and handed it over, the latest tactical watch that can measure blood vitality too. Wow. Thank you, sister-in-law. Su Yunyan's face instantly lit up as she accepted the gift and eagerly began to unwrap it. Sister-in-law, you are so good. You are the best. Yi Qingyi ignored her money-minded little sister-in-law, her gaze shifting past her towards the dining room. The next moment, her pupils constricted, sharply freezing her in place. Holy! Yi Qingyi's red lips parted slightly, uttering a gasp of astonishment. So, in the dining room, a figure as towering as a small mountain was sitting there eating dumplings. Hearing the noise, Su Kuan turned around, still holding the oversized bowl. You're here? Su Kuan's deep voice resonated, shaking the air. Kuan, is that you? Yi Qingyi rubbed her eyes, hesitating to recognize him. Although she had seen him in videos and photos, the moment this 2-meter-tall boyfriend appeared in front of her, the visual impact was absolutely explosive. Half a year ago, Su Kuan was only 183 meters tall. Now, so big. Who else could it be but me? Su Kuan stood up and strode over. As he approached, Yi Qingyi had to tilt her head back to the limit just to see his face. Now her head barely reached Su Kuan's collarbone. Standing in front of him made her appear exceedingly petite, truly embodying the literal meaning of a little bird relying on a person. Heavens! Yi Qingyi reached out to touch Su Kuan's arm, which was thicker than her waist, her eyes filled with shock and infatuation. How have you grown so much in just half a year? This feels so much firmer. Su Kuan looked down at her, noticing her cheeks flushed from the cold, and his heart softened. Why are you wearing so little? Aren't you cold? Not cold. I'm not cold at all when I see you. Yi Qingyi suddenly cheered, pushing off the ground with her feet jumping up like a koala. Hug. Su Kuan instinctively reached out his hands, firmly holding her thigh. Yi Qingyi wrapped her arms around Su Kuan's neck, her legs tightly coiling around his waist, hanging on to him. Now I'm warm. Yi Qingyi buried her face in Su Kuan's neck, rubbing against him like a cat. Beside them, Su Yunyan covered her eyes, looking disgusted. Ugh. This is unbearable. I need a psychological counselor's treatment. I can't handle this dog food. Su Kuan helplessly supported her. Why are you so cold? You feel like an ice block. Yi Qingyi's body was indeed frighteningly cold. Even a martial artist shouldn't have such a low body temperature. It's fine, just a bit windy. Yi Qingyi said carelessly, but her teeth were still chattering slightly. Su Yunyan leaned closer, looking at Yi Qingyi's cool attire, and then at the heavy snow outside, puzzled. Sister-in-law, I saw in the news that the Imperial Capital Martial University is having a fully enclosed winter training this year. How did you come back? She continued. And the Imperial Capital is over 5,000 kilometers from Jiangdong. Even if you fly, it must be a hassle. It's peak travel season now, so there must be no tickets left, right? Yi Qingyi jumped down from Su Kuan, adjusted her skirt, and proudly raised her chin. Humph, who could stop me if I want to come back? I sneaked out of class. Yi Qingyi continued. As for my mode of transportation, she pointed out the window. I flew on my sword. What a Su Yunyun and Su Kun's eyes widened simultaneously. You flew over 5,000 kilometers on a sword while wearing a mini skirt in weather below -10 degrees. Have you lost your mind? This wasn't a romance novel. Moreover, even a master would find flying exhausting, let alone such a long-distance journey. Sister-in-law, isn't this a bit of a latest-stage love brain? For the sake of seeing my brother, you're going too far right. Not at all. Yi Qingji's face flushed, her gaze evasive as she stubbornly said, I didn't come back for Su Kun. I just miss uncle and aunt. Is it wrong to want to eat dumplings at home? Saying this, she glanced around. By the way, where are uncle and aunt? The living room suddenly fell silent. Su Kun's expression dimmed slightly as he said softly, they are still in the wilderness and haven't returned. The situation there is tense, so they can't come back. Yi Qingyi was taken aback, her eyes dimming a bit. She knew the situation of Su Kun's parents and understood what it meant for a martial artist family to not be reunited during the new year. It's okay. Yi Qingyi suddenly broke into a smile, walking over to grab Su Kun's hand, and then Su Yunyun's hand. If uncle and aunt are not here, I'll celebrate the new year with you. We three are also a family. Let's go eat dumplings. I'm starving. At the dining table, steam rose. With Yi Qingji's presence, the originally somewhat quiet New Year's dinner instantly became lively. She animatedly recounted amusing stories from the imperial capital Martial University, talking about how she had defeated proud geniuses who looked down on others, and how the roast duck in the imperial capital wasn't as delicious as her home-cooked red braised pork. Su Kun and Su Yunyun listened intently. After dinner, the three of them snuggled on the huge sofa, watching the Spring Festival Gala. Su Yunyun, understanding the situation, yawned. Oh no, I can't hold on anymore. I drank a bit of soda, and now I feel a bit tipsy. I'm going to sleep, first you two chat. With that, she quickly ran upstairs, kindly shutting the door behind her. Only Su Kun and Yi Qingyi remained in the living room. The atmosphere instantly became ambiguous. On the television, the New Year's bell was about to ring. 10:98. Yi Qingyi turned to the giant beside her, her eyes dreamy. Kun. Mutt. Su Kun turned his head. Happy New Year. Yi Qingyi suddenly leaned and, standing on her tiptoes, her soft lips pressed against Su Kun's. Soft, cool, fragrant. Su Kun was momentarily taken aback, then took the initiative, his large hand gripping the back of her head, deepening the kiss. The temperature rose. Just as their hands began to misbehave, preparing for deeper communication, I chase after the light of dreams. Suddenly, a sharp and urgent ringtone blared, startling Yi Qingyi, causing her to nearly tumble off the sofa. She fumbled to take out her phone, and upon seeing the caller ID, her face turned pale. Label Minter. Yi Qingyi answered the call. The next second, a roar that could shatter eardrums came from the receiver. Yi Qingyi, where have you run off to, you little brat? The entire school is under closed training. You weren't in the dorm. Did you climb over the wall? I checked the surveillance. You actually dared to fly away on your sword? Do you know about airspace control? Now? Immediately. Get back here. Before dawn, if I don't see you, just wait until next year to retake the course. Also, all your credits will be suspended. Beep, beep, beep. The call disconnected. Yi Qingyi held her phone, wanting to cry, but having no tears, looking at Su Kun. Kun. She pouted, looking aggrieved. I have to go. Su Kun looked at her pitiful appearance, both heartbroken and amused. This is the price of skipping class. Su Kun patted her head. Hurry back, or you might really get expelled. But I've only been here for less than 3 hours. Yi Qingyi reluctantly tugged at Su Kun's shirt. I haven't even slept yet. There will be plenty of time in the future. Su Kun kissed her forehead. Whoa, my life is so hard. Yi Qingyi wailed, pulling out a gleaming long sword from her bag. Rise. She formed a sword gesture. The long sword floated in midair, expanding with the wind. Yi Qingyi jumped onto the flying sword, looking back with a mournful expression at Su Kun. Darling, remember to miss me. You must come to the imperial capital to find me for the college entrance examination. Don't worry. Su Kun waved his hand. Whoosh. The sword light flashed. Yi Qingyi transformed into a stream of light, breaking through the wind and snow, disappearing into the vast night. Only the last echo remained. By the way, I'm now at the Grandmaster level, so I'm not afraid of the cold. She came in a rush and left in a rush, flying on a sword for 5,000 kilometers just to eat a meal of dumplings and steal a kiss. Su Kun stood at the door, watching the departing sword light, a warm current surging in his heart, and he tightened his fist. Wait for me. Outside the window, the wind and snow had just subsided. A brilliant flash of sword light pierced the night sky, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind a stunning afterimage on the retina. The bedroom window was suddenly flung open, and Su Yunyun, clad in a teddy bear pajamas and sporting a messy head of hair, waved at the sky. Only when the sword light completely disappeared did she reluctantly retract her head and dash out. In the living room, Su Kun was standing at the door, staring blankly in that direction. Brother, Is sister-in-law leaving already? How could it be like a spy rendezvous coming and going in a hurry? Su Yunyun leaned in, with a gossiping expression, still enamored by the stunning display of sword flight she had just witnessed, which made her a novice who hadn't even learned how to fly envious. Academics come first, as she's gone back to school. Su Kuin withdrew his gaze and closed the heavy alloy door blocking the cold wind outside. TSK tisk, this is the hardship of a long-distance relationship. Su Yunyun sighed exaggeratedly. Then her gaze swept over Su Kun's massive frame, her expression gradually turning strange and worried. Su Kuin felt uneasy under her scrutiny. What kind of look is that? Su Yunyun waved her hand, standing on her tiptoes, but she could only reach Su Kun's chest. With a worried expression, she gestured to indicate their height difference. Brother, have you noticed a serious problem? You're already 2 meters tall. And still growing. If this keeps up. So what? Su Kuin raised. So. Su Yunyun lowered her voice. If you don't hurry and have a baby with sister-in-law, I'm afraid she won't be able to handle it later. It's like a toothpick stirring a large vat. There's no feeling, but if it's the Rui Jingu Bang stirring a teacup, it will definitely break. Cough, cough, cough. Su Kun's eyes widened as he looked at his 18-year-old sister. How did her thought process develop this way? Su Yunyun, what rubbish are you filling your head with? Stop reading those ridiculous CEO romance novels. Su Kuin scoldingly tugged at Su Yunyun's ear, pulling it slightly. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Brother, I was wrong. Let go, let go. Su Yunyun pleaded, while still daring to continue. I'm just making a reasonable deduction. Think about it. When you grow to 5 meters, what does that mean? That's 2 stories high. At that point, sister-in-law would look like a figurine standing in front of you. She could only look, but not touch. How tragic. But you know. Su Yunyun shifted her tone, rubbing her ear that was pulled. Sister-in-law has NS-level talent and is a top student from the imperial capital's martial arts university, so her physical strength must be quite strong. And she has a water-type talent, which means she can hold a lot. Probably she can handle it. You chatterbox. Su Kuin pretended to hit her. Su Yunyun immediately ducked down, hiding behind the sofa and poking her head out, justifying herself. I'm just considering mom and dad. They might want a grandchild. If you don't have children, won't the Su family's genes be cut off? Go to bed. Su Kuin threw a cushion at her. Fine, I'll sleep. Hee hee hee. Su Yunyun made a face and quickly dashed back to her room. Su Kuin looked at the empty living room and shook his head helplessly. However, when he looked down at his increasingly inhuman physique, a strange thought flickered in his mind. 5 meters. That shouldn't be possible, right? Plus, evolution at the level of life should bring about time flowed like water, hurriedly passing by. The winter break quietly slipped away amidst training and meals. With winter gone and spring arriving, the snow melted. Jiangdong City welcomed a new semester, and for the high school seniors this signified the most crucial turning point in their lives. The martial arts college entrance examination was about to commence. The first hurdle before the exam was the physical examination. This was to screen for candidates with physical ailments or those who had taken prohibited substances, and it also served as an important reference for many universities. Jiangdong City's first martial arts hospital. The entrance was crowded with school buses from various high schools lined up like a long dragon. Su Kuin stepped down from a specially arranged bus in an oversized custom uniform. As soon as he landed, the air around him seemed to freeze for a moment. What the hell? Who is that? So tall. He must be at least 2 meters too. Which school does he go to? He's so huge it's intimidating. The surrounding students cast shocked glances, automatically making way for a broad path. Punch. Over here. In the crowd, Zhao Lei waved his arms and ran over. When he reached Su Kuin's side, he was completely stunned. He had to tilt his neck to the extreme to see Su Kun's face. Kunch, did you take hormones over the winter? Zhao Lei swallowed hard and gestured. Before the break you were only just 2 meters tall, right? Why does it feel like I'm standing at the bottom of a city wall now? Su Kuin smiled, his voice deep. I ate well during the new year and grew a bit taller. That's just a bit taller. Zhao Lei could only complain weakly. The two entered the hospital lobby. Inside the hall, in addition to the students coming for their physical exams, there were also many injured individuals in combat uniforms wrapped in bandages being hurriedly pushed through. The air was filled with the strong scent of disinfectant and a faint trace of blood. Make way! Make way! Emergency! A few nurses rushed past with a stretcher. The wounded warrior on it was covered in blood. His right arm was completely gone, the severed edge raw and bloody, clearly torn off by some monstrous beast. There were also injured individuals in wheelchairs, some with half their faces corroded, others with bones broken in reverse. Each one appeared pained and numb. The students who had been joking and laughing went silent upon seeing this scene, their eyes filled with fear and reverence. This was the world of martial artists, where behind the glamorous facade lay brutal bloodshed. It seems the front line is quite severe, Zhao Lei said, his smile fading and his expression serious. I heard the beast tide in the wilderness area hasn't retreated, and the other races have already joined the fray. Su Kuan nodded, his gaze sweeping over the injured, his expression calm. As a grandmaster at the golden body level, he could sense the residual, murderous aura from those wounds. Let's go, we need to get the physical exam done first. Su Kuan patted Zhao Lei. The physical examination process was very complicated, covering vision, hearing, smell, bones, internal organs. Su Kuan held the examination form and arrived at a room marked as expert consultation. He pushed the door open. Inside the consultation room sat a female doctor in a white coat. She appeared to be around 30 years old, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, her long hair tied up, exuding a capable and intellectual aura. Her name was written on the badge on her chest: Chief Physician Su Qingge. Su Qingge was writing a medical record when she heard the door open and said, without looking up, "Come in, hand me the form, then go over there to measure your height and weight." Su Kuan did as instructed, placing the examination form on the desk, and then walked towards the precision body scanner in the corner. This device was specially prepared by the hospital to handle candidates who had awakened special physiques with a wide measurement range. Su Kuan stood on it. Beep! The infrared scan covered his entire body. Moments later, a set of bright red data flashed on the electronic screen. Height 221. 0 centimeters. Weight 350. 0 kilograms. Su Qingge, who was writing, suddenly paused, her pen stopping in shock. How much? She abruptly lifted her head, and in that instant her vision was filled with an imposing mountain of muscle. Even the experienced chief physician couldn't help but widen her mouth slightly, her eyes behind the lenses filled with incredulity. 2 meters 20. 700 pounds. The key point was that this 700 pounds showed no signs of excess fat. The smooth muscle lines contained explosive power that could be felt even through clothes. Student. Su Qingge adjusted her glasses, suppressing her shock, though her gaze still held a hint of skepticism. You must have been given a lot of muscle-enhancing agents at home, right? In this era of martial arts, some parents would inject their children with various hormones and beast blood agents to pursue strength, which could temporarily enhance power, but often resulted in physical deformities and shortened lifespans. To Su Qingge, Su Kuan's extraordinary physique seemed likely to be the result of such drug enhancement. I didn't take any drugs, it's all natural. Su Kuan replied calmly. Natural? Su Qingge scoffed. Whether it's natural or not, it's easy to tell. Come here and lie down. She gestured to the examination bed beside her. The originally spacious examination bed looked cramped when Su Kuan lay on it, his feet dangling off the edge and his shoulders extending beyond the bed, making him appear quite uncomfortable. Su Qingge put on medical gloves, her hands emanating a soft white glow. This was her special talent, Spirit Hand. Combined with her healing method, the Qingmu longevity technique, her hands could perceive the density of bone, strength of muscle fibers, health of internal organs, and even detect tiny traces of drug residues within a patient's body. Relax, don't tense up. Su Qing's hands pressed against Su Kuan's chest. In the next second, boom. Su Qingge felt as if her hands had pressed against a red-hot steel plate. An incredibly powerful rebound force nearly threw her hands back. Su Qing's expression changed dramatically. She increased the output of her spiritual energy, attempting to penetrate Su Kuan's skin. However, to her shock, she discovered that beneath Su Kuan's skin lay a faint golden sheen. Not only was it a tough membrane, but it also represented the culmination of refined qi and blood. Golden body. Su Qingge exclaimed in disbelief. How is this possible? The golden body realm was the hallmark of a grandmaster. A mere 19-year-old student preparing for the college entrance examination had actually achieved the golden body. This is absolutely impossible. Su Qingge refused to believe it, her hands quickly moving over Su Kuan's body, pressing against his limbs, torso, and dantian. Muscle density, SSS level. Bone hardness, SSS level. Internal organ strength, S. Every piece of data far exceeded her understanding, even more terrifying than those battle-hardened grandmasters she had seen on the front line. This really is a golden body. Su Qingge felt her worldview collapsing. A monster. This is simply a monster in human skin. She took a deep breath, her eyes sharpening. Such powerful physicality, if not for an extraordinary talent, then it must be due to high concentrations of banned substances. If that's the case, there must be a large amount of toxins accumulated in his body. Su Qing's spiritual energy delved into Su Kuan's circulatory system, attempting to find traces of drug residues. However, there were none. Not a single trace. Su Kuan's body was as pure as a flawless crystal. No toxins, only a vitality surging like a nuclear reactor. All natural. Uncontaminated. Su Qingge murmured, her gaze towards Su Kuan, completely transformed. Such a prodigy had emerged in Jiangdong City. Calm down. Su Qingge took a deep breath, steadying her racing emotions. As a doctor, she had to complete a thorough examination. She straightened up, looking at Su Kuan with a complex expression, pointed at his clothes, and spoke decisively. Take off your clothes, including your pants and underwear. I need to check your external characteristics and skeletal development. Su Kuan paused. Isn't this appropriate, doctor? Su Qingga shot him a glance, regaining her cold doctor demeanor. Don't worry, I've seen more naked bodies than you've eaten rice. To me, there are only patients and non-patients regardless of gender. Hurry up and strip. There are others waiting behind you. Though she claimed to have seen countless people and remained calm as still water. But when Su Kuan truly removed his shirt, his strikingly masculine physique was exposed to the air without any covering, causing Su Qing's pupils to uncontrollably dilate for a moment. So big, so strong. This is simply the aesthetics of violence. The bulging muscles were not the rigid protein powder kind seen in gyms, but rather displayed a streamlined density, the dark golden skin gleaming with a cold luster under the light, as if a giant dragon lay dormant beneath every inch of skin. Especially those broad latissimus dorsi and the distinctly defined 8-pack abs which subtly rose and fell, with Su Kuan's breath exuding a suffocating aura of hormones. Su Qingga felt her heartbeat inexplicably quickened by 2 beats. Ahem. She coughed as a cover, adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses, forcing herself into a work mindset. Turn around, face away from me. Su Kuan complied. Su Qingga extended her hand, her fingertips tracing down Su Kuan's spine. The vertebrae are robust with an extremely high bone density. This spine is like a steel whip. As Su Qingga examined and recorded, she grew increasingly astonished. How could this be the structure of a human body? This was simply a killing machine born for battle. After checking the surface of the body, Su Qingga signaled Su Kuan to put on his clothes. Sit down, I need to draw blood. She took out a specially designed thick syringe. For warriors, regular needles could not penetrate their skin. A special needle infused with alloys was. It might hurt a bit, bear with it. Su Qingga grasped Su Kuan's arm, searching for a vein. The vein was as thick as an earthworm, clearly visible. She aimed for the vein and thrust down hard. Bang! The needle bent. Su Qingga. Su Kuan scratched his head awkwardly. Doctor, could you be a bit more forceful? My skin is thick. Su Qingga took a deep breath, switched to an even thicker needle, and channeled her chi, driving the needle in forcefully. Finally, the needle pierced the skin of the golden body realm, allowing dark red blood to slowly flow into the collection tube. But this blood... Su Qing's expression froze. The blood was extremely viscous, heavy like mercury, and after leaving the body, it even emitted a faint heat and a subtle golden glow. This blood's activity. After drawing the blood, Su Qingga did not send it to the lab as usual, but instead walked directly to a precision microscope with the test tube in hand. However, she did not use the instrument. Suddenly, 2 eerie blue lights ignited in her eyes. Talent, skill, microscopic eye. This was a technique clearer and more intuitive than an electron microscope, capable of directly observing the microscopic world at the cellular level, even revealing genetic fragments deep within the bloodline. In her view, Su Kuan's blood was instantly magnified countless times. The originally calm blood cells appeared like small burning suns in her eyes, filled with violent energy. And deep within these blood cells, amidst the spiral structure of the genetic chain, Su Qingga saw an illusory, towering giant's silhouette. The giant roared to the heavens, exuding an aura from the primordial age. Indeed. Su Qingga gasped, murmuring to herself. I wondered why this kid was so tall and possessed such monstrous strength. It turns out he has awakened the Giant Bloodline. The Giant Bloodline is not particularly rare in the martial world. Through the long process of evolution and intermarriage with other races, the human gene pool has mixed various special bloodline fragments. Many tall warriors with innate strength carry a trace of the Giant Bloodline within them. But, under normal circumstances, this bloodline is very thin, with a concentration of about 1 in a million or even 1 in 10 million. To awaken even 1% is already a sign of exceptional talent. But Su Kuan's blood. Su Qingga stared at the giant silhouette that nearly filled her entire view, observing the pure genetic chain without a trace of impurities. A series of data surged wildly in her mind. Bloodline concentration detection in progress. 10, 50, 80, 99, 999. Thud. The blue light in Su Qing's eyes instantly dissipated, and she stumbled back a step, barely catching herself on the table. Her face turned pale as if she had witnessed some incredible miracle. 99.999. Infinitely close to pure blood. How is this possible? Su Qing's heart surged with tumultuous waves. From a biological perspective, this boy before her was essentially a young giant dressed in human skin. SS-level bloodline rating. This is a grade that only exists in legends. No wonder he was able to achieve a sacred body at just 19, attaining the golden body. Su Qingga looked at Su Kuan as if he were a rare prehistoric creature. Su Kuan, my classmate. Su Qingga removed her glasses, rubbing her slightly sore temples, looking at Su Kuan with a complex expression, and asked a question that she herself found absurd. Were you born human? I mean, no offense, it's just a purely medical inquiry. Su Kuan was putting on his clothes, and upon hearing this he paused and replied defiantly, "Am I not human? Can I be something that popped out of a rock?" Su Chinga fell silent. Indeed, if he were not human, the political review would have long since failed. This could only indicate that this was the so-called atavistic phenomenon. All right, the examination is complete, you can go now. Su Chinga quickly wrote on the medical report, "Awaken Giant Bloodline, rating SS level," then stamped it. Su Kuan took the report, politely thanked her, and turned to leave the examination room. Watching Su Kuan's retreating figure, the sight of his towering tometer to frame squeezing through the door frame. Su Chinga did not immediately call the next patient. She put her glasses back on and activated the microscopic eye again, intensely staring at the remnants of blood in the test tube. Earlier, while observing the giant bloodline, she seemed to have seen something else. Deep within the boiling giant genes beneath the golden glow, there seemed to be a trace of very faint purple chi. Though that purple chi was so thin it was almost undetectable, it radiated an otherworldly charm. That was power surpassing the laws of gravity. This is... Suddenly, a red warning box popped up in Su King's pupils, indicating that her implanted knowledge base as a high-level medical warrior was alerting her. Warning. High energy reaction detected. Feature match, transcendent factor. Transcendent factor. Su Chinga felt her scalp tingle, a chill rushing from her soles to the crown of her head. The transcendent factor. That is a special substance that only emerges within powerful beings who have broken through the limits of the human body and shattered the genetic lock to enter the fifth realm, transcendent realm. Possessing a transcendent factor signifies a leap in life's tier, meaning one can escape the grip of gravity and fly with their physical body. How could he have a transcendent factor in him? Although it is very thin, it is indeed a characteristic of the transcendent realm. Su King's hands trembled. A 19-year-old repeat student. A student preparing for college entrance exams. Not only does he possess an SS-level giant bloodline with the body of a grandmaster in the golden body realm, but he has also already touched the threshold of the martial saint. This is no mere genius. Su Chinga slumped back in her chair, staring at the ceiling, murmuring to herself, "This is clearly a deity awakening from slumber." Doctor, can I come in?" The next boy in line peeked in and asked. Su Chinga shot a cold glance at the boy at the door, her tone ice cold. "Shut up. Wait outside. If you're not called, don't come in." The boy was startled and quickly retreated. Su Chinga looked at Su Kuan's silhouette disappearing outside, her eyes shimmering with an inexplicable light. 19 years old, a quasi-martial saint. SS-level giant bloodline. What kind of monster are you? She took a deep breath, turned back to her desk, and pulled out a physical examination report from the bottom of the drawer. It was another heavyweight patient here. Name Luo Feng, age 21, identity former student of Jiangdong No. 1 high school, dropped out in senior year to enlist, belonging to the Northern Wilderness Corps, the Greedy Wolf Special Forces. Talent S-level, gung metal white tiger, current realm grandmaster. Luo Feng. Su Chinga looked at the report, her fingers lightly tapping the table. This child was also a figure of great renown in Jiangdong City 3 years ago. He resolutely dropped out to join the army to hone his martial arts and fought in the wilderness for 3 whole years. Though he broke a few bones and suffered several fatal injuries, he forged a terrifying aura of slaughter. Last month, when he came back to seek treatment for internal injuries, his physical strength had already surpassed 120,000 kilograms. Before the college entrance examination, he was likely to break through that final barrier and step into the extraordinary realm. Su Chinga originally thought that this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination would undoubtedly be Luo Feng, who returned from bloodshed. How could those flowers in the greenhouse possibly compete with the Shura that crawled out from a pile of corpses? But now, Su Chinga's mind flashed with Su Kuan's pure blood sample, which was remarkably pure at 999 giant bloodline. She smiled wryly, shaking her head as she placed Luo Feng's report alongside Su Kuan's blank record from earlier. One is a Shura returned from hell, the other is a Titan born with divine strength. This year's college entrance examination is bound to be fiercely competitive. Next. Hospital lobby. Su Kuan had just finished his physical examination and felt that the atmosphere around him was somewhat amiss. The lobby, which had been merely noisy, was now filled with a sense of chaos and fear. Clear the way. Quickly clear the way. Severe injuries. Several emergency stretchers rushed by, the warriors on them covered in charred skin, as if burned by fierce flames, emanating a pungent stench of burning. Doctor, save my captain. His leg is gone. A young warrior covered in blood knelt on the ground, crying out in despair. Su Kuan stood amid the crowd, using his height advantage to clearly see the dire states of the injured. Compared to the previous group, these injured were clearly in worse condition, with several already devoid of breath, only brought back by their comrades. The front line has collapsed. We lost. Someone shouted in despair, the northern defense line has been— It's a beast tide. An endless beast tide. Hurry to support. What? The defense line has broken. It's over. If the defense line can't hold, Jiangdong City will surely suffer. Panic spread instantly among the crowd. Su Kuan's brows furrowed, his golden pupils slightly constricting. The battle situation in the wilderness was more severe than he had imagined. Dad, Mom. He thought of his parents still on the front line yet to return. If the defense line completely collapsed, their situation would likely be very dangerous. I'm still not strong enough. Su Kuan clenched his fists, the knuckles cracking sharply. Although I'm currently a grandmaster and can barely be considered a general on the front lines, I'm merely slightly more advanced cannon fodder. In the face of a true beast tide, individual strength is too insignificant. Unless I can become a martial saint, or even surpass the martial saint. Only then can I truly control the battlefield and bring Mom and Dad home safely. Get stronger. I must become stronger at the fastest speed. Kuan Gu, are you done? Zhao Lei ran out after finishing his physical examination. Seeing Su Kuan's serious expression, he reined in his playful demeanor. What's wrong, Kuan Gu? Is there something wrong with your body? No, my body is perfectly fine. Su Kuan took a deep breath, the anxiety in his eyes transforming into determined battle intent. Let's go back to the martial arts school. Training. Huh. Aren't we eating? We'll eat after training. North Star Martial Arts School Special Training Room. Shinbing was dressed in tight yoga clothes, instructing several core students in their training. Seeing Su Kuan walk in, she was momentarily stunned. Wow, where have you been to bulk up again? How come you seem to have grown even larger? Shinbing had to tilt her head back to look at the towering figure, already 2 meters tall, feeling a bit of strain in her neck. Instructor Shun, I want to test my limit strength. Su Kuan didn't waste words and directly walked toward the military-grade strength measuring device in the martial arts school. During this winter break, he had done nothing but eat and sleep, occasionally practicing the basics. Although he knew he had become stronger, he was unsure how much stronger. After all, the machine at home had long been destroyed. All right, go ahead and test. Shinbing waved her hand, signaling other students to step aside. Su Kuan nodded, standing in front of the massive alloy punching target. He took a deep breath, spreading his feet apart, rooting himself to the ground. The chi in his body rumbled, the already tangible essence flowing like a torrent, instantly flooding his entire body. The dark, golden luster of the golden body realm flowed over the surface of his skin. Huh. Su Kuan let out a low shout, not using any flashy techniques, just pure physical strength, and threw a punch. Bang! A deafening sound of metal clashing resonated throughout the martial arts school, causing even the floor to tremble slightly. The alloy punching target violently caved in before bouncing back. The numbers on the display skyrocketed, instantly hitting the peak. 1 million kilograms. Exactly, neither more nor less. This kilogram should not be simply understood as weight, it can be regarded as a unit of combat power. The name of this unit is unimportant, the preceding value is what matters. Hiss! Shinbing gasped, her beautiful eyes widening. 1 million. High-level Grandmaster. Su Kuan, did your strength double during this winter break? Before the break, Su Kuan was only 40,000 kilograms. Now it's directly 1 million. This progress speed is simply unreasonable. Su Kuan looked at the number, but frowned. Not right. He shook his head. I feel I haven't exerted myself yet. That punch, although seemingly fierce, he could sense that the power hadn't been fully released upon contact with the target, as if hitting a pile of cotton, leaving him with a frustrating feeling of strength not being fully utilized. Let's go again. Su Kuan adjusted his breathing and increased his effort this time. Boom. 100,000 kg, still the same number. Su Kuan, refusing to accept this, threw 3 consecutive punches. Bang, bang, bang. 100,000 kg. 3 identical numbers lined up neatly on the screen, seemingly mocking the machine's incapacity. This. Shinbing also reacted, her expression turning peculiar. It's not that you haven't improved, it's the machine has reached its limit. This is the limit of the strength measuring device, not your limit. She walked over and patted the heavy machine's casing helplessly, saying 1 million combat power is the maximum that the martial arts school can train. To go any higher. Shinbing looked at Su Kuan, her gaze complex. That would be the realm of the extraordinary realm martial saint. The strength of a martial saint is easily millions of kilograms, capable of moving mountains and filling seas with a mere gesture. The martial arts school has no instruments to measure such power. Su Kuan retracted his fist, feeling a bit unsatisfied. So I have no way to measure my strength. This feeling of not knowing where his limits lie left him quite unsettled. The martial arts school can't do it. Shinbing shook her head. Neither can other martial arts schools. Everyone's training stops at Grandmaster. However, Shinbing changed her tone, pointing towards the city center outside. If you really want to test it accurately, there is a place you can go. Where? Su Kuan's eyes lit up. The sky-piercing tower. Xin Bing's eyes revealed a hint of awe. That is the landmark of our Jiangdong city, and one of the few ancient relics in the entire Huaxia Federation. It is said to be a trial tower used by ancient civilizations to select war gods forged entirely from extraterrestrial meteorite, iron indestructible. The city has transformed it into a touchstone for strong warriors. Only those above Grandmaster are qualified to test there. It can withstand tens of millions of kilograms, or even higher levels of impact, and to this day, no one has been able to break its limit. Moreover, Xin Bing looked at Su Kuan, speaking meaningfully. Anyone who surpasses 3 million combat power in the sky-piercing tower has the right to leave their name on the tower and be revered by thousands. Our school leader and Mayor Song Wansi have their names up there. The sky-piercing tower. Su Kuan felt a stir in his heart. He of course knew that place right in the bustling square of the city center, towering into the clouds, visible every time he passed by. It's just that before he lacked the level to approach it and could only look from afar. Great. Then let's go to the sky-piercing tower. Su Kuan flexed his wrist, his eyes ablaze with battle intent. I want to see just how strong I am now. In the heart of Jiangdong City, at Tongtian Square. This is the most bustling area of the entire city, surrounded by towering skyscrapers and massive holographic advertising screens flickering with neon colors. In the very center of the square stands a massive black tower that stands in stark contrast to the modern buildings surrounding it. This is Tongtian Tower. It rises 1,000 meters high, its surface pitch black, as ink adorned with ancient and mysterious patterns. Under the sunlight, the tower does not reflect light. Instead, it resembles a gigantic black hole absorbing the light around it. This is the oppressive aura of an ancient relic. At this moment, a crowd surged beneath the tower, tightly packed. Look, who is that? Such a powerful presence. Isn't that the genius who just returned from the military? Gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd. Su Kuan squeezed through the throng to reach the inner circle. Under the Tongtian Tower stood a young man dressed in a camouflage vest and cargo pants. He had a buzz-cut dark skin and a gruesome scar running from his brow to his cheek, adding a touch of iron-blooded menace to his originally handsome face. That's Luo Feng. I heard he served in the Northern Wilderness Corps for 3 years, slaying thousands of beasts, and even took down a leader single-handedly. He's a true killing god. Isn't he only 21? Is he back to take the college entrance exam? That's just too unfair. This is what we call serving the country before returning to campus. A genius with such patriotism deserves to be the top scorer. The onlookers chattered excitedly, their eyes filled with admiration. In this martial-centric era, warriors returning from military service naturally carry an aura, especially someone with such remarkable achievements. Luo Feng stood beneath the tower, his expression cold, ignoring the flattery around him. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the golden names emblazoned on the tower. Song Wansi, Yi Tian, and Lin Wanjun. These were all martial saints of Jiangdong City, the guardians of this city. Martial saint. Luo Feng clenched his fist, a glimmer of ambition flashing in his eyes. Though my current strength hasn't reached that of a martial saint, I'm not far off. He took a deep breath, his muscles instantly tensing as a golden sharp aura erupted from within him. S-level talent. Gungjin White Tiger. Master of Slaughter. Huh. Luo Feng let out a low roar, his right fist enveloped in golden light, accompanied by a piercing sound of breaking air, striking fiercely at the testing area at the bottom of Tongtian Tower. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as if a heavenly drum had been struck. The black tower trembled slightly and golden patterns lit up quickly, converging into a massive number, suspended in midair. 1,500,000. Wow! The crowd erupted into chaos. 1,500,000. My heavens! That's the data of a high-level grandmaster. He's only 21. This power is simply terrifying. As long as he reaches 3 million kilograms, he'll be immortalized on the tower as a martial saint. I bet if he trains for another year and a half, he can definitely make it. The 36th martial saint from Jiangdong City will surely be him. Listening to the cheers around him, Luo Feng slowly retracted his fist. Though his expression remained indifferent, a hint of pride could not help but emerge between his brows. 1,500,000 kilograms. This is the strength he forged on the edge of life and death. This is the confidence of a practical fighter. He turned around, preparing to leave. At that moment, his gaze suddenly fixed on the crowd. Too conspicuous. Among the average height crowd of 175 centimeters, a giant standing 221 centimeters tall and as wide as a wall was simply a standout impossible to ignore. Su Kuan. Luo Feng looked Su Kuan up and down, his brows slightly furrowing. So tall. So robust. As a seasoned soldier who had fought on the battlefield, Luo Feng's eyes were exceptionally sharp. He could see at a glance that Su Kuan's muscle mass was astonishingly large, even somewhat exaggerated. Humph! Luo Feng scoffed coldly in his heart and shook his head. At first glance it's obvious he's a product of daily injections to build dead muscle. This physique looks intimidating, but is actually cumbersome. On the battlefield, he'd be a living target. Beasts love to devour such clumsy giants. All show no go, just a facade. In his eyes, a true powerhouse's muscles should be streamlined, born for slaughter, not the bulky appearance of someone like Su Kuan who trained for looks. Luo Feng shook his head at Su Kuan, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Su Kuan paid no attention to Luo Feng's gaze, as he was oblivious to those around him. "Excuse me, please make way," Su Kuan said as he pushed forward. He didn't even need to squeeze through. The people around, seeing the mountain of flesh approaching, had already retreated in fright, clearing a wide path. "Who is this guy? He looks so fierce." "Chill. Keep your voice down. Can't you see his build? He could crush you with a single sit." Su Kuan reached the base of Tontian Tower. Standing closer, he could better feel the majesty and mystery of the ancient tower. The black material felt icy to the touch, as if it would absorb the very blood and chi from within him. 1,000,000 isn't enough for a test, but this time it should be sufficient, right? Su Kuan flexed his wrist, producing cracking sounds. He did not accumulate power like Luo Feng, nor did he unleash any dazzling talent. He simply stood casually, his feet slightly apart, like an old man practicing in a park, lightly raising. "Let's take this a bit more seriously," Su Kuan silently thought. In his Dantian, torrents of vital energy surged, and about 60 to 70% of his physical strength was activated. Bang! A punch was thrown. It appeared slow, yet was as fast as lightning. The sound of his fist striking the tower was not loud, even somewhat muffled, like a heavy hammer hitting a quilt. However, the next second the entire 100-meter Tontian Tower slightly shook. A line of numbers appeared on the display screen of the tower. Just as Luo Feng was about to leave, he casually turned around to take a look, his eyes widening in surprise. 210,000. Holy crap, look at the big screen. Luo Feng is so impressive, hitting 210,000 battle power. Look closely, it wasn't Luo Feng, it was that tall guy. The onlookers, who were initially discussing how impressive Luo Feng was, upon seeing the value on the big screen, suddenly fell silent like ducks whose necks had been grabbed. Everyone's mouths gaped open, their attention shifting to the giant towering over them. After a brief moment of silence, astonished cries erupted. "Holy crap! Where did this god come from? Stronger than that soldier king just now." Many people took out their phones, snapping pictures of Su Kuan, posting on social media. Luo Feng quickly became ignored. He only felt a burning pain on his face, looking helplessly at Su Kuan, his eyes devoid of jealousy or anger, but rather filled with grievance. "Come on, man, you did that on purpose, right? You broke my record right in front of me, making me look like a clown." He then curved his lips into a smile. "Who says there are no talents in Huaxia? With one more prodigy, the odds of winning in the war against foreign races just increased." Just as Luo Feng was planning to walk over and introduce himself, Su Kuan was not satisfied with that number. He stepped back, ready to punch again. Under the Tower of Heaven, Luo Feng was about to step forward to befriend Su Kuan when his footsteps suddenly. He saw that the giant, over 2 meters tall, showed no intention of leaving, but instead took a deep breath, his broad back slightly arching like a giant bow drawn taut. He is still not satisfied. Luo Feng's pupils constricted. 200,000 kilograms was a figure many seasoned grandmasters found hard to reach, even surpassing him, a weapon king with S-level combat talent. So this big guy still wanted to fight. Whoosh! Su Kuan exhaled a puff of white breath which shot out 3 meters like a sharp sword before dissipating. "Now let me see the full effect." Su Kuan's gaze hardened as the vast sea of chi within him erupted. The dark golden sheen of the golden body realm not only covered his skin, but also permeated every strand of hair, making him appear as if he were a statue cast from pure gold. He did not accumulate energy for a long time like Luo Feng, nor did he unleash any dazzling elemental effects. For the Giant Bloodline, the strongest weapon was the body itself. In an instant, the muscle fibers transformed from relaxation to extreme tension. The thighs pushed against the ground, the waist and horse united, and the spinal dragon let out a crisp popping sound. "Huh." Su Kuan let out a low growl, his right fist smashing out without any fancy tricks. This punch, though silent, caused the surrounding space to momentarily distort. Pure power, when taken to the extreme, becomes a law. Boom. The moment his fist made contact with the Tower of Heaven, it was no longer a dull thud, but an explosive sound, as if the heavens were collapsing. The indestructible special alloy ground beneath his feet instantly cracked, producing countless spiderweb-like fissures that spread wildly in all directions. Buzz! The ancient runes on the tower seemed to receive some kind of ultimate stimulus, no longer flickering in parts, but lighting up all at once. A dazzling golden light shot into the sky, illuminating the entire square, as if it were broad day. Following that, a line of huge golden numbers radiating a sacred aura slowly floated in midair, as if announcing the birth of a myth to the world. 3,000,000. 3 million kilograms. Perfectly aligned, not a bit more, not a bit less. 3 million combat power. At that moment, the entire Tower of Heaven Square fell into a dead silence. Everyone maintained a posture of looking up, mouths agape, as if they could fit a duck egg inside their eyes, almost bulging out. Even the sound of breathing had vanished. Luo Feng stood at the front, as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. His usually stern and composed warrior face was now filled with shock and horror. 3 million. Luo Feng's voice was hoarse and dry, as if it had been squeezed from his throat. Transcendence. Threshold. As a genius, only one step away from that realm, he understood better than anyone what this number signified. The 9 realms of martial arts, the first 4 realms of body refinement, and chi refinement, still belonged to the realm of human. Once the strength surpassed 3 million kilograms, it meant a leap in life level, breaking the genetic lock, stepping into the 5th realm, transcendence, which is revered as martial saint. Impossible. Finally, someone in the crowd came back to their senses, tremblingly voicing, that giant is a martial saint. Looking at his age, he seems to be about the same as Luo Feng. Even younger. Heavens, our Jiangdong city has gained another martial saint. At that moment, deep within the ancient Tower of Heaven, a grand and solemn electronic synthesized voice suddenly resonated throughout the city center, detected that the tester's strength has surpassed the critical value. Identity recognition in progress. Iris match successful. Title: Basketball Lover. Congratulations. You have become the 36th martial saint of Jiangdong City. Please confirm your title. The golden numbers in the sky slowly faded, replaced by the code Su Kuan casually filled in at the Martial Arts Association. For gilded characters shone brilliantly at the top of the Tower of Heaven, the latest line among all names: Basketball Lover. The originally solemn atmosphere became somewhat bizarre due to these 4 words. Luo Feng's eyes twitched wildly. Basketball Lover. Is this the title of the newly promoted martial saint? Other people's titles were things like Thunder Martial Saint or Ocean Conqueror, sounding majestic. But this one, Basketball Lover. Are you practicing dunking here? This Tower of Heaven has a spirit. An elderly man in the crowd shouted excitedly. That is an AI left by ancient civilizations. Only true strong ones can gain its recognition. If it displayed this name, it means this Basketball Lover is a legitimate martial saint. Wow! The crowd erupted completely. Countless people rushed towards Su Kuan, wanting to catch a glimpse of this newly promoted martial saint, hoping to even touch the corner of his clothes to share in the luck. Martial saint, look over here. Basketball Lover, can you give me an autograph? Right on my basketball. Meanwhile, in the office of the president of the Jiangdong City Martial Arts Association, Chun Jinan was leisurely enjoying tea while gazing out at the scenery. Suddenly, the red hotline on the table rang frantically. Hello, this is Chun Jinan. What? Chun Zinan's hand trembled, scalding tea splashed all over him, but he didn't care. Leaping up from his chair, you say the Tower of Heaven has lit up. The 36th martial saint has been born. Who is it? Could it be Luo Feng who broke through? The voice on the other end was urgent. Not Luo Feng. President, it's that Basketball Lover who's certified as a grandmaster here before. Is it him? Chun Zinan's pupils constricted sharply. Of course he remembered this person. Before the winter break, this mysterious youth had punched through a 5,000 kilogram measuring device with a bone age of only 19. He had determined at that time that this child was destined for greatness. But he never expected how little time had passed. 2 months. Just the duration of a winter vacation from Grandmaster to directly leaping over to Grandmaster, reaching Martial Saint in one bound. A monster. This is definitely a Ancient Millennium prodigy. Chun Jinan was so excited he trembled all over, not even bothering to put on his coat. He crashed through the window, his figure turning into a beam of light, soaring into the sky. Hurry, prepare the car. No, I will fly over myself. I must see him at the first opportunity. Longhu Bay Mayor's Mansion. This was a luxurious villa tucked away from the noise. Today was the 6th birthday of the mayor's daughter Tang Tang, and the villa was decorated warmly and full of childlike joy with pink balloons and streamers everywhere. The usually stern and dignified Mayor Song Wansi had shed her icy armor at this moment. She wore a cozy beige knitted shirt, her long hair casually tied up, a gentle smile on her face as she was cutting cake for her daughter. Tang Tang, happy birthday. Song Wansi handed the largest piece of cake to her daughter, her eyes filled with affection. Just then the secret phone beside her vibrated. Song Wansi frowned slightly, but still picked it up to take a look. Just a glance, in her hand that was cutting the cake froze in midair. On the screen was a top-level message from the City Defense Bureau. Urgent report, abnormal activity at the Tower of Heaven. The 36th martial saint has been born. Codenamed Basketball Lover. Basketball Lover. Song Wance's gaze instantly deepened. As the leader of Jiangdong City, she naturally knew what this codename meant. That mysterious youth who over 2 months ago had punched through the Grandmaster-level beast the Crimson Flame Griffin and saved her daughter. The man who made her first think the age difference is a bit much, but it's not impossible. I didn't expect. He really broke through. Song Wance's lips curled into a meaningful smile, filled with admiration. Mom, do you have work to do? Tang Tang keenly sensed her mother's change in mood, understandingly putting down the cake, her little face marked with disappointment. You go ahead, I can play with my dolls by myself. Seeing her daughter's understanding look, Song Wance felt a pang in her heart. She squatted down, gently stroking her daughter's head. Tang Tang, mommy really has to go to work. But this time, it's good news. Song Wance took out her phone, pulled up the photo of Su Kuan holding Tang Tang, and showed it to her daughter. Look, who is this? Tang Tang's eyes lit up, instantly excitedly exclaiming, it's Big Brother. The Superman who saved me. Song Wance said gently, this Big Brother has become even stronger now. He has become the top hero martial saint in this city. Mommy is going to congratulate him now. Wow, Big Brother is amazing. Tang Tang clapped her little hands in joy, then pulled Song Wance's sleeve, her face filled with anticipation. Mommy, hurry up. Remember to ask him for an autograph. It has to be on my sketchbook. Okay, mommy promises you. Song Wance stood up, adjusted her clothes, regaining her decisive aura. Tang Tang looked at the cake, clasped her hands, and mysteriously said, I wish that Big Brother can be my daddy in the future. If that wish can't come true, then wait until I grow up and let Big Brother be my boyfriend. Song Wance. Although her voice was small as someone with martial saint hearing, she heard it clearly. She turned to look at this clever little girl in front of her, shaking her head helplessly. The Tongtian Square. Su Kuan stood beneath the tower, gazing at the towering characters that read love, playing basketball, his mind in a state of bewilderment. So, has he become a martial saint? He looked down at his hands and clenched them tightly. The strength was indeed overwhelming, absurdly so. But, didn't the book say that an extraordinary martial saint can break the genetic lock, escape the pull of gravity, and flies? Su Kuan attempted to jump. Bang! The ground was cratered beneath his feet as he leapt several dozen meters high. Then, whoosh! Gravity ruthlessly seized him, pulling him back down to the ground. Boom! Another loud noise followed. I can't fly. Su Kuan felt a bit depressed. While others were light as a swallow, he was as heavy as a mountain. That terrifying body density made him like a lump of high-density alloy. The lift required to fly was astronomical. It seems I'm a grounded version of a martial saint, Su Kuan chuckled self-deprecatingly. At this moment, the crowd around him had gone wild. Countless hands reached out to him, and numerous flashes of light flickered before his eyes. Martial saint. Look here. Do you have any secrets to becoming a martial saint, eh? How old are you this year? Do you have a girlfriend? Faced with this tidal wave of enthusiasm, Su Kuan felt more exhausted than battling a lord-level monster. His massive figure had become the most conspicuous target, making it impossible to hide. Luo Feng stood at the edge of the crowd, observing Su Kuan, who was celebrated like a star, with a complicated expression. He pushed through a few people blocking his way, intending to greet Su Kuan and formally meet this formidable figure who had shattered his Tao heart. Just then a loud shout rang out from the sky, make way, clear the way. A streak of light flew in at high speed from a distance, carrying a powerful wave of energy, and hovered directly above the square. The crowd looked up in surprise, gasping. It's President Chun. President Chun Jinan of the Martial Arts Association. Chun Jinan descended from the air, landing steadily before Su Kuan. He looked at the young man before him, who was 2 heads taller and as robust as a bear, his eyes brimming with joy that he could not conceal. Huh. Great. Wonderful. Chun Jinan laughed heartily, patting Su Kuan on the arm. He was too tall to reach his shoulder, producing a sound like metal clashing. Basketball bro. I knew you were no ordinary person. I didn't expect that just one winter break would bring me such a huge surprise. Congratulations. You are now the 36th martial saint of Jiangdong City. And the youngest one too. Su Kuan looked at the enthusiastic president, scratched his head, and directly asked the most pressing question, President, are there any benefits to becoming a martial saint? Benefits? Chun Jinan was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Of course, there are many. As a martial saint, you will enjoy national treasure-level treatment. First, you can leverage your fame to establish your own sect, or start a martial arts school or company. The government will provide you with a 10 billion interest-free loan, land grants for free, and as long as you say the word, investors across the city will line up to give you money. Su Kuan's eyes lit up at the mention of 10 billion interest-free. How much meat could that buy? Second, all high-end medical services and meridian massage will be free for you for life. You can get massaged as much as you want. This was great. He fondly remembered the techniques of Technician No. 91. And third, which is the most important point. Chun Jinan's expression suddenly turned slightly ambiguous as he leaned closer to Su Kuan and lowered his voice. As a martial saint, your genes are a precious treasure for all humanity. In order to ensure that more strong warriors are born among humans to confront the threats from other races, the Federation has specially stipulated. Martial saints are exempt from basic legal constraints. What do you mean, eh? Su Kuan was puzzled. It means, Chun Jinan raised an eyebrow. If you kill someone, unless it's a heinous crime of treason, ordinary courts and police have no jurisdiction over you. Only the Martial Saint Council can judge you. Also, marriage laws no longer apply to you. This means you can marry many wives. It's not considered bigamy. As long as you have the energy, even if you marry 100, the state won't stop you and will even give you bonuses for it, encouraging the birth of more outstanding offspring. Chun Jinan had a knowing expression. What do you think? Isn't this benefit explosive? Our Jiangdong city has no shortage of beautiful women. As long as you put the word out, those who want to marry you could line up from here to the city gates. However, to Chun Jinan's surprise, Su Kuan did not display the excitement that a man should have. Instead, he frowned and shook his head with disdain. Not interested? Huh? Chun Jinan was dumbfounded. Not interested. Are you not capable in that regard? He instinctively glanced downward. Su Kuan's face darkened. You're the one who's not capable. Your whole family isn't. I just think it's too. Su Kuan sighed, looking down at his massive palms, and then at the delicate girls around him who appeared as small as chicks in his eyes. President, you can see it too. Su Kuan gestured to his physique. I'm currently 2 meters and 2 centimeters tall, and I might grow taller in the future. These human females, their physiques are too petite. To me, they're almost like action figures. They can only be treated as snacks, one bite each. Cough, cough, I mean I can't take care of them. Moreover, Su Kuan recalled Yi Qingyi's charming face. I already have a wife, Su Kuan said seriously. Chun Jinan did not press further, as such matters depend on personal preference. At that moment, the sound of something slicing through the air echoed again. Dressed in formal attire and exuding an impressive aura, Mayor Song Wansi gracefully descended from the sky. Mayor Song has arrived. The crowd stirred once more. Song Wansi walked directly up to Su Kuan, looking at this young man who once gnawed at large birds in her yard and had now grown into a martial saint capable of standing on equal footing with her. A glimmer of admiration flickered in her eyes. Congratulations. Song Wansi extended her hand, her smile elegant and charming. The 36th martial saint of Jiangdong City, truly well-deserved. Su Kuan shook her hand, feeling her cool touch. Thank you, Mayor. Do you remember my daughter Tang Tang? Song Wansi did not rush into business, but played the emotional card. She heard you became a martial saint and was overjoyed, insisting I come to get an autograph for her. Saying this, she took out an exquisite pink sketchbook and handed it to Su Kuan. Su Kuan smiled, accepted the sketchbook, and signed the 4 characters. Love playing basketball. Please thank Tang Tang for me. Song Wansi put away the sketchbook, looked at Su Kuan, and suddenly lowered her voice, speaking in a tone only the two of them could hear. Are you interested in sitting down at the city hall? I would like to discuss your future development in depth. Su Kuan was taken aback, looking at this elegant and alluring female mayor just as he was about to speak. Make way, make way. I want to meet the martial saint too. A middle-aged man in a branded suit with a big belly and sweating profusely squeezed his way in. It was none other than the richest man in Jiangdong, Yi Tiannan. As soon as he saw Su Kuan, it was as if he had seen his own father rushing over to grab Su Kuan's other hand. Oh, little brother, I feel like I've met you too late. Yi Tiannan's smile was so wide that the wrinkles on his face seemed to bloom. He looked at this tall new martial saint, feeling very unfamiliar, as he had never heard of a 2 meter tall powerhouse in Jiangdong. Even he, a martial saint of the Shanghai realm, felt somewhat diminutive in front of him. What's the matter? Su Kuan withdrew his hand. There's something. Of course there is something. Yi Tiannan rubbed his hands together, his face earnest as he said, Little brother, now that you are a martial saint, would you be interested in joining our Yi group? I'll give you the position of vice chairman. A salary of 10 billion. You can choose your shares. Moreover, Yi Tiannan leaned in conspiratorially, pointing into the distance. I have a daughter named Yi. She is truly a daughter of heaven, beautiful and talented, currently studying at a university in the imperial capital. I think you two are particularly well-suited. You are simply a match made in heaven. What do you think? As long as you nod, I'll betroth Qingyi to you. In the future, you will inherit the Yi group. Su Kuan looked at this eager father-in-law, trying to sell his daughter with a rather strange expression. Song Wansi beside him frowned. Yi Tiannan was really a cunning old fox, using his daughter to entice the martial saint. Su Kuan said in a low tone, Isn't your daughter already married? This? Yi Tiannan, of course, knew his daughter had registered her marriage 6 months ago. Initially, he had approved the union. After all, half a year earlier, Su Kuan had punched with a force of 9999 kilograms during a physical aptitude exam. Yet over the past 6 months, Su Kuan had shown no further progress, not even attempting the exam once. Who could have foreseen this? It made Yi Tiannin doubt the authenticity of Su Kuan's feat. Now faced with this newly ascended young martial saint, he naturally wished for his daughter to marry such a paragon. Nonsense. I assure you my daughter has never been married. Yi Tiannin lied, without hesitation, convinced this young martial saint could not possibly know of Yi Qingji's marriage. Su Kuan shook his head helplessly and spoke calmly. You're not being honest. He refused Yi Tiannin's overture without mercy and withdrew his arm from the elder's grasp. Air. Yi Tiannin's hand froze midair, his face flushed deep purple with humiliation. The city's wealthiest tycoon had just been rebuffed with startling coldness. Song Wansi, mayor of Jiangdong City, who had been observing silently from the side, couldn't suppress a light chuckle at Yi Tiannin's embarrassment. Her elegant eyes shimmered as she gazed upon Su Kuan, admiration deepening in her gaze. Unmoved by beauty, unbowed by power, principled, promising. Inwardly, Song Wansi assessed him. At that very moment, the onlookers surrounding them could contain themselves no longer. Martial Saint, I am the patriarch of the Zhao family of Jiangdong. Tonight, we humbly invite you to dine with us, and the Zhao family pledges 10 billion yuan to construct your exclusive martial academy. Your Excellency, the basketball enthusiast, I represent Tianhai Group. Sir, over here please. Representatives from major conglomerates, martial academies, and ancient clans surged forward like sharks, scenting blood, waving checkbooks and contracts, scrambling desperately to forge ties with the newly crowned martial saint. At the periphery of the crowd, Lin Wanjuan, master of Beichen Martial Academy, sweated profusely, his shoes nearly trampled off. Make way. Everyone, step aside. With every ounce of strength, Lin Wanjun forced his way into the inner circle. Gazing upon Su Kuan, surrounded by admirers like a celestial sovereign, he felt both elation and trepidation. Elated because his humble academy had truly nurtured a dragon. Trembling because this dragon was too colossal. Beichen Martial Academy, a modest temple, might well prove too small to house such a towering deity. No, we must find a way to retain him. Lin Wanjun clenched his teeth, resolve hardening. Even if I must sell the entire academy, I'll elevate his contract here. So long as Su Kuan remains Beichen's disciple, next year's admissions brochure will be printed on the moon itself. Farther still, at the outermost edge of the crowd, Luo Feng stood motionless, watching the radiant giant encircled by dignitaries. A faint bitterness softened the proud lines of his face. A martial saint. Luo Feng tightened his fists until his nails bit deep into his palms. Upon his return, he'd intended to sweep across Jiangdong unchallenged, to astound all at the Celestial Ascension Pagoda and seize the world's undivided attention. Yet now, beneath Su Kuan's blinding radiance, even his 1.5 million combat power genius paled into obscurity, so dim he scarcely qualified as background scenery. Since Zhou Yu was born, why must Zhuge Liang also exist? An inevitable surge of envy rose within Luo Feng, only to dissolve swiftly into resignation. He sighed deeply, turned, and melted into the crowd, his retreating figure cloaked in quiet desolation. Meanwhile, at the center, Su Kuan was nearing his breaking point. Gentlemen, please step back. I'm not hungry, I won't dine, I won't sign any contracts. Frowning, Su Kuan shifted his broad shoulders, each subtle movement toppling a dozen people. Yet he dared not exert true force, fearing he might inadvertently shatter these pampered magnates. Each one wore a smile edged with hidden daggers. Su Kuan could not discern sincerity from deceit. The safest course, refuse them all. Just as Su Kuan prepared to leap clear. Gentlemen, a cool commanding voice cut through the clamor. Song Wansi stepped forward, placing herself squarely before Su Kuan. Though far shorter than him, her aura, the indelible weight of authority borne by Jiangdong's mayor, silenced the crowd instantly. The basketball enthusiast has just broken through. His cultivation remains unstable. He requires rest. Her gaze swept the assembly as she added calmly, moreover, I've already arranged dinner with the newly ascended Grandmaster to discuss matters of critical importance to Jiangdong City's defense. If you have no official business, kindly withdraw. The mayor had spoken and invoked national defense as her shield. Though reluctant, the crowd fell silent and parted, clearing a path. Thank you, Mayor. Su Kuan exhaled in relief. Call me Sister Song. Ah, better yet, call me Saint Song. Turning to him, her eyes crinkled with amusement. Let's go. This place is too noisy. We'll speak somewhere quieter. She tapped her toes lightly against the ground. Whoosh. An invisible current lifted her aloft, suspending her gracefully 3 meters above the earth, like a feather caught in a gentle breeze. This was the hallmark of a transcendent realm cultivator, Skywalking flight. Song Wansi glanced back and gestured to Su Kuan, follow me. Su Kuan remained rooted, scratching his head with an awkward, polite smile. Saint Song, there's something I ought to report. What is it? Song Wansi asked, puzzled. Su Kuan spread his hands wide, gesturing to his massive frame. I can't fly. Silence descended, absolute and stunned. Eyes widened in disbelief, as if they'd heard a cosmic jest. What a martial saint who can't fly. Impossible. Breaking the genetic lock, birthing transcendent factors within the body, defying gravity. These are instincts of the martial saint. Could he be an imposter? Even Song Wansi froze midair, her balance wobbling dangerously. You're not joking, she stared at Su Kuan. Truly can't, he replied earnestly. I've tried. Jump high, yes, but float. No. Perhaps. I'm simply too heavy. Song Wansi studied his dense, iron-like physique, thoughtful. Purely corporeal ascension was exceedingly rare. Perhaps his extraordinary density rendered his transcendent factors insufficient to counteract gravity. With a sigh, she extended a slender alabaster hand. Take my hand. I'll carry you. Su Kuan didn't hesitate. His palm, larger than a fan, gently closed around her delicate fingers. Vast and diminutive. Dark and fair. Such stark contrast in scale and hue lent the scene a jarring, almost surreal intensity, a strange magnetic tension. Hold on tight. Song Wansi called out sharply, channeling her chi, then yanked upward with sudden force. Rised. But in the next breath her form lurched downward, nearly toppling. She felt less like lifting a man, and more like hauling a mountain. So heavy. She twisted, eyes wide with astonishment. Just how much do you weigh? Not much, really. I weighed myself yesterday, 350 kilograms, 700 gene. 700 gene. Song Wansi's lips twitched. She drew a deep breath and unleashed her full martial saint power, dragging Su Kuan skyward with sheer defiant will. Shum. They streaked across the heavens like twin comets, captured by countless smartphone lenses, vanishing into the clouds. Below, the crowd stood frozen, jaws slack. The mayor flew off, holding the martial saint's hand. This looks oddly like Beauty and the Beast. Quick, post it on social media. High above, the fierce wind howled. Su Kuan was being pulled by Song Wansi, dangling in the air like a giant kite, looking down at the shrinking city below, his emotions somewhat complex. Although being lifted like this felt somewhat embarrassing, it had to be said that the sensation of flying was indeed delightful. Right now your strength merely meets the standard of a martial saint, which is referred to as breaking through the void. Song Wansi explained patiently while flying. However, your application of that strength is still very rough, especially in controlling the extraordinary particles within your body, which is almost non-existent. Extraordinary particles? Su Kuan asked curiously. Yes, Song Wansi replied. They are a special energy born after the leap in life level. They are hidden in every cell of your body. As long as you learn to activate and control them, you can form an anti-gravity field at your body's surface, thus achieving flight. Your current state is like guarding a mountain of gold, but only knowing how to use gold bricks to hit others, it's such a waste. Song Wansi looked at Su Kuan, her gaze sincere. If you are willing, you can come to find me often in the future. I can be your guide and teach you how to master this power. Su Kuan felt a stir in his heart. Having a seasoned martial saint teaching him personally was a rare opportunity. Thank you, Song Sheng. Su Kuan expressed his gratitude. Song Wansi frowned slightly, then smiled brightly. In private, you can call me Wansi Jia or Song E is also fine. Although being called Aunt stung a bit considering their significant age gap, it seemed understandable. As they spoke, they had already flown over the Longhu Bay Villa area. Su Kuan pointed to the villa below with a 5-meter-high gate. Song shung him home. Just drop me down, please. You live here too? Song Wansi was somewhat surprised, then pointed to another more luxurious manor not far away. What a coincidence, my home is right ahead. Since we're at the door, why not come to my house for a visit? Su Kuan instinctively wanted to refuse. After all, with his current appetite, anyone inviting him over would be unlucky. No, my sister is waiting for me at home. Tang Tang wants to see you. Song Wansi interrupted him, her gaze soft. Today is her birthday, and her only wish is to meet her big brother who saved her. Would you bear to disappoint a little girl? Su Kuan was taken aback. That little girl who sweetly called him daddy. Su Kuan sighed. Then let's go for a bit, but I can't stay too long. At the mayor's residence. When Su Kuan's massive figure walked into the living room, Tang Tang, who was playing with a doll, instantly brightened her eyes. Big brother. Tang Tang squealed, rushing over with her little legs expertly hugging Su Kuan's calf, as she could only reach that high. Wow. Big brother, you've gotten even bigger. Like a big teddy bear. Tang Tang excitedly rubbed against him. Su Kuan bent down and gently pinched Tang Tang's little face with 2 fingers. Tang Tang, happy birthday. Thank you, big brother. Song Wansi watched this scene from the side, her eyes soft enough to drip water. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Just in time, we made a lot of dishes at home. Song Wansi called out, Luma, bring out the prepared exotic beast meat. In the dining room, Su Kuin initially wanted to be reserved, but upon smelling the aroma of the top-grade glass exotic beast meat, his stomach growled. That, I won't be polite. Su Kuin picked up his utensils and began to eat voraciously. 10 minutes later, Song Wansi and Tang Tang stared blankly at the mountain of empty plates piled on the table. This is the third whole roasted cow, right? The nanny's hands were shaking as she served dishes. The cold storage at home is empty. Song Wansi's mouth twitched slightly. Although she knew martial artists could eat, she had never seen someone eat so much. This was simply a bottomless pit. However, watching Su Kuin eat so boldly, Song Wansi felt not pity, but rather a bit cute. Is this the appetite of a strong person? Sorry, I didn't expect to be this hungry. Su Kuin wiped his mouth somewhat awkwardly. No need to apologize, being able to eat is a blessing. Song Wansi waved her hand. After eating and drinking to satisfaction, Tang Tang, very understanding, blinked her eyes. Mom, I'm sleepy, I'm going to sleep. You can chat with Big Brother. After saying that, the little girl dashed off, giving her mom a cheer-up gesture before leaving. Song Wansi's face showed a hint of helplessness. Only the two of them were left in the living room. Su Kuin said seriously, Song Sheng, actually I came here with an unreasonable request. Go ahead. My parents are registered martial artists, and they went to the front line in the wilderness area half a year ago, and have not returned or made contact since. Su Kun's eyes flashed with a trace of worry. I want to ask you to help find out their whereabouts. If possible, could you bring them back? In exchange, after I finish my college entrance examination, I can go to the front lines to fight. No matter how dangerous the mission, I can take it. Song Wansi looked at Su Kun's determined gaze. Her heart fluttered slightly. Filial and responsible. This man was becoming more and more satisfying to her. Rest assured, Song Wansi promised solemnly, this matter is on me. You are a hero of our Jiangdong city, and your parents are the parents of a hero. I will immediately use my highest authority to investigate. As long as they are still alive, I will definitely bring them back safely. Wait a minute. You haven't taken the college entrance examination yet. Song Wansi noticed a key detail. Su Kuin shook his head. I am a repeat student. My dad is Su Jun, and my mom is Li Xiaoer. A repeat student. Your surname is Su. Song Wansi suddenly remembered someone. You must be that genius repeat student named Su Kuin, right? Su Kuin replied, that's me. Song Wansi had seen Su Kun's information before, but it did not match with the towering figure of over 2 meters in front of her. But at that moment she suddenly understood. Giant Bloodline. This kid had grown from 1 meter 80 to 2 meters 20 in just over half a year. Does this mean he will continue to develop and grow larger? Song Wansi looked at him deeply. Good luck in the college entrance examination. I believe you can definitely achieve the top score. Thank you. Su Kuin stood up and bowed deeply. By the time he returned home, it was already late at night. Su Yunyun was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, staring intently at the television news. The news was looping footage of Marshall St. Love's basketball and the mayor flying together. Seeing Su Kuin walk in, Su Yunyun turned her head slowly. Brother, quick look at the TV. Our Jiangdong city's 36th Marshall Saint has been born, and it seems he's a handsome guy and has a connection with the mayor. Su Kuin changed his shoes and replied calmly, I've heard about it too. But that connection is a rumor. I saw it myself. Su Yunyun jumped off the sofa, circling Su Kuin with a mischievous grin. Brother, although the video is a bit blurry, I could recognize your physique anywhere, even if you turn to ashes. That loves basketball must be you, right? Su Kuin didn't try to hide it. You're smart. No way. Although she had suspected it for a long time, hearing him admit it made Su Yunyun jump up in excitement, shaking Su Kun's arm wildly. Brother, you're amazing. Our Su family's ancestral grave must be smoking. No, it must have exploded. Directly blown to the sky. My brother is a martial saint. Does that mean I am the sister of a martial saint? In the future, can I walk sideways in school? I wonder who would dare to bully me. Su Yunyun was so excited that she was incoherent. Her little face flushed. All right, stop shaking me. If you keep shaking, I won't be able to fly. Su Kuin pressed down his restless sister. By the way, brother, what did the mayor do after taking you away? Was it he? Su Yunyun had a gossipy face. What are you thinking? Su Kuin knocked her lightly. We went to eat. And I asked her to help look for mom and dad. Hearing about their parents, Su Yunyun quieted down, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes. Did the mayor agree? She agreed. That's great. Su Yunyun sighed in relief, then became excited again. Brother, I have decided. I will practice martial arts even harder. To catch up to your heels as soon as possible. The next morning, Su Kuin measured his height as usual. Height 222, 0 centimeters. Weight 360, 0 kilograms, another centimeter taller. Su Kuin nodded in satisfaction. After breakfast, he went to the Beichin Martial Arts Hall. As soon as he entered, the once noisy training ground fell silent. Immediately after swish, all the trainees, including Zhao Lei, stopped their actions in unison facing Su Kuan. Then they knelt on one knee. Their movements were uniform, as if they had rehearsed countless times. Welcome, Su Sheng. The roar of hundreds of people gathered together shook the ceiling, causing dust to fall. Zhao Lei knelt at the front, his face fervent. Su Sheng, please accept my knee. From now on, I will be your most loyal leg accessory. Su Kun's mouth twitched as he took a half step back. What the hell? Are you guys crazy? Get up. Stop with this. No. This is respect for the strong. Just then Xin Bing walked over. She looked at Su Kuan with complex and proud eyes. She didn't kneel but stepped forward and punched Su Kun's iron-hard abs with force. Good boy. You haven't embarrassed me. Xin Bing smiled, a 19-year-old martial saint. This gives me enough capital to boast for the rest of my life. The hall master Lin Wanjun also came out with a glowing face holding a thick file. Su Kuan come. Lin Wanjun pulled Su Kuan into the office and directly slapped the file on the table. This is the new contract. I am transferring 20% of the martial arts hall's shares to you. That is equivalent to 10 billion in cash, plus lifelong free resources. I know this may seem a bit shabby for a martial saint, but this is the greatest sincerity I can offer. I just hope you can participate in the college entrance examination as a student of Beichen Martial Arts Hall. Su Kuan glanced at it briefly and agreed, as it was a contract they had already agreed upon. Lin Wanjun was moved to tears. By the way, Lin Wanjun wiped his tears and said solemnly, there is an important piece of news. Due to the intense situation on the front lines, this year's college entrance examination may be advanced. Lin Wanjun was moved to tears. By the way, Lin Wanjun wiped his tears and said solemnly, there is an important piece of news. Due to the intense situation on the front lines, although your realm is high, you lack practical experience. So in the coming time, you will undergo devilish special training. I will invite the most professional instructors to teach you martial skills. Su Kun's eyes narrowed and his blood surged within him. Practical combat. Just in time, my fists are already itching with anticipation. Although the owner Lin Wanjun repeatedly emphasized the importance of practical skills and hired a retired special forces instructor skilled in killing techniques to provide special training for Su Kuan. Su Kuan soon discovered that the so-called techniques seemed somewhat redundant in the face of his absolute strength. 4 ounces to displace 1,000 pounds. I'm sorry, but I have 1,000,000 pounds. Can you move me? Breaking through with a point. My palm covers your face. How can you break it? The instructors taught with great difficulty, while Su Kuan learned in a perfunctory manner. Instead of learning how to exert force on the training ground like embroidering, he was more enthusiastic about another form of cultivation. Eating. His body was developing and needed nutrition, which naturally came from food. The cafeteria of Beichen Martial Arts School became his main battlefield. 3 months passed like flowing water. During this time, Su Kun's appetite increased at an astonishing rate. From initially eating a few hundred pounds in one meal, to later needing the martial arts school to specially haul back a truckload of exotic beast meat from the wilderness to meet his daily consumption. His body was like a bottomless pit, greedily devouring all energy, and then transforming it into that terrifying flesh and blood body. In June, the day of the college entrance examination. In the morning, the sunlight stubbornly penetrated through the specially designed thick curtains and into the room. Brother, get up. Today is the exam. Su Yunyun, dressed in pajamas, anxiously stood by the giant alloy bed measuring 5 meters long and 4 meters wide, extending her hands to push against the lump of quilt mountain on the bed. A muffled grunt came from beneath the blanket, like thunder rolling. Su Yunyun pushed with all her might, but the quilt mountain remained unmoved. She felt she wasn't pushing a person, but a sleeping mountain. Brother, if you don't get up, you'll be late. It's the college entrance exam. Although you are a martial saint, not showing up means no scores. Su Yunyun, anxious, jumped onto the bed and started bouncing on Su Kuan. Finally, that mountain moved. A massive arm stretched out from under the blanket. Just that palm was almost the size of Su Yunyun's upper body. Su Kuan groggily lifted the specially designed thick comforter and slowly sat up. With his movement, the 2-ton alloy bed creaked under the strain. What time is it? It's 7 o'clock. Su Yunyun shouted. Su Kuan stretched lazily, and his bones emitted a series of popping sounds like a string of firecrackers exploding in the room. He stood up, and the moment his feet hit the ground, the entire second floor trembled violently. Su Yunyun looked up, staring at her brother in awe. Even though she had seen him every day for the past 3 months, each time she witnessed Su Kuan standing up, the visual impact still left her breathless. Su Kuan walked to the specially designed measuring instrument that had gone through several rounds of calibration. Beep. The infrared scanned his whole body. Height 260, 0 centimeters. Weight 490, 0 kilograms, 2.5 meters. Su Kuan looked at the numbers on the screen, satisfied as he patted his rock-hard abs. My weight is almost half a ton. Not bad. This past 3 months of eating wasn't in vain. A height of 2.5 meters. What does this concept mean? The average floor height in a residential building is only about 2.8 meters. Standing inside, Soo Kun's head was less than 20 centimeters from the ceiling. With just a slight tiptoe or raising his hand, he could easily touch the chandelier. His broad shoulders were about 1 meter wide, and his chest muscles were as solid as a city wall. His thighs were thicker than an average person's waist, and the veins on his arms resembled coiled pythons. If before Soo Kun resembled a strong human, then now he had completely transcended the aesthetic scope of humanity, resembling a titan giant from myth and legend. Soo Kun turned around to look at his still-dazed sister. Union, help me get my school uniform. Soo Union snapped back to reality and walked over with the oversized school uniform that had long since been altered beyond recognition. She tiptoed and stretched her arms trying to help Soo Kun put on his coat. However, an awkward scene unfolded. Soo Yunyun's height of 1.68 meters was by no means short among girls. But now standing in front of Soo Kun, who was 2.5 meters tall, her head barely reached the level of Soo Kun's chest, right where his massive chest muscles began. She desperately raised her hands, but her fingertips were still a good distance from Soo Kun's shoulders. Brother, can you squat down a bit? I can't reach. Soo Yunyun said, nearly in tears. This height difference was no longer the cutest height difference, it was practically a species isolation. Soo Kun chuckled and cooperatively half-squatted down, allowing his sister to put the clothes on him. Brother, you are really big. Soo Union commented while helping him adjust his collar. Being bigger is better, it can take a beating. Soo Kun finished dressing and moved his limbs. Let's go, time to set off. The siblings came downstairs. Soo Kun initially wanted to call a ride-hailing car. However, when the first car arrived, the driver took one look at Soo Kun and without saying a word hit the accelerator and drove off, canceling the ride. The second car that arrived was a 7-seater van. Soo Kun tried to squeeze in, but as soon as he extended one leg inside, the car sank dramatically, and the suspension let out a painful groan. No, big brother, don't get in. The car is going to fall apart. The driver turned pale and begged Soo Kun to get out. Soo Kun reluctantly backed out. It seems we can't take a car. He glanced at the time. There are still 10 minutes. Let's run over. Huh, but it's 20 kilometers. Soo Yunyun pointed at her legs. I can't keep up with your speed. Get on. Soo Kun turned around, half squatting on the ground, pointing at his broad back. He'll carry you. Soo Yunyun's eyes lit up as she skillfully jumped onto Soo Kun's back. The feeling was like climbing onto the turret of a heavy tank, sturdy and secure. Hold on tight. The seasoned driver is starting. Soo Kun roared, his leg muscles tensing instantly as he pushed off the ground with force. Boom! The cement ground instantly cracked open a large pit. Soo Kun's figure shot out like a cannonball, accompanied by the howling wind, disappearing in an instant. Although he couldn't fly, yet his running speed and momentum were more terrifying than a low-flying helicopter. Passers-by along the way only felt a gust of wind rushing past, before they could see what it was. The large black shadow had already disappeared at the end of the street. What the hell was that just now? It looked like a bear carrying a little girl. Stop talking nonsense. That was clearly an out-of-control bulldozer. In Jiangdong City at the Tongtian Tower Square. As the only examination venue for this year's college entrance examination, it has been completely sealed off. To cope with this special practical assessment, the Education Bureau even mobilized the city defense forces to maintain order around. At this moment, more than 50,000 senior students from various high schools and martial arts schools across the city have gathered in the square. The crowd is overwhelming a sea of black. On the podium, Wang Jiangwo, the director of the Jiangdong City Education Bureau, personally took command. Beside him sat Mayor Song Wansi and several other city leaders, all watching the examinees below with serious expressions. Dressed in an appropriate administrative jacket, Song Wansi scanned the crowd, seemingly searching for something. At this time, the lines among the examinees were distinctly drawn. Several groups with obviously powerful auras occupied the most central positions. The most eye-catching was Qin Tian, wearing a uniform from No. 1 high school. As a transfer student from the imperial capital, he was quite popular. Surrounded by a group of lackeys, he looked around proudly, exuding the superiority of a prince from the capital. Not far from him was the formation of Kanglin Girls High School. At the forefront was Lin Runan, sporting a neat short haircut. Her expression was cold as she toyed with a metal dagger, her gaze sharp. Also present was Luo Feng, who had just recovered from an injury and represented the Northern Legion. He stood alone in a corner, emanating an aura that discouraged others from approaching. And among the team from Jinwu Martial Arts School was the flamboyantly dressed faux daughter of the Yi family, Yi Weiner. Ahem. Director Wang Jiangwo cleared his throat, his voice echoing through the loudspeaker. Attention examinees. Silence. The entire venue fell silent. This year's college entrance examination rules have undergone significant changes from previous years. It will also be the most brutal year. Wang Jingwo pointed to the towering Tongtian Tower behind him. This year, in addition to the written test, there is only one examination question. Climb the tower. The Tongtian Tower is divided into 10,000 levels. Each level has simulated exotic beasts and environmental pressures. The rules are simple. All 53,619 examinees will enter the tower. However, each level of the Tongtian Tower only allows one person to stand. In other words, if you don't push others down, you won't have a place to stand. Examinees who do not secure a spot in the tower will be eliminated. The higher the level climbed, the better the ranking. The one standing at the highest level will be this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Wow, these rules are too cruel, right? 50,000 people competing for 10,000 spots. Does that mean 40,000 will be eliminated? Not even making it past the undergraduate line. And we have to fight each other for positions. Isn't this forcing us to fight? Wang Jingwo's expression remained unchanged as he said solemnly, the reason for this adjustment is that the frontline battle is tight. A group of extremely powerful young prodigies has emerged from the foreign realm, employing ruthless methods. If we continue to hold on to the old greenhouse examination model, once you step onto the battlefield, there will only be a dead end. Warriors must compete. This is reality. I now announce that there are 10 minutes left until the examination venue closes. Those who do not enter after 10 minutes will be considered to have given up on the examination. The examination begins. At the command, 50,000 examinees surged toward the entrance of the Tongtian Tower like a tide. Charge! Grab the spots! Who dares to block me? Qin Tian led the charge, rushing through the tower entrance with his underlings effortlessly swatting away several ordinary students. A bunch of trash, do you think you can compete with me? Qin Tian sneered. Lin Runan was not to be outdone, her figure darting like lightning, closely following behind. The examinees rushed forward, fearing they would miss their chance for a spot. However, amidst the crowd, some individuals were not in a rush, conserving their energy. Qin Tian stood at the entrance, glancing back at the empty square entrance with a mocking smile. Where are the Su siblings? Why haven't they arrived yet? It seems they are scared. That Su Kuan talked so confidently before, saying he would take the top spot, even if it meant 40 billion. But now that the moment has come, he has turned into a turtle. Yi Weiner beside him covered her mouth and chuckled, speaking in a yin-yang tone. Young Master Qin, do you really believe him? Last year, he punched out 9,999 kilograms, then disappeared. I think that time he must have cheated or the machine was broken. In this practical assessment, he must be afraid of being exposed, so he didn't dare to come. Luo Feng frowned, looking towards the entrance. I've heard of this Su Kuan. It is said that he is very strong and doesn't seem like someone who would shy away from a fight. Just then Lin Wanjuan, the head of Beichen Martial Arts School, was anxiously stomping his feet outside, frantically dialing Su Kun's phone number. Oh, my little ancestor. Why haven't you arrived yet? What time is it already? Su Kun is my trump card. The reputation of Beichen Martial Arts School depends entirely on him. If he's late, I'm going to hang myself. He has invested too much of his resources in Su Kun. Their fates are intertwined, and he has practically bet all his wealth on Su Kun. With only 5 minutes left until the venue closes, the gates were about to shut. Boom, boom, boom. A rhythmic vibration suddenly shook the ground. Everyone instinctively turned around. At the end of the square, a massive shadow was charging forward, kicking up clouds of dust, like an out-of-control heavy armored vehicle. Move aside. Everyone move aside. I can't stop the car. A thunderous roar rang out. The shadow moved at an incredible speed, reaching the edge of the square in the blink of an eye. What is that? As everyone focused their gaze, they were all dumbfounded. They saw a giant towering 2 meters, 6 muscles rippling, carrying a petite girl on his back, charging over with sparks and lightning. Is that Su Yunyan? Someone recognized the girl on his back. Who is the one carrying her? So tall. Is that even human? This physique. Why does it look a bit familiar? In the crowd, someone suddenly exclaimed, I remember now. This is the newly promoted martial saint, who punched out 3 million kilograms 3 months ago at the Tongtian Tower. Mr. Basketball Maniac. What a martial saint. The crowd instantly erupted. It really is him. The mysterious powerhouse who saved the mayor's daughter. Why is he here? Could it be that he came to accompany his sister for the exam? This is too doting right. A martial saint personally carrying her to the examination. What a grand display. Su Kun slammed to a halt, his feet gouging deep grooves into the ground as he came to a stable stop in front of the examination entrance. Phew. I made it. Su Kun set Su Yunyun down and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Hurry in, there's still time. Su Yunyun's small face turned red, and she quickly pulled out her examination admission ticket, swiping it at the turnstile. Beep. Verification passed. Su Yunyun ran into the examination room, turning back to shout, Brother, you hurry too. Su Kuan nodded, pulling out a wrinkled admission ticket from his pocket, and walked toward the turnstile. This scene completely stunned everyone present. Wait. What is he doing? Is he also going in? That's the examination room. A martial saint is going to participate in the college entrance examination. Qin Tian's eyes nearly bulged out as he pointed at Su Kuan and shouted, "This isn't fair. Cheating. This is cheating. He is a martial saint. A transcendent-level powerhouse. How can he take the exam with us senior students? This is like a college student going to a kindergarten to snatch lollipops." Lin Runin also looked grim. If a martial saint enters the competition, what are we even testing for? Just give him the top score. Protest. We protest. In an instant, both examinees and accompanying teachers were agitated. Having a martial saint come and bully the weak is just too much. Sitting on the podium, Director Wang Jiangwo could no longer watch. He stood up and said sternly this. "Martial saint, this is the examination room for senior students. Please show restraint and do not disturb the order of the examination. Although you are a martial saint held in high esteem, this is indeed a college entrance examination, a national talent selection event that does not allow for disorder." Su Kuan, holding his admission ticket, looked innocently at the director, then at the protesting crowd around him. "Director, I'm not being disorderly." Su Kuan shrugged his shoulders, his palm-like hand appearing particularly innocent. "Although I am a martial saint, I am also a repeat student. This is my admission ticket, you can check it. I am 19 years old this year, my records are at Beichin Martial Arts School. I repeated a year, is there a problem?" Wang Jiangwo was taken aback and gave a suspicious glance to the staff. The staff immediately took the admission ticket and verified it in the system. Moments later, detailed information about the examinee appeared on the big screen. Examinee Su Kuan-bon, age 19 years, identity former student of Jiangdong No. 1 High School, repeat student, admission ticket number JD 2026. Qualification review passed. The venue fell into dead silence. Wang Jiangwo stared at the information on the screen, his mouth twitching wildly as he finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. He really is a repeat student. Su Kuan grinned, revealing a set of big white teeth, waving at the pale-faced Qin Tian and Lin Runin. "Classmates, what a coincidence. Next, please take care of me." Qin Tian's eyes darkened, nearly fainting. Take care of what? A martial saint? A repeat student? How could these two terms come together? At that moment, despair rose in the hearts of all the examinees. "Are you Su Kuan?" Qin Tian tilted his head upward, gazing at that face. Cold, aloof, as if surveying mere ants beneath its gaze. "In 2.6 meters. In exactly 2.6 meters. Though Qin Tian himself stood tall at 1.83 meters beside Su Kuan, he appeared no older than a toddler still in diapers. In this staggering disparity and height pressed down on him like an invisible weight. Insufferable, humiliating. "You bear no resemblance to the Su Kuan I remember." Qin Tian pointed sharply at Su Kuan and demanded, voice ringing with disbelief. "I've met him before. He was powerfully built, yes, but never grotesquely so. In just a few months you've grown over half a meter. Were you inflated like a balloon? And teacher, I suspect he's an imposter candidate." Lin Runin stepped forward, her gaze sharp as a blade. While martial cultivation can fortify the body and even elevate one's stature, it cannot possibly trigger such radical, rapid physical transformation within so short a time. Unless he underwent illegal genetic modification, or worse, enlisted a genuine martial sage to impersonate him. And exactly. Yi Wan'er pushed forward, wearing the smug expression of one privy to classified truths. "I know Su Kuan. I know him well. He's handsome enough, but barely exceeds 1.8 meters. And," Yi Wan'er paused, deliberately dropping her bombshell, "Su Kuan is my brother-in-law. No one knows him better than I do, except my elder sister Yi Qingyi. This man is not Su Kuan." Na collective gasp tore through the crowd, sudden, deafening. "What a... Su Kuan is married. And to whom?" "To Yi Qingyi, the divine maiden of the Imperial Capital Martial University, last year's National Martial Examination champion." My heavens, this scandal is colossal. Has my goddess truly wed so young? I cannot go on living. Impossible. Yi Qingyi is famed for her icy aloofness. How could she possibly choose a retaker? Candidates stood frozen, eyes wide, tongues aflame with gossip. So fiercely did rumor burn that it momentarily eclipsed all doubt about Su Kuan's identity. Luo Feng, observing from the periphery with detached amusement, raised a brow. "How intriguing. This young man's romantic fortune is rather extraordinary." Yi Wan'er, delighted by the stir she'd caused, continued confidently, "This is absolute truth. My sister defied her entire family for him. So if he is the real Su Kuan, he must possess a marriage certificate, signed, sealed, and certified. Produce it then." Su Kuan looked down upon the clamoring group with quiet disdain, a faint contemptuous smile curling his lips. "Know me? You know nothing. And tell me, do you carry your marriage certificate everywhere you go?" Su Kuan shot back, unflinching. I don't know that so-called heirloom maiden at all. Cease this absurd kinship pretense. Yi Waner paled with fury. At that moment the principal of Jiangdong No. 1 high school arrived flanked by a cohort of teachers. Director, we too question this candidate's identity. The principal brandished an enlarged photograph speaking with solemn authority. This is Su Kun. 1 year ago while enrolled at our school. At that time he stood 1.65 meters tall and weighed 50 kilograms, frail, almost malnourished. And this man before us. And the principal gestured towards Su Kun's titanic frame. Such a chasm in physique borders on species-level mutation. How could they possibly be the same person? Enli Lauscher, Su Kun's former homeroom teacher, frowned uneasily and murmured, though I dearly wish he were my student. I confess this defies all reason. Their motives were not purely academic. And if Su Kun competed as a martial sage, the championship would be his alone, leaving no hope for Jiangdong No. 1's elite candidates to claim first place. To safeguard their school's honor, they could not allow a martial sage to sit the exam. Nonsense. Na thunderous roar split the air. Lin Wanjuan, master of Beichen Martial Hall, stormed forward with a retinue of instructors, placing himself squarely before Su Kun. Who dare slander a disciple of Beichen Martial Hall? Lin Wanjuan withdrew a thick dossier from his robe and slammed it onto the director's desk. Here are Su Kun's full enrollment records, medical reports, and developmental logs, documented meticulously throughout his year-long retake at our hall. Every detail is verifiable. As for his astonishing growth, Lin Wanjun swept his gaze across the crowd, voice resonant with pride. It stems from his inheritance of the legendary Giant Bloodline. A rare transcendent gift, uncommon in the martial world, yet undeniably precedent-bound. Na's stunned silence shattered, then erupted anew. The Giant Bloodline. A bloodline awakener. No wonder he's so prodigious, no wonder he achieved corporeal sainthood. This is racial destiny. Yet Qin Tian and his allies refused to yield. The Giant Bloodline. Qin Tian scoffed. Yes, I've heard of it. It can grant exceptional height. But how could anyone grow nearly 1 meter in a single year? Lin Runin added coldly. At this rate, in a century, he'd tower 100 meters high. Na's humanity ever witnessed a centurion giant? Never. Such growth violates all biological law. This is nothing but a ruse. He is not Su Kun. Unless... Yi Waner interjected, turning to Su Kun with feigned deference. Respected martial sage. Would you kindly prove yourself to us? Why should I prove anything to you? Su Kun regarded her as one might regard a simpleton. I hold a valid admission ticket, and the system has verified me. That is all I require. No, Qin Tian shouted. I demand immediate biometric verification, facial recognition, and fingerprint authentication. The standoff hardened immovable. Then, a voice clear and cool pierced the tension from the rear of the crowd. I can verify. All turned. A woman in a white lab coat and gold-rimmed spectacles strode forward with calm authority. Dr. Su Qingge, someone whispered, recognizing her instantly. Su Qingge approached Su Kun, adjusted her glasses, and spoke with quiet certainty. I am Dr. Su Qingge, chief physician overseeing this year's National Martial Examination physical assessments. I stake my professional integrity on this. The man standing before you is Su Kun. As Master Lin stated, he carries an exceptionally pure SS-steer Giant Bloodline, and is currently undergoing an accelerated growth phase. His development aligns entirely with established medical logic. SS-steer. Students and faculty exchanged disbelieving glances, and even municipal leaders rose from their seats, faces stricken with awe. He has awakened an SS-steer bloodline. Mayor Song Wansi asked, voice hushed. Dr. Su, are you absolutely certain? There is no margin for error, Su Qingge affirmed. Qin Tian felt despair coil tight around his chest. SS-steer, Giant Bloodline. This wasn't human anymore. Lin Runin persisted, frowning. Dr. Su, if you're colluding with him, Su Qingge's eyes turned glacial, locking onto Lin Runin with unnerving intensity. Are you questioning my professionalism, or the credibility of the Martial Dao Hospital itself? Lin Runin faltered, speechless. If Dr. Su's word lacks weight, what of mine? Another voice, commanding and resonant, cut through the air. Mayor Song Wansi declared firmly, Su Kun isn't merely a bloodline awakener. He is Jiangdong City's hero of righteous action, a source of profound civic pride. I personally vouch for him. He is Su Kun, beyond doubt, beyond dispute. And with the mayor herself stepping forward as guarantor, all dissent evaporated. Moreover, Dr. Su Qingge was a battlefield veteran, recipient of the Federation's highest special commendation. Her testimony carried the weight of unassailable authority. With these two towering figures affirming his identity, every whisper of suspicion dissolved into silence. Qin Tian's face darkened, jaw clenched until his teeth ached. Yi Wan'er shrank back into the crowd mute with fear. Indirector Wang Jiangwo wiped sweat from his brow and hastily announced, with identity confirmed, the examination proceeds. Candidates surged forward like a tide into the Tower of Ascension. Inqin Tian, Lin Runin, Luo Feng, and other prodigies entered in turn. Inqin Tian clenched his fist, steeling himself. Humph. So you're a martial sage. What of it? This is a practical ascent test. In just 1 year your breakthrough must be shallow, your combat experience raw and untested. I still have a chance. In Luo Feng, overhearing, rolled his eyes. Your self-delusion is impressive. Inqin Tian whirled furious. Who are you? Lin Runin analyzed calmly. The tower's interior generates a unique gravitational field. The higher one climbs, the more crushing the gravity becomes. For Su Kuan, massive, heavy, immense. This is a crippling debuff. If we ascend to the summit, leveraging gravity's advantage, victory remains possible. In Luo Feng nodded. A sliver of cleverness, though not much. Yi Wan'er leaned in, eyes gleaming. Friends, if our goal is the championship, why not unite first? Eliminate Su Kuan, the greatest obstacle, then compete freely for first place. Qin Tian and Lin Runin exchanged a glance and saw a mutual calculation ignite. In agreed. Let it be so. Na flash of sharp intelligence lit Lin Runin's eyes, but now is not the time to act. Wait until above the 9,000th floor, where gravity multiplies dozens of times over. Then Su Kuan will falter. That will be our moment. Yi Wan'er grinned. Brilliant strategy. In Luo Feng watched the trio, each scheming, each blind, and shook his head inwardly. In Hunt, a martial sage. In 3 brilliant fools. Su Kuan walked leisurely through the grand entrance of the Tongtian Tower, accompanied by his younger sister Su Yunyun. As soon as they crossed the threshold, a gentle electronic voice resonated in their ears, accompanied by an announcement throughout the tower. Welcome. Esteemed basketball enthusiast martial saint. The system detected your high authority level. Would you like to activate the VIP exclusive passage? The surrounding candidates instantly cast envious and jealous glances. Is this the prestige of a martial saint? There is even a VIP passage for the examination. I'm so envious, I really am. Some bold girls rushed over, risking elimination. Martial saint, could you sign something for me? Even if I don't get into university, just seeing you is worth it. However, as they approached and saw Su Kuan's towering figure at 2 meters and 60 centimeters, exuding the oppressive aura of a prehistoric behemoth, they turned pale with fright and instinctively collapsed to the ground. So huge. This is just too terrifying. Su Kuan was speechless. No need for VIP, let's do it by the rules. He declined the Tongtian Tower's goodwill. He stepped onto the first level with Su Yunyun. As soon as he steadied himself, he felt a sinking sensation underfoot. The gravity increased. Though it was only a negligible one. 1 times gravity, his keen perception caught it immediately. Brother, this is the mechanism of the Tongtian Tower. To filter out geniuses, the gravity inside the tower increases with each level. The higher you go, the more terrifying the gravity becomes. Su Kuan nodded. This is just a natural gravity training room, isn't it? Just then a voice called out from ahead. Kuan Gu. Zhao Lei waved his hand, standing next to Su Kuan and instantly feeling like a little dwarf. Wow, Kuan Gu, you've grown taller again. You're 2 meters and 60 centimeters tall, right? This is just too demotivating. As Zhao Lei complained, his expression turned serious as he whispered, Kuan Gu, I just overheard Qin Tian and the others plotting against you. They plan to team up against you above the 9,000th level. They said they want to use the advantage of gravity to push you down. You need to be careful. Su Kuan's lips curled into a playful smile upon hearing this. Team up. Use gravity. He chuckled. This is interesting. With his current physical strength, even dozens of times gravity wouldn't be enough to crush him. Let's go up and take a look. The 3 of them began to ascend. 1 level, 2 levels, 3 levels. Initially, everyone was moving quickly as if sprinting 100 meters. But as the levels increased, the crowd began to stretch apart. 100 levels. 500 levels. 1,000 levels. By the time they reached the 1,000th level, the gravity had reached an astonishing 10 times. For ordinary people, this pressure would be unbearable. However, for these seasoned third-year martial artists, although it was strenuous, they could still persist. Unfortunately, many of the weaker students began to tremble in their legs, and some simply collapsed on the ground, unable to move, reluctantly choosing to forfeit. Su Kuan, however, strolled casually, as if walking in his own backyard. His 490 kilograms of weight felt like nearly 5 tons under 10 times gravity. Yet with each step he took aside from the floor, trembling slightly, he felt no discomfort. He continued upward. 3,000 levels. 5,000 levels. 9,000 levels. This was already the domain of martial artists. Gravity had reached 90 times. Su Yunyun began to gasp for breath, her forehead covered in sweat. Zhao Lei's face turned red, panting heavily with each step. Brother. I can't go on. Su Yunyun leaned on her knees. Su Kuan reached out a hand toward his sister, but Su Yunyun stepped forward saying, "Brother, let me do it myself. I didn't say I wanted to help you." Su Kuan pinched his sister's rosy cheeks with his large fingers, enjoying this. Su Yunyun. In retaliation, she attempted to pinch her brother's abdominal muscles, but Su Kuan took a big leap and ascended another level, leaving Su Yunyun behind. "Brother, I will definitely catch up to you." Su Yunyun gathered her strength, her blood surging, forming red steam, as she chased after Su Kuan. "Wait for me." Zhao Lei struggled to keep up, feeling exhausted. Meanwhile, Su Kuan charged upward with ease and grace. The other candidates who were still struggling to hold on watched this scene and felt their morale collapse. This is just too easy, right? Is he here on vacation? Finally, they reached the 9,999th level. The gravity here had reached a terrifying 100 times. The air had become incredibly thick, as if every inch of space was filled with invisible pressure. Qin Tian, Lin Renan, Luo Feng, Yi Weiner, and others had already arrived here early, occupying advantageous positions and waiting in full preparation. "He's coming." Qin Tian's gaze sharpened as he watched the giant striding below. Although he felt shocked, a greater sense of terror and dread overwhelmed him. Is this the terrifying physicality of a martial saint? How do we fight? We can't possibly win. Your tactics are useless, Qin Tian said with a wretched expression, looking at Lin Renan. It was evident that the martial saint did not feel burdened by the 100 times gravity. Instead, they appeared haggard, struggling under the oppressive force of gravity. Damn it, I underestimated the physical strength of the martial saint. Lin Renan clenched her fists, watching Su Kuan ascend step by step, feeling as if a mountain were pressing down on her. There was no way to rise. Su Kuan stepped onto the 9,999th level. Boom! The ground suddenly sank. Su Kuan looked up at the few people blocking the way to the 10,000th level and smiled broadly. "Oh, fellow students waiting for me. This is... Get up, it's not New Year, and I don't have any red envelopes on me." Su Kuan smiled widely. At this moment, Qin Tian, Yi Weiner, and Lin Renan were all kneeling. This was the only position they could maintain with difficulty. "How dare you mock us?" Qin Tian tried to stand up, but as soon as he lifted his knees, he fell heavily back down. What a humiliation. As the prince of the capital, when had he ever knelt before anyone? "I'm not kneeling to you." Lin Renan attempted to salvage her dignity. Meanwhile, Yi Weiner crawled over while still on her knees, pitifully clutching Su Kuan's clothes. "Brother-in-law, you're a martial saint. Why do you need to compete for the top scholar? This title means nothing to you. Please, for my sister Sake, let me have the top scholar. I will remember your kindness." She knew she couldn't win against Su Kuan, so she could only try to persuade him. Behind her, Qin Tian and Lin Renan gritted their teeth, having agreed to cooperate, yet here, she was betraying them. "The top scholar belongs to my brother, why should it be given to you?" Su Yunyun's voice came from below as she had followed them up, relying on her willpower to sprint up to the 9,999th level, but she too could not bear the gravity and collapsed to her knees. She simply couldn't get back up. Here the gravity forced her to kneel. As for Zhao Lei, it was even more exaggerated. He fell flat on the ground, like a large pancake pressed against the floor, struggling without success to rise. "This place isn't suitable for me, oh, I should go back down." Zhao Lei realized clearly that he couldn't achieve second place in the province. He could only crawl awkwardly downward to find his position. Getting around 100th place should not be a problem. Su Kuan pushed aside Yi Weiner and said earnestly, "I just heard you all want to team up. Come on." Su Kuan extended a finger and beckoned. "You three come at me all together." After saying this, he pointed at Luo Feng, who had been standing silently nearby, "And you too." Aside from Su Kuan, he was the only one still standing. Is this the sense of oppression from a martial saint? Qin Tian knelt on the ground, desperately gripping the black floor, made of unknown materials, his nails even cracking from the pressure, blood seeping out. His once proud and arrogant face, reminiscent of a young prince from the capital, had turned a deep shade of liver veins, bulging eyes filled with humiliation and despair. Beside him, the genius girl Lin Renan from Kanglin High School and the fake daughter of the Yi family, Yi Weiner, maintained the same humiliating kneeling posture. The three of them resembled devout worshippers forced to kneel beneath the altar. And the deity before them was the terrifying giant Su Kuan, standing at an astonishing height of 2 meters and 6, his body like a horror crafted from dark gold. Simply standing there without even deliberately releasing his blood energy, Su Kuan's overwhelming size and the crushing weight of his life level sent a shiver deep within the souls of these three proud individuals who usually looked down on others. So strong. Lin Renan bit her lip, filled with bitterness. She had always believed that with her family's foundation and the assistance of foreign races, she could at least fight Su Kuan, even if not on equal footing. But now, under 100 times gravity and the dual pressure from Su Kuan, she simply could not rise. It was a despairing gap. It was like the suppression of a top student over a failing one. Su Kuan. Don't be too proud. Qin Tian squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth, trying to maintain his last shred of dignity. We just aren't used to the gravity here. Su Kuan looked down at the three little people with indifference, as if observing ants by the roadside. Weaklings always have excuses. Su Kuan said lightly, his voice still resounding like a bell, even under 100 times gravity, causing the eardrums of the three to buzz. At that moment, Su Kuan's gaze slightly shifted, passing over the three kneeling on the ground, landing on the silent figure in the corner. There stood Luo Feng, a young man in a camouflage vest with a buzz cut, still firmly standing. Though beads of sweat dotted his forehead and his back was slightly bent, he was indeed standing. Luo Feng. Qin Tian exclaimed, "How are you okay?" They were all candidates. "Oh, why were you so impressive?" Luo Feng slowly raised his head, looking at Su Kuan, his eyes filled not with fear, but a burning fighting spirit. Could it be? Luo Feng grinned, revealing a mouthful of pristine white teeth, a fierce aura bursting from within him. "I am also a martial saint." As soon as the words left his mouth, Luo Feng suddenly tore apart the camouflage vest on his body. Bang, bang, bang. Those were the sounds of the weighted rings binding him snapping apart. As the bindings were released, an extraordinarily radiant golden light erupted from him, accompanied by a roar reminiscent of ancient tigers shaking the heavens. S-grade talent, Gungjin White Tiger. Focused on slaughter. Indestructible. Huh. Luo Feng let out a low growl, turning and striking the indestructible wall of the Tower of Heaven with an unadorned punch. This punch carried all the fierce energy he had accumulated over 3 years of fighting in the wilderness, driven by his relentless pursuit of the pinnacle of martial arts. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed throughout the Tower of Heaven, even reaching the plaza outside. Then that familiar golden light shone once more. A massive number slowly materialized in the astonished gazes of everyone. 3 million combat power. Just reached the threshold of a martial saint. After a deathly silence, the solemn and grand electronic announcement of the Tower of Heaven resounded. Detected candidates' strength has surpassed the critical value. Identity confirmed. Luo Feng. Congratulations. You have become the 37th named martial saint of Jiangdong City. Outside the Tower of Heaven in the plaza. Due to this sudden announcement, the atmosphere exploded to its peak once again. What the hell? Did I hear that right? The 37th martial saint. Jiangdong City has produced another young martial saint. On the podium, the director of the Education Bureau, Wang Zhengwo, who had been sipping tea to calm his nerves, dropped his cup with a loud crash, shattering it to pieces. This, Wang Zhengwo stammered. This year's college entrance examination is going to the heavens. The competition is too fierce. Lin Wanjuan, the head of Beichen Martial Arts School, also looked bewildered, his expression growing serious. He had originally thought Su Kuan was unique and had it in the bag. But now a martial saint appeared out of nowhere. Luo Feng. Lin Wanjun murmured. That ruthless person who fought for 3 years in the wilderness has also broken through. The president of the Martial Arts Association, Chun Jinan, glanced sideways at that moment, his eyes flickering, as if he thought of something, and he lowered his voice to speak to the mayor, Song Wansi. Mayor, this Luo Feng seems to be more than just an ordinary veteran. Song Wansi sat in the center, her hands crossed under her chin. If that's the case, Su Kuan's situation would be dangerous. Not only did Luo Feng possess extraordinary talent, but more importantly, he had battled and survived in real combat for 3 years, truly coming from a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. In contrast, although Su Kuan was physically invincible, he had spent all his time in school and martial arts academies with almost zero combat experience. This year's college entrance examination is truly a fierce battle. Song Wansi glanced at the detailed data about all the candidates from the 9,999th floor that had just been transmitted to her tablet. Qin Tian, identity, second son of the Qin family in the capital, transfer student. Level high master. Test strength 10000 kg. Talents grade heavenly fire. Lin Runan, identity, eldest daughter of the Lin family, senior at Kanglin Girls High School. Level beginner master. Test strength 3000 kg. Talents grade agility. Yi Weiner, identity, daughter of the Yi family, repeating student at Jinwu Martial Arts Academy. Level advanced martial elite. Test strength 1000 kg. Talent a grade spirit fox. Su Yunyun, identity, senior at Jiangdong No. 1 High School. Level advanced martial elite. Test strength 1000 kg. Talent none suspected. Finally, her gaze settled on Luo Feng's data. Luo Feng, identity, bastard son of the Luo family. Test strength junior martial saint. Test strength 3000 kg. Talent S grade Gungjin White Tiger. In the past, any of these individuals could have become the top scorer in the college entrance examination, but this year the competition is fierce. This is certainly not a coincidence, but a sign that war is about to break out. Song Wansi focused on Luo Feng's data. To go from advanced grandmaster to martial saint in one semester is indeed impressive. His identity background data is all classified. Even I have no right to access it. Could it be that Luo family? Song Wansi thought of a general with the surname Luo who had led troops on the front lines against beast tides and foreign races, achieving great victories and being granted the title of General of National Defense. Even she had to look up to such a figure. Mayor, who do you think will emerge as this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination? Chen Jinan tentatively asked. Song Wansi smiled slightly, countering with a question, what do you think? Chen Jinan pondered for a moment and analyzed seriously. If it's a test of brute force, Su Kuan would definitely win. But this year's exam is practical tower climbing, and surely the last level will require combat. Luo Feng has rich experience in life and death battles, and his Gungjin White Tiger talent specializes in breaking through physical defenses. Although Su Kuan is strong, he is still too young, I fear. I also favor Luo Feng, chimed in Wang Jiangwo, the director of the Education Bureau. This kind of practical experience isn't something that can be gained merely by brute strength. Luo Feng's skills were honed in a pile of corpses, while Su Kuan, although talented, may encounter significant setbacks. A bunch of old foxes. Song Wansi silently cursed in her heart, but nodded calmly on the surface. The analysis is logical. I too favor Luo Feng. Outside the Tongtian Tower, the atmosphere before the big screen was tense to the extreme. The market has opened. Lock in your bets. Even underground gambling houses took the opportunity to set odds. Initially, Su Kuan's odds were very low. After all, he gained fame earlier and had a more imposing physique. But with the exposure of Luo Feng's identity as a martial sage and war king, the tide turned instantly. I bet on Luo Feng. Real combat experience is the way to go. The big guy can only be a target, right? Luo Feng has even killed Lord-level exotic beasts. That's someone who has truly seen blood. I bet everything on Luo Feng. Although Su Kuan is strong, he is after all just a student who has never faced such a scene. In an instant, Luo Feng's support rate skyrocketed. Meanwhile, in the financial market, why has another martial sage suddenly appeared? Lin Wanjuan, the owner of Beichen Martial Arts School, stared at the Klein chart on his phone, which cascaded down like a waterfall, his face turning pale. Originally, due to Su Kuan's strong performance, the stock of Beichen Martial Arts was rising sharply, nearly doubling. But just now, the moment Tongtian Tower announced Luo Feng became a martial sage, market confidence collapsed, and a massive capital panic sell-off occurred. It's over, it's over. Lin Wanjun slumped on the sofa, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. If Su Kuan loses, I fear I will go bankrupt. Old Lin, it seems you bet on the wrong horse this time. In the neighboring box, the owner of Junwu Martial Arts School walked over, mocking with a triumphant expression. Just now I sold all my Beichen stocks and shorted them. That was exhilarating. Lin Wanjun trembled with anger, pointing at him. You. Stop with the yous, just wait for bankruptcy. The other party laughed loudly as he left. Lin Wanjun fixed his gaze on Su Kuan on the big screen, silently praying. Su Kuan, you must hold on. All my money is on you. In the Tongtian Tower on the 9,999th floor, the air seemed to freeze, and the gravity field distorted the light. Luo Feng slowly assumed a stance. It was an extremely standard military combat starting position, combining offense and defense with no flaws. Golden true energy circulated around him, vaguely coalescing into the phantom of a descending tiger, exuding a suffocating aura of killing intent. Su Kuan, I know you are very strong. Luo Feng's gaze was as sharp as lightning, locking onto Su Kuan tightly. But in the same realm, strength is not the only factor for victory. Skill, speed, reaction, and the instinct to kill. You are inferior to me in all of these. I will show you what true martial arts are. Su Kuan remained in his relaxed posture, his hands naturally hanging by his side, even yawning. Are you done talking? Su Kuan scratched his ear. If we are going to fight, then let's fight. You talk too much. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were here to give a speech. Arrogant. A flicker of anger flashed in Luo Feng's eyes. Before he finished speaking, he moved. Boom. The floor beneath his feet exploded in an instant, and he shot forward like a bolt of golden lightning, appearing in front of Su Kuan in the blink of an eye. His speed was at its peak. Military Dao, killing fists splitting the sky. Luo Feng shouted, his right fist enveloped in indestructible metal energy, striking directly at Su Kuan's throat. This punch was fierce, devious, and swift. So fast, those kneeling on the ground like Qin Tian could barely see Luo Feng's movements. Su Yinyun was so frightened that she cried out, "Brother, be careful." Although she couldn't see clearly, her instinctive fear made her aware of how terrifying this punch was. However, Su Kuan merely tilted his head slightly. Too slow. His voice was calm and unruffled. Swish. Luo Feng's seemingly unavoidable punch brushed past Su Kuan's neck, striking only air. What a... Luo Feng's pupils constricted sharply. Did he dodge? Under this hundredfold gravity, this was his proud swift strike, yet it was evaded by this seemingly clumsy giant. It was a coincidence. It must be a coincidence. Luo Feng refused to believe it, forcibly twisting his body in midair, using inertia to swing his left leg like a battle axe, fiercely chopping towards Su Kuan's waist. Tiger tail cut. If this kick landed, even an armored vehicle would be split in half. Yet Su Kuan still did not block. He merely took half a step back. Just half a step. Not too much, just enough to evade the edge of Luo Feng's leg, causing the kick to miss and smash into the floor, creating a large pit. This, a sense of foreboding rose in Luo Feng's heart. Was one coincidence too also a coincidence? Is this all you can do? Su Kuan looked down at the somewhat disheveled Luo Feng, shook his head, and spoke in a tone of disappointment. Is this what you call real combat experience? So-called killing techniques. All fancy, not useful at all. You... Luo Feng was enraged, his entire body radiating golden light. Don't look down on people. Metallic tiger claw. He formed his hands into claws, and golden energy blades half a meter long shot out from his fingertips, launching a storm of attacks towards Su Kuan. Swish, 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 swish. The air was filled with golden claw marks, each capable of tearing through steel. But then a strange scene unfolded. Su Kuan's massive 2'6" frame was now as agile as a sea swallow darting through a storm. He dodged left, avoided right, leaned sideways, and arched back. Each movement was simple and direct, with no flashy routines, yet precise to the extreme. Luo Feng's attacks surged like a tide, yet he couldn't even touch the hem of Su Kuan's clothes. How is this possible? How can this be? Qin Tian, Lin Runin, and Yi Weiner were all dumbfounded. What kind of body technique is this? Lin Runin exclaimed in horror. Under this hundredfold gravity, how can anyone perform such movements that defy the laws of physics? This must be the legendary divine-level body technique. Qin Tian asserted. Su Kuan must be proficient in body techniques. Luo Feng grew increasingly alarmed. He felt as though all his attacks were being seen through and toyed with by his opponent. What kind of body technique is this? Luo Feng had no clue, as if it was beyond his understanding. Luo Feng's speed surged again by 30%. Crossing his claws, he fiercely tore at Su Kuan's chest. Su Kuan's figure suddenly vanished from everyone's sight. Only a residual shadow remained. Luo Feng's attack missed again, and he nearly fell to the ground due to the excessive force. Where is he? Luo Feng looked around in panic. Above. No, behind me. A strong sense of danger surged from behind, making every hair on Luo Feng's body stand on end. He suddenly turned around. Su Kuan had appeared less than half a meter behind him, looking at him with a calm expression. In those golden pupils, there was no killing intent, only a kind of indifference, as if a deity were looking down upon mortals. So fast. The only thought left in Luo Feng's mind. This was not a body technique. He finally understood. This was purely the speed of his physical body. How can such a heavy body under this hundredfold gravity still possess such speed? Is the Giant Bloodline really this terrifying? The truth was indeed that Su Kuan's strongest attribute had always been his physical body. The effect of the Giant Bloodline enhances strength, speed, endurance, agility, and defense. In all aspects. Su Kuan looked at the terrified Luo Feng and slowly raised his right fist. I will also hit you with a punch. This punch has no name. Boom. The fist wind roared like a dragon, unleashing an unparalleled terrifying might that erupted instantly in the confined space atop the tower. Su Kuan's fist, as large as a fan, appeared unremarkable as it thrust forward, yet it concealed a devastating power capable of shattering mountains. The air was sharply compressed before the fist, forming a visible transparent ripple that emitted a piercing shriek. Gung Jin protects the body. Luo Feng's eyes widened in horror. Faced with this unavoidable punch, he instinctively mobilized all his qi and blood, frantically gathering it at his chest. The golden Gung Jin energy flowed like a tangible substance, instantly coalescing into an exceptionally thick metallic golden shield. This was his strongest defensive measure, sufficient to withstand an all-out strike of equal strength without shattering. Yet, bang! A crisp sound echoed sharp enough to make one's teeth ache. Su Kuan's fist struck the golden shield without any embellishment. It was like a heavy hammer crashing against fragile glass. The so-called indestructible Gung Jin shield, upon contact with Su Kuan's fist, barely held for less than 1,000th of a second before it crumbled into countless golden specks, as if experiencing a dimensional strike. What? Luo Feng's pupils constricted to pinpricks, his mind blank. It broke through his defenses so easily. Before he could react, Su Kuan's fist surged forward like a breaking bamboo, solidly imprinted against his chest. Puff! Luo Feng felt as if a towering mountain collided with his chest, his vital organs violently shaking, even shifting positions. A mouthful of blood could no longer be suppressed, gushing out and transforming into a chilling spray of blood mist in the air. Immediately, he was sent flying backward like a baseball hit by a home run carried by a howling wind. Rumbling. His body carved a deep trench several dozen meters long on the incredibly hard special floor, with shattered stones flying and sparks flying everywhere. Only when he crashed into the indestructible wall of the tower did he finally come to a stop, deeply embedded. Cough, cough, cough. Luo Feng slid down from the wall, kneeling on one knee, clutching his chest, as he coughed violently, each breath accompanied by excruciating pain. He raised his head, his gaze complex as he looked at the imposing figure not far away, his heart filled with nothing but shock. What terrifying power! Is this the power of pure physical strength? No flashy techniques, no complex energy manipulations, just a single punch that obliterated all his pride and defenses. Buzz! At that moment the tower shook once more. The display screen on the tower lit up brilliantly, a new, even more dazzling golden number, slowly emerging like a divine decree. Respected basketball Saint, your peak strength has been detected. 100000000. 10 million combat power. A full 10 million. Gasp. At that moment Qin Tian, Lin Runin, and Yi Weiner, who were kneeling on the ground, felt a chill rush from their feet to the top of their heads, trembling even more violently. 10 million. Qin Tian's eyes nearly bulged out, his voice trembling like a leaf in the wind. This is the data of a high-tier martial saint. How is this possible? Lin Runin's face turned as pale as paper, muttering in despair. 3 months ago, he only had 3 million combat power, and now he has directly surpassed 10 million. What kind of growth speed is this? A monster. He is definitely a monster. Yi Weiner was so scared her face lost color, curling up and trembling. 10 million combat power. This meant that Su Kun's current strength was no longer simply that of a newly advanced martial saint, but had truly entered the domain of high-tier martial saints, sufficient to suppress top-tier powerhouses. Alas! Luo Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, bitterly shaking his head. He had always believed that the devilish training over the past 3 months would narrow the gap with Su Kun or even surpass him. But the cruel reality gave him a resounding slap in the face. He was progressing, and Su Kun was also progressing. Moreover, Su Kun's rate of progress was more than 3 times faster than his. In the face of absolute strength, so-called practical skills and combat experience truly seemed a bit pale and powerless. The ancients were right, sheer strength overcomes 100 skills. Luo Feng took a deep breath, enduring the intense pain in his chest, and slowly stood up while leaning against the wall. He limped towards Su Kun. Seeing this, Su Kun frowned slightly, thinking this kid was still unwilling to concede and wanted to continue fighting. He raised his right arm again, his muscles instantly tensing, poised to deliver a second punch. Stop, stop, stop. Luo Feng hurriedly waved his hands, a helpless smile appearing on his face. I concede. Upon uttering those 3 words, Luo Feng felt a great weight lift off his heart, feeling much more at ease. He walked up to Su Kun, extending his still slightly trembling hand, sincerely saying, "Let's be friends, my name is Luo Feng." Su Kun was taken aback, looking at the frankness in Luo Feng's eyes, the hostility in his gaze dissipating. He retracted his fist and extended his enormous palm, shaking Luo Feng's hand. The large and small hands clasped tightly. Su Kun smiled broadly. You are this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination. Luo Feng shrugged, a hint of relief in his tone. I'll take second place, you don't mind, right? Su Kun nodded. No objections, you are indeed much better than those 3 useless ones. As he spoke, he turned his head, his golden vertical pupils coldly scanning the still kneeling Qin Tian and the others, his voice low and filled with pressure. And you guys, any objections? None, no objections. Yi Weiner shook her head like a rattle, her face full of fright. Brother-in-law is the best. Brother-in-law is the top scorer. Who dares to object? I will get angry with them. She was truly frightened now, fearing that Su Kun's fist, which looked capable of smashing an elephant, would land on her. Lin Runin bit her lip, though she felt a myriad of unwillingness in her heart. She could only lower her proud head in the face of absolute strength. I concede. Qin Tian, however, clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, his eyes flashing with a venomous light, but in the end he still lowered his head without a word. Can't win. Really can't win. Very good. Su Kun nodded in satisfaction, turning to walk towards the stairs leading to the 10th layer. There lay the highest point of the tower. Also the throne, symbolizing the glory of the top scorer in the college entrance examination. However, just as Su Kun took his first step, a sudden change occurred. The originally kneeling Qin Tian, who appeared to have conceded, suddenly flashed a trace of vicious killing intent in his eyes. No, I cannot lose. I can only win by becoming the top scorer. If I cannot become the top scorer, what can I use to compete with my brother? His body suddenly surged like a long-hidden viper, lunging out in an instant. But his target was not Su Kuan. Rather, it was Su Yunyun, who was kneeling on the ground, also enduring the pressure, looking up at her brother's back with admiration. Brother, you are so amazing. Su Yunyun was immersed in the joy of her brother's invincibility, completely unaware of the approaching danger behind her. Outside the Tongtian Pagoda, upon the vast plaza, the colossal real-time combat power leaderboard refreshed once more. Rank 1, Su Kuan Baichen Martial Arts Academy. Current combat power 1000 kg. Ranking height tier Martial Saint. Boom. The entire plaza erupted into pandemonium. Astonished gazes fixed upon that godlike figure, 10 million, while cries of disbelief and shrieks of shock rose in chaotic waves. T10 million. Good heavens. Is he even human? Just 3 months ago he stood at 3 million. Now he's surged over threefold. Height tier Martial Saint. A 20-year-old height tier Martial Saint. Surely this has never occurred before, and never will again. Jiangdong City has birthed a true dragon. On the Presidium platform, the three most powerful figures of Jiangdong City could no longer remain seated. 10 million. Shun Jinnan, president of the Martial Arts Association, gazed at the number and shook his head with a wry smile. This young man's strength now matches my own. These days youth truly leave no path for the elders to tread. A veteran martial saint, he had cultivated within this realm for decades, yet had only just scraped past the 10 million threshold. But Su Kuan was only 20. His progress is astonishing, utterly beyond comprehension, exclaimed Wang Jiangwo, director of education, his face flushed with exhilaration. A high-tier martial saint. In the imperial capital, he could stride unchallenged. Jiangdong City shall shine brilliantly across the nation this time. Indeed. Mayor Song Wanxi's luminous eyes shimmered with admiration as a proud smile curved her lips. It seems this year's national martial examination champion can be none other than Su Kuan. Jiangdong City is about to give birth to an unparalleled genius, one who may one day bear the banner of humanity itself. The war against alien races desperately needs such fresh, indomitable blood. Their conversation brimmed with reverence and soaring hope. In these dire times, when alien incursions relentlessly shrink humanity's living space, the emergence of such a young, yet overwhelmingly powerful martial saint served as nothing short of a life-affirming elixir for all humankind. Meanwhile, it's rising again. Lin Wanjuan, master of Baichen Martial Arts Academy, stared rigidly at his phone screen, trembling uncontrollably with excitement. The moment Su Kuan's 10 million combat power rating was announced, Baichen stock, previously halted at its daily limit, soared like a rocket. Within mere minutes. Doubled again. Fortune. True fortune at last. Lin Wanjun roared in ecstasy. I knew this lad was reliable. 300 million credits. Not a single coin wasted. This is pure unadulterated profit. Yet, as jubilation swept the plaza and all reveled in Su Kuan's miraculous ascent. A piercing, gut-wrenching scream tore from the apex of the Tongtian Pagoda, so laced with terror and despair that it instantly drowned out the plaza's clamor. Instinctively, every head snapped upward. There, upon the pagoda's impossibly lofty summit, a black silhouette plummeted downward. Someone's falling. Look, who is it? The figure plunged with terrifying velocity, as if drawn by some colossal invisible force. For the pagoda's summit bore a gravitational field 100 times Earth's, accelerating the descent to a horrifying, incomprehensible rate. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the silhouette struck the ground like a meteor. Danger! Save him! Shun Jinnan's face paled, he lunged forward in a blur. But it was too late. Far too fast. Under 100-fold gravity, even a martial saint's reflexes were rendered futile. Splat! A sickening muffled impact echoed across the square. Blood sprayed violently. Bone shattered. The unyielding concrete cracked open. A deep crater bloomed, radiating jagged fissures outward. At its center lay a corpse, twisted beyond recognition, pulped and unrecognizable. He had not yet expired. His body twitched faintly, fingers straining weakly, mouth opening and closing as crimson froth, laced with shredded viscera, bubbled forth. Pooh! Gasps froze in throats. Though drenched in gore and grotesquely distorted, the face remained hauntingly identifiable. It's Qin Tian, the young master of the Qin clan in the imperial capital, the transfer student. Heavens, how did he fall? Panic exploded through the crowd in shrill, terrified cries. Dr. Su Qingge rushed forward, examined the body swiftly, then lifted her pallid face toward the presidium, and shook her head gravely. Dead. Those two words struck like thunderclaps, silencing the plaza into absolute, suffocating stillness. Dead. Qin Tian is dead. Director Wang Jiangwo nearly slid off his chair, face ashen. He's the son of the Qin clan, the imperial capital's most formidable dynasty. What monolithic power they wield. And he perished on our examination grounds. This was a catastrophic educational incident, potentially costing him his position entirely. How could this happen? Chun Jinan frowned deeply, voice heavy with gravity. Though the examination includes live combat, lethal intent is strictly forbidden. This is inviolable law. We must uncover the truth. Review the surveillance footage. Mayor Song Wansi commanded without hesitation, her tone glacial. Immediately retrieve the Tontian Pagoda's summit security recordings. I demand to know exactly what transpired. Technicians scrambled into action. Seconds later, one reported sweat dripping down his temples. Mayor, the surveillance system entirely failed. All summit cameras went dark moments ago. Nothing was recorded. What a... The plaza erupted anew in stunned disbelief. Surveillance failed. At this precise moment. Damn it, that's murder. Absolutely murder. Someone sabotaged the feeds, then pushed Qin Tian to his death. Who dares such a thing? To slay the Qin heir? All eyes instinctively turned toward the pagoda's summit, where only a handful of figures stood. Could it be Su Kuan? Impossible. He and Qin Tian competed, yes, but not to the point of slaughter. And Su Kuan is already a martial saint. A Qin Tian couldn't even kneel before him in battle. Why kill him? Principle of no. One high school stormed forward, pointing furiously at the pagoda. Whoever is responsible. We must halt the examination immediately. Seal the scene. Identify the killer. This is a matter of life and death. No. Song Wansi's voice cut through sharply, firm, unwavering. The martial examination is the nation's supreme talent selection ritual, vital to frontline strategy and humanity's survival. It cannot be suspended under any circumstance. But, the principal cried, desperation rising. He held long-standing ties with the Qin family, had expended immense effort to secure Qin Tian's transfer from the imperial capital to Jiangdong, one high solely to claim the martial exam crown. Now Qin Tian was dead. How could he possibly face the Qin clan? There is no but, Song Wansi replied coldly, her gaze sweeping over him. I will ascend myself, to investigate. She shot upward in a streak of light, vanishing toward the pagoda's zenith. As she passed Dr. Suchi, the physician lowered her voice urgently. Mayor, I detected a distinct fist imprint upon Qin Tian's chest before impact. That wound killed him. Moreover, a flicker of dread crossed Su Qing's eyes. Judging by the trauma the assailant struck, Song Wansi's form paused almost imperceptibly, then gave the faintest nod. One strike. One fatal blow. Could it truly be him? Her thoughts darkened. Her expression grew complex, unreadable. I expect a reasonable explanation from you. At the 9,999th floor of the heavenly tower, the atmosphere was stiflingly oppressive. Yin Yun, are you okay? Su Kuan knelt on the ground, carefully cradling his sister's face, his eyes filled with anxiety and fear. Wah, brother. Su Yin Yun was terrified, curling up in Su Kun's embrace, crying as if her heart was shattered, her body trembling uncontrollably. On her neck there was a thin red line, though not deep, it stood out starkly against her fair skin. It's fine, it's fine. Luo Feng approached, carefully examining the wound, sighing in relief. It's just a scratch, no major arteries were harmed, and there are no signs of poisoning. It must have been Qin Tian acting too hastily, not having time to exert full force. Nonsense. Su Yinyan thought to herself, it's clearly because I'm tough-skinned, adding a layer of defense. Seeing that his sister was unharmed, the heavy stone in Su Kun's heart finally fell. He turned his head to look at the spot where Qin Tian had originally stood. That place was already empty, only a horrifying pool of blood remained on the ground alongside a shattered hole leading outside the tower. Murder. In the corner, Lin Ruanan's face turned pale as she gazed at the large hole, her voice trembling. You killed Qin Tian. He is the young master of the Qin family. The imperial capital's Qin family. One of the three major families with unfathomable depth. They even have an existence surpassing martial saints at home. It's over, it's over. This time it's all over. The Qin family will definitely retaliate. We are all going to die. With Qin Tian dead here as witnesses, they could not escape responsibility. Yet facing the two women's panic, Su Kuan remained indifferent. Let them kill. I stand firm. Su Kuan rose, his stature tall and imposing, his tone icy and piercing. Dare to touch my sister, not just the young master of the Qin family, even the king of heaven would be met with the same fate. Brother. Hearing this, Su Yunyun stopped crying, raising her head to look at her brother's resolute profile. A warm current surged within her heart. She wiped her tears, though still somewhat afraid. Her gaze became resolute. Brother, you should go up now. Su Yunyun urged Su Kuan. claim your rightful first place. Only by becoming stronger and achieving a higher status will the Qin family dare not touch us. You? Su Kuan hesitated for a moment. I'm fine. Su Yinyan patted her chest pretending to be casual. Brother, I'm strong. This little injury is nothing. Hurry, don't let that guy die in vain. Su Kuan looked deeply at his sister, confirming she was truly okay, then nodded. All right, once I secure the first place, I'll take you home. After saying this, Su Kuan turned around, stepping steadily onto the last step leading to the 10th floor. With the sound of his footfall, he reached the 10th floor. At the summit of the heavenly tower. The space here was not large, only a few hundred square meters with no walls, only ancient stone pillars supporting the dome. The cold wind howled and the mist swirled. Su Kuan stood here as if he were on the cloud's edge. He walked to the edge and looked down. 1,000 meters in the air. The entire scene of Jiangdong City lay before him. A sense of grandeur surged within him, reminiscent of the sentiment, with no one to support my lofty ambitions, I tread blood to the mountain peak. The crisscrossing streets resembled a chessboard, the flowing traffic akin to ants, and the tall buildings merely toys of blocks. Is this the feeling of standing at the pinnacle? Su Kuan spread his arms wide and took a deep breath. The air at this height, though thin, was exceptionally fresh. As he stepped into this level, he felt the giant bloodline within him responding to some kind of call, becoming more active. His vision also became clearer than ever under the influence of this power. His gaze pierced through the clouds beyond the city's hustle, extending to the very edge of his sight. The desolate wilderness hundreds of miles away. That was the battlefield where humans fought against beasts. There the flames of war raged and smoke. Su Kuan could even clearly see several gigantic beasts tearing and devouring the corpses of human warriors on that barren and savage land. Blood stained the earth, and severed limbs lay scattered everywhere. Those were the flesh and blood of his compatriots. Heroes who sacrificed themselves to protect this city behind them. Beasts. Su Kuan clenched his fists, rage surging in his eyes. Mom and Dad, are you there too? He thought of his parents who had yet to return, his worry growing even deeper. With my current strength, 1,000,000 combat power, and the body of a high-tier martial saint. Su Kuan murmured, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. I should have the qualifications to enlist and fight against those damned alien races. I will go to the front lines. I will kill all those beasts. Just at the moment when Su Kuan's heart surged, swearing an oath, a sudden change occurred. Whoosh! A barely perceptible sound of breaking through the air suddenly descended from the dome above his head. It was a white rainbow. Quick! So fast. Faster than he could even react with his thoughts. This white rainbow sliced through the void like lightning, carrying a terrifying, murderous intent that froze his soul, aimed directly at the vital point at the back of Su Kuan's neck. Su Kuan's hair stood on end, a strong sense of impending death enveloping him instantly. This was the first time he felt so close to death since awakening his giant bloodline. He instinctively wanted to dodge, to turn around. But it was too late. The speed of that white rainbow was even faster than his own physical martial saint. A muffled sound of a blade entering flesh was heard. A feather as white as snow yet sharp as a divine sword brutally pierced into Su Kuan's neck, which was harder than steel. Ugh! Su Kuan let out a muffled groan, his body stiffening suddenly. Blood seeped along the edges of the feather drop by drop. Though his golden body had incredible defensive power, this feather was clearly not an ordinary object, piercing through his defenses and embedding itself deep into the muscle. If it weren't for the sheer density of his muscles, which trapped the feather, this strike would have likely severed his cervical. A light and agile figure landed on his back like a ghost. It was a transparent girl, seemingly merging with the air itself. She stood on Su Kuan's broad shoulders, gripping the feather embedded in his neck, twisting it forcefully. The girl lowered her head, her stunningly beautiful face wearing a hint of cruel and enchanting smile, leaning close to Su Kuan's ear, and in a voice as cold as a poisonous snake whispered, "Didn't expect I would be waiting for you here right now. Do you understand the horror of the alien races? Die? Human genius." With her words, the air around her surged with elemental wind, channeling an even more terrifying power into the feather, attempting to completely shatter Su Kuan's spine and brain. Really? A deep and resonant tone echoed abruptly within the space at the top of the Tower of Heaven. The voice bore no trace of panic or pain, but rather a chilling mockery akin to a hunter watching its prey ensnared. The feathered girl who was crouched behind Su Kuan felt her previously cruelly smiling golden vertical pupils suddenly constrict like needles. She instinctively sensed something amiss, a warning born from a top assassin's intuition of danger. Not good. She instinctively tried to retreat. However, it was too late. In the moment her thought arose, a large hand resembling a fan had already clamped down on her slender ankle like an iron vice. The palm was simply too large, nearly enveloping her ankle entirely with a single grasp. Got you, bird. Sukun's voice exploded in her ears. Immediately after, an overwhelming force of despair erupted from that massive hand. Crack! The crisp sound of shattering bones was particularly jarring in the silence atop the tower. The feathered girl let out a heart-wrenching scream as her ankle bone was crushed in an instant, the intense pain causing her body to convulse, cold sweat pouring forth. But as a killer, her ferocity was fully awakened at this moment. Die! Die! Not only did she not loosen her grip, but she also gripped the white feather sword that was embedded in Sukun's neck more frantically, infusing all her wind elemental power into it, trying to drive the sword completely into Sukun's spine, severing his central nervous system and shattering his brain. This was her final killing move. It was also her only path to survival. Puff! Zzz. The feather sword, bolstered by terrifying power, pushed inward another half-inch. But that was all it could do. No matter how the girl roared in anger, no matter how she urged the foreign energy within her body, the sharp feather sword remained immovable, as if embedded in solid diamond. Stuck in place. How? How could this happen? The girl was horrified to discover that the muscles at the base of Sukun's neck seemed to have a life of their own, the dense muscle fibers writhing and contracting wildly, like hydraulic pincers firmly gripping the sword's body. Such a terrifying physique. That was the absolute defense of an SS-class Giant Bloodline. Even Sukun's bones were emitting a faint golden light, stubbornly blocking the sword's edge. I can't pull it out. I can't stab it in. This feather sword had now become a shackle binding her to Sukun. A chilling sensation surged up her spine, rushing toward the crown of her head. The girl looked at the towering man beneath her, and a desperate thought rose within her. You did this on purpose. Ignoring the excruciating pain in her ankle, she screamed, "You knew I was here all along." Heh! Sukun slowly turned his head. What a pair of eyes they were. In the dark golden pupils burned a furnace-like flame, devoid of any pain from injury, only absolute calmness and brutality. Of course. Sukun grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. Did you think my eyes were blind? From the moment he stepped into the 10th level, the boiling giant bloodline within him had sensed the faint murderous intent above him. Although the opponent's concealment techniques were sophisticated under absolute life level suppression, any malice directed at him was like illuminating a lamp in the dark. Then why? The girl was filled with confusion and fear. Why not dodge? Why let me stab you? Sukun voiced her unspoken doubts. In the next moment, boom. Sukun's hand, which had crushed her ankle, suddenly exerted force, as if swinging a rag doll, directly flinging the girl off his back. Bang! The girl's body left a fleeting shadow in the air, crashing heavily onto the incredibly hard floor of the Tower of Heaven. The ground cracked and debris flew. Puff! The girl spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if all her bones were about to collapse. She paid no heed to the intense pain in her instincts as an assassin urged her to escape immediately. The wind element gathered at her shattered ankle as she attempted to directly sever her calf to escape. Thinking of running, a shadow loomed. Before she could act, an enormous foot descended from above with a thud, crashing down hard on her uninjured thigh. Crack! Another crisp sound. The girl screamed again. This time, she truly lost her ability. Sukun looked down at her from above his massive frame, blocking out the sunlight, bringing her endless despair. Sukun bent down his rugged face, approaching the girl, his voice low. Because I know you're fast, you are the favored one of the wind, skilled in flight and assassination. I may be strong, but I can't fly yet. If I directly attacked you, what if you escaped into the sky? My several hundred pounds of flesh might not be able to catch up with you, the bird person. Sukun extended another massive hand, as if grabbing a chick, and firmly grabbed the delicate neck of the girl, lifting her off the ground. His fingers tightened. A sensation of suffocation surged instantly. So, Sukun looked at the girl's face, which was turning red from lack of oxygen. A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. I had to give you the opportunity to kill me. Only by making you feel you had the upper hand would you approach me, would you stop. This is the so-called. If you don't let go of the child, you can't catch the wolf. What a pity. Sukun shook his head, his tone filled with mockery. I gave you a chance, but you're useless. You. Cough, cough. The girl was turning pale, her legs flailing weakly in the air. But the ferocity in her eyes did not wane. The brutality of her race was fully revealed at this moment. Aren't you afraid I'll really kill you? Are you daring to gamble with my life? The girl suddenly let out a sharp shriek, her hands swinging wildly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Numerous white feathers, thin as cow hair, but sharp as needles, erupted from her body, aimed directly at Sukun's most vulnerable eyes. This was her final counterattack. Faced with this sudden blinding assault, Sukun did not dodge or evade, not even turning his head. He simply closed his eyes calmly. Clang, 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 clang. A series of dense metallic clash. Those feathers, capable of piercing through steel plates, ignited sparks upon striking Sukun's eyelids, then broke and bounced off. That thin layer of eyelid was now as hard as armor. Unscathed, Su Kuan slowly opened his eyes filled with mockery in his golden pupils. Gamble with your life. Sorry, but I didn't gamble. Su Kuan pulled out a slightly yellowed white feather from his... That was the feather left by this feathered assassin when she attacked Su Yunyu at the entrance of the community during the winter vacation. Do you remember this feather? Su Kuan waved the feather in front of the girl. I've kept it for the past few months. Whenever I had nothing to do, I would poke it into my most vulnerable spots, my eyelids, throat, lower body, eardrums. After I became a martial saint, even without using blood chi for defense, it was like a tickle when it pierced into my body. It couldn't even break through a layer of skin. Su Kuan casually crushed the feather into powder, his tone indifferent enough to drive one to despair. So I had long concluded your weapon can't break through my defense. As for the hole on my neck, Su Kuan touched the back of his neck where the wound had already stopped bleeding under the powerful self-healing ability and even started to scab over. I intentionally relaxed my muscles, letting you stab in. Otherwise, with your strength, it would just be a mere scratch. You. The girl completely broke down. What kind of monster is this? Practicing on one's own weak points with the enemy's hidden weapons. Even intentionally getting injured to lure. Is this something a human would do? I lost. The light in the girl's eyes rapidly dimmed, replaced by a kind of manic determination. The human race has truly given birth to a genius. But don't think you can live. For my emperor. Suddenly, the energy core within her began to violently tremble, a destructive aura erupting from her body. Self-detonation. As a death soldier, the only outcome of a failed mission was to perish together with the enemy. Thinking of self-detonating, Su Kuan's eyes flashed with impatience. In my hands, if you want to die, you must get my consent. Get lost. With no hesitation, Su Kuan lifted his fist as heavy as a sandbag and smashed it down hard on the girl's head. Bang. Simple, brutal, direct. Just like a watermelon being smashed by a hammer. Under this punch, the girl's skull was directly caved and her features distorted. Even the scream was forcefully silenced back into her stomach. Before the energy for self-detonation could gather, it was directly dispersed by this violent punch. The corpse slumped down, leaving only slight twitches. Su Kuan released his hand, letting the corpse slide to the ground. He crouched down, carefully examining the body. Tearing open the white skin revealed a bizarre body covered with a layer of fine white fur. At the back near the shoulder blades, two underdeveloped wings were still forming. Indeed not human. Su Kuan's gaze turned cold. Feathered race. He had seen data on this alien race in textbooks originating from the feathered kingdom above, one of humanity's great foes. I never expected that such a thing had infiltrated Jiangdong City and could even sneak into the college entrance examination venue. Su Kuan rummaged through the corpse. This was not just a search, but also looting. Soon he discovered an ancient-looking silver ring on the girl's dry claw-like fingers. Space ring. Su Kuan's eyes lit up as he directly took it off. However, when his divine sense probed, an invisible force repelled him. There's a restriction. Su Kuan frowned. If I force it open, the contents inside might self-destruct. Looks like I need to find a professional for help. He pocketed the ring, stood up, looked at the corpse that had transformed from a beauty into a monster beneath him, and then glanced at the 10th centimeter high sky above the clouds. College entrance examination champion. I guess I've obtained it. The Tower of Heaven, 99 floors. The atmosphere was stifling, suffocating. The large hole from Qin Tian's fall was still howling with cold wind, and the blood on the ground had yet to dry. A series of urgent and authoritative footsteps shattered the silence. Mayor Song Wansi rushed in, her face as cold as frost. Her gaze was like lightning sweeping over the scene. The second young master of the Qin family from the imperial capital had died on her territory in the examination venue. This was serious. Her eyes, like searchlights, scanned over the four people present. Su Yunyun was crouched in the corner, her pale face showing her fear, a band-aid stuck on her neck. Lin Runin and Yi Weiner trembled in fear, huddled together, clearly terrified out of their wits. Luo Feng leaned against the wall, maintaining a cold demeanor, as if indifferent to the situation. Who killed him? Song Wansi's voice was not loud, but it carried the terrifying pressure of a martial saint, causing everyone's breath to hitch. Lin Runin and Yi Weiner were about to speak up. I did it. I did it. Two voices rang out simultaneously, resolute and unwavering. The speakers were Luo Feng and Su Yunyun. Song Wansi paused for a moment, a flicker of astonishment crossing her originally serious face. She glanced at Luo Feng, then at Su Yunyun, her brows slightly furrowing. You two. Quite loyal, aren't you? She directly shifted her gaze away from Su Yunyun. What a joke. A young girl who had just entered the martial hero realm could kill someone with the strength of a grandmaster and protected by powerful treasures like Qin Tian. Unless Qin Tian was made of paper. Luo Feng, what's your reason? Song Wansi looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, shrugged, and said nonchalantly, I just didn't like him. That kid had a filthy mouth and tried to sneak attack me. I lost control for a moment, and it ended up like that. Luo Feng didn't even mention Su Yunyun fearing retaliation from the Qin family. But Su Yunyun was anxious. No, Mayor. It wasn't him. Su Yunyun burst out, spreading her arms to block Luo Feng, shouting, I killed Qin Tian. You have to believe me. I unleashed the primordial power, just now. I really did. Song Wansi. She rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on. Why was she competing to be the murderer? She turned to the other two witnesses. You two, who do you say it was? Lin Runan and Yi Weiner exchanged glances, both seeing the fear and confusion in each other's eyes. Finally, the two stammered. It should be Luo Feng. I clearly saw Su Kuan. Their statements completely contradicted each other. Song Wansi was even more puzzled. Who was it really? Why was it turning into a case of Rashomon? However, this could be understood. The only ones capable of killing Qin Tian were Luo Feng and Su Kuan. Both of them had martial saint-level combat power, striking swiftly. Under 100 times gravity, it was normal for these two young girls not to see clearly. Just as Song Wansi was about to conduct further questioning. Boom! A dull sonic boom suddenly resonated from the ceiling, followed by a wave of alarming blood energy fluctuations and the sound of some strange energy exploding. That is the top of the Tower of Heaven. Song Wansi's expression changed dramatically. Su Kuan was still up there. Song Wansi immediately shifted, transforming into a streak of light, and dashed up the stairs leading to the 10,000th floor. The 10,000th floor. When Song Wansi rushed up, she saw an extremely bizarre scene. A giant named Su Kuan, standing at 2.6 meters tall, was squatting on the ground, his massive hands feeling over a corpse. And that corpse, its upper body was torn apart, although the lower body had female characteristics above the neck. The head had already collapsed like a squashed persimmon. Moreover, its entire body was covered in white fur. Feathered race. Song Wansi's pupils constricted sharply, a chill rushing up her spine. As the mayor, she knew all too well what this meant. The Tower of Heaven was the core stronghold of Jiangdong City, with the most stringent security and array protection. And today was the college entrance examination with layers of defenses. Yet a foreign assassin had managed to sneak up to the top of the tower without anyone noticing. What did this indicate? It indicated that the internal security of Jiangdong City had already been infiltrated by foreign forces. Traitors were everywhere. Su Kuan, are you alright? Song Wansi hurried forward, her voice tinged with urgency. He was the hope for the future of Jiangdong City, and nothing must happen to him. Su Kuan looked up and grinned. Finance Song. Oh no, Mayor. Song Wansi immediately spotted the still healing wound on the back of Su Kuan's neck. Yet in her shocked gaze, the muscles around that wound were visibly writhing and growing, and within just a few seconds it had reduced to a shallow white scar. What terrifying self-healing ability! Song Wansi thought to herself. Was this the power of the SS-class Giant Bloodline? Simply immortal. Being assassinated during the exam, does that count as a work-related injury? Su Kuan stood up, dusting off his hands, and asked seriously, Mayor, is there any compensation? Song Wansi chuckled lightly, her tense nerves easing a bit. Yes. Song Wansi extended her well-maintained jade hand directly into Su Kuan's large pocket. Hiss! Su Kuan tensed up, his eyes wide as he looked at this beautiful Mayor. No. Mayor, what are you doing? Don't touch me randomly. Song Wansi's expression was calm, but her movements were incredibly steady. Her fingertips swiftly explored Su Kuan's pocket, occasionally brushing over his taut thigh muscles, sending a wave of tingling sensations. Don't move. Song Wansi snapped. A gentle, yet powerful true chi surged from her fingertips. Buzz! Su Kuan felt a warmth radiating from his pocket. A few seconds later, Song Wansi withdrew her hand, holding nothing. All right. Song Wansi tidied her slightly disheveled hair, casually saying, I've used my secret method to erase the restrictions on the ring. The contents inside belong to you, and I'll pretend I didn't see a thing. Su Kuan was taken aback. So it was to check the ring, I thought. Thank you, Aunt Song. This Mayor is quite agreeable. By the way, the deceased Qin Tian down there. Su Kuan put away the ring, testingly asked. Although he wasn't afraid of the Qin family, it was still a bit troublesome to deal with a dead body. Song Wansi walked over to the feathered corpse, kicked it, then turned back to Su Kuan, her gaze firm and sharp. Qin Tian. Qin Tian unfortunately encountered an ambush from the infiltrating feathered assassin during the examination and bravely sacrificed himself. Su Kuan was taken aback. Song Wansi pointed at the corpse on the ground, then at Su Kuan. And you, Su Kuan, as the top scorer of this college entrance exam, stood up at a critical moment, fought fiercely with the foreign assassin, and ultimately killed him, avenging Qin Tian and protecting the other candidates. You are a hero. Song Wansi's voice was resolute. As for the Qin family, I will send this feathered corpse over. After hearing this, Su Kuan grinned and couldn't help but exclaim. It seems that Qin Tian down below still has to thank us in the afterlife. Having avenged him, he should be able to rest in peace, right? The vengeful spirit of Qin Tian howled. I will not rest in peace. Mayor Song Wanzi left with the headless feathered body, leaving only Su Kuan on the empty tower top. Su Kuan played with the silver spatial ring that had just had its restrictions removed, probing into it with his divine sense. In the next moment his expression turned somewhat strange. With a crash a pile of colorful items was spilled out. It was neither a divine weapon nor a rare treasure, but rather a collection of women's intimate garments. Translucent lace bras, barely their straps, ultra-short skirts, and various styles of stockings. Su Kuan stared at these items on the ground, his mouth twitching slightly. This feathered assassin really knew how to disguise. He could even imagine the creature with a beak wearing these clothes to blend in as a human girl. Disgusted, Su Kuan waved his hand. Blood energy surged from his palm, obliterating these garments into powder that scattered in the wind. After clearing the trash, the remaining items in the ring finally revealed themselves. The first thing that caught his eye was a large egg. The egg was the size of a basketball, pure white like jade with a faintly warm sheen on its surface, and he could even sense the weak but clear rhythm of life within. A bird egg. Su Kuan's eyes lit up and his throat instinctively swallowed. As a seasoned eater with an SS-level giant bloodline, his first reaction was, how to eat this thing? Such a large egg, would it be too much to make it into a boiled egg? Fried eggs? It seemed there wasn't a pan that big. Or roasted? Su Kuan stroked his chin, various cooking methods flashing through his mind. But soon he shook his head. Just this one egg eating, it would only be a taste, it wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps in his teeth. With his current appetite, he needed to eat several hundred pounds of meat in one meal. This egg seemed like a quail egg to him, too precious to eat. Moreover, the life force within this egg was strong, clearly not an ordinary item. The feathered person must have hidden it in the spatial ring, because it was a treasure. Su Kuan held it in his palms, feeling its warm touch. Forget it, I won't eat it. Why not hatch it? And if I could hatch a divine beast or a mountain, it would be quite impressive to show off when going out. If it hatches into a useless creature that only eats, then I'll just fatten it up and slaughter it for meat. It wouldn't be a loss. Determined, Su Kuan carefully stored the unknown giant egg back into the ring. Next, he found a collection of bottles and jars. Upon opening one, he found it filled with various colored pills exuding a rich medicinal fragrance and unique energy fluctuations from an alien race. Are these the pills of the feathered people? Su Kuan didn't care whether they were poisonous, nor did he bother to discern their effects. After all, even if he swallowed a lump of iron, his body would digest it, let alone pills. Crunch, crunch. He grabbed a handful of pills and stuffed them into his mouth, chewing them like jelly beans. As the pills entered his belly, waves of heat rapidly spread throughout his body, being absorbed. Although the amount was not large, it was still a small snack. After finishing the pills, Su Kuan picked up an identity plate made from an unknown metal. It was engraved with strange alien characters, but Su Kuan had taken basics of alien languages in school and could barely decipher it. Name Yuluo. Race feathered people. Affiliation Tianyu Divine Court Shadow Division. Rank Silver Wing Assassin, so her name is Yuluo. And she even has an official position. Su Kuan casually tossed the plate back into the ring. Finally his gaze fell on a scroll made of beast skin emanating a greenish glow. Unrolling the scroll, he saw it densely filled with diagrams of meridian circulation and flight postures. Wind control technique. This is one of the core cultivation techniques of the feathered people. The feathered people naturally possess the ability to control wind elements, and this technique teaches how to utilize the power of the wind to make one's body light, allowing for aerial flight and even high-speed evasion and attack in the air. Can I practice this? Su Kuan hesitated. After all, he was from the human race and a heavily armored tank-type human, at that completely opposite to the light and agile feathered people. Let's give it a try. Just idling anyway. Su Kuan followed the instructions on the scroll, attempting to mobilize the extraordinary factors within his body to sense the flow of air around him. At first, there was no response. His 2.6 1,000-pound body was like a stubborn boulder firmly pressed to the ground. But Su Kuan did not give up. Utilizing the extraordinary comprehension brought by his SS-level bloodline, along with the vast blood energy within him, he began to forcefully mimic the feathered people's techniques. Gradually, weak air vortices began to appear around his body. Although he could not fully fly, yet he felt that his body seemed a tiny bit lighter. There's hope. Su Kuan was overjoyed. As long as he could fly, even if it was awkward or slow, it was still flying. This was his current shortcoming. In addition to these, there was a map drawn on unknown beast skin inside the ring. Su Kuan unfolded it, noting the complex terrain and distribution of forces. Map of the Northern Wasteland. This is a map of the alien territory. The map marked not only the territory of the feathered people, but also many dangerous areas yet to be explored by the human race, as well as various resource points. Good stuff. Su Kuan solemnly stored the map. Since he decided to join the front lines and search for his parents, this map was worth its weight in gold. Meanwhile, beneath the celestial tower, the atmosphere had reached a critical point. Director Wang Jiangwo of the Education Bureau, President Chun Jinan of the Martial Arts Association, Principal of No. 1 High School, and others were gathered together like ants on a hot pan, anxiously pacing back and forth. What should we do? What should we do? Wang Jiangwo wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, his voice trembling. Qin Tian is dead. If the Qin family in the capital blames us, none of us can bear it. Who would have thought such a thing would happen in the examination hall? The principal also wore a bitter expression. This is a major teaching accident. Just as everyone was anxious. Whoosh! A streak of light descended from the sky. Song Wansi's graceful figure appeared before everyone. Mayor. Everyone felt as if they had seen their mainstay and hurriedly surrounded her. Mayor, what's the situation above? Who exactly killed Qin Tian? Chen Jinan asked anxiously. Song Wansi said nothing. Her face was cold as frost, and she waved her hand. With a thud, a headless corpse was pulled from her spatial equipment and heavily thrown onto the concrete ground before everyone. Although the wings behind the corpse were broken, they were still clearly visible, and the white down on its body looked particularly glaring in the sunlight. This. Everyone was startled and stepped back. This is a feathered person. Chun Zenan's pupils constricted as he recognized this alien creature at a glance. How is this possible? How could a feathered person infiltrate the examination hall? Yes. Wang Jiangwo also exclaimed, the security here is rated level. Song Wansi coldly surveyed the crowd, her tone icy and piercing. This raises the question of who was responsible for the examination arrangements and security work this time. At her words, the whole place fell silent. A chill instantly enveloped everyone, especially the officials responsible for security. They were trembling, nearly collapsing to the ground. Aliens infiltrated the examination hall and assassinated a candidate. This is a heinous crime of collusion or gross negligence. Heads will roll for this. Mayor. This is not my fault. Wang Jiangwo was on the verge of tears. The examination arrangements involve so many aspects and so many people. Who knows which part went wrong? Humph. Song Wansi snorted coldly. Now is not the time to shirk responsibility. This matter must have an explanation. The principal of No. 1 High School, mustering his courage, stepped forward, looking at the corpse on the ground, then glancing in the direction where Qin Tian fell, he asked in confusion, Mayor, did this feathered person really kill Qin Tian? But why would she want to kill Qin Tian? Although Qin Tian is talented, he seems to fall a bit short compared to Su Kuan and Luo Feng, right? If the aliens wanted to assassinate someone, shouldn't they target the strongest first? This question hit the nail on the head. However, Song Wansi's expression remained unchanged as she had already prepared her response. She pointed at the corpse and said solemnly, because Qin Tian is a member of the Qin family in the capital. His status is special, and killing him has a greater political impact. This is an alien race's targeted elimination plan against our younger generation of humans. It is also a provocation against Jiangdong City and even the entire Huaxia Federation. Her words elevated the matter to the height of racial righteousness, instantly silencing everyone. The principal was still somewhat puzzled, but why did only Qin Tian die and the others are fine? What about Su Kuan? What about Luo Feng? Song Wansi's gaze sharpened as she looked at the principal. You are mistaken. After she killed Qin Tian, she did not stop. Instead, she immediately went to attack Su Kuan, who was at the top of the tower at that time. But Song Wansi's voice suddenly rose, laden with fervor. She underestimated Su Kuan. At the critical moment, Su Kuan not only blocked her assassination, but also fought to avenge his fallen classmate Qin Tian, protecting other candidates, and ultimately turned the tables and killed her. What? Everyone was shocked again. Su Kuan killed the feathered assassin. My God, this is too intense. So Su Kuan is not only the top scorer, but also a hero. President Chen Jinan suddenly enlightened, slapping his thigh. So that's it. That fits perfectly. Qin Tian was killed by the alien race, and Su Kuan is the hero who killed the alien. This is the truth. With this logical loop, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't a case of candidates killing each other, as long as they had the alien race to take the blame, the nature of the incident completely changed. The case is solved. The case is solved. Director Wang Jiangwo felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders, hastily instructing, quick. Have the coroner come for an autopsy. Handle the scene properly. Preserve the bodies of Qin Tian and this feathered person and transport them to the capital together to give the Qin family an explanation. Yes. Everyone immediately became busy. Song Wansi watched the bustling crowd, a barely perceptible smile forming at the corner of her mouth. This crisis had been temporarily averted. Su Kuan, this is where your sister can help you. Ding ling ling. At 5 in the afternoon, the bell signaling the end of the college entrance examination finally rang over Tongtian Square. This bell rang, signaling the fates of millions of students, which were finalized at this very moment. The tightly closed doors of the heavenly tower slowly opened. They're coming out. They're coming out. The parents and media reporters waiting outside the square instantly erupted in excitement. One by one, the exhausted yet exhilarated candidates streamed out of the tower. Meanwhile, on the massive holographic screen in the center of the square, the previously scrolling real-time data suddenly froze, and the final ranking list prominently appeared, shining with golden light, dazzling and brilliant. First place, Su Kuan. Second place, Luo Feng. Third place, Su Yunyu. Fourth place, Lin Runin. Fifth place, Yi Weiner. As the crowd gazed at these results, a brief silence fell over them, soon followed by a thunderous roar of cheers. Su Kuan. Su Kuan. 10 million battle power. The undisputed first. A true god. Luo Feng is strong too. 3 million. He is also a martial saint. Who is that Su Yunyu? She actually came in third. The Su family must be thriving. The candidates gathered together, discussing fervently. So powerful. Really so powerful. I saw Su Kun's towering figure of 2 meters and 6 centimeters inside. It was like watching a moving mountain, and I couldn't even think of resisting. Yes, I was on the 9,000th floor, and I saw Qin Tian kneeling on the ground, unable to lift his head. Su Yunyu squeezed out from the crowd, her face flushed with excitement, jumping in joy. Third place. Third place. She placed her hands on her hips, proudly yelling at the cameras around her. Did you see that? First place is my brother. Third. Our Su family has 2 outstanding talents. Who still dares to say we are poor? Luo Feng also stepped out, still bearing injuries, but his expression remained stern. Facing the cameras, he simply said, "This time I lost to Su Kuan, but I will definitely win back on the battlefield next time." Lin Runin and Yi Weiner, on the other hand, looked pale and dazed. Especially Lin Runin, who not only lost the competition, but also lost her composure. The feathered person actually failed. She raged internally, fear gnawing at her heart like a venomous snake. That feathered person is a top assassin in the organization. How could he not kill Su Kuan? Not even achieve a mutual destruction? Just how strong is Su Kuan? Could he be invincible? Lin Runin shivered, quickly diving into her family's car, fleeing the scene. On the podium, the big shots were all beaming, taking turns to give speeches. President Chen Jinan of the Martial Arts Association. This is the prosperous era of the Jiangdong martial arts world. 2 saints in one day will surely be recorded in history. Although the principal of First High School regretted losing the top scholar, Su Yunyu's third place was also from their school, so he gritted his teeth and rode the wave of popularity. Student Su Yunyu is a key talent we cultivate. Although Su Kuan repeated a year, he is still a child of our First High School. This is a victory for our educational philosophy. Director Wang Jiangwo of the Education Bureau. This college entrance examination showcased the spirit of our Jiangdong students, unafraid of strong opponents and striving for greatness. Especially student Su Kuan, who stood up against the alien assassins. He began to lavishly promote Su Kun's heroic deeds, completely exonerating Qin Tian's death. Lin Wanjuan, the owner of the Beichin Martial Arts School, was grinning widely, shouting into his phone, "It's rising. Still rising. Buy it all for me. Buy up all the advertisement spots in the market. I want the whole world to know that Su Kuan is a repeat student of our Beichin Martial Arts School." Mayor Song Wansi concluded with a summary speech highly praising Su Kun's character and strength, stating that the city would grant him a significant reward. Su Chinga stood aside, adjusting her glasses, looking at the ranking list, and a meaningful smile crept onto her lips. It seems my research data needs to be updated again. However, after the excitement, everyone suddenly noticed a problem. Hey, where's the main character? Why hasn't the top scholar come out yet? The media reporters, armed with cameras, pointed toward the entrance, stretching their necks. Logically, the exam should have ended long ago, and Su Kuan should have come out by now. Could he be accepting an award inside? Just as everyone was puzzled, it was now evening. The blazing sunset hung at the horizon, dyeing the entire heavenly square in gold and red. Suddenly, look at the sky. Someone shouted, pointing at the top of the heavenly tower. Everyone simultaneously looked up. There at the top of the tower, 1,000 meters high, a massive black shadow was swaying and floating out. Indeed, it was floating. Su Kuan spread his arms wide, surrounded by a visible azure airflow, like a clumsy giant bird struggling to maintain balance as he glided down from the tower's peak. This was the feathered clan's technique he learned in the ring, wind control. Although he couldn't fly freely like a martial saint, this technique allowed his body to become light, gliding with the wind. Flying. Flying. Su Kuan gritted his teeth, sweat streaming down his forehead. At 2 meters and 6 centimeters tall and nearly 1,000 pounds heavy, trying to fly was a challenge to the laws of physics. He swayed left and right in the air like a heavy bomber that could crash at any moment. This is too hard, Su Kuan complained inwardly. However, this spectacular entrance method truly drew attention. Boom, whoosh. As he descended, Su-kun's speed increased, creating wind pressure that made the flags on the ground flutter wildly. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. It's going to crash. As he was about to land, Su-kun lost his balance and shouted. The crowd screamed and scattered in panic. Thud. A loud crash. Su-kun's feet landed heavily in the center of the square, instantly creating two deep pits in the hard ground with dust rising. The earth trembled slightly. Cough, cough. Su-kun straightened up from the dust, waving his hand, revealing his honest smile. Sorry, my technique isn't very proficient. The landing was a bit rough. After a brief silence. Wow. The entire crowd erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Martial Saint is magnificent. This is too cool. A palm technique descending from the sky. Countless reporters surged forward, thrusting microphones towards Su-kun, almost poking his nostrils. Student Su-kun, congratulations on becoming the top scholar. What are your thoughts at this moment? As the youngest high-level martial saint in history, do you have any training secrets to share? I just heard that you killed an alien assassin in the tower. Is that true? Do you have a girlfriend? Would you mind having one more? Facing this barrage of questions, Su-kun remained calm. He tidied up his windblown hair, looked at the camera, and cleared his throat. Ahem, first of all, I want to thank my parents for giving me this relatively strong body. Secondly, I want to thank Bachin Martial Arts School and Principal Lin for making sure I had enough to eat. And I want to thank my school and the mayor. He finished this round of formal pleasantries. A female reporter quickly thrust a microphone towards him, loudly asking, Student Su-kun, there were rumors online that you and the last year's top scholar, the goddess Yi Qingyi, from the Imperial Capital Martial University, are already married. Is that true? As soon as this question was asked, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone perked up their ears, as this was the gossip everyone was most concerned about. Su-kun faced the camera without hesitation, even showing a gentle smile. He nodded, his voice firm and clear. It's true. I am her husband, and she is my wife. Wow. Although there had been rumors, hearing the principal admit it in person was still a tremendous shock. Countless hearts of young boys and girls shattered into pieces. Su-kun ignored the surrounding commotion, looked at the camera, waved his hand affectionately, and shouted loudly, Wife. I love you. He scratched his head and added, I love you, Dad. I love you, Mom. That's it. Su-kun ended the interview. Finally squeezing through the crowd, Su-yunyu stared at her brother, showing off his love on camera, completely dumbfounded. She pointed to her own nose, incredulously shouting, Wait. Brother, what about me? You thanked Mom and Dad, thanked the principal, thanked the mayor, and declared your love for your wife. What about me? Am I just a bonus for recharging? By the way, there's my sister as well. He stretched out his large hands as if lifting a chick and effortlessly raised Su-yunyu up. The flashing lights went off repeatedly, capturing this comical, yet heartwarming scene. A giant as tall as a mountain held a petite girl high above her face, displaying a mix of confusion and wonder. Hello everyone, I am that. Third place. Su-yunyu finally reacted, waving her small hand and shouting loudly, I am a genius too. Our Su family has no useless members. The crowd burst into a wave of good-natured laughter. Alright, that concludes the interview. Su-kun placed Su-yunyu on his broad shoulder, letting her ride on top. Hold on tight. Huh. Brother, what are you going to do? Su-yunyu instinctively wrapped her arms around Su-kun's neck. Su-kun glanced at the tightly packed crowd and realized that unless he did something drastic, they wouldn't be able to leave today. He took a deep breath, slightly bending his legs, accumulating that terrifying power within his muscles. Here, with a resounding boom, the ground was once again stamped into a large pit. Su-kun shot up like a heavy rocket, leaping close to 100 meters high. Su-yunyun's scream pierced the air as if she had been thrown into the clouds. In midair, Su-kun adjusted his posture using the technique of the wind control art, with green air currents swirling around him, starting to glide. The two turned into a shadow, soaring over the heads of the crowd and the tall buildings, heading towards the distant commercial street, leaving a group of stunned reporters and fans still gazing upwards. This is too hardcore, right? Physical ascension. Half an hour later, at the largest seafood buffet restaurant in Jiangdong City. Boss. More dishes. Hurry up with more dishes. This is already the third round. The kitchen stock is about to run out. The restaurant manager looked at the giant, who was devouring food, wildly feeling helpless. In front of Su-kun, the plates were piled into small mountains, the shells of lobsters and crabs littering the floor. Brother, eat slower, no one is competing with you. Su-kun didn't even look up, mumbling, hungry. The intense preparation for the college entrance examination and that leap earlier had drained all the energy from his body. This meal lasted a full 3 hours. According to rough estimates, Su-kun alone consumed almost 3 tons of food. The entire restaurant was emptied, even the decorative fruits were taken away by him. At the end, when the bill was settled, the manager looked at Su Kun with a complex expression both in awe and relief. Thankfully, this gentleman finished eating without chewing on the table. Burp. Su Kun let out a satisfied burp and walked out of the restaurant. Time to go home and sleep. At the Martial Arts University in the imperial capital. At this moment, it was deep into the night. However, for this institution that gathered the nation's top geniuses, the night was still full of vitality. Under the girls' dormitory, luxurious cars were gathered and countless suitors held flowers waiting for the goddess' favor. Meanwhile, in a high-end single room of the girls' dormitory, Yi Qingyi was wearing a cute bunny pajama, lying on the bed with her feet swinging back and forth, holding her phone with a lovesick smile. On the phone screen was a replay of Su Kun's interview at the Tongtian Plaza. Oh my husband is that profile, those muscle lines. TSK tisk, he truly is the man I've chosen. Yi Qingyi gazed at the video of Su Kun passionately confessing to the camera. Her face flushed, her heart sweet, as if she had eaten honey. I love you too. She made a heart gesture at the screen, then buried her face into the pillow, letting out a series of squeals like a groundhog. In the future, I can officially. Hee. Her mind had already started to conjure some indescribable. Just then the dormitory door was pushed open. A few roommates walked in holding snacks. Qingyi, what are you watching? Why are you laughing so delightfully? Are you watching that news from Jiangdong City again? I heard the top scorer there is a giant over 2 meters tall. Is that true? Yi Qingyi sat up from the bed proudly, raising her phone. Of course it's true. And let me tell you a secret. What secret? The roommates gathered curiously. Yi Qingyi cleared her throat and pointed at Su Kun on the screen, announcing loudly, "This man is mine. We are already registered." PFF. A roommate who was drinking water spat it out directly. WH. Registered? Qingyi, are you crazy? You are the school belle of the Martial Arts University. So many wealthy young masters pursue you, yet you didn't even look at them, and you ended up getting registered with a local repeater. And isn't he a bit too big? Yi Qingyi rolled her eyes at them. What do you know? This is called a sense of security. Besides, he is very gentle, all right. Moreover, he is now a high-level martial saint. A 19-year-old martial saint. Much stronger than those so-called student council presidents at our school. The roommates exchanged glances. Although they found it unbelievable seeing Yi Qingyi's happy expression, they didn't know what else to say. All right, as long as you are happy. But Qingyi, does this count as an official announcement? If those suitors find out, the whole university might shake. Yi Qingyi huffed. Let it shake, I already have a husband. She picked up her phone and began messaging Su Kun. Husband, I saw your interview. You are amazing. Top scorer. I received that heart gesture. I love you too. When are you coming to the imperial capital? I miss you. By the way, about your current height. Cough cough, I mean your height. Have you grown taller? It seems like you are even taller than last time in the video. Be sure to take care of yourself, don't tire yourself out. Messages were sent one after another, but there was no response from him. Why isn't he replying to me? Yi Qingyi felt a bit down, staring blankly at the chat box. He might be sleeping after all. The exams were exhausting. She comforted herself, then watched Su Kun's video again, finally feeling satisfied as she hugged her phone and fell asleep. Meanwhile, on the other side, in a high-end club in the imperial capital, Xiao Chun was drinking with two beautiful women. Xiao, don't be angry anymore, a little brother beside him advised. That Yi Qingyi is ungrateful, it's her lack of vision. Oomph. Xiao Chun snorted coldly, downing the wine in his glass. I want to see what kind of remarkable person can come out of that small place in Jiangdong. A top scorer. I bet it's all just bragging. By the way, have the college entrance examination results from Jiangdong come out? Xiao Chun asked. It should be Yi Weiner, right? I specifically tutored her for so long, and even gave her a few bottles of family secret medicine. The little brother glanced at his phone, and his expression suddenly became somewhat strange. Xiao, the results are out. Oh, how many points? Xiao Chun asked nonchalantly. The top scorer is not Yi Weiner. What a... Xiao Chun furrowed his brows. Then who is it? Is it that Qin Tian? It's not him either. The little brother swallowed hard, cautiously handing over the phone. It's Su Kun, that repeat student who confronted me in the restaurant. Xiao Chun snatched the phone away. On the screen was prominently displayed the red-headed document from the Jiangdong Education Bureau, along with a massive photo of Su Kun occupying half the page. Su Kun reached the top of the Tongtian Tower's 10,000 floors. Battle power of 10 million. High-level martial saint. Yi Weiner 5th place. This. Xiao Chun's hand trembled, and the phone fell straight into his wine glass. Battle power of 10 million. High-level martial saint. Is this a novel or something? He felt a fiery pain on his face as if he had been slapped hard. The tutoring he was so proud of was simply a joke compared to Su Kun. Xiao Chun gritted his teeth as he uttered this name, a flicker of jealousy and malice flashing in his eyes. But suddenly he had a chill run down his spine and soberly realized, Holy crap, I don't want to get killed. He is a martial saint, I can't afford to provoke him. Su Kuan slept deeply during this nap. In his dreams, he felt himself transform into a seed growing wildly in fertile soil. Roots burrowed deep into the earth, absorbing endless nutrients. Branches and leaves reached towards the clouds, touching the vast starry sky. The exhilarating sensation of growth intoxicated him, making him reluctant to wake up. Brother, wake up. A flurry of urgent calls echoed in his ears, accompanied by a violent shaking of his body. Su Kuan struggled to open his eyes, his vision gradually clearing. What came into view was Su Yunyun's enlarged, anxious little face. What happened? Su Kuan's voice was hoarse, feeling as if his throat was stuffed with cotton. He tried to sit up, but found his body unusually heavy, as if it were filled with lead. Boom! As he moved, the specially designed alloy bed beneath him emitted a metallic distortion sound. Brother, you finally woke up. Su Yunyun nearly cried out upon seeing Su Kuan's open eyes. Do you have any idea how long you slept? How long? The whole night. Su Kuan rubbed his temples. What whole night? It's been a week. A full 7 days. Su Yunyun wiggled 7 fingers in front of Su Kuan's eyes. You have slept for 7 days and nights. I was scared out of my wits. Sister Chun Yu and I called the doctor, and the doctor said all your vital signs are normal, but you are developing. 7 days, eh? Su Kuan was startled and abruptly sat up. Crack. The bed frame finally couldn't bear the burden and collapsed completely. Su Kuan stood amidst the ruins, looking down at his own body. His nightgown had long been torn apart, reduced to strips hanging on him. The exposed skin exhibited a profound dark golden hue with exaggerated muscle lines that seemed to contain the power to destroy the world. He walked over to the measuring instrument in the corner. Beep. Height 270. 0 centimeters. Weight 690. 0 kilograms. 2 meters 70. 690 kilograms. Su Kuan stared at the numbers on the screen, drawing in a sharp breath. Holy crap, I grew 10 centimeters from one sleep. Gained 200 kilograms. This rate of growth was simply more monstrous than a beast. No wonder he had slept for 7 days. It turned out his body was undergoing a deep evolution and reorganization. Grr. Just then his stomach let out a thunderous growl. Having not eaten for 7 days, that feeling of hunger was almost devouring his sanity. I'm hungry. Su Kuan's eyes sparkled with a green light. Su Yunyun hurriedly brought over the prepared food. Brother, I've had this ready for you all along. It's all high-energy compressed biscuits and exotic beef jerky. Su Kuan grabbed a handful and stuffed it into his mouth. Too lazy to tear open the packaging, he just chewed it and swallowed it whole. While eating, he picked up his phone. Turning it on, countless messages popped up. The one pinned at the top was from Yi. Looking at the screen full of concern and chatter, Su Kuan felt warmth in his heart. He quickly replied, just woke up, overslept. I've grown again, I'm 2 meters 70 now. I miss you too. After sending the message, Su Kuan felt a bit more strength. Let's go out for a good meal. He put on a new specially made oversized tracksuit and walked out of the villa with Su Yunyun. As soon as they stepped outside, whoosh, a large group of people surrounded them. Su Kuan, I'm the director of the admissions office of Imperial Capital Martial University. As long as you come to our school, full scholarship. A villa. Resources in abundance. Su Kuan, I'm from Jiangnan Martial University. We'll give you double. And there are plenty of beautiful girls. I'm from the military academy. We'll directly give you a military rank. All were admission officers from major universities. They had been waiting at the entrance for several days just to seize this million-level combat talent. Su Kuan looked at these enthusiastic teachers, feeling a bit of a headache. Hello teachers. Su Kuan politely greeted. Let's hold off on the conditions for now. I need to eat first. Eating is good. Well, treat. Let's go to the best hotel. Just then Su Kuan's phone rang. It was Lin Wanjuan, the head of Beichen Martial Hall. Hello, headmaster. Su Kuan, you've hit the jackpot. The ecstatic laughter of Lin Wanjuan came from the other end of the line. Do you know how much our Martial Hall stock has risen? Because you became the top scorer along with that 1 million combat power data, our Martial Hall's valuation has skyrocketed tenfold. The 20% option you hold is now valued at over 5 billion. 5 billion. Su Kuan's hand shook, nearly crushing his phone. Holy crap. This is what real overnight wealth looks like. With this 5 billion, what resources could he possibly lack? What scholarships could he possibly still need? His interest in the conditions offered by those universities instantly vanished. Ahem, teachers. Su Kuan hung up the phone, looking serenely at the group of admission officers still promoting their offers. He said calmly, about the treatment issue, I think we can discuss it differently. I don't lack money, nor do I lack resources. What I value is the connection. The crowd was taken aback. Not lacking money. That was quite a bold claim. Just then several astute teachers suddenly turned their attention to Su Yunyun, who was behind Su Kuan. This must be Su Yunyun, right? Ranked 3rd in the city. Also a rare genius. If Su Kuan isn't easy to approach, we can start with the sister. Su Yunyan, come to our school. We'll not only give you the best treatment, but also allow you to bring family members into the school. Su Yunyan instantly became the center of attention. Su Kuan watched this scene and smiled. Excuse me. Excuse me. Just then a red flag limousine with government plates pulled up at the entrance. The window rolled down, revealing the elegant face of Song Wansi. Su Kuan, you're awake. Song Wansi smiled and waved. Get in, let's go to my home for dinner. The mayor. The surrounding admission officers, upon seeing Song Wansi, were instantly silenced, quickly clearing the way. All right. Su Kuan's eyes brightened as he pulled Su Yunyan into the specially reinforced limousine. With the mayor treating them and being able to avoid the crowd, why not enjoy it? At the mayor's residence. Daddy. As soon as they entered, a little meatball rushed over, hugging Su Kuan's thigh and shouting, Daddy. It was Tang Tang. Su Yunyan followed behind, and hearing that crisp Daddy, nearly slipped and fell. What? What the hell? Su Yunyan's eyes widened as she looked at Su Kuan, then at the composed mayor beside her. Brother, when did you have a child? And it's the mayor's child? You've got to be kidding me. Su Kuan was left speechless, picking up Tang Tang. Don't shout. Call me brother. Song Wansi shot her daughter a glare. Tang Tang, no rudeness. Oh, big brother. Tang Tang reluctantly corrected herself, but her gaze remained glued to Su Kuan. Su Yunyan finally breathed a sigh of relief, patting her chest. You scared me. I thought I was going to be an ant. At the dining table, Su Kuan once again displayed a terrifying appetite, consuming all the supplies from the mayor's household. After eating and drinking to his fill, Song Wansi led Su Kuan to the study, her expression becoming serious. Su Kuan, there's news regarding your parents. Su Kuan's whole body trembled as he immediately sat up straight. What's the news? Where are they? Song Wansi sighed and handed a document to Su Kuan. We found them. The team they were part of went deep into the wilderness area during a reconnaissance mission 3 months ago, and then lost contact. Lost contact. Su Kuan's heart tightened. Yes, the signal disappeared, and their fate is unknown. Song Wansi said solemnly. However, according to the last intelligence transmitted, they might be trapped in East Sea City, which was once occupied by alien races and is now a no man's land. Su Kuan clenched his fists, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. I have to find them. I knew you would say that. Song Wansi nodded and did not stop him, but took out another document. However, I do not recommend that you go alone right now. It's too dangerous there, and you are a martial saint, making you a significant target for alien races. Coincidentally, the federal military has sent a special recruitment order. They have recognized your strength and want to specially recruit you into the military. You can train in the army for a year before going to university. Not only will you receive support from the military, but it will also be easier to find your parents. Moreover, Song Wansi paused, the treatment is extremely favorable, with food and accommodation provided better than university. Su Kuan looked at the special recruitment order, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. He could search for his parents and hone his strength. A double benefit. All right. Su Kuan agreed without hesitation, saying he would enlist for a year before university. In the back garden of the mayor's residence, the afternoon sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the lawn. Su Kuan played with Tang Tang for a while. He now stood at 2 meters and 7 centimeters tall, while Tang Tang barely reached his knees. Every time he wanted to pick her up, he had to bend down like fishing for a needle in the sea. Lift me high. I want to go high. Tang Tang clung to Su Kuan's calf, looking up with eyes full of anticipation. Su Kuan extended his giant hand, gently holding her waist. His palm could almost envelop Tang Tang entirely. Hold on tight. Su Kuan lifted Tang Tang onto his neck. Wow. So high. Tang Tang exclaimed excitedly, her small hands tightly gripping Su Kuan's head, while her tiny feet swung in the air against his broad chest. From her perspective, everything around her appeared smaller, and the distant walls seemed within reach. Big brother, your shoulders are so wide, like a big bed. Tang Tang pressed her face into Su Kuan's hair, giggling. Su Kuan was afraid she might fall, so he supported her back with one hand. This scene resembled a gentle giant carrying a lark, the image both comical and heartwarming, filled with an indescribable contrast of charm. In the distance, Song Wansi stood quietly before the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the scene with a somewhat dazed expression. I've never seen Tang Tang this happy before, she said softly, a faint smile on her lips, yet a hint of unnoticeable melancholy lingered in her eyes. No matter how many toys I bought her, or how many fun places I took her, she never laughed so carefree as she does today. She really likes Su Kuan. Su Yunyan, standing beside her with a glass of juice in hand, was surprised to see her usually bullying brother being so patient. May I ask a bold question? Su Yunyan hesitated, but couldn't help but ask, what about Tang Tang's father? It's been so long, why haven't we seen him? Song Wansi's smile stiffened slightly, the light in her eyes dimming instantly. She turned to Su Yunyan, paused for a moment, then slowly said, he sacrificed himself. 6 years ago, during the invasion of the other races, he was among the first batch of warriors defending the front line. At that time, Tang Tang was still small, and he didn't even have time to hear her call him daddy before. Song Wanxi's voice choked slightly, but she quickly regained her composure, though beneath that calm lay endless sorrow and strength. I'm sorry. I didn't know. Su Yunyun panicked and quickly apologized. It's fine, it's all in the past. Song Wanxi waved her hand. He was a hero, and both Tang Tang and I are proud of him. Su Yunyun looked at the strong-looking mayor who held great power, feeling a surge of respect. A woman who lost her husband, raised her daughter alone, and bore the responsibility of protecting a city. How much courage and determination did that require? In the evening, Su Kuan coaxed the tired Tang Tang to sleep and prepared to go home. Song Wanxi walked him to the door. Su Kuan, before you enlist, there will be a closed training session during the summer vacation. Song Wanxi resumed her competent demeanor as mayor. This training will take place in a secret base in the wilderness area. Although it's dangerous, it will truly test one's mettle. Don't worry, Mayor. Su Kuan nodded. I'm not afraid of danger, just afraid it won't be exciting enough. Song Wanxi smiled, watching Su Kuan's tall figure hesitating to say something. Finally, she pretended to be nonchalant and casually asked, by the way, the news said, you and that Yi Qingyi are really married. Su Kuan was taken aback for a moment, then nodded calmly. Yeah, we got our certificate. Song Wanxi's eyes flickered slightly, then quickly concealed her expression. That's great. She smiled and said, I wish you happiness. Thank you. Su Kuan did not notice the subtle change in her tone, waved his hand, and left with Su Yunyun. At the moment they turned around, a small figure was peering through the second-floor window, tearfully watching Su Kuan's departing back. Whoa! Tang Tang hugged her stuffed toy, crying sadly. Back at Longhu Bay Villa, as soon as they reached the door, Su Kuan felt a headache. At the entrance of the villa, a large crowd had gathered. They were all the recruitment teachers from various martial arts universities. Su Kuan, you're back. Su Kuan, have you considered our offer? Jiangnan Martial University is very sincere. Come to our Modu Martial University. Our principal said that as long as you come, he will personally take you as his disciple. As soon as these teachers saw Su Kuan, they looked like monsters who had spotted Tang Tang's meat, their eyes red, and rushed towards him, blocking the way completely. Su Yunyun was startled by the commotion and quickly hid behind Su Kuan. Su Kuan sighed. It seemed there was no escaping this today. He stopped and looked around at the crowd, then cleared his throat and said loudly, Thank you all for your kindness. I've made my decision. The crowd instantly fell silent, all holding their breath, waiting for the final answer. I'm going to Daidu Martial University. Su Kuan said calmly. Huh? A wail erupted from the crowd. The teacher from Jiangnan Martial University asked unwillingly, in terms of resources and environment, how are we worse than Daidu Martial University? If they offer you conditions, we can double it. Exactly. There are many geniuses in Daidu, and the competition is fierce. How can it be more comfortable to be a big fish in a small pond here? Su Kuan looked at them, a gentle yet firm smile on his face. Because my wife is there. I don't want a long-distance relationship. The crowd fell silent. All the teachers gaped, utterly confused. This reason was truly irrefutable. Some even felt like crying. In this day and age, do you have to be fed dog food just to compete for students? And me? Su Yunyun popped her head out from behind Su Kuan and shouted, I'm going to Daidu Martial University too. Why I? The other teachers pinned their last hopes on Su Yunyun. Su Kuan is going to be with his wife. You don't have a husband. Why are you going? Because my brother is there. Su Yunyun replied confidently. I want to follow my brother. Well, the brother and sister were thoroughly bound together. The other school teachers could only sigh helplessly and leave dejectedly. Only the recruitment teacher from Daidu Martial University, a middle-aged man, wearing glasses, was smiling, so widely his mouth almost reached his ears. Good. Welcome to Daidu Martial University. He excitedly rushed over and shook Su Kuan's hand tightly. I am Wang Gang, the director of the admissions office at Daidu Martial University. If you have any issues in school, just come to me. Let's connect on Bluebird and keep in touch. Su Kuan exchanged contact information with him and said, I want to enlist for a year before going to university. Wang Gang nodded. No problem, even if you don't come to school, that's fine. As long as Su Kuan's name was associated with Daidu Martial University, it would be a great honor for the school. After finally getting rid of this crowd, the world finally became quiet. However, before Su Kuan could catch his breath, a stretched Rolls-Royce slowly stopped at the villa entrance. The car door opened. Yi Tianan, the richest man in Jiangdong, and the smiling Yi Weiner stepped out of the car. Ah Kuan. As soon as Yi Tianan got out of the car, he approached Su Kuan with an exaggerated smile, more affectionate than if he were greeting his own son. He instinctively wanted to pat Su Kuan's shoulder like an elder to show closeness. Yet halfway through it became awkward. He couldn't reach it. Su Kuan's towering height of 2 meters and 7 centimeters made his shoulders much higher than Yi Tianan's head. Yi Tiannin tried standing on tiptoe, but still couldn't reach. He had to look up at this giant resembling an iron tower, feeling like a small child who hadn't grown up. The demeanor of an elder instantly vanished. Ahem. Yi Tiannin awkwardly withdrew his hand, clearing his throat twice to cover the embarrassment. Akun, I was wrong before. There was some misunderstanding. I specially brought Wainer here today to apologize to you, and by the way, to recognize our kinship. Recognize kinship? Su Kuan raised an eyebrow. Yes. Yi Tiannin rubbed his hands together, smiling broadly. You and Xingyi are officially married, so we'll be family from now on. You're my son-in-law, and I'm your father-in-law. We are family, no need to be so formal. Yi Wainer quickly stepped forward, displaying a demure and understanding demeanor, softly saying, Yes, brother-in-law. I was the one who didn't understand before, causing sister to get angry and letting you see the joke. From now on we'll be family. Su Kuan looked at the duet of this father and daughter, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold smile. Family. Am I drunk? Why do I feel like throwing up? Su Kuan said mercilessly. How did you treat Xingyi back then? How did you mock me? Now that you see I've become a martial saint and a top scholar, you want to come and claim kinship. What about face? Yi Tiannen's smile froze on his face, and Yi Wainer turned pale, not daring to speak. Akun, you can't say that. Yi Tiannen tried to salvage the situation. Young people should be less hot-headed. I came today for a serious matter. I sincerely invite you to join the Yi family group. As my son-in-law, the entire Yi family will be yours. Moreover, I can offer you. I'm not interested. Su Kuan directly interrupted him. I don't lack money, nor do I want to be your success. Yi Tiannen was left speechless by the rebuttal. Finally, he gritted his teeth and threw out his final trump card. Akun, I know you have grievances against me. But Xingyi is still my daughter. You can't just let such an important matter as your wedding be so hasty, right? Wedding? Yi Tiannen exclaimed loudly. I want to hold a grand wedding for you. Let all of Jiangdong know, the entire federation know that my daughter, Yi Tiannen's daughter, is marrying the youngest martial saint. This is not only for the Yi family's face, but also for Xingyi. Su Kuan fell silent. Although he felt no goodwill towards Yi Tiannan, those words struck a chord in his heart. Although he and Yi Xingyi had registered their marriage, he indeed owed her a ceremony. From childhood companions to lifelong partners, this was a change in identity and a fulfillment of promises. All right. Su Kuan nodded. I'll agree to this, but I'll see how you perform. Yi Tiannen was overjoyed, patting his chest in assurance. This matter is on me. When Xingyi returns during the summer vacation, just wait for the wedding. In the dead of night in the bedroom, Su Kuan lay on the 5-meter-long bed, holding a specially designed tablet, engaged in a video call with Yi Xingyi. There was no choice. The phone screen was too small to accommodate his large face, so he could only use the tablet. On the other end of the screen, Yi Xingyi, dressed in silk pajamas, lay on her dormitory bed, with wet hair, clearly just out of the shower. Have you met my dad? He wants to help us organize our wedding. Yi Xingyi commented sarcastically after Su Kuan relayed the message. Such a family of snobs. If you hadn't become a martial saint, he wouldn't be so kind. Anyway, don't believe anything my dad says. Su Kuan chuckled. I can judge for myself. He really seems to want to hold the wedding. Yi Xingyi hummed in response, but soon a happy smile appeared on her face. But it would be amazing to have I want to wear a wedding dress. One with a super long train. I want to be the most beautiful bride. Su Kuan's eyes softened. I will make you the happiest woman in the world then. Hee, you're so wonderful, husband. Yi Xingyi rolled over on the bed, suddenly leaning closer to the screen, her enchanting eyes blinking mischievously as she said, By the way, husband, let me see Xiao Kuan Kuan. Su Kuan was taken aback, then felt a wave of embarrassment. Don't use the word Xiao. Where am I small? As he said this, he deliberately puffed out his chest, his massive muscles nearly bursting through the screen. If you won't let me see, then forget it. Yi Xingyi pouted. You have to show it sooner or later. At this point, her gaze suddenly became a little distant, and a hint of worry crossed her face. Husband. She hesitated for a moment, then cautiously asked, How tall are you now, really? 2 meters 7, Su Kuan answered honestly. 2 meters 7. Yi Xingyi swallowed hard, picturing a giant standing before her. The size difference. She looked down at her petite frame, which, although it was 1 meter 7 Taitwo, still seemed small in comparison to Su Kuan, and suddenly felt a bit anxious. When we get married, will we not match well? Yi Xingyi stammered, I mean, in terms of size. Su Kuan raised an eyebrow, teasing her. Are you afraid he'll crush you? Hey, you're so annoying. Yi Xingyi's face turned as red as an apple. I mean it. What if? What if? She stuttered for a long time, but couldn't bring herself to say it. Su Kuan looked at her, expression filled with both anticipation and fear, and couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, silly. I'm of Giant Bloodline. I'm not actually a monster. Moreover, I have strong control over my body. I can manage my muscle contractions. When the time comes, he'll be very gentle. Who needs your gentleness? Yi Xingyi said proudly. I'm pretty strong too, you know. With the body of a grand master, how can I be so fragile? She had great confidence in her physical strength. This year at university, she had worked hard to cultivate, and every drop of sweat was worth it. Just then the door suddenly cracked open. Su Yunyun peeked her head and looking at Su Kuan with a resentful expression. Brother, can you keep it down while chatting? I can hear you from next door. I'm still a child. Why need the comfort of a psychological counselor? Su Kuan and Yi Qingyi exchanged awkward glances. Get to bed early, Yi Qingyi said softly. Okay, good night. After hanging up, Su Kuan lay on the bed staring at the ceiling, still smiling. Although the size difference was indeed a problem, he believed that as long as the two loved each other there would be no difficulty they could not overcome. Meanwhile, at the imperial capital Martial University, after hanging up the call, Yi Qingyi did not go to sleep immediately. Instead, she changed into her training uniform and headed to the martial arts training hall of the school. He's getting stronger. What if I can't keep up with him? She planned to improve her strength as much as possible before the summer vacation. In the training hall, many students were working hard. Look, that's the campus bell, Yi Qingyi. I heard her husband is the top scorer in the martial arts exam from Jiangdong City, and he's also a martial saint. Yi Qingyi's strength must have been crushed, and her husband is said to have giant blood standing over 2 meters tall. Do you think the campus belle will be able to handle it? Maybe she will break down. Amidst the whispers, Yi Qingyi glanced over coldly, thinking, who can't handle it? You can't. With a frosty expression, she walked up to a specially designed heavy force measuring device. Who? She took a deep breath, trying to vent her anxiety through exertion. With the activation of her Scrade water-type talent, a gentle, yet vast aura surged around her, as if rivers were rushing forth. Break! Yi Qingyi shouted delicately, and her seemingly slender jade hand struck out fiercely, as if containing surging waves. With this strike, she did not apply her full strength, but merely released her pent-up frustration. Boom! A loud noise echoed, and the entire measuring device shook violently, the alloy target deeply dented. The numbers on the display screen jumped wildly, finally settling on a string of breathtaking red digits. 100 kg, 1 million combat power. High-level Grandmaster. The once noisy training hall instantly fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes widened, staring incredulously at the number, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. 1 million. A Grandmaster. She actually broke through to high-level Grandmaster. Oh my god. She's only a freshman. A Grandmaster in her first year. What kind of monstrous talent is this? The instructor Lu Mei beside her also narrowed her pupils. The pen in her hand that was recording data froze. As a seasoned instructor at the imperial capital Martial University, she had seen many geniuses, but someone progressing as rapidly as Yi Qingyi was extremely rare. Not only does she have Scrade talent, but her explosive power is also terrifying. Yet it seems she's troubled by love. Amidst the shocked and admiring gazes, Yi Qingyi, however, seemed to regard this as an insignificant accomplishment. Looking at the number 100, instead of feeling happy, she frowned and sighed. Only 1 million. He's already at 10 million. The gap is getting bigger. What if in the future during sparring? No, I mean when we practice, won't I be completely powerless? What if he gets too excited and loses control of his strength? My little frame. With this thought, Yi Qingyi felt even more anxious. Ignoring the gazes of her classmates that were akin to looking at a goddess, she walked straight toward the dazed instructor Lu Mei. Teacher Lu. Yi Qingyi paused, hesitated for a moment, then blushed as she asked, is there a technique to improve body flexibility? Lu Mei was taken aback, then scrutinized Yi Qingyi with a peculiar gaze. You have Scrade water-type talent. Your body's flexibility already far exceeds that of ordinary people. Water benefits all things without contention. Your body is like water. One could say it's the most perfect. Do you still need to practice? Yi Qingyi bit her lip and replied softly, I feel it's not enough. Oh. Lu Mei elongated her tone, revealing an understanding smile. Indeed, with your boyfriend's height of 2 meters 7, your little frame really needs some serious training. Yi Qingyi gritted her teeth. Teacher, don't tease me. Please teach me. Lu Mei put away her smile and said seriously, there is indeed a special technique called Wuxian Gong. This technique not only greatly enhances body flexibility and extensibility, but also allows you to precisely control every muscle and nerve within your body. It can even change your appearance and body shape. Really? Yi Qingyi's eyes lit up instantly. I want to learn. Right now. However, Lu Mei shifted her tone. This technique is extremely painful to cultivate. Can you endure it? Yi Qingyi's gaze was firm as she clenched her fists. I can. In the imperial capital, the Qin family residence was enveloped in a stifling atmosphere of mourning. The large character for sacrifice on the memorial hall appeared particularly glaring. Inside the crystal coffin, Qin Tian's body had been meticulously prepared by the mortician, Yet the terrifying dent on his chest, the result of a devastating punch, still conveyed the extent of the destructive blow he had suffered in life, even though it had been filled with special materials. "My son." A heart-wrenching wail echoed through the memorial hall. Qin Tian's mother Wang Li was currently leaning over the crystal coffin, crying her heart out, her makeup ruined by tears, her eyes swollen like peaches. He was only 18. He was going to be the top scholar. How could a trip to such a rural place like Jiangdong turn him into a corpse? Enough with the crying. Aren't you embarrassed enough? A cold shout interrupted the woman's wails. Qin Shao, the current head of the Qin family, was dressed in a black zhongshan suit, his face dark and brooding. With his hands clasped behind his back, he fixed his hawk-like gaze on another corpse beside the coffin, the headless body of a feathered girl, now stitched back together. "Is this the official explanation?" Qin Shao's voice was icy as he pointed at the feathered corpse. The nervous steward beside him trembled as he handed over a document. "Yes, master." The official report from Jiangdong stated that assassins from a foreign tribe had attacked the examination site, and the young master unfortunately perished. In the end, it was a candidate named Su Kuan who killed the assassin and avenged the young master. Avenged? Absurd. Qin Shao suddenly swung his hand, shattering the document into pieces. He walked to Qin Tian's body, extending his calloused hand to gently press on the dent in Qin Tian's chest. Though separated by clothing and repair materials, he could still feel the broken ribs and ruptured heart. This punch was fierce and domineering, a pure explosion of physical strength, without any flashy techniques, directly shattering Tian's protective true qi and internal organs. The feathered tribe. Those bird people excel in speed, wind blades, and assassination. Their bodies are light and fragile, incapable of delivering such a heavy punch. This is clearly the fist of a human warrior. The officials are lying. The people in Jiangdong are covering for the real culprit. Wang Li screamed, "You must investigate this. I want that murderer to be torn to pieces." "Shut up." Qin Shao glared at her, and then turned to the steward. "Have you found anything? Who interacted with Tian that day at the top level?" The steward quickly brought up a holographic projection with several data cards floating in the air. "Master, this is the list of candidates who ascended to the 9,999th level that day. The eldest daughter of the Lin family, Lin Runan. The fake daughter of the Yi family, Yi Weiner. Su Kuan and his sister Su Yunyun. And Luo Feng." Qin Shao's gaze swept over the information of the individuals. Lin Runan and Yi Weiner are weak girls. Even if they had the guts, they wouldn't dare touch someone from the Qin family, nor do they possess such lethal strength. As for Su Yunyun, just a poor little ant. Finally, Qin Shao's gaze settled on the last two photos. One was of a young man with a cold gaze and a buzz cut, Luo Feng. The other was a giant of a man, Su Kuan. Only one of these two could have delivered a punch strong enough to kill someone with the mastery of a grandmaster, and even prevent him from using his life-saving measures. Qin Shao analyzed. Only they possessed the combat power of a martial saint. Luo Feng. Wang Li's eyes blazed with fury as she saw Luo Feng's information. It must be that soldier. These soldiers are ruthless. I've heard he kills without blinking in the wilderness. If it is Luo Feng, then this will be difficult. Qin Shao's brow furrowed tightly as his fingers lightly tapped on the coffin. I've checked his background. His file is classified in the military. There are rumors that he is the illegitimate son of the 5-star General Luo II, who guards the northern border. Luo II. Hearing this name, Wang Li's crying abruptly stopped, her face revealing a look of terror. He is a war god of the Huaxiao Federation, a figure that terrifies foreign tribes. Although the Qin family holds some power in the imperial capital, they would not dare seek revenge directly against such a true military giant. We cannot act against Luo Feng openly. Qin Shao took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his killing intent. Are we just to let this go? Is Tian's death to be in vain? Wang Li shouted unwillingly. Of course not. Qin Shao's gaze suddenly shifted to the last photo. In the photo, Su Kuan stood at 2 meters tall, his muscles bulging like rocks. The visual impact could be felt even through the screen. Since we cannot move against Luo Feng, then we will target Su Kuan. Qin Shao's eyes flashed with greed and malice. This Su Kuan has no background. His parents are merely low-level wilderness warriors and are now missing. His only reliance is that so-called giant bloodline. In just a year, he grew from a failed candidate to a high-level martial saint with a combat power of millions. Such a bloodline is nothing short of a miracle. The steward beside him added in a low voice, "Master, according to our intelligence analysis, Su Kuan's bloodline level is extremely high and may even be the legendary SS-class ancestral bloodline. If we could obtain his bloodline, even if just to extract a genetic serum." Qin Shao interjected, his breath quickening. Although Tian is dead, if the Qin family could cultivate a batch of warriors with this bloodline, or even allow me to break through my bottleneck, then the Qin family would soar to greatness. Revenge for my son must be taken, but the family's interests must be seized. This is the mindset of a family head. But Master Su Kuan is currently a hero in Jiangdong City and the top scholar under the public's eye. If we were to send someone to kill him directly, it would likely provoke the officials' wrath, and even that female mayor would not agree. The steward expressed his concerns. Who said we need to act directly in Jiangdong? Qin Shao sneered, pulling out an encrypted communicator from his pocket. I received news that this kid plans to join the military for a year before starting university. Joining the military. That's like going to die. Executing missions in the wilderness, losing a few people, is a common occurrence. Qin Shao dialed a number, his voice becoming deep and ominous. Hello, this is Qin Shao. I want to make a deal with you. Among this new batch of recruits, there's a guy named Su Kuan. Oh, I want him dead on the battlefield. But I need his body returned, and I want it fresh. In Jiangdong City at the Longhu Bay Villa, the morning sunlight spilled onto the oversized alloy bed. Achoo! A thunderous sneeze erupted as if a lightning bolt had struck the ground. Su Kuan rubbed his nose sitting up in bed, causing the entire villa to shake slightly. Damn it, who's cursing me so early in the morning? Su Kuan mumbled, feeling a chill run down his back. However, with his current Golden Body Realm constitution, catching a cold was impossible. The only explanation was that some mischievous person was trying to harm him. The phone on the bedside table vibrated. Su Kuan picked it up to find a recruitment notification from the military comrade. Su Kuan, please report to military base now. 003 in the wilderness area of the northern suburbs of Jiangdong City at 8 a.m. 7 days from now for new recruit training. Failure to report will be regarded as automatic forfeiture. 7 days, huh? Su Kuan looked at the message, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. The army was a forge for the strong. Only there could he truly uncover the truth about the foreign races and find clues regarding his parents. First, I need to eat. Su Kuan rolled out of bed, landing with a loud thud. As he stepped out of his bedroom into the massive 8-meter-high living room, he saw the front door being pushed open. Su Yunyun entered carrying a series of large thermal boxes like a diligent little ant. Those thermal boxes piled up like a small mountain. Brother, you're awake. Su Yunyun set down the boxes, panting heavily as she wiped the sweat from her forehead. Quick, eat while it's hot. I specifically ran to the martial arts school cafeteria and had the chef prepare breakfast for you. They're all high-energy beast meat buns with thin skin and large fillings. So many. Su Kuan walked over and opened one of the boxes, a rich aroma of meat wafting towards him. Each bun inside was as big as a basketball, clearly made just for him. Is this for me? Su Kuan picked up a bun and bit down halfway. Of course, brother. Su Yunyun replied, cheerfully handing him a cup of soy milk, which was actually a bucket. Eat quickly. If it's not enough, there's more. As Su Kuan chewed on the bun, he looked at his sister suspiciously and said, Sis, why are you being so nice today? No good deed goes unpunished. This isn't like you. You're not trying to poison me in these buns, are you? Planning to harm your brother to inherit my fortune? What are you talking about? Su Yunyun rolled her eyes at him and walked over to help him massage his thigh, since she could only reach that far. You're our family's great contributor. Now you're a martial saint and a top scholar, and soon you'll be joining the army to protect the country. As your sister, isn't it my duty to take care of you? As she spoke, her eyes twinkled mischievously, and she said softly, also, when you go to the army, can I borrow this big villa for a class reunion? I have a few girlfriends who are really eager to see the home of a martial saint. I knew it. Su Kuan swallowed the bun and said with a smirk, fine, I'll leave the keys with you. But don't mess it up, especially my bed. Don't let any unruly people roll around on it. Okay, you're the best, brother. Su Kuan began to devour his breakfast with astonishing speed. In just 20 minutes, the pile of food resembling a small mountain had completely vanished. Burp. Su Kuan let out a burp, patting his stomach. I'm only 6 parts full. Not enough. Su Yunyun widened her eyes. Let's order takeout then. Su Kuan skillfully took out his phone and ordered 20 family meal buckets and 10 whole roasted lambs. Half an hour later, the takeout arrived. Su Kuan chewed down the last lamb leg bone, finally feeling a sense of fullness in his stomach. I'm full, time to work it off. Su Kuan stood up, stretching his limbs as his joints cracked like thunder. After spending days at home, his bones felt stiff. With the army approaching, he needed to move around and test his current strength. I bet my current strength would break the home measuring device. The martial arts schools is insufficient. Su Kuan pondered. I can only go to the Tongtian Tower. At Tongtian Square. Although the college entrance exams had ended, the Tongtian Tower remained open as a sacred training ground. Of course, entering for testing required a hefty fee or sufficient privileges. As a newly crowned martial saint, Su Kuan had the privilege of free access for life. He stepped into the tower and headed straight for the testing area. Coincidentally, there was already someone sweating profusely there. Luo Feng, bare-chested, revealed a muscular physique and was furiously striking. Each punch emitted golden energy, causing the iron mountain to rumble. Upon seeing Su Kuan enter, Luo Feng stopped his motions, took a deep breath, and wiped his sweat. "You're here? So early." Su Kuan walked over. "Looks like you've been busy too." "Can't sit still." Luo Feng chuckled bitterly. "Ever since I lost to you, I feel like there's a whip behind me. If I don't practice hard, I'm afraid I'll fall behind and not even see your tail lights. Want to give it a try?" Luo Feng stepped aside. "That's just what I had in mind." Su Kuan took a deep breath, a torrent of vitality instantly transforming into strength flooding through his body. The dark golden light of the golden body realm shimmered as his towering 2-meter-7 figure resembled a resurrected deity. "Huh." Su Kuan threw a punch. Boom. The sound erupted, deeper and more shocking than any before. The entire Tongtian Tower seemed to shake. The numbers on the display screen fluctuated wildly before finally stopping at 2,000 kg, 20 million combat power. "Hiss." Luo Feng gasped, his eyes nearly popping out. 20 million. Wasn't it just 1 million during the college entrance exam? Only a few days have passed. Doubled. Luo Feng felt as if he had been struck by a ton of bricks. Despite his grueling training over the past few days, he had only increased his strength by a few thousand kilograms. Su Kuan, on the other hand, doubled his power after just one sleep. "Is he even human?" "Not bad." Su Kuan observed the data and shook his head. "I feel like I haven't reached my limit yet. I didn't eat too much, so my output is a bit weak." Luo Feng didn't want to speak anymore. He felt that if he continued to chat with this guy, his Dao heart would shake. "By the way," Luo Feng shifted the topic, "you're about to enlist. How about relaxing a bit? I know a good place." "What place?" "Massage." "A serious matter," Luo Feng said earnestly. "Martial artists have intense training, which can cause muscle stiffness and blockages in the meridians. Finding a professional technician to unclog the qi and blood is very beneficial for the body." Upon hearing this, Su Kuan's expression turned strange as he looked Luo Feng up and down. "Didn't expect you, a burly soldier, would have such a hobby. I thought you only knew how to kill foreign beasts." Luo Feng's old face flushed as he retorted, "I go for legitimate massages. Unclogging qi and blood. What's wrong with that? It's a scientific recovery method." "Got it, I understand completely." Su Kuan chuckled, patting Luo Feng on the shoulder. "Let's go. It just so happens that I feel like my bones are a bit tight these days." The top-tier entertainment venue in Jiangdong City, Shuiyun Tian Club. Su Kuan and Luo Feng walked into the hall side by side. Their differing physiques and the unique aura of strong individuals instantly attracted numerous gazes. Especially Su Kuan's towering frame at 2'7", he became the center of attention wherever he went. Just as the two were about to head to the front desk to book a private room, a figure suddenly stood up from the side lounge. "Kuan Gu." Su Kuan turned and was slightly surprised. "Delay. You're here too." The person standing there was Zhao Lei. He was dressed in casual attire, seemingly waiting for someone. "This is Luo Feng," Su Kuan briefly introduced. "This is my brother Zhao Lei." Luo Feng nodded, maintaining a calm demeanor. Upon seeing Luo Feng, Zhao Lei's expression changed slightly, a hint of panic and awkwardness flashing in his eyes. He instinctively shrank his neck, lowering his voice a notch. Roshan, hello." It's no wonder he was intimidated. The disparity in their scores from the college entrance examination was too significant. Both Su Kuan and Luo Feng had battle powers in the millions, while he barely managed to rank 79th in the province. He used to be able to follow behind Su Kuan, joking and laughing, but now facing these two big shots, the invisible pressure of class disparity made it hard for him to breathe. To ease the awkwardness, Zhao Lei took the initiative to find a topic. "So, Kuan Gu, which university do you plan to go to?" "Imperial Capital Martial University." Su Kuan did not hide it. "But before starting school, I need to serve a year in the military, going to the front line in the wilderness to deal with the other races, a kind of early internship." "Going to the front line?" Zhao Lei's eyes widened, then he gave a thumbs up and exclaimed sincerely, "Kuan Gu, impressive. You really have guts." Su Kuan smiled and countered, "What about you? Ranking 79 isn't bad. Have you decided where you're going?" Zhao Lei's smile froze for a moment, then he scratched his head and said somewhat awkwardly, "I am not going in." "Not going?" Su Kuan was taken aback. Zhao Lei sighed. "I plan to retake the exam, but not at Beichen Martial Academy, rather at Jiangdong No. 8 High School." "Jiangdong No. 8 High School." Luo Feng raised an eyebrow. "That school had the lowest martial exam scores this year, right?" "Yeah," Zhao Lei said with a bitter smile. "It's precisely because they are at the bottom that they urgently need top students to bolster their image. Their principal has approached me. If I go back to retake my studies, not only will my tuition be waived, but they'll also give me 3 million in subsidies and a monthly allowance." Luo Feng's eyes flickered as he asked sharply, "Are you planning to become a professional repeater?" A professional repeater refers to students who have decent grades but come from difficult backgrounds, opting not to attend university but instead transferring between high schools to retake their studies and earn the school's substantial bonuses. There's no other choice. The money comes in fast. Zhao Lei shrugged, his tone tinged with helplessness and self-deprecation. You know my family situation. Do I want to lighten the burden at home? Hearing this, Su Kuan frowned slightly. He looked at Zhao Lei's feigned nonchalance, feeling a pang in his heart. Is your family short on money? If you need money, just tell me, I'll lend it to you. Hundreds of thousands or millions are no problem. There's no need to delay your future over this amount of money. His worth was in the billions now. Even a small amount would be enough for Zhao Lei's family to live without worry. Zhao Lei was stunned for a moment, looking into Su Kuan's sincere eyes. A warm current surged within him. But he still shook his head, his gaze firm. Kuan Ge, thank you. Really, but I don't want to rely on others. I want to earn money with my own fists. Even if it takes a bit longer, it will be my own path. Su Kuan looked at him for a long while and nodded. All right, you have guts. Su Kuan no longer insisted on giving him money, and instead waved his hand, putting an arm around Zhao Lei's shoulder. Since we've met, let's not talk nonsense. Let's go. Today it's my treat, and I'll treat you to a massage. Huh, this. Zhao Lei hesitated a bit. What do you mean? Today it's on me. Su Kuan said decisively, pulling him inside. Zhao Lei felt touched and stopped being pretentious then. Thanks, Kuan Ge, you're generous. Inside the supreme VIP room, Su Kuan skillfully lay down on the specially reinforced massage bed and called out to the manager with flair, bring in your best technician. Number 91. I'm irregular, I'll let her come to loosen my back. And 69 and 96. By the way, I heard there's a technician now. One who is a master. Bring her too. I want her to step on my back. Before long, a line of technicians entered in sequence. When technician No. 91 saw the figure lying on the bed like a mountain of flesh, her eyes widened in shock, and she couldn't help but exclaim, Su Sheng. She covered her mouth, her gaze filled with astonishment. She had watched Su Kuan grow all the way. From the slightly muscular youth at first to later becoming 1.9 meters, then 2 meters, and now standing at 2.7 meters. This physique is simply miraculous. Technician No. 91 stepped forward, placing her hands on Su Kuan's iron-hard back, feeling the terrifying blood energy surging beneath her heart, stirred with waves of shock. How long has it been since we last met? And you've gotten so much stronger. The other technicians, including the master-level technician No. 1, also looked utterly astonished. They had served countless strong individuals, but someone like Su Kuan, who emanated a suffocating oppressive aura just by lying there, was a first. Let's begin, Su Kuan said in a muffled voice. Several technicians immediately became busy. Some were kneading shoulders, some were pounding legs, and particularly the master-level technician No. 1, who used her true energy to step on Su Kuan's back, making loud thudding sounds as if forging a divine iron. So comfortable. Su Kuan sighed in satisfaction. At that moment, a female technician who was massaging his legs moved a bit cautiously. She looked delicate and seemed a bit shy. Zhao Lei, lying on the adjacent bed, saw this female technician and quickly introduced, Kuan Ge, this is my sister Zhao Yan. Su Kuan lifted his head and glanced at the woman who was massaging his legs. So it's our sister. Su Kuan smiled and his attitude softened considerably. Sister, there's no need to be so formal, just massage casually. My legs are tough, so don't tire yourself out. Zhao Yan was flattered and immediately waved her hand. Not tiring at all. It's my honor to massage the martial saint. She looked at Su Kuan with eyes full of gratitude. She knew that with a friend like Su Kuan for her brother, no one would dare bully him in Jiangdong City. Su Kuan had a good impression of this sister who worked in such a place to help pay for her brother's education. He discreetly took out his phone and quietly transferred a sum to the club manager, noting, tip for Zhao Yan, don't say it's from me, just say it's a bonus. That night the three of them chatted a lot in the room and relaxed considerably. Until the next morning, Su Kuan felt that all his joints had loosened. Let's go, it's time for breakfast. He took the two for a hearty meal. Of course, he was the main eater, while Luo Feng and Zhao Lei were there to watch. After eating and drinking well, it was time to part ways. At the entrance of Shuiyun Tian, Su Kuan and Luo Feng prepared to leave as they each had their own matters to attend to. Zhao Lei was also heading home. All right, delay, go back now. Su Kuan patted Zhao Lei's shoulder, gently controlling the strength. Since you've chosen this path of professional repeating, then work hard. Strive for a better score next year. Zhao Lei nodded heavily. I'm leaving. Su Kuan turned and left. His tall figure gradually receded in the morning light. His future was destined to be filled with stars and seas. Zhao Lei stood still, watching Su Kuan's receding figure, not moving for a long time. An indescribable sense of bitterness surged in his heart. He knew that from this day on he and Su Kuan were already people from two different worlds. He was the dragon in the sky, while he still had to struggle in the mud. From now on, we will just be strangers. Zhao Lei murmured to himself, his eyes glistening. At that moment, a hand gently rested on his shoulder. Zhao Yin, who had just finished her shift, stood behind him following his gaze and said softly, "Lazy, don't lose heart. Sister believes in you. Although we start from a low point, as long as we work hard, you can definitely become a martial saint in the future." Zhao Lei turned around looking at his sister's encouraging and hopeful gaze. The gloom in his heart dissipated. He took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and his gaze became determined and fervent again. "Sister, I will definitely catch up." In the faint morning light, as Luo Feng walked along the road, he gazed at Su Kuan, who even when concealing his aura still appeared as formidable as a primordial beast, with a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. Luo Feng said solemnly with a tone laced with awe, "Su Kuan, with your current physical strength, you might actually attempt to touch that realm." "You mean the Shanghai realm?" Su Kuan raised an eyebrow. "The sixth realm of martial arts, known as the Great Sage." "Yes." Luo Feng nodded. "My father once mentioned that the martial saint broke the genetic lock, gaining the ability to fly and extraordinary genes, but that is merely the beginning of a leap in the level of existence. The true transformation lies in the inner scenery manifesting outward. Within the Danshan's Qi Si, one must condense the mountain of martial arts and the sea of vital energy, which can even be manifested externally to display martial arts forms." Su Kuan recalled the textbook's description of the Shanghai realm in his mind. Though it was only a few words, it was cryptic and hard to grasp. "The Qi is like the sea, the will is like the mountain. When the mountain stabilizes the sea, the body is as vast as the heavens. With a single thought, the mountains and seas follow." In simple terms, Luo Feng explained, it means completely merging your martial will with your vital energy, constructing a small world of internal circulation within your body. Once successful, every strike you make will carry the momentum of the heavens, and Earth's strength will no longer be merely a physical explosion, but rather the embryonic form of the laws. Su Kuan pondered. "That sounds quite mystical. Simply put, it's the power of moving mountains and filling seas." Luo Feng twitched his lips slightly. "That's not wrong." Just as the two were conversing, the surrounding space suddenly rippled without warning. There was no sound of wind, nor any prior indication. A tall and graceful figure appeared out of thin air between the two, as if she had been standing there all along, only just now revealing herself. "Hua." Luo Feng, possessing the instincts of a beast king, reacted swiftly, his body bristling with hair as he instinctively prepared to defend himself. Su Kuan's pupils contracted, his muscles tensed instantly. But when he saw that the person was Song Wansi, he sighed in relief, albeit filled with shock within. "So fast. Is this the power of the great sage in the Shanghai realm?" Completely disregarding spatial distance. "Mayor," Su Kuan exclaimed, "what brings you here?" Song Wansi was dressed in casual attire, her long hair casually draped, exuding less of the mayor's authority and more of a strong person's nonchalance. She looked at Su Kuan and smiled slightly. "I happened to pass by and overheard you discussing the Shanghai realm." Luo Feng is not entirely wrong, but not entirely right either. Song Wansi extended a finger and gently tapped in the air. Buzz! Su Kuan felt the scenery before him instantly distort, as if the entire world were flying backward. In the next second, when his vision returned to normal, Su Kuan was horrified to discover that he was no longer at the entrance of the water-cloud sky gate. Beneath him lay a wasteland overgrown with weeds, and in the distance were rolling mountains. The air was thick with a faint smell of blood and the roars of exotic beasts. "Is this the wilderness zone?" Su Kuan's eyes widened as he turned to see the magnificent city walls of Jiangdong City, already several dozen kilometers away, reduced to a thin line. In the blink of an eye, several dozen kilometers. This is the hallmark ability of the Shanghai realm, contracting the land into inches. Song Wansi stood beside him, speaking lightly. "When your body and will are strong enough to resonate with the surrounding magnetic field, you can fold space and traverse thousands of mountains and rivers in a single step. Contracting the land into inches." Su Kuan's eyes were filled with fervor. If he could master this, how fast would delivery be? No, how fast would killing enemies be? Song Wansi looked at Su Kuan and earnestly taught, "Su Kuan, your physical talents are the likes of which I have rarely seen, even in all of human history. Your strength has long been sufficient, even overflowing. What you lack now is the micromanipulation and essence of power. To break through the Shanghai realm, you cannot only think of brute force and eating. You must learn to feel the momentum of the world around you." Song Wansi pointed to the majestic mountains in the distance. "Mountains are heavy because they are still, seas are violent because they flow. Between movement and stillness lies the essence of mountains and seas. In the coming days you will stay here and experience this fully. I will protect you." Over the next 7 days, under Song Wansi's guidance, Su Kuan conducted a brief, yet profound special training on the outskirts of the wilderness zone. Though he did not directly break through to the Shanghai realm, his control over power indeed ascended to a new level, no longer just a brute who swung his fists mindlessly. Of course, aside from gaining insights, the thing he did most was eat. The wilderness zone lacked everything except exotic beasts. Moreover, with Song Wansi the Great Sage overseeing, Su Kuan practically feasted without restraint. Ironclad wild boar, roasted, gale demon wolf, stewed. Even the passing master-level exotic beasts upon seeing this terrifying duo had to leave behind a few pounds of meat. 7 days later, Su Kuan returned home. Crack. As soon as he stepped in while changing his shoes, he felt the floor tiles beneath him crack. He awkwardly lifted his foot, staring at the shattered footprint. Looks like I've gained weight again. He walked over to the specially designed measuring device. Beep, height 280. 0 centimeters, weight 700. 0 kilograms, 2 meters 80. Su Kuan stared at himself in the mirror. A height of 2 meters 80 meant his head was nearly touching the ceiling. Thankfully, he had merged the first and second floors. A weight of 700 kilograms, or 1,400 pounds. What was he now? He was clearly a giant beast walking upright. His facial features had become more profound and three-dimensional, chiseled like a knife, exuding an aura of divine intimidation. Especially his hands, which were astonishingly large. A single slap could likely cover an entire basketball. His feet were like boats. Ordinary shoes could no longer fit, so he wore specially made, oversized alloy combat boots. Even sleeping has become a problem. Su Kuan walked over to the 5-meter-long big bed. Though the bed was large enough with his current weight, every time he turned over it was like demolishing a house, making enough noise to wake the neighboring Chinyu. Power. Su Kuan clenched his fist. The air was crushed in his palm, emitting a crisp sound. Though I haven't measured it, I can feel that I'm at least 30% stronger than before heading to the wilderness zone. At that moment, the door was pushed open. Brother, are you ready? The car is waiting downstairs. Su Yunyun rushed in with a small backpack. She had just run to Su Kun's front when her footsteps suddenly halted. Su Yunyun looked up, tilting her neck to the limit, just to see Su Kun's chin. Wow. Su Yunyun swallowed hard, gesturing with her hands. Her head now reached just about to Su Kun's abdominal muscles, and she was still a bit short of reaching his chest. Brother, you're so huge. Su Yunyun complained. How are those exotic beasts supposed to survive? You look even more like a monster than they do. Stop your nonsense. Su Kuan extended a finger, gently pressing it against Su Yunyun's forehead. Just a single finger almost covered most of her forehead. I'm leaving now. Su Kun's voice was deep and resonant, causing Su Yunyun's chest to resonate as well. I'm going to the new recruit training camp for a closed training period of about a month. During this month, be good at home, don't cause trouble, but also don't be afraid. If you encounter something you can't solve, go find Sister Chinyu or the dojo master. Su Kuan squatted down, meeting Su Yunyun's gaze, and said seriously, the most important point. While I'm not home, you are not allowed to date. If I find out any little brat dares to have ideas about you. Su Kuan narrowed his eyes, viciously mimicking a crushing gesture. He'll crush him into meat paste. Brother, you're being too overbearing. I'm already an adult. Su Yunyun rolled her eyes. Being an adult doesn't change the fact that you're my sister. Su Kuan insisted. In short, prevent fires, theft, and yellow hair. Su Yunyun was speechless. She looked at her brother, who clearly resembled a demon god, yet fussed over such trivial matters, and suddenly felt a wave of bitterness rise in her heart. I got it. Su Yunyun suddenly rushed over, arms wide open, to hug Su Kuan. Unfortunately, her little arms couldn't wrap around his waist, only resting on his abdominal muscles. Buried in Su Kun's tough muscles, Su Yunyun mumbled, Brother, you have to be careful too. Make sure to come back. They'll wait for you to come back. Su Kuan felt warmth in his heart, reaching out his large hand to gently pat his sister's back, as if he were petting a little cat. Don't worry. In this world, no one can hurt your brother before they're born. After bidding farewell to his sister, Su Kuan slung the specially made oversized military backpack over his shoulder and strode out of the villa. In the sunlight, his shadow was enormous, seemingly capable of overshadowing the entire world. Jiangdong City train station. Here security is tight and rows of dark green armored trains are parked on the platform, exuding a cold metallic sheen. Thousands of newly recruited freshmen from Jiangdong City and surrounding areas are gathering here, preparing to head to the rookie training base deep in the wilderness. Is this the troop transport? So cool. I heard we are going to base 003, which is the real front line of war. What's there to be afraid of? We are warriors. We are going to be generals in the future. A group of young and spirited recruits gathered together, excitedly discussing. At this moment, the crowd suddenly fell silent. All eyes turned in fear toward the entrance. Bang, bang, bang. Heavy footsteps approach. Each step feels like thumping against the hearts of the onlookers. A giant towering at 2 meters and 80 centimeters, carrying a massive backpack, carefully squeezes through the security gate of the waiting hall. Beep, beep, beep. The security gate directly triggers an alarm, not because of any contraband, but because Su-kun's size has damaged the doorframe. Sorry, it's a bit cramped. Su-kun straightens the distorted door frame and apologetically says to the stunned security officer, "Whoa, who is this? Is that Su-kun, the abnormal top scorer of this year? My goodness, he's way. Is this the legendary SS class Giant Bloodline?" The recruits hurriedly made way, their eyes filled with awe. Su-kun stepped onto the platform and looked at the armored train that was about to depart, frowning. This door. He tries to put one foot inside. Creak. The train body suddenly sank, letting out a painful groan. Moreover, the width and height of the door are extremely unfriendly for him. To get in, he would have to fold himself. Even if he managed to get in, he wouldn't fit in the seats inside the carriage, and he couldn't even stand up straight, having to bend over the entire time. This is too torturous. Su-kun shook his head and turned to a major officer in charge of the escort. "Sir, I'm afraid I can't sit in this vehicle." The major stared blankly at Su-kun. He had never seen a physique like this among so many recruits. "Then, how about we arrange an open-top freight car for you?" the major asked tentatively. "No need." Su-kun waved his hand, glanced in the direction the train was heading, and asked, "Is the base in that direction?" "How far is it?" "About 1,200 kilometers to the north," the major answered instinctively. "All right." Su-kun tightened the backpack on his back and smiled broadly. "Then I'll just run there myself." "What a—" The major was stunned. "Run there? 1,200 kilometers. The train takes several hours." "No problem, I run fast." After Su-kun finished speaking, without waiting for the major to react, he jumped off the platform. Woo! At that moment, the train let out a whistle and began to slowly move. Su-kun stood on the barren land next to the tracks, taking a deep breath. The chi in his body roared, and his power erupted completely. "Ready, go." Boom. The ground instantly exploded. Su-kun's figure shot out like a missile, flying close to the ground. His starting speed already surpassed that of the train that had just started. Holy crap. The recruits sitting by the window were wide-eyed, nearly having their eyeballs pop out. Is he really running? Look, he caught up with the train. No, he's surpassing it. As the train accelerated, its speed gradually reached 300 kilometers per hour. But Su-kun's speed was even faster. He ran wildly across the wilderness, each step covering dozens of meters. When he encountered small hills, he leaped over them directly, and when he came across rivers, he walked on water. A long trail of dust was left behind him, a momentum even more grand than that of the train. Is this really a human? This is simply a human-shaped Gundam. Mom asked me why I'm sitting on the train like this. The recruits inside the train squeezed by the windows, frantically taking photos with their phones. Su-kun was getting into the spirit of running, even starting to try the wind control technique he had just learned. Rise! He forcefully pushed off with both legs, launching himself into the air. Aqua-colored chi surrounded him. Although he still couldn't fly, he could glide. He glided like a giant flying squirrel for hundreds of meters in the air before landing and bouncing back up again. This combination of running and gliding caused his speed to surge once more per second. It even approached 1 kilometer. That is a speed of 3,600 kilometers per hour. What does this mean? This is 3 times the speed of sound. Bang, bang, bang. The air was filled with the sound of sonic booms. Countless beasts in the wilderness were awakened by this terrifying noise. A Lord-level ironclad Tyrannosaurus was preparing to hunt when it suddenly felt a suffocating aura of ferocity approaching. It looked up and saw a creature even taller and more ferocious than itself, charging through with billowing dust. Roar! Oh! The ironclad Tyrannosaurus was so frightened that it tucked its tail and turned to run, abandoning its prey. Get out of the way! Su-kun shouted loudly, the sound waves rolling. Wherever he passed, hundreds of beasts fled, and all was silent. This is the sense of oppression brought by a Tumtarati golden body grandmaster. Only a little over 10 minutes later, when a towering mountain appeared in Su-kun's line of sight, he stopped. Military Base 003 was built against the mountain. The enormous steel walls reached a height of 100 meters. Countless heavy artillery pointed at the sky, exuding an aura of slaughter. Su-kun walked to the base's entrance, his face calm and breath steady. The guard watching the gate saw this suddenly appearing giant and was so frightened that he immediately sounded the alarm, aiming his gun at Su-kun. Stop! Who are you? What beast are you? Su-kun helplessly raised his hands. Don't shoot him, a new recruit here to report. New recruit? The guard was dumbfounded. Aren't new recruits supposed to take the train? The train hasn't arrived yet. I thought the train was too slow, so I ran here. Su-kun answered honestly. A moment later, when the duty officer came out with Su-kun's file, his hands were trembling. Su-kun combat power 20 million high-level Marshal Saint. Marshal Saint, here to be a new recruit. The officer felt that this world was too crazy. A powerhouse of this level could guard a region on the front lines. Even within the military, this is a figure of immense stature. Yet now he's here at the recruit camp carrying a backpack. Ahem. Comrade Su-kun, welcome to the service. The officer saluted, his expression complex. There might be a problem with the dormitory assignment. What's the issue? Our recruit camp's beds are all standard single beds, 2 meters long. The officer gestured at Su Kun's height. You probably won't fit. Su Kun looked at the row of low barracks and sighed. It's fine, I'll just sleep outside. Su Kun pointed to a patch of grass by the playground. I think that spot is quite spacious and the air is good. Sleep on the grass. This isn't it against the rules? Plus there's dew at night. I'm a martial saint, I'm not afraid of the cold. Su Kun waved his hand. It settled then. That night the recruit camp's cafeteria faced a catastrophe. Do you still want more? The cook looked at the 10th food bucket that had been licked clean, nearly in tears. Bro, you've eaten all our company's rations. Su Kun scratched his mouth sheepishly. I ran a bit fast earlier and got really hungry. Is there any left? A bit of steamed bread would be fine too. None. Not a single drop is left. The cook pointed at the empty kitchen. The flour bags have been shaken clean by you. The surrounding recruits were all dumbfounded. Holy crap. Is this the guy who outran the train? Can he eat this much? Did he eat 10 tons? I think we'll have to fight for food in the future, or we won't even get soup. A young man in a floral shirt with long hair looking a bit rogue came over. Is this Su Kun, the top scorer? The young man, speaking in a thick accent, casually sat opposite Su Kun, handing him a cigarette. Big shot, nice to meet you. I'm Chun Haonan, the top scorer from Nanhua province. I'll sleep above you. Oh no, wait, you're sleeping on the grass, then I'll sleep in that tree next to you. Su Kun looked at this guy who called himself Haonan and smiled. I don't smoke. You're also a top scorer. Of course. Chun Haonan flipped his long hair, looking proud. Although my combat power is only 1,000,000, I can't compare to you, but in our city, I'm a big shot. Su Kun nodded. 1,000,000 combat power, high-level grandmaster. The quality of this batch of recruits is quite high. Night fell. Su Kun lay on the grass of the playground, gazing at the starry sky. Although it wasn't as comfortable as his bed at home, the scent of the soil and the free air brought him an inexplicable sense of peace. Dad, Mom, I've gotten a step closer to you. Su Kun closed his eyes, allowing the chi in his body to circulate, slowly beginning to absorb the free energy from the world. Even while sleeping, becoming stronger never stops. The following morning at dawn, a piercing military bugle shattered the silence of twilight, echoing across the vast, desolate training base. Fallen on the drill ground, thousands of fresh recruits, hailing from every corner of the realm, poured swiftly from their barracks and formed disciplined ranks by province and region. Though each was a prodigious top scholar from their homeland, arrogant and self-assured, none dared defy order amid the camp's austere, ironclad atmosphere, except one. Su Kun stood at the very rear of the formation, yet his staggering height of 2.8 meters rendered him less a crane among chickens, and more a dinosaur among sparrows. Wherever he stood, that spot instantly became the focal point of the entire field. Surrounding recruits felt as though a mountain loomed behind them. So oppressive they dared not even breathe, deeply fearing this giant might slip and crush them beneath a single misstep. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy tread of military boots echoed sharply. Onto the podium strode a middle-aged man in full general's uniform, 2 golden stars gleaming on his epaulets. His face was chiseled with unyielding resolve, a frost silvered his temples, his eyes held storms of thunder and lightning, radiating an overwhelming aura of battlefield ruthlessness and blood-soaked martial authority. Chief Instructor, Lieutenant General Lei Tsong. A true grand saint of martial arts. A Shanghai realm expert. Lei Tsong stood motionless atop the dais, his gaze sweeping coldly across the assembly, each glance striking like live currents, searing the skin of those it touched. Welcome to hell. His voice rolled like thunder, no amplifier needed, resonating with bone-deep clarity in every recruit's ears, making eardrums vibrate audibly. I know. You are geniuses in your hometowns, top-scoring scholars, cherished treasures held aloft in reverent hands. But Lei Tsong's tone shifted with chilling abruptness. Here you are nothing but fledglings. Garbage. Helpless infants still clinging to mother's milk. On the battlefield, monstrous beasts will not ask for your college entrance exam scores. Alien races will not care whether you hail from an ancient noble house. They will only tear open your throat, drink your blood dry, and grind your bones to dust. Silence fell like a shroud. Every recruit stood frozen, utterly subdued by his presence, the last vestiges of scholarly pride crumbling into ash before that commanding force. So rein it in, immediately. Tuck away that laughable arrogance. Lei Tsong let out a sharp, disdainful snort. Today is day 1. By tradition, I'll test your foundations. Let's see just how much water lies hidden beneath the surface of these so-called geniuses. He pointed toward the massive black gold force measurement steel at the center of the drill ground. Everyone, line up and test. First, Su Wushuang, provincial top scholar of Shanghai province. A youth emerged broad-shouldered as a half-cut obsidian pagoda, each footfall thudded with deep resonant weight. His skin was dark as polished earth, muscles coiled like ancient roots beneath taut flesh. Like a living stone guardian stepped forth from the mountains emanating immovable mountainous solidity. My name is Su Wushuang. Please bear witness. He strode to the stele, made no preparatory stance, and erupted with a guttural roar, his right arm swelling instantly, veins surging like serpents as he launched a devastating punch. Boom! A deafening detonation seared the eardrums of front row recruits. 305,000 kg. 3 million. A martial saint. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. This seemingly simple earthy giant. Was he truly a flesh-refined martial saint? Late Song gave a slight nod, a flicker of approval in his eyes. Sturdy foundation. Great art concealed in simplicity. Excellent raw material. Next, Bai Jingting, top scholar of Jinghai City. A young man stepped forward in custom-tailored white training robes, hair combed with fastidious precision. His features were refined, his bearing scholarly and elegant. Between his fingers spun two specially forged alloy Baoding balls, while a faint innate air of superiority hovered about his effortless smile. Greetings, esteemed officers. I am Bai Jingting. My family runs a modest enterprise. This humble cultivation is hardly worth mentioning. With that, he tossed the balls aside and struck the steel with a single jade-like palm, light as drifting snow. Snap! That deceptively gentle strike unleashed terrifying internal force. 18,000 kg. 1.8 million combat power. Peak senior grandmaster. Late Song remarked, though cultivated through abundant resources, his mastery of soft force is commendable. Tang Xian, provincial top scholar of Sichuan province. A young woman leapt onto the platform, high ponytail whipping clad in form-fitting crimson attire. Her gaze was sharp as a hawk's, her waist bulged subtly, hinting at concealed weapons. What are you gawking at? Never seen a beauty before. With a sharp cry she blurred, lightning fast, a whip-like leg lashing out in a vicious, precise kick against the steel. Thud. 21,000 kg. 2.0 million combat power. What a ferocious girl. Recruits stared dumbfounded. Some instinctively shrank back, necks drawn tight. Shen Haonan, provincial top scholar of Nanyue province. The long-haired youth who'd approached Su Kuan the night before now stepped forward. His usual playful grin had vanished, replaced by glacial intensity, his entire being sharpened like a sword drawn from its scabbard. Make way. He flickered, leaving afterimages in his wake, and drove a fist forward with blinding speed. 12,000 kg. Though dwarfed by earlier titans, this was still solidly senior grandmaster tier. As scholar after scholar stepped forward, the atmosphere grew increasingly electric. The caliber of this year's recruits was astonishingly high. Grandmasters and senior grandmasters, rarities in past years, now appeared in clusters. Even a martial saint like Su Wushuang stood among them. Finally, every eye drifted inevitably toward the silent mountainous figure at the very rear of the formation. At 2.8 meters tall, he stood like an impassable wall, blocking half the sunlight above him. You giant, your turn. Late Song pointed directly at Su Kuan, a spark of keen interest flashing in his eyes. He'd noticed this outlier recruit long ago. Though the dossier data seemed incredible, he wanted proof, witnessed firsthand. Su Kuan nodded once and strode forward from the ranks. Thum, thum, thum. Each footfall sent tremors through the drill ground. Recruits instinctively recoiled, clearing a wide berth. Terrified, even a brush against him might prove fatal. Su Kuan halted before the force measurement steel. Forged for military use and anchored deep into the mountain bedrock, its upper limit was extraordinarily high, capable of enduring direct strikes from Shanghai realm experts. Yet before Su Kuan's towering frame, the steel looked almost delicate. He gazed down at the black stone, drew a slow, deep breath. Since this is merely a baseline assessment, I'll show just a fraction. Su Kuan wished no undue attention. Though his stature precluded discretion, he refused to be underestimated. He casually swung a fist, effortless as if swatting a fly. Whoosh! A gust of wind screamed, but no thunderous impact followed. The motion appeared disarmingly ordinary. Yet, the instant his fist met the stone, kerkum! A cataclysmic roar, as if heaven cracked, and earth split, exploded outward. The indestructible military-grade steel shuddered violently, fine fissures spiderwebbing across its surface. The display screen surged past all previous values in a dizzying cascade, then froze upon a number so staggering it stole breath from every lung. 25,000 kg. 25 million kilograms. 25,000 metric tons. The entire field plunged into absolute suffocating silence. Even breathing ceased. Su Wushuang's eyes bulged like bronze bells. Mother of mercy. Bai Jingting's alloy balls clattered to the ground. He didn't flinch, didn't even feel the impact on his toes. Tang Xian's mouth hung agape, wide enough to swallow an egg. Chen Haonan dropped his jaw entirely, frantically rubbing his eyes. T2.5 million. Did I misread? Is this a recruit, or a walking thermonuclear warhead? Such combat power. Even among seasoned veterans he'd rank among the elite. So this is the strength of Jiangdong's top scholar. Terrifying. Far beyond rumor. On the podium, Lieutenant General Lei Tsong's pupils contracted sharply. His normally imperturbable face betrayed unmistakable shock. Remarkable youth. He thought, inwardly stunned. He hasn't even exerted full force. Look at how effortlessly he stood without even rousing his kiblet. A high-tier martial saint. Perhaps even peak-tier with a body forged to perfection. Indeed, this year has brought us a dragon crossing the river. Lei Tsong inhaled, deeply mastering his astonishment, then bellowed, excellent. Outstanding. Su Kuan, return to formation. From this day forward you are the new recruit camp's paragon. Any who doubt it, challenge him. Survive 3 moves against him, and I'll promote you on the spot. At those words, every recruit shook their head in perfect unison. No hesitation, no debate. Preposterous. Fight a monster who casually punches with 25 million kilograms of force. That wasn't courage. That was suicide. No one courted death so recklessly. Life at the recruit training camp began with the first light of dawn. Assemble immediately. Objective: a 300-kilometer weighted cross-country run. Lei Tsong stood coldly before the recruits. Prodigies gathered from across the realm, megaphone in hand. At first the training was child's play for these recruits. Each at least a grandmaster of the high rank, some even holy warriors. Is that all? Chen Haonan, the top scholar from southern U.S., sprinted with his standard-issue military backpack, long hair whipping behind him. He even whistled flirtatiously at a female comrade beside him. This is far too easy. I thought the military would be brutal, but this feels no different than strolling through Causeway Bay. Yep, it's quite. Tang Xian, the top scholar from western Sichuan, wore her red ponytail, swinging effortlessly. This level of exertion isn't even as taxing as mountain climbing to gather herbs. Hardly worth mentioning. Bai Jingting, the top scholar from Jinghai, moved with elegant precision, even maintaining perfect breathing rhythm while running. Not a single strand of his meticulously groomed hair stirred. This low-intensity aerobic exercise barely qualifies as warm-up. Not even a drop of sweat appears, and that's terrible for the skin. Su Wushuang, ever the humble one, scratched his head and said earnestly, back home I plowed fields carrying millstones. Far heavier than this. The scholars surged forward at breakneck speed, accelerating past one another in a show of defiance. Faces brimming with arrogant disdain. Is this really all? From the jeep, Lei Tsong watched the cocky rookies, unaware of their own insignificance, and curled his lips into a cruel, predatory smile. Too light is it? Too slow is it? Excellent. Full of spirit. Lei Tsong pressed a remote control in his palm. Activate gravity bracelets. Gravitational multiplier, 100x. Weight load increased by 100 tons. Beep. Black bands encircling wrists and ankles flared crimson instantly. Boom. Boom. An overwhelming gravitational force slammed down, like a mountain suddenly crushing each recruit's back. What the hell? Chen Haonan's face turned instantly green. His one slight stride collapsed under immense pressure. He nearly dropped to his knees. Bloody hell. Are you serious? This is insane. Bai Jingting's elegance vanished entirely. His spine bent under the strain as sweat soaked his immaculate hair, plastering it to his forehead. Rude. Far too rude. My lower back. Tang Xian gasped breathlessly, her cheeks flushed crimson. Good grief. This'll be the death of me. Su Wushuang clenched his teeth, every muscle taut, each footfall imprinting deep grooves into the earth, speech utterly abandoned. Moments earlier these scholars had raced with swaggering arrogance. Now they staggered like spent hounds, lungs searing, legs leaden, breath ragged. Yet at the very front of the formation, a massive figure maintained steady, unhurried pace. Su Kuan bore a custom-fitted backpack. His sheer size had earned him extra weight, 300 tons. Add tenfold gravity, and he moved as if untouched. He even turned back, gazing with genuine concern at his faltering comrades. Hey, what's wrong? Did you skip breakfast? If you can't keep up, just say the word. I'll carry some of your load. The others stared at this monster, speechless with outrage. Is this even human? Finally noon arrived, the time for lunch. I'm starving. I'll eat 10 bowls. Chen Haonan limped into the mess hall, leaning heavily on Su Wushuang. I heard today's a feast. Hope there's roast goose, the kind I love most. I want steamed buns, big fluffy white ones. Su Wushuang swallowed hard. I want hot pot, extra spicy. Tang Xian's eyes gleamed. Bai Jingting adjusted his collar with practiced grace. My requirements are modest, a medium-rare filet mignon accompanied by a glass of 82 Chateau Lafite Rothschild. Yet, When they burst into the mess hall, hearts pounding with anticipation, and laid eyes upon row of colossal iron cauldrons, every face froze in disbelief. A thick, nauseating scent of raw blood hung heavy in the air. No roast goose. No steamed buns. No filet mignon. Instead, within each 2-meter-wide cauldron lay heaps of glistening crimson meat, still dripping fresh blood. Dark red muscle fibers twitched faintly, jagged bone fragments and bluish veins were clearly visible. A river of purplish-black blood pooled at the bottom, reeking of sharp metallic decay. This wasn't a mess hall, it was a slaughterhouse. Ugh. Bai Jingting was the first to retch, hand clamped over his mouth. What is this, eh? Is this fit for human consumption, eh? Mamma mia, this meat looks freshly hacked off some monstrous beast. Not even scraped clean of fur. Su Wushuang paled. Far too intense. Tang Xian pinched her nose shut, repulsed. How on earth am I supposed to eat this? Enough noise. Refuse it, and get out. A thunderous roar shook the hall. From the kitchen strode an old veteran cook, one eye missing, a brutal scar cleaving his face from brow to jaw, his gaze wolf-like and fierce. Lao Ma, head chef of the mess unit, rumored to have been an elite operative in special forces before injury, forced his transfer to the kitchen. This is flesh from high-tier monstrous beasts, the iron-clad demon ox and the ghost-faced ape, rich in vital chi and blood energy. With a deafening thud, Lao Ma slammed his still-dripping cleaver onto the chopping block. In the wild zone, this is the finest sustenance available. No fire, no seasonings, not even time to chew properly. To survive, to fight and slay enemies, you must learn to devour raw flesh and drink blood. But, Bai Jingting's face darkened. We're inside a base, not the wilderness. Why can't it be parasites? It's unhygienic. Fussing again. Lao Ma sneered. Will alien foes wait while you boil rice on the battlefield? Will they sterilize your utensils? Eat, or leave. Today's meal is served once. That's final. The new recruits exchanged stunned glances, faces grim and hollow. Though martial cultivators who'd slain monstrous beasts themselves, biting directly into raw flesh was a psychological barrier too steep for these prodigies raised in civilized society. It's just too revolting. I simply can't bring myself to eat it. Su Wushuang shook his head repeatedly. Same here, just looking makes me nauseous. Tang Xian took an involuntary step backward, just as protest swelled and hesitation gripped them all. Make way. Move aside. A massive figure shouldered through the crowd, striding straight toward the iron cauldrons. It was Su Kuan. He gazed upon the bloody meat, not with disgust, but with blazing, ravenous hunger. His throat convulsed sharply. Gurgle. To one bearing giant bloodline, this was not raw meat. It was pure energy. It was supreme nourishment. It was the very ladder of evolution. Cooked meals consumed at home, though palatable, had lost vast quantities of vital chi and blood essence during preparation. But freshly slaughtered flesh from high-tier monstrous beasts, that was primal, pure, unfiltered power. And this is available. Su Kuan turned eagerly to Lao Ma. Sergeant, may I have some of this? Lao Ma blinked, then nodded. Eat as much as you can stomach. I'll supply it all. Perfect. Thank you, Sergeant. Su Kuan grinned, a grin grotesque against his broad, scarred face. He extended a hand larger than a palm fan and seized a 50-gene slab of ox leg, blood, bone and all, then opened his cavernous maw and bit down hard. Crunch. Sizzle. A horrifying, grisly sound filled the air. Hard, monstrous bones shattered like brittle cartilage between his teeth. Crimson blood streamed down his chin and soaked his collar. Firm texture, perfect flavor. Su Kuan roared with delight, swallowing a huge chunk in 3 bites, then snatched another. What the a? The recruits stood dumbstruck. Bai Jingting recoiled several steps, pointing in horror. He actually ate it. Raw. Unbelievable. Chun Haonan murmured. Now that's what I call a true warrior. Su Kuan ignored their stares entirely, fully unleashed wholly himself. His giant bloodline surged. His stomach transformed into an insatiable void, voraciously consuming flesh and blood, transmuting them into surging torrents of heat that revitalized every cell. 1 ton, 2 tons, 3 tons. Thump, 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 thump. Within half an hour, Su Kuan devoured 4 to 5 tons of food. More. Enraptured, Su Kuan plunged his hands into a pile of minced flesh and pulled out something strange. A black-furred arm tipped with razor claws, uncannily resembling a human hand down to its 8 or 9 fingers. It was the forelimb of a ghost-faced ape, at first glance indistinguishable from a man's hand. This cut's tender. Without hesitation, Su Kuan shoved the limb into his mouth. Crack. Bit off a finger, crunched it audibly, and licked dark purple blood from his lips. That sight shattered their psychological fortitude. Ugh. Several recruits vomited instantly. Even Su Wushuang, the bulliest among them, felt his scalp crawl. Mamma mia, he's eating a hand. actually eating a hand. Bai Jingting's face turned ashen, his trembling finger pointed at Su Kuan, first saint. He's less a man, and more a monstrous beast wearing human skin. Tang Xian covered her eyes. It's terrifying. Is Su Kuan human, or something else entirely? Under their horrified gazes, Su Kuan operated like an emotionless meat grinder, until 10 full tons of monstrous flesh and blood vanished into his belly. Burp. Su Kuan belched, contentedly licking blood from his lips as he turned to Lao Ma, who now stood utterly petrified. Sergeant, I'm still hungry. Any more? Lao Ma clutched his ladle, his lone eye wide with dazed incomprehension. He'd intended this meal as a lesson, an immersion in the wild zone's brutality, to humble these arrogant rookies. Instead, he'd unwittingly recruited a living warehouse. 10 tons of meat. That was the entire camp's daily ration, for thousands of soldiers. And one man had devoured it all. Was he a bottomless pit? A grain silo? A black hole? No, none left, Lao Ma stammered. Not a single drop remains. Huh. Su Kuan looked genuinely disappointed. Already gone. I thought it was unlimited. Only then did the other recruits snap out of their stupor. They stared at the iron cauldrons, cleaner than their own faces, and realized with mounting dread. Wait, no meat left. Then what do we eat? Where's my meal? Wails rose from the ranks. Lao Ma regained his composure, face hardening. He struck his ladle against a cauldron with a ringing clang. You refused it, called it disgusting, unsanitary. Now it's gone. Star, if you won't eat with vigor, how will you fight alien hordes? Look at Su Kuan. That's what a soldier looks like. That's the stuff of real warriors. The recruits wept inwardly, regret burning hotter than hunger. Had they only closed their eyes and eaten blindly, it would have been better than starving. Su Kuan, seeing his emaciated comrades, kindly patted his distended belly. Don't worry, no need to be shy. From now on I'll handle all the heavy lifting. Whatever you can't finish, I'll gladly consume. Not a single grain of our nation's provisions shall go to waste. The others stared silently. Thank you. Truly. Night fell. Above the wilderness zone, the starry sky blazed with extraordinary brilliance. The Milky Way stretched across the horizon like a silvery ribbon. Though unfed, training had to continue. Now commenced tonight's mandatory practice, starlight body tempering. General Lei Tsong sat cross-legged at the center of the training ground, his voice echoed with ethereal clarity through the night. At the highest echelons of martial cultivation, one must not only draw essence from the earth, but also learn to channel the power of the stars. Starlight is the purest, gentlest energy, capable of purifying your physical form and fortifying your spirit. Now follow the breathing technique I taught you, and attune yourselves to the stars. Thousands of recruits sat in lotus position. Though their stomachs growled with hunger, they rallied their willpower and began attempting to guide starlight into their bodies. Yet, they soon sensed something amiss. What's going on? Why can't I sense even a trace of starlight? Same here. I felt it just now, but the moment I tried to draw it in, it vanished. They opened their eyes and followed the flow of energy. There at the very rear of the formation sat an immense. Su Kuan sat motionless, eyes half closed. With each breath, he seemed to transform into a colossal human void. Starlight descending from the heavens coalesced above him into a visible funnel-shaped vortex, tangible to the naked eye. Within a radius of hundreds of meters, stellar energy was swept away with ruthless dominance, drawn entirely into his body. His skin shimmered with a dusky golden luster beneath the starlight, as though he were a sacred colossus carved from divine metal. It's him again. Su Wushuang clutched his belly, despair etched across his face. Can't out-eat him. Even the wind's been snatched before I could inhale it. This is outright tyranny. This is banditry. A monopoly. I'm filing a formal complaint. Bai Jingting fumed, fists clenched. Yet Su Kuan heard nothing, utterly immersed in that ineffable sensation. Starlight flowed into his body, cool and silken, soothing the inner heat kindled by today's excessive raw meat, sending his cells into rapturous exultation. When training concluded, Su Kuan, Su Wushuang, Tang Xian, Bai Jingting, and Chun Haonan gathered at the edge of the training ground. Su Kuan slept on the grass, not by choice but necessity. At 2.8 meters tall, his frame overwhelmed the standard 2-meter bunk. His feet dangled beyond the window. They lay sprawled upon the grass, gazing up at the boundless starfield. Hey, what lies beyond the edge of the stars? Chun Haonan mused, a blade of grass between his teeth, an uncharacteristically poetic moment. No idea, Su Wushuang replied, simple and earnest. I heard only a martial emperor can soar into the void with bare flesh. No suit, no air, yet unharmed by radiation or deep cold. That realm belongs to the transcendent, Tang Xian murmured, her eyes alight with yearning. One day I'll fly there myself. Word has it the view up there is absolutely breathtaking. A martial emperor. Bai Jingting sighed. We've barely taken our first steps. There's still so far to go. How about a wager? Chun Haonan suddenly sat upright. Among us five, who'll be the first to break free of this planet? Definitely me. Su Wushuang thumped his chest. I'm already a martial saint. Just 2 great realms separate me from emperorhood. Solid foundations means swift progress. I'll get there first. Puffed. Big dummy Tang Xin scoffed. I'm betting on Su Kuan. His physique is already monstrous. Maybe he won't even need emperor-level cultivation to withstand the vacuum of space. Su Kuan. Bai Jingting glanced sideways at the mountainous figure lying beside them, and shook his head. Not necessarily. According to the laws of physics, the greater the mass, the stronger the gravitational pull, and thus the higher the escape velocity required to overcome Earth's gravity. Su Kuan's mass. To breach the atmosphere, he'd likely expend over 10 times the energy we would. I doubt it. Su Kuan lay silent, listening to their banter, then slowly raised his enormous hand and made a gentle, empty grasp toward the star-strewn sky. His palm eclipsed half the heavens. Too heavy, he mused inwardly. Indeed, since awakening his giant bloodline, his mass had surged exponentially. Flight for him was infinitely harder than for ordinary cultivators. Yet he felt no anxiety. Giants were born to uphold heaven and earth. Perhaps someday. Gazing upon the radiant river of stars, a surge of sovereign pride rose within him. As I grow, I won't need to fly at all. I'll simply rise and reach up and pluck a star from the firmament. The next morning, in the mess hall, barrels of glistening blood-drenched raw meat stood once more. This time before Su Kuan could even move, Su Wushuang and Chun Haonan charged forward, eyes blazing with desperation. Grab it. If we don't eat now, Su Kuan will devour it all. Ugh, revolting, but survival demands it. Strength demands it. Eat. Bai Jingting squeezed his eyes shut, shoved a crimson-veined slab of meat into his mouth, and chewed through waves of nausea, tears streaming down his cheeks. This is sashimi. Premium bluefin tuna sashimi. I'm not disgusted. I'm refined. I'm noble. Under the relentless pressure of Su Kuan, the ultimate glutton, these pampered prodigies finally learned the wilderness' unyielding law. Time raced onward. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Amidst the new recruits' brutal high-intensity regimen and their stark primal diet, every soul advanced remarkably. And none changed more dramatically than Su Kuan. Today marked another routine medical examination. Outside the infirmary door, Su Kuan ducked low, turned sideways, and squeezed himself with agonizing difficulty into the room which to him resembled a dollhouse. Stand still, don't move. The military physician stood atop a ladder, barely able to reach Su Kuan's crown. Beep. A custom laser calibrator swept over him. Height 301. 0 centimeters. Weight 1000. 0 kilograms. Holy. The physician stared at the readout, his clipboard slipping from numb fingers. 301 centimeters. A ton. He's broken the 3-meter barrier. Su Kuan lowered his gaze to the physician, only 7 meters tall, and saw in that glance a mere dwarf. He stepped out of the infirmary onto the training ground. There Su Wushuang, Bai Jingting, and the others rested. As Su Kuan approached, everyone instinctively leapt to their feet, craning their necks upward, faces frozen in stunned awe. Brother Kuan, have you grown again? Chun Haonan swallowed hard. Su Kuan nodded. Just measured, 3.01 meters. 3 meters. What did that mean? A regulation basketball hoop stood precisely 3.05 meters high, meaning standing upright. Su Kuan needed only a slight tiptoe to tap the rim with his forehead. Su Wushuang at 2 meters had long been considered a giant, yet now reached only Su Kuan's chest. Used to think I was built like a fortress. Su Wushuang stood beside him, gesturing helplessly, tears welling. Next to you, I feel like a grade schooler. Bai Jingting at 1.85 meters, a paragon of masculine grace, now came only to Su Kuan's waist, perhaps slightly lower, near his thigh. How can we even play this game? Bai Jingting whispered hollowed. Standing beside you, my elegance evaporates, leaving only insignificance. And Tang Xian, just 1.65 meters tall, approached, craned her neck until it ached, and finally glimpsed Su Kuan's face. Brother Kuan. She gestured faintly, her crown aligned precisely with his hip joint. Please watch where you step. Tang Xian trembled. I'm terrified you'll accidentally crush me. Or worse, knock me airborne with a stray knee. Su Kuan looked down at his 4 companions, each no taller than his waist or chest, scratched his head, and offered a disarmingly gentle smile. From 3 meters high, that smile carried crushing, overwhelming weight. Don't worry, I'll be careful. After all, you're all terribly fragile. The pale morning sunlight poured over the military base's playground, where thousands of new recruits were lining up. From a distance, the formation appeared orderly, but at the very back stood an extremely exaggerated flagpole. That was a terrifying giant standing 3 meters tall. Su Kuan stood amidst the crowd surrounded by burly recruits around 1.80 m or 1.90 m, their heads barely reaching his waist. He resembled a moving mountain of flesh casting a massive shadow that engulfed several people around him. In front of him stood Chun Haonan, the top scholar of Nanyue, who could only see two thick thighs like pillars every time he turned around. The visual impact was suffocating no matter how many times one looked. Attention! Major General Late Song stood on the podium draped in a black coat, his gaze sharp as a blade, coldly surveying the crowd. You have been in the camp for more than half a month now. Your physical fitness has improved, having eaten plenty of raw meat, and you have grown taller. However, in my eyes you are still a bunch of greenhorns who have never seen blood. You are a group of flowers in a greenhouse. You still do not understand the brutality of war, the ferocity of the alien beasts, nor the cunning of the alien races. Muscles trained in a greenhouse become dead meat on the battlefield. They are mere snacks for the alien beasts. Therefore, starting today, we will conduct a 3-day live combat exercise. The new recruits felt a chill in their hearts, their eyes instantly igniting with fervor. Are we finally going to see live combat? After days of running and eating raw meat, they were already pent up. Your opponents are not virtual targets, nor are they toothless alien beasts. They are the veterans resting at this military base. Each of them has returned from the front lines, having crawled out from piles of corpses. Some are physically impaired, others have damaged meridians, but killing you greenhorns is as easy as killing a chicken. Under the watchful eyes of thousands, 3 oddly shaped individuals approached. The one on the far left was a man without legs. His lower half was empty, his pant legs tied up, yet he carried an alloy combat knife longer than his body on his back. He propped himself up with his hands, hopping forward like a giant frog. In the middle was a blind man with his eyes covered in black satin. He held a bamboo stick, peering around as he walked unsteadily, nearly colliding with the nearby flower bed several times, looking quite comical. On the far right was a bald, muscular man with only one left arm. He was bare-chested, covered in centipede-like scars with a string of huge Buddhist beads around his neck, his face fierce and intimidating. This combination looked more like a troupe of circus performers. Hey, is this the way? The blind man tapped the flower bed with his bamboo stick, looking confused. Cripple, why don't you lead the way? Don't lead me into a ditch. I'm not a cripple. I just have slightly short legs. The man on hands and knees suddenly jumped up and cursed. Blind man, can't you speak properly? Is it my fault that you can't see? The blind man sighed, looking pitiful. Yes, you have no legs, so how can I call you? It's my poor eyesight, I apologize. Seeing the blind man nearly walk into a sewer, the man with short legs jumped around angrily, like a grasshopper. Finally, someone in the originally stern group couldn't hold back. Uffed! Someone laughed first, followed by a ripple of laughter spreading through the ranks, eventually turning into roaring laughter. Is this our opponent? A combination of the old, weak, sick, and disabled. Is the instructor looking down on us, making us fight against the disabled? How embarrassing would that be if it got out? Even the top scholars standing in the front row couldn't help but start mocking. Su Wushuang, the top scholar of Shanna province, scratched his head, looking honest, as he said, my mother told me that bullying the disabled will lead to bad karma. If we fight, I won't feel right about it. Tang Xian, the top scholar of Sichuan province, rolled his eyes, speaking in a Sichuan accent, aren't they just here to provoke us? If I step on them, will they sue me for medical expenses? Bai Jingtian, the top scholar of Jinghai City, shook his folding fan, looking disgusted. Vulgar, too vulgar. Fighting against such opponents doesn't showcase my elegance at all. It's not a worthy victory. Chun Haonan, the top scholar of Nanyue, flicked his long hair, carrying a large saber, disdainfully spat, "Tch, the old, weak, sick, and disabled. These kinds of people would have been chopped into 18 pieces back in my Tongluo Bay. Fighting against them, I'd lose all my street cred. How could I still lead my little brothers?" However, just as the laughter reached its peak, and everyone thought it was a farce, a loud roar shattered the atmosphere. Everyone shut up. The roar sounded like thunder reverberating over the playground. Boom! The one who spoke was the one-armed bald man codenamed Monk. With that furious shout, a terrifying aura of blood and pressure erupted from his broken body, sweeping over the crowd like a volcano that had awakened. It was a terrifying, murderous aura, mixed with a strong scent of blood, gunpowder, and death. The recruits who had still been laughing felt as if they were being targeted by an ancient, ferocious beast. Their throats felt like they were being gripped by an invisible hand, and their laughter abruptly ceased. Su Wushuang's silly smile froze on his face. Bai Jingtian's fan fell, and Chun Haonan's long hair was blown wildly by the shockwave. The entire area fell into dead silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The monk's bell-like eyes glowed red, fixed intensely on the new recruits. Finally, his gaze passed over the trembling crowd and locked onto the enormous figure at the back. Su Kuan stood there, feeling that gaze piercing like a needle. What are you looking at? Su Kuan innocently spread his massive palm and said, I'm not laughing. He truly wasn't laughing, as he had received professional training and had a higher threshold for humor. The monk snorted coldly, raising his remaining arm to point at Su Kuan. You are too tall. Too eye-catching. I can't help but look at you. Su Kuan. The monk stared at Su Kuan's 3-meter-tall figure, a flicker of shock passing through his eyes. Goodness, is this really a human? Having fought on the front lines for many years and seen many giants of the alien races, this was the first time he encountered a human exuding such overwhelming presence. Just standing there, he radiated an imposing aura as steady as a mountain. This batch of new recruits has produced a monster. Though the blind man could not see, his ears twitched, seemingly sensing Su Kuan's vigorous aura like a furnace. Indeed, what a large piece of meat. Let's lick our dry lips. The fighting spirit rises. The man with short legs grinned, excitement in his eyes. On the podium, Late Song was very satisfied with this intimidation effect. Alright, let me explain the rules. Late Song spoke loudly, his voice echoing throughout the area. The exercise is codenamed Hunt. The veterans are the red team, playing the role of the alien races. You are the blue team, playing the role of humans. The battlefield is in the mountain behind the base. The range is 100 kilometers. Victory condition: whichever side gets eliminated first, that side loses. Or within a time limit of 3 days. If any new recruits are still alive after 3 days, you win. The recruits breathed a sigh of relief at this news. As long as we last 3 days, right? That's not too hard, is it? We can just find a rat hole in the mountain to hide in and survive for 3 days, can't we? However, Late Song's next words plunged them into an icy abyss. By the way, the veterans are not just these 3. The remaining 300 veterans are already hiding in the mountains, setting up an elaborate trap waiting for you. Moreover, Late Song paused, a cruel and mocking smile appearing on his face as he slowly removed his coat, revealing the combat uniform underneath. I am also a veteran. Thus I will also participate in the hunt. Boom. With this statement, it was as if 5 thunders had struck, completely shattering the mindset of all the new recruits. What? The instructor is participating. He's a great sage of the mountain and sea realm. How can we fight him? Bai Jingtian directly collapsed onto the ground, his face filled with despair. We're finished. This is a dimensional strike. We can't possibly win. Chun Haonan was also dumbfounded, unable to steady the knife in his hand. What the hell? This is a hell-level difficulty instance, right? 300 veterans, plus 1 great sage boss. What's the point of even playing? Tang Xian's face turned pale. This isn't an exercise, it's a survival game. We're going to be wiped out. A chorus of wails erupted from the crowd. Only Su Kuan looked at Late Song, his fighting spirit igniting instead. He clenched his fist, the knuckles cracking like thunder. So it's the mountain and sea realm. Just right, let's see how much of a difference there is between me and the legendary great sage. The exercise began. Thousands of new recruits scattered like birds and beasts, plunging into the dense primeval forest. Su Kuan, Su Wushuang, Tang Xian, Bai Jingtian, and Chun Haonan, the top students, naturally gathered together. What should we do? Su Wushuang asked in a muffled voice. Although this mountain is vast with 300 veterans searching the area, we definitely can't hide. The instructor said that as long as we survive for 3 days, we would win. Tang Xian's eyes darted around, speaking with a Sichuan accent. How about we find a concealed cave to hide in? If we can just make it to the end. Bai Jingtian nodded in agreement. This plan is quite clever. It is unwise to fight directly. A strategic retreat is the best course of action. The group quickly agreed and began to discuss hiding spots. In the end, all eyes focused intently on Su Kuan. Then came an awkward silence. Su Kuan scratched his head. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me? Brother Kuan. Tang Xian swallowed hard and gestured. It's fine for us to hide, but you. With your height of 3 meters and a weight of 1 ton, wherever you go, it's like an earthquake. Even if you hide in a cave, your backside will be sticking out, right? You are practically a searchlight in the night sky, a living target. Everyone nodded in sympathy. Su Kuan. He glanced at his massive body, shrugged helplessly. I didn't plan to hide anyway. What is there to hide from? Just go for it. Then good luck to you. Bai Jingtian patted Su Kuan's calf as he couldn't reach his shoulder. We will miss you. You're probably going to be the first one out. Just then a rustling sound came from nearby. A figure in camouflage with face paint emerged from the bushes. Seeing Su Kuan and the others, he did not immediately attack, but smiled and waved. Oh, what a coincidence. You're all here. Su Kuan focused and smiled. Luo Feng. What are you doing here? The newcomer was indeed Luo Feng. He had previously served in the military and fought in wars, considered a veteran, and he hadn't expected to be training at this base. I'm on the red team here to catch people. Luo Feng toyed with the dagger in his hand, his gaze sweeping over the group. Run! Bai Jingtian shouted. The group instantly scattered like birds and beasts, each adeptly fleeing in different directions. Tang Xian climbed up a tree, Bai Jingtian burrowed into the bushes, and Su Wushuang charged forward like a wild boar. Luo Feng didn't even glance at Su Kuan, heading straight for Bai Jingtian and Tang Xian. Hey, Luo Feng, where are you going? Su Kuan shouted. Aren't I right here? Luo Feng didn't look back, his voice echoing back, I can't beat you. Those three are easy to bully. Goodbye, Sukuin. The three who were escaping. Are you polite? In the depths of the forest, sunlight is fragmented by the dense tree canopy. So rude, really too rude. Bai Jingtian dashed through the underbrush, glancing sorrowfully at his high-end training outfit, snagged by branches. This is not an exercise at all. It's practically wilderness survival. Once I get out, I must go for a full-body spa. Although he complained his footwork remained flawless, each step taken at the optimal mechanical leverage, his form graceful like a white crane. However, just when he thought he had shaken off Luo Feng, a rustling sound suddenly came from the grass on his left. The sound was fast and low, skimming the ground like a giant python moving at high speed. Who? Bai Jingtian's heart raced, and he swiftly slapped out with his palm to the left. Soft cloud palm. The palm wind howled, but struck empty air. He, little pretty boy, where are you looking? A mocking voice suddenly came from beneath him. Bai Jingtian was startled, looking down, his pupils instantly constricting like needles. Among the grass, the old veteran who had lost both legs was propping himself up with his hands, his body inverted and hanging in the air, his face painted with camouflage, grinning sinisterly at his crotch. Your lower body is full of flaws. As soon as the words fell, the veteran moved. Boom. His extraordinarily sturdy arms slammed down on the ground, launching him like a ground-hugging cannonball. The alloy-long knife behind him, having unsheathed at some point, transformed into a streak of chilling light, aimed to cleave Bai Jingtian's legs. So fast. Bai Jingtian was horrified, realizing this was no legless disabled person. This was clearly a human-shaped grasshopper. Without a care for elegance, he awkwardly performed a back bridge, narrowly evading the strike. Sizzle. The blade sliced through the air, even creating a spark. How can you run so fast without legs? Bai Jingtian retreated several steps after landing, shouting in panic, this is not scientific. The veteran supported himself on the ground, gracefully spinning in the air, landing steadily, disdainfully, spitting no legs. Little brat, what do you know? This is called a low chassis. Stable center of gravity. Low air resistance. The veteran's eyes sharpened, muscles bulging, veins like dragons. And who told you running must use legs? For those who crawled out from a pile of corpses, hands are just like feet. Come again. The veteran alternately slapped the ground, transforming into a whirlwind. The long knife in his hand swung with impenetrable precision, targeting Bai Jingtian's lower regions, ankles, knees, and calves. This attack angle was extremely tricky and vicious. Normally people focus on the upper body in a fight. Who has ever seen such a ground-level slashing style? Clang, 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 clang. Bai Jingtian was thrown into a flurry, only able to continuously throw out spirit weapons to block. But the more he fought, the more alarmed he became. The opponent's strength was astonishing, each collision numbing his hands. What? Is that all you can take? The veteran continued his frenzied assault, while entering mocking mode. Is this the top student of Jinghai City? Flower fists and embroidered legs. Are you here to dance? Bai Jingtian was furiously red-faced. You've angered me. Angered. Good. The veteran suddenly smiled, eerily forcefully, pushing himself off the ground. His body made an impossible 90-degree turn in the air, instantly circling behind Bai Jingtian. Unfortunately, getting angry on the battlefield can lead to death. The cold back of the knife heavily struck Bai Jingtian's nape. Bang! Bai Jingtian rolled his eyes and elegantly fainted. TCH, too easy. The veteran sheathed his knife, scratched his rear. It's more interesting to find that big guy. On the other side, top student Tang Xian from Sichuan province was like a nimble monkey hiding in the canopy of a towering tree. She held her breath, her chi and blood converging to the utmost, even her pores closed. Her forte was agility-based martial arts, quick and nimble. That blind man can't see, so he must be using hearing or smell to perceive. Tang Xian calculated in her heart, I'm up high in the downwind, and I've repressed my breath. He definitely can't find me. As long as I don't move, I can survive to win. Below the tree, a faint sound of footsteps approached. The old veteran, whose eyes were covered with a black satin band, leaned on a plain bamboo stick, walking slowly. He walked unsteadily, sometimes bumping into a tree trunk, and sometimes stepping on a stone, looking like a lost old man. Oh dear, why is this road so difficult to walk on? The blind man sighed, tapping the ground with his bamboo stick. Is there a kind-hearted child who can come help this old man? Tang Xian hid in the tree, covering her mouth, coldly laughing in her heart, pretending. You just keep pretending. I won't be fooled. The blind man turned in a couple of circles under the tree, seemingly not having discovered anyone, and began to turn away. Tang Xian felt delighted. As expected, a blind man is indeed a blind man. However, at the moment the blind man turned, he suddenly stopped, his head slightly raised, those eyes covered by black cloth, precisely locking onto Tang Xian's hiding spot. Little girl. The blind man's voice suddenly became chilling like a wind blowing from hell. Your heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. Tang Xian's expression changed drastically, realizing that due to her nerves her heartbeat was indeed twice as fast as usual. I've been discovered. Strike first. Tang Xian's eyes hardened. Since I can't hide, then let's fight. She swung her hands and dozens of specially made flying knives coated with anesthetic shot toward the blind man below like a torrential rain. These flying knives were angled, intricately blocking all of the blind man's escape routes. Interesting. Facing the hail of flying knives, the blind man stood still, not moving an inch. Until the flying knives approached his face, he moved. He gently lifted his bamboo stick. Clang, 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 clang. A series of crisp and melodious clashing sounds rang out. That ordinary bamboo stick seemed to transform into an impenetrable barrier in the blind man's hands. Each swing precisely struck a knife's tip. This was not a block, but a precise jab. With the tip of the bamboo stick, he struck the tips of the flying knives. What terrifying auditory discernment and precision was this? All of the flying knives were knocked down, sticking into the dirt at the blind man's feet, forming a neat circle. This is impossible. Tang Xian felt her scalp tingle as she watched from the tree. Aren't you blind? How can you see so accurately? The blind man smiled lightly, pointing to his heart. Although my eyes are blind, my heart is not blind. As long as there is wind, I can see your knife. Oh, as long as there is a heartbeat, I can see you. I already know you. After saying this, the blind man looked at a tree on the left. Girl, give up. He stabbed forward with his bamboo sword. Buzz. A sharp, invisible force erupted. Crack. A thick branch instantly broke. Tang Xian. She didn't dare to move, not even a bit. She had already stopped breathing, and her heartbeat. She merged with the surrounding environment. Tang Xian stood frozen in place, cold sweat slowly trickling down her forehead. If the sweat droplet fell, she would surely be discovered. She looked at the weathered face of the old veteran before her, feeling for the first time what it meant to be in despair. On the other side, at the edge of the dense forest, only Su Kuan and Chun Haonan remained. Haonan, why? Su Kuan looked at the long-haired handsome guy from Nanyue with some surprise. This is a survival game. Staying by my side is quite dangerous. Chun Haonan elegantly tossed his flowing long hair over his shoulders, shouldered two machetes with a righteous expression. Brother Kuan, it's about loyalty. As Chun Haonan said, he valued loyalty above all else when he was out in the world. How could a little brother abandon his big brother and run away? How could he survive in Tongluan after that? Alright, that's enough brotherhood for me. Su Kuan was also straightforward. Although this kid usually seemed a bit off, his willingness to stay now showed some merit. Then let's go. Su Kuan started to walk. Where to? Looking for a cave for cover. Chun Haonan cautiously scanned the surroundings. Hide? No, let's find something to eat. Su Kuan patted his thunderous stomach. That bit of raw meat for breakfast barely filled me up. After all this time exercising, I'm starving. Following the sound of water, they arrived at the bank of a broad rushing river. Without hesitation, Su Kuan jumped straight into the water. The river, which could engulf an average person, barely reached his waist. Splash. Water splashed everywhere as Su Kuan's large hand like a fan swiftly plunged into the water, moving like lightning. When he raised his hand again, he held up a mutated black fish nearly 2 meters long, covered in black scales and filled with sharp teeth. The fish was still thrashing violently, trying to bite Su Kuan's hand, but he knocked it unconscious with a single finger. Mutated black-scaled fish, a level 2 mutant beast with firm flesh. This fish is fat. Let's roast it. In no time, a bonfire rose on the pebble beach by the river. The aroma of the roasted fish mixed with the scent of cumin wafted through the forest. Su Kuan and Chun Haonan each held half a fish, eating with greasy mouths, completely forgetting the tension of the looming threat. This is delicious. As Chun Haonan chewed on the fish, he exclaimed, sticking with Brother Kuan means never going hungry. Oh no, I mean always being full. This life is even better than being an immortal. Just then a heavy thudding sound accompanied by a tremor in the ground began to emanate from across the river. A figure with a bare upper body appeared out of nowhere. It was a one-armed bald man codenamed Monk. His skin gleamed bronze in the sunlight as if coated in gold paint. His remaining right arm was fearsomely thick, the muscles coiling like tree roots intertwined with terrifying dark red blood energy. The massive Buddha beads around his neck clinked gently with each breath, creating a sound like metal clashing. Seems like you're enjoying your meal, new recruits. The monk sneered, stomping his foot on the ground. Boom. The riverbank suddenly collapsed and he launched himself like a cannonball, effortlessly leaping across the dozens of meters wide river and landing with a thunderous crash that kicked up a cloud of dust. Martial Saint. Chun Haonan's face changed drastically, the half fish in his hand dropping to the ground with a thud. Brother Kuan, this bald veteran is a martial saint. Moreover, look at his skin. That's the hallmark of someone who has practiced the top-tier hardening technique, Golden Bell Shield. A fleshly powerhouse. Su Kuan remained calm, leisurely swallowing the last bit of fish meat before wiping his hands and slowly standing up. As he straightened his back, the massive shadow cast by his 3-meter-tall frame instantly enveloped the bald monk. In terms of momentum, Su Kuan finally established an overwhelming advantage before the veteran. Finally, someone worth fighting. Su Kuan cracked his neck, producing a series of sharp pops. Humph, just because you're tall you think you're something special. The monk's eyes glinted with fierce intent. New recruit, let me teach you what real combat is. What it means to kill. Great diamond fist. With a roar, the monk swung his single arm. This punch was devoid of any flashiness. It was purely the fusion of raw power and hard technique. The fist compressed the air, forming a layer of white sound barrier clouds in front of the punch, emitting a piercing sonic boom. It was as if even space itself would shatter under this punch. Come on. Su Kuan's eyes shone with brilliance. Instead of retreating, he advanced, throwing out his own punch. The two fists, one large and one small, looked ready to collide, like celestial bodies clashing. Chun Haonan hid behind a large rock with only his eyes visible as he watched the show, still thinking, is this what a strong person's duel looks like? It's so thrilling. This is the legendary clash of strength. However, just as the two fists were about to collide in a moment of tension, a strange and cunning smile suddenly curled at the corner of the monk's mouth. Swish! An unbelievable scene unfolded, defying the laws of physics. The monk's originally mighty punch abruptly halted midair, and his body inexplicably twisted in the air, using inertia. He actually gave up on a direct confrontation with Su Kuan. Utilizing a bizarre refractive movement technique, he instantly flashed to right in front of Chun Haonan, who was hiding behind the large rock. What the hell? Chun Haonan, who was watching the drama, widened his eyes, staring at the rapidly enlarging bald head, and that fist the size of a cooking pot, his head buzzing. No, why is it coming at me? Banged. A dull thud. Chun Haonan didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying like a kicked rag doll, crashing into a thorny bush, breaking 3 small trees, before finally stopping. Uffed. Chun Haonan spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching his chest, his face filled with grief and confusion. Su Kuan's powerful punch landed in empty space, creating a gust of wind, leaving him stunned. Why, oi? Chun Haonan struggled to lift his head, his face filled with questions. The monk shook his wrist, pointed at Su Kuan with righteous indignation, and loudly said, nonsense. The moment he threw that punch, I knew I was going to lose. That punch had at least 20 million kilograms of force behind it. The wind from it made my face hurt. I'm not stupid. Oh, why would I fight him, Heaton? That would be courting death. This is called top-tier prediction. Why would I fight a battle I can't win? Since I can't beat that monster, I'll just eliminate you, the soft persimmon teammate. This is called strategy. Understand, rookie? Chun Haonan opened his mouth, but found himself speechless. This is too realistic. This is so unscrupulous in terms of martial ethics. Su Kuan silently gave a thumbs up nearby. As expected of a veteran, this battlefield awareness, this tendency to prey on the weak. I know this strategy of avoiding the strong and attacking the weak is indeed top-notch. Cough, cough. Chun Haonan steadied himself, swaying as he stood up from the bushes. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes gradually turned cold and fierce. He slowly raised his hand, undoing the hair tie that held back his long hair. As his hair fell, covering half of his face, an unsettling exclusive BGM seemed to play behind him. Unethical in martial arts. Chun Haonan lowered his head, his voice hoarse like an injured lone wolf. You've enraged me. When I Chun Haonan venture into the world, aside from brotherhood, the thing I hate most is being ambushed. The boss of Tongluan cannot be humiliated. Boom. A surge of red blood flame erupted from him, a desperate secret technique that burned his blood. His eyes turned blood red, and the 2 machetes in his hands were dyed blood red by the rich blood energy, exuding a chilling, murderous aura. I'm going to chop you to death. Chun Haonan roared to the sky, raising both knives, adopting a desperate stance, as if he were going to fight to the death. The atmosphere felt charged with a sense of gang warfare. The air seemed to freeze. The monk furrowed his brow, his expression turning serious. Oh, have you gone berserk? This is interesting. It looks like you're a tough nut to crack. He too assumed a stance, concentrating his energy, preparing to face Chun Haonan's thunderous strike. In the next second Chun Haonan moved. He suddenly turned around. Whoosh! He glided away, activating wind step to the extreme, transforming into a red blur, moving at an unbelievable speed, and directly ran away. Moreover, he fled in the opposite direction from the monk, rolling and scrambling, using both hands and feet to escape. Only a fool would fight you. As long as the green hills remain, I'm not afraid of running out of firewood. Brother Kuan, you hold on. I'm retreating first. The voice echoed as he vanished from sight. The huge contrast left the scene in dead silence. The wind blew, lifting a few fallen leaves. Su Kuan. Monk. This kid. The monk laughed in anger, rubbing his bald head. Interesting. This escape speed is also a talent. It's even stronger than the momentum from before. Don't run. If I don't catch you today, I won't be called monk. The monk, also hot-tempered, felt his intelligence insulted. He directly abandoned the tough Su Kuan and charged after the direction Chun Haonan fled, disappearing into the dense forest in the blink of an eye. The riverbank returned to tranquility. Su Kuan looked at the empty surroundings and sighed helplessly. Is this what they call loyalty? Is this the dignity of the boss of Tongluan? He shook his head and did not pursue. This was a practical training, and everyone had their own way of survival. If Chun Haonan could escape from the martial saint, that was also his ability. Su Kuan sat back down by the bonfire, picked up the remaining half of the fish, and continued to eat leisurely. It's good that they're gone. Su Kuan chewed slowly, speaking lightly, his voice echoing on the empty riverbank. After all, with the small fry cleared out, the main character should be coming out soon, right? He swallowed the last piece of fish, casually tossed the fish bones into the fire, wiped his hands, and slowly turned around. His dark golden pupils locked onto a seemingly empty dark corner of the forest, his gaze becoming as sharp as a knife. If I'm not mistaken, my opponent should be the chief instructor, right? Would you say so, Major General Latesong? From the corner, the previously normal air suddenly twisted slightly, like a torn painting. A figure dressed in a crisp military uniform and draped in a black coat slowly stepped out. Latesong looked at Su Kuan, his eyes filled with admiration, as if a hunter had spotted a top-tier prey. On the riverbank, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Su Kuan stood in place, his towering 3-meter figure casting a shadow that completely enveloped General Latesong. With his hands behind his back, Latesong intended to adopt a posture of profound authority as the chief instructor. Su Kuan, you. As soon as Latesong opened his mouth, he sensed something was amiss. At 9 meters tall, he was undeniably imposing among ordinary people, but when facing Su Kuan, he could only see Su Kuan's waist. To see Su Kuan's face, he had to tilt his neck back. It felt akin to a kindergarten child speaking to an adult. Ahem. Latesong's stern black face suddenly faltered. Who is the instructor here? Who is the... His imposing aura vanished. You little brat, why are you so tall? Does it show how much you eat? Latesong scolded ungraciously. Su Kuan scratched his head and replied in a deep voice, report instructor, it's because you are too short. Latesong's mouth twitched. Su Kuan, I know you are strong. To regain his composure, Latesong slowly floated upwards until his gaze was elevated above Su Kuan's, restoring a sense of superiority. Your physical body is indeed invincible among those of the same rank. Even seasoned veterans are no match for you. However, Latesong's eyes suddenly turned sharp, his voice rumbling like thunder. You are too arrogant. Do you think you can run rampant in the wilderness just because of your brute strength? Can you ignore the gaps in ranks? Today I will let you witness what true Mountain Sea realm is. Boom. With Latesong's words, the surrounding spiritual energy erupted violently. Purple lightning exploded in the void, and a terrifying force of vitality erupted from his body, like a volcanic eruption rapidly condensing behind him. In the blink of an eye, a giant phantom standing 10 meters tall, entwined with purple lightning, and clad in ancient battle armor appeared. Mountain Sea Dharma form, purple cloud, thunder god. As this Dharma form emerged, the entire mountain seemed unable to bear the weight, and trembled violently. The absolute sense of oppression from the realm of life instantly swept through every corner within 100 miles. This is a Dharma form. Several kilometers away, Su Wushuang was being pinned to the ground by Luo Feng. Although he was also a martial saint with tough skin and flesh, his combat techniques were far too immature in front of the battle-hardened Luo Feng. I refuse to accept it. Su Wushuang, sporting 2 panda eyes, felt the terrifying aura from afar, trembling in fear. Is that the instructor's Dharma form? It's terrifying. I feel like there is a mountain pressing against my chest. Luo Feng released his grip, looking towards Su Kuan's direction with a grave expression. The might of a great saint can move mountains and fill seas. Su Kuan is in trouble this time. In another patch of grass, the crippled veteran looked at the unconscious Bai Jing Ting at his feet, shaking his head with a sigh. Today's youth have such poor mental fortitude. They faint at the slightest scare. How can they go to battle? He felt the ground tremble and looked up at the towering lightning giant in the distance. TSK Tisk Latesong is getting serious. The crippled veteran said with some sympathy. Once the thunder god Dharma form appears, even great saints of the same rank must avoid its edge. That little giant named Su Kuan, although big, is just a slightly larger grasshopper in front of the 10-meter-tall Dharma form. It seems the legend of this batch of rookies is about to end. In the depths of the dense forest, silence reigned. Tang Xian leaned against a large tree, motionless, not daring to breathe. The distant giant Dharma form caused the mountain to tremble, and leaves rustled. A drop of cold sweat slowly slid down Tang Xian's chin. Drip. The sweat fell on the dry leaves, producing an almost imperceptible sound. Found you. A ghostly voice echoed in her ear. The blind veteran stood 3 meters in front of her, his bamboo sword darting like a viper toward her throat. What a... Tang Xian was startled, attempting to evade, only to find that the opponent's aura had already locked all her escape routes. The bamboo sword halted an inch from her throat. "Girl, you've lost," the blind man said flatly. With a restless heart, the sweat flows first. "As an assassin, you are already a dead woman." Tang Xian swallowed hard, feeling for the first time how close death was. The blind man did not make another move, but slightly tilted his head as if he could see the situation in the distance. The aura of a great saint. That guy Late Song actually used a Dharma form. A hint of surprise appeared on the blind man's calm face. Interesting, it seems that little monster has put a lot of pressure on Late Song. He retracted his bamboo sword and said to the cold, sweat-drenched, unwilling Tang Xian, "This battle should have come to an end. However, since there is a good show to watch over there, I'll give you a chance." "What chance?" Tang Xian bit her lip, staring intently at the blind man. "Let's have a bet." The blind man pointed to the distant lightning giant. "If that big guy can hold out for 3 minutes under Late Song's hands, he'll let you go, and we won't count this round." "Really?" Tang Xian's eyes brightened. "Old soldiers never lie." "Great. It's a deal." Tang Xian immediately began to count softly, her eyes filled with prayer. 1, 2, 3. "Su Kuan, you must hold on. The hopes of the entire village rest on you." By the riverbank, a dull thud resounded. Chun Haonan was once again sent flying, spitting out a bloodied tooth. The bald monk stood before him, his remaining arm hanging like an iron claw by his side, a mocking smile on his face. "Kid, stop running." The monk pointed to the towering thunder god Dharma form in the distance. "See that? Your big brother is about to be turned into meat paste. In front of a mountain sea realm's Dharma form, a martial saint is just an ant. He is bound to lose, so stop struggling. Just fight me and I promise I won't slap you." "Not possible." Chun Haonan spat out a mouthful of blood, wobbling as he stood up, shaking his messy long hair, his eyes defiant. "Kuan Gu is invincible. He will never lose." "And..." Chun Haonan raised his twin blades. "I'm still standing." "Stubborn fool." The monk shook his head, his figure flickering, appearing right in front of Chun Haonan, and threw a punch. Bang! This punch landed solidly on Chun Haonan's mouth. Chun Haonan was once again sent flying, his cheeks swelling up, speaking with a lisp. "Woo-woo. Didn't you say you wouldn't slap me? All's fair in war." The monk blew on his fist, a look of disdain on his face. "And you still think you can mix in the underworld? You can't even handle one hand, you're really a loser." At the center of the battlefield, Su Kuan looked up at this terrifying Dharma form, towering 10 meters tall and entwined with lightning. The sense of oppression was akin to an ant standing beneath an elephant. The eyes of the thunder god Dharma form, formed from lightning, looked down at Su Kuan with majesty and indifference, as if judging a mortal. Late Song's voice emanated from the Dharma form, grand as heavenly music. "Su Kuan, are you not afraid in the face of the might of a great saint?" Su Kuan stood in the shadows, suddenly grinning. His smile was wild and unrestrained, devoid of any fear. He patted his lower back and shouted loudly, "Afraid? Not only am I bold, but my lower back is also strong. Come on." Late Song was so amused by this audacious response that he laughed. "Good. Then let's see if your lower back can withstand this kick." Boom! The thunder god Dharma form lifted its foot large enough to crush a tank swirling with immense thunder and stomped down hard towards Su Kuan. "Get down on the ground." A colossal shadow akin to clouds descending from the heavens enveloped Su Kuan's entire field of vision. The giant foot of thunder had yet to truly descend, yet a terrifying pressure had already formed a visible high-pressure shield. With a crack, the cobblestones on the ground instantly turned to powder, and the hard riverbed collapsed like tofu. The once turbulent river water was forcibly pushed aside by this invisible force, revealing the dry, cracked silt of the riverbed. Su Kuan stood at the very center of the storm, his skin stinging from the pressure of the wind. At this moment, the specially made combat suit finally could bear no more. With a ripping sound, it completely shattered, turning into a flurry of fabric. His dark, golden muscles, forged like steel, were fully exposed to the air, each muscle seemingly containing the power of a nuclear explosion. Faced with a foot powerful enough to flatten mountains, Su Kuan showed no sign of retreat. Instead, he raised his head, his eyes burning with a frenzied fighting spirit. "What of the Dharma form? What a useless concept. You clearly don't understand what true solidity is. Su Kuan was born to stand tall against the heavens." Roar! A roar echoing as if from an ancient behemoth erupted from the depths of Su Kuan's throat, the sound waves crashing forth, actually holding back the descending storm. Grade, Giant Bloodline. Buzz. Su Kuan's originally dark golden skin instantaneously became blood red, resembling a scorching iron. Countless veins bulged and writhed on his surface like coiled dragons as the vast ocean of chi within him spun wildly, instantly detonating all his stored energy. Thump, thump, thump. His heart pounded violently, the sound akin to a drum. His eyes transformed into pure, dark, golden vertical pupils of fierce, ancient, and greedy aura, surged upward, faintly forming a shadow of a primitive giant behind him, its face indistinct, yet seemingly capable of devouring heaven and earth. Although he had not yet cultivated a Dharma form, his body, this forged flesh and blood, was the strongest Dharma. Give me. Open. Su Kuan neither retreated nor dodged, slightly bending his legs as the rock beneath him instantly crumbled. Then he abruptly straightened his body like a cannonball being fired, facing the descending giant foot of thunder. He unleashed a powerful punch. One large, one small. Flesh and blood clashing against the Dharma form of the thunder god. Is this an ant shaking a great tree? No. This is a meteor colliding with the earth. A thunderous roar erupted, instantly reverberating throughout the entire military base. At the center of their collision, a blinding light burst forth as if a small sun had exploded on the riverbank. A terrifying shockwave radiated in a circular fashion, snapping all towering trees within 1,000 meters in half, turning countless boulders into dust. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Late Song, who had been full of confidence and ready to teach the new recruits a lesson, suddenly revealed a look of horror. What a... He clearly felt an indescribable, terrifying resistance beneath his Dharma form's foot. This was not crushing an ant. This was stepping on an indestructible nail. Withstood it. As the dust settled, Su Kuan was seen with both hands raised high, straining to hold up the giant thunderous foot as if it were a mountain. His entire body creaked as his bones strained. The ground beneath him had already collapsed several dozen meters deep, forming a massive crater, yet his upright spine never bent an inch. Great sage. Su Kuan gritted his teeth, his dark, golden vertical pupils filled with an even more ferocious battle intent, like a raging fire. Is this all the strength you have? Did you not eat breakfast? Use more strength. Give me. Break. Su Kuan roared, his muscles swelling once more, transforming him into a larger figure. Don't underestimate me. I am very big. Boom. With his shouting, the power of that punch surged once again. Crack. A crisp sound of shattering rang out. The foot of the Dharma form was actually punched through by Su Kuan's fist. Countless purple lightning shards scattered everywhere. Su Kuan transformed into a golden streak of light rushing from the bottom of the Dharma form's foot, like a bamboo shoot breaking through the ground, directly piercing through the entire calf, bursting forth from the knee with a storm of electric arcs. The Dharma form was damaged, and Late Song, connected to it by mind, let out a muffled groan, disbelief filling his eyes. How is this possible? This is the Dharma form of the Mountain Sea realm. It contains the grand forces of heaven and earth. He broke through with just his physical body. Is his body made of divine artifacts? Beep, beep, beep. At the same time, in the central control room of the military base, red lights flashed, and alarms rang out in unison. Warning, warning. Detected an extremely high energy reaction. The technician responsible for monitoring the data watched the curve on the screen soar to a deep red, even breaking the upper limit of the chart, causing him to tremble and fall from his chair. Report. Report. The technician's hand holding the intercom shook violently, his voice cracking. What is the magnitude? Late Song clutched his chest, his breath heavy in the earpiece. 30. The technician shouted, the peak value has reached 35 million battle power. What a... Hearing this number, Late Song's mind went blank. To know the threshold for entering the Mountain Sea realm, Great Sage, is 30 million battle power. Yet Su Kuan, only 20 years old, without even condensing an internal scene, and having not yet cultivated a Dharma form, actually achieved data surpassing the ordinary Great Sage purely with his physical strength. When did this kid break through? No, he has no Dharma form fluctuations. This is pure physical strength. The pinnacle of becoming a saint with the physical body. Is this what is meant by proving the Tao through strength? Late Song's heart surged with tumultuous waves. A 20-year-old, physical body Great Sage. The significance of this was enough to tear the heavens apart. If this reached the military department, those old geezers would probably not sit still. However, the battle was not yet over. Su Kuan did not care about any Great Sage or not. He was determined to fight to the end. Come again. With his successful strike, he surged with momentum. He flipped in the air, using the broken knee of the Dharma form for leverage. Once more, as agile as a great ape, he directly jumped onto the shoulder of the Thunder God's Dharma form. Take this punch. Su Kuan straddled the neck of the Dharma form, his legs clamped tightly around its head, swinging his massive hands like giant fans, unleashing a storm of punches to the Dharma form's face. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch fell like the ringing of celestial drums, shaking the Thunder God's Dharma form, causing lightning to splash everywhere. Bastard. At this moment, Late Song could no longer maintain his demeanor. Engaging in close combat with the Dharma form felt akin to someone riding on his neck and defecating. He could only passively defend, manipulating the Dharma form to create layers of thunder barriers on its surface, attempting to shake off this flea. Yet Sukoin seemed to have grown roots there, not only attacking, but also tearing at the lightning hair formed by the Dharma form. Brat, don't hit my face. Late Song panicked. What the hell? You're still pulling my Dharma form's hair. The two figures, one large and one small, tangled. Though the size difference was vast, with the Dharma form towering at over 10 meters, the three-meter little man was ferocious, like a honey badger chasing the larger one, and bitingly relentless, exhibiting a rogue style of fighting. This scene left the veteran soldiers and new recruits hiding far away in shock, their jaws dropping. A veteran who was drinking water suddenly sputtered it out, rubbing his eyes. That new recruit is beating up the instructor's Dharma form. Or is he out putting while riding it? Mom asked me why I was watching the exercise on my knees. This is too fierce. That's the Thunder God's Dharma form. Is he treating it like a wooden post? Is this Sukoin? I've made up my mind from now on, whenever I see him in the dormitory, I will definitely call him Kuan Yi. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Tang Xian pressed her hands together, reciting incantations. The booming sounds and vibrations from afar grew stronger, each one striking her nerves, making her heart race. 101. 102. 103. Her counting voice trembled. Tang Xian's palms were drenched in sweat, her nails digging into her flesh. She was not only fighting for her own resurrection, but for the dignity of this batch of new recruits. If Sukoin lost, the top student of their batch would truly be trampled into the mud by the veterans, with no chance of redemption. 170. 175. Boom. A loud bang echoed, followed by Late Song's furious roar. Tang Xian's eyes brightened from the sound. Sukoin had not lost. Had he even gained the upper hand? 179. 180. The moment she reached 180, Tang Xian suddenly jumped from behind the stone, pointing at the expressionless blind man, excitedly shouting, 3 minutes are up. Blind man, you lost. Incredible. Though blind, the veteran soldier's ears, keen as radar, frenziedly tracked every subtle fluctuation of aura emanating from kilometers away. The muffled thud of fist meeting flesh, the thunderous crack of air tearing apart. All whispered a chilling truth: that young man, named Sukoin, not only endured 3 full minutes beneath Late Song's divine manifestation, but now straddled its neck, mercilessly pummeling a Xian Mountain realm grand sage. To survive the oppressive aura of the Thunder God manifestation, and not merely endure, but strike back with equal ferocity. This isn't endurance at all, it's counteroffensive. The blind veteran drew a slow, deep breath. Upon his weathered face bloomed a complex smile, tinged with quiet pride and profound relief. A true man, he murmured. This cohort of new recruits has truly birthed a dragon. Honoring his wager, he stowed his bamboo cane, smoothed his wind-ruffled collar, and addressed the empty expanse of grass before him. Little one, the time has come. You have been revived. Yet only the sighing wind and distant rumbles of thunder answered him. He paused, brows furrowing slightly, and swept his cane lightly across the ground. No one. He listened again. Within 100 meters, only wind and insect song broke the silence. No human heartbeat stirred. That girl. He blinked, then shook his head with wry, incredulous amusement. She fled, swift as a startled deer. Indeed, Tang Xian had never waited for his verdict. At count 179, seizing the fleeting opening, she'd vanished, vanishing midair with a masterful martial evasion technique. She entrusted her fate to no one. Not even in victory, not even when the odds were hers. Keen awareness. Decisive flight. The blind veteran nodded approvingly, tapping his cane once against the earth. A born assassin, rare, refined, and ripe for rigorous cultivation. With that, he turned without hesitation, cane probing the ground as he moved, not slowly but with deceptive swiftness, pursuing Tang Xian's trail. Elsewhere, high atop the dense canopy of an ancient tree, the limping veteran perched like a great bird, gazing upon the cataclysmic battle unfolding in the distance, his voice thick with awe. Tisk tisk tsk. These youngsters today are fearsome indeed. A 20-year-old wielding the combat prowess of a martial Dao grand sage. This was no ordinary recruit. This was sharper, colder, more seasoned than even veterans forged in mountains of corpses. Is this raw talent? Truly enviable. His reverie ended. He glanced down. Bai Jingting still slumped unconscious beside the gnarled roots, and his expression hardened into one of exasperated disappointment. Look at Sukoin, daring to clash Eden with a divine manifestation. And look at you, fainting at the mere hint of danger. Is this how the top scholar of Jinghai City conducts himself? Fury mounting, he leapt from the branch and delivered a sharp kick, using his thigh, not his foot, to Bai Jingting's backside. Rise now. Don't feign death. Thump. Yet the blow landed not on flesh, but with a dull balloon-like puff. Instantly the figure on the ground exploded into a billowing cloud of white smoke. As it dispersed, no trace of Bai Jingting remained. Only a ragged scarecrow clad in Bai Jingting's clothes lay sprawled there, its forehead sealed with a yellow talisman pulsing faintly with spiritual energy. High-grade artifact substitute puppet. Effect absorbs 1 fatal strike and mimics the user's aura for 10 minutes. Market value 50 million federal credits. What the A? The limping veteran's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Fake it. How is this even wealth power? Just then the scarecrow's mouth gaped open, and out tumbled Bai Jingting's cheeky mocking voice, Nine Yanya. Didn't see that coming, old cripple. Your boy genius escaped long ago. Call it wealth power. How vulgar. It's pure tactical brilliance. Mine alone. Come catch me, if you can. Hey, silence. 3 prominent veins pulsed violently across the veteran's brow. His fists clenched, knuckles cracking like dry twigs. He, a battle-hardened veteran, had just been outwitted by a raw recruit. Crack. With a single stroke he cleaved the 5 million credit scarecrow cleanly in 2, snarling through gritted teeth. Fine. 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 Bai Jingting, is it? I'll grant you a modicum of wit, but barely a sliver. How much wealth do you think you can burn before I drag your true self into the light? And when I do, I'll leave your backside in ruins. Hundreds of meters away, deep within a thicket of shrubs, the real Bai Jingting crouched, chest heaving, face pale with shock and stingy regret. Too close, too close. That was one of my ultimate life-saving artifacts, and it's gone. Just like that, 50 million credits vanished. Wiping cold sweat from his brow, he lifted his gaze towards Su Kuan, still locked in titanic combat with the divine manifestation, and the fear and calculation in his eyes dissolved entirely into stunned reverence. Brother Kuan, unbelievable. That's a grand sage's divine manifestation, and he's trading blows with it, actually shattering it. His strength surpasses mine by 2 entire major realms. Now that is a true pillar of strength. Bai Jingting clenched his fists, eyes gleaming with the sharp, calculating light of a shrewd merchant. My elders sent me to enlist, urging me to forge alliances with exceptional individuals no matter the cost. Wasn't this exactly what they meant, Su Kuan? This pillar, I will cling to it. Bai Jingting swears it. No one, not anyone, will wrest it from my grasp. Meanwhile, the riverbank battlefield lay in utter ruin. Thud. Chun Haonan crashed to the ground once more, sent sprawling by the bald monk's fist, rolling violently before finally halting. His face was swollen and bruised, his signature long hair now a tangled nest, so disheveled even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Yet he clung fiercely to his twin cleavers, hands trembling but fingers unyielding, still refusing to yield. The bald monk stepped forward, raising his monstrous single arm, ready to deliver the final decisive blow. But at that very instant, he froze. His gaze snapped wide with shock toward the distant horizon. There a golden primordial giant clashed violently with a violet thunder manifestation. The sheer force of their struggle radiated even across vast distances, filling the air with the acrid scent of scorched ozone. Mortal flesh striking directly against the divine manifestation. He murmured, voice hushed with disbelief. A 20-year-old matching the combat might of a grand sage. Such caliber, truly extraordinary. Seizing the monk's momentary distraction, Chun Haonan lifted his battered head, straining to witness this. He saw Su Kuan, like a war god incarnate, astride the arrogant thunder god manifestation's neck, raining down furious, relentless blows upon the haughty chief instructor himself. In that instant, Chun Haonan's blood ignited. A surge of electric energy shot up his spine, bursting through his crown. Brother Kuan, how blazingly magnificent! Flames blazed in his eyes, the fierce yearning fire of one who venerates true strength. If my elder brother fights with such fury, how dare I lie prostrate? I, Chun Haonan, shall not fall here. I too shall ignite, burning brighter than ever before. With a feral guttural roar he surged upward, breaking past his body's breaking point. His entire being erupted in crimson fiery chi, blood and spirit ablaze. Staggering upright, he reversed his grip on both blades, assuming a stance of raw, untamed power, his eyes sharp as wolf's fangs. Twin blade style, triad fury. I will cut you down. The bald monk refocused, staring at Chun Haonan, now radiant with crimson light, vibrating with manic intensity, and a faint twitch tugged at the corner of his mouth. Such overwhelming adolescent zeal. He smiled, genuinely for the first time, his gaze settling fully upon this lanky, quick-witted youth. Now, you begin to resemble a man. Elsewhere beneath an ancient tree, thump, 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 Su Wushuang was pinned against the trunk like a sack of grain, pummeled relentlessly by Luo Feng. Yield, surrender, Luo Feng demanded. Yet Su Wushuang, face swollen, eyes blackened, looked ecstatic. He even leaned his bruised cheek eagerly forward. Don't stop. Don't stop, please. Harder. Did you forget to eat? Luo Feng fell silent, feeling less like a warrior, more like someone pounding stubborn leather. His hands ached, yet this fool kept shouting more. Did you grow up on McDonald's? He muttered irritably, then glanced toward the epicenter of battle. There amidst the celestial chaos, awe and complexity warred in his eyes. Do you know how formidable Su Kuan truly is? Pointing toward the distant storm of combat, Luo Feng said to the masochistic Su Wushuang, just 1 month ago, in our college entrance exam sparring, he was still a martial saint. And now, after only 30 days, he stands toe-to-toe with the Grand Sage's divine manifestation. Such growth is nothing short of despair-inducing. Luo Feng drew a deep, steadying breath, overwhelmed by a sudden crushing sense of inadequacy. But swiftly that weight transformed into fiercer resolve, sharper ambition. Su Wushuang too seized his eager submission, gazing at that towering 3-meter silhouette, his simple broad face twisted in awe and primal terror, terrifying. A primordial beast, wearing human skin. I wish, desperately, to be struck by him. For Su Wushuang, enduring blows was his path to cultivating physical resilience, because his family was poor. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Yuan and Lei Tsong's battle had been ongoing for 2 days. The towering legal avatar, standing over 10 meters tall, had clearly faded compared to its solid lifelike state from 2 days prior. The speed of the lightning entwined had slowed, and even the ancient armor adorning the legal avatar was riddled with countless cracks. On the ground, Su Kuan stood bare-chested, his body glistening like dark gold under the sun. Although his body was covered in charred scars left by lightning strikes, his vitality surged even more fiercely, and the battle intent in his eyes burned like fire, showing no signs of fatigue. This is the terrifying aspect of the SS-grade Giant Bloodline, enhanced endurance. He was like a perpetual motion machine, in contrast to Lei Tsong. Though he floated in midair, appearing calm, the fine beads of sweat on his forehead and the slight rise and fall of his chest betrayed his condition. Maintaining the legal avatar consumes vast amounts of vitality and spiritual power. Even if he were a great sage of the Mountain Sea realm, even with his deep reserves, he could not withstand such intense, continuous consumption. Is this kid made of iron? Lei Tsong cursed inwardly. He felt as though he was not fighting a person, but rather grappling with an unyielding ancient beast. Come again. Su Kuan roared, instantly shattering the rock beneath his feet. He made no flashy moves, his legs slightly bent. Then he shot up like a golden drill, spiraling towards the Thunder God legal avatar in midair. Give me. Down. Su Kuan clasped his arms, fingers interlocked as if wielding a heavy hammer, and struck down fiercely at the chest of the Thunder God legal avatar. This strike gathered all his essence and spirit, even stirring the surrounding air, forming a visible white sonic boom cloud. Lei Tsong's pupils constricted as he attempted to control the legal avatar to block, but that extremely pure physical force was simply too fast and too fierce. Bang! A muffled thud echoed. Su Kuan's fist struck solidly against the Thunder God legal avatar's heart-protecting mirror. Crack! The heart-protecting mirror shattered instantly. The immense impact pierced through the entire legal avatar, causing the majestic, thunderous figure akin to a mountain to lose balance and fall backward. Boom! The 10-meter-high legal avatar crashed to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust resembling a collapsing mountain. Su Kuan landed, gasping for breath, and grinned. Instructor, your legal avatar is nothing much. Of course, he did not pursue the advantage. He knew clearly that this was merely a drill, not a life-and-death battle. As a great sage of the Mountain Sea realm, Lei Tsong certainly had more than just the legal avatar up his sleeve. Oomph! As the dust settled, Lei Tsong snorted coldly, and the downed Thunder God legal avatar transformed into countless purple light spots, dissipating into the heavens and earth. He slowly descended, though somewhat disheveled. He still maintained the dignity of the chief instructor. A bit of brute strength. Lei Tsong brushed off the dust from his body, looking at Su Kuan with a complex expression. To be able to push my legal avatar to this extent